So pure so flirtatious chapter 1928 to chapter 2020. Bro, you don't know how much sister-in-law Ming Yan loves you. Zhang Bin smiled bitterly. How can it be forgotten? She can only miss you more and more. There is a saying that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If sister-in-law waited for a long time and found out that you were going to perform a very dangerous mission, do you think they can't stand it? There are a few people who know the truth. They will definitely meet, and they will know. Said Yang Ming. How many? Bro, how many wives do you have? How many sisters-in-law do I have? Zhang Bin still hadn't figured out how many wives Yang Ming had. In addition to Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun, there are also Jing Xiaolu and Wang Xiaoyan. You know both of them. Yang Ming said. Oh. Jing Xiaolu too? I was wondering why she has become so cool recently. She has changed her image of a delinquent girl. Zhang Bin nodded and said, recently, she has been in the top 10 of the school's campus belle list. Everyone guessed that she is being kept by a big boss. Let's say that she is being kept by me. She is in charge of Mingyang Entertainment. Yang Ming said. Wang Xiaoyan. I don't have much contact with her. Is she your beautiful neighbor? Zhang Bin really didn't have much interaction with Wang Xiaoyan. That's her. Yang Ming nodded. The rest are Xiaoqing, Sun Jia, and Zhao Ying. You know all three of them. Huh? Zhang Bin suddenly widened his eyes. When Yang Ming mentioned Jing Xiaolu and Wang Xiaoyan, Zhang Bin was surprised, but he didn't feel anything strange. But now, when it came to Xiaoqing, Sun Jia, and Zhao Ying, Zhang Bin was really shocked. Sun Jia was understandable. She was beautiful with big breasts, strong abilities, and a good family background. Yang Ming's choice of her was unquestionable. According to Tian Donghua, Yang Ming also saved Sun Jia, so Zhang Bin vaguely knew that Sun Jia and Yang Ming had some relationship. But Xiaoqing. Isn't she Yang Ming's sister? Did he really become a F-sister? Isn't this too dramatic? And Zhao Ying. Why is she with Yang Ming? As a matter of fact, Zhao Ying used to be the crush of many boys. Although she was now a graduate student, and her identity was the same as Yang Ming's, the two could be said to have no difference in identity. However, they were still together. This really made Zhang Bin admire them. Why, are you scared? Yang Ming also felt that his words might shock Zhang Bin. I was indeed shocked. Zhang Bin smiled bitterly. Bro, you are really fierce. Right, who else? In addition, there is Huang Lele and Suya. That is, the big star, said Yang Ming. Zhang Bin nodded. He knew these two people, so there was nothing strange about it. However, what made him feel strange was another thing. Right, Shen Kuangyo just now, did he call you brother-in-law? His sister is Xin Yushi. Her case should have been reported in the newspaper and TV news a few days ago. Have you seen it? Yang Ming was reminded of Xin Yushi by Zhang Bin, but Yang Ming didn't have much feelings for Xin Yushi. At most, he had some good feelings. The reason why he agreed to be her boyfriend was because of her illness. However, since Zhang Bin asked, Yang Ming couldn't deny it. It was better to be safe than sorry. If what he said was passed to Xin Yushi's ears, then it would be a bit bad. Oh, that case, I have seen it. It was quite sensational. Those who went to prison were all from our school. The school newspaper and campus forum also reported the truth of the matter. The school also used this to warn everyone not to do impulsive things that violate the law. They have been expelled. Zhang Bin nodded and said, but Xin Yushi is your girlfriend? Yes, she is. Yang Ming nodded. It's a long story between the two of us, but I am also very sad about this incident. I can only let her recuperate in peace first. Yang Ming said it vaguely because Yang Ming didn't want to lie to Zhang Bin, but there was no way to tell the truth. He could only say so. It turned out to be like this, then she is quite pitiful. Zhang Bin nodded. Right, bro, with your character, you should be angry. How did it benefit those guys? They can't stay in prison. Bao Sanli has people in prison. They are probably beaten up by the big brother in prison every day. Yang Ming smiled. That's good. We can't let them benefit. Zhang Ben said, other than that, there is no one else, right? How many of them are there? Anne. Lan Ling, you know her. I am going to Yunnan this time to look for Lan Ling in addition to carrying out the mission. Yang Ming said, other than that, it seems like there is really no one else. Right, if you want to count, Lu Huamei should be considered my woman. Yang Ming was afraid that Lu Huamei would spill the beans, so he told Zhang Ben in advance. Lu Huamei? The new chairman of the Jiangyan group? Zhang Ben was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Ming to have connections with Lu Huamei. Lu Huamei went from a weaker position to the Jiangyan group's leader during the association's time. Was Yang Ming involved in the Lu family's matters? However, it wasn't important whether there was or not because Zhang Ben didn't care about other people's matters. He only cared about Yang Ming's mission this time and whether Yang Ming could come back safely. Anne, it's her. Yang Ming said, she has a good relationship with Xiaolu. The two of them will probably work together in the future. Okay, boss. I will do my best to help these people. Zhang Ben remembered these people's names in his heart. If you have any problems, you can also look for Bao Sanli or Chen Mingyan's father. With the two of them, there shouldn't be any big trouble. Yang Ming said to Zhang Ben. Zhang Ben nodded silently. Okay, you go back and accompany Zhao Sisi and Wang Mei. I also have to go back and accompany Meng Yan and the others. Yang Ming waved his hand at Zhang Ben, then turned around and got into the car. He drove away. Zhang Ben looked at Yang Ming's car leaving and sighed slightly. He didn't expect Yang Ming to actually carry out a mission. It seemed that he was much happier than Yang Ming. Originally, he was envious of Yang Ming for having so many wives, but now that he thought of Yang Ming's responsibilities, Zhang Ben felt that it was already good enough for him to have 2 wives. Yang Ming still accompanied Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia at night. However, after they fell asleep, Yang Ming climbed over the wall and sneaked into Wang Xiaoyan's villa. Feng Xibiao came to Songjiang City, the place where he once felt sad. Here, Feng Xibiao was once killed by a person with one punch, which made him, the underground boxing champion, lose face. This was a permanent pain in his heart. If it wasn't Feng Jianing who offered a high price, 200,000 yuan, and even reimbursed the round-trip air ticket, this made Feng Xibiao very tempted. Therefore, Feng Xibiao came. He set foot on this land again after half a year. Fan Jinjia and Feng Jianing came to the airport to pick him up. Fan Jinjia's Honda Accord had been repaired. The two of them were anxiously waiting for Feng Xibiao at the airport. Looking at the information in his hand, Fan Jinjia was very excited. If Feng Xibiao was really as powerful as the information said, then Yang Ming was definitely dead this time. Feng Xibiao, the pillar of the held boxing arena in the southern B city. Since his debut, he had fought 162 different matches and won all of them. He had not lost a record so far. Feng Xibiao was like his name. He looked very fierce and his body was very burly. He was 183 centimeters tall and weighed 78 kilograms. He was good at straight punches. His strength was amazing. His opponents who had fought with him often fell to the ground after being hit by his straight punches. Some of them even died on the spot. Feng Xibiao didn't like to play tricks. He often finished the battle with a few punches. Even if he encountered a difficult opponent, he still maintained his routine and went straight until the opponent was on the ground. Is that Feng Xibiao? Fan Jinjia saw a man in black coming out of the airport's arrival exit. It was the same as what Feng Xibiao said before, but there were some differences between him and the photo. Feng Jianing and Fan Jinjia had seen Feng Xibiao's photo on the internet, but when they saw Feng Xibiao in person, they realized that Feng Xibiao was much fiercer in person than in the photo. Uncle? Feng Jianing couldn't believe it. The real person was much stronger than in the photo. Is that you? Why, little Ningzi, don't you recognize me? Didn't you see my photo? Feng Xibiao laughed and said, do you think I'm stronger than in the photo? Yeah, uncle, I almost didn't recognize you. You're so much more agile than in the photos. Feng Jianing grinned. That's a photoshopped photo used by the boxing field to confuse the opponent. They photoshopped me to make me look thinner and weaker so that the opponent would underestimate me. When I appear, the opponent will be shocked by me. Feng Xibiao laughed. So that's how it is. Feng Jianing nodded. Uncle, let me introduce you. This is Fan Xianxia, Brother Xia, my boss. Oh, hello, Brother Xia. Feng Xibiao glanced at Fan Xianxia and said lightly. Brother Biao, I'm counting on you this time. Fan Xianxia was overjoyed when he heard Feng Xibiao calling him Brother Xia. Feng Xibiao really gave him face. Since you can afford the price, I will naturally do my best. Feng Xibiao nodded and said, Is the money ready? It's ready, Brother Biao. Don't worry. I'll transfer the money to you as soon as you enter the arena, said Fan Xianxia. Okay, then it's settled. Feng Xibiao didn't believe that Fan Xianxia dared to lie to him. Brother Biao, get in the car. Fan Xianxia and Feng Jianing let Feng Xibiao into his Honda Accord and helped Feng Xibiao put his luggage in the trunk of the car. This is your car? It's not bad. Feng Xibiao glanced at Fan Xianxia's car and thought, this kid is quite rich. It seems that there won't be any mistakes this time. Yes, this car was hit before, so it's not in good condition. I killed that little idiot Yang Ming, so I'll change to another car to celebrate. Fan Xianxia was very pretentious in order to show off his strength. He said forcefully. Don't worry about this. Isn't he just a college student? He's just a piece of trash in my hands. Wait for me to kill him. Feng Xibiao said indifferently. He didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes at all. He's just a college student. How powerful can he be? Can he be more powerful than those professional Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and Sanda retired masters? It's simply impossible. If there was, then he wouldn't stay in the university and be an ordinary college student. He would have been awesome all over the world. That's great. I'll leave this matter to you, Brother Biao. You must beat him until he pisses in his pants. Fan Xianxia quickly smiled flatteringly. With such a legendary person helping me, it seems that I'll definitely win this time. A big stone in Fan Xianxia's heart finally fell. Although Fan Xianxia was very happy after getting a positive answer from Feng Jianing, he was still a little worried before he saw Feng Xibiao's people coming. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Fan Xianxia's battle with Yang Ming. This morning, in the gymnasium of Songjiang Industry University, it was already crowded. Many students even came in the middle of the night to reserve seats in order to watch Yang Ming's performance. Although Yang Ming did not appear often in school, he was very popular. Since the first battle with the Taekwondo Club's vice president, Yang Ming's reputation had spread throughout the campus. However, there were not many students who went to watch at that time. Only a few people saw the video of that time on the campus forum. They regretted not being there in person. Therefore, Yang Ming's martial arts performance attracted a lot of attention at the school's art festival. That performance was also a challenge, which made Yang Ming's popularity reach the peak. Everyone wanted to continue watching Yang Ming's performance, but Yang Ming seemed to have disappeared. He almost never appeared in school. Many people even wanted to see Yang Ming, but unfortunately, they found that Yang Ming was neither in class nor in the dormitory. Therefore, once this challenge was posted in the campus forum, Yang Ming's popularity was pushed to the peak again. Especially after Yang Ming's response, everyone was looking forward to this challenge. Everyone thought that Fan Xianxia was a fool. Yang Ming was so famous. In school, so many people who wanted to challenge Yang Ming ended in failure. How could Fan Xianxia beat Yang Ming? Was he better than the Taekwondo Club's vice president? How was this possible? If he was really so powerful, how could Fan Xianxia's name be so unknown? Those who trusted him had already searched for Fan Xianxia's information. He was a student in the graduate class of the economics department. He ran a company outside of school and usually drove a Honda Accord to go to school. He was one of the young masters with a lot of money. Before this, there was no news of him fighting with anyone, nor did he have any big conflicts with others. How could such a person have the capital to challenge Yang Ming? As a result, no one was optimistic about Fan Xianxia. They all felt that this person was simply stupid. He actually challenged Yang Ming. Can he win? Moreover, the reason for the challenge was actually for a woman named Xiaoying. Is this a way to chase a girl? If the girl likes you, you can capture her heart without a challenge. If she doesn't like you, it is useless no matter how you challenge her. If you have the time to attack your love rival, you might as well study how to pick up girls. Therefore, in this stadium, most people came for Yang Ming. As for Fan Xianxia, his popularity in school was not very good, and he did not have many friends. Except for a few people whom Fengjiu could spend money to hire for him, there was no one else. Zhaoying naturally came as well. Since this matter started because of her, there was no reason for her to escape. Although this feeling of being the center of attention made Zhaoying a little uncomfortable, she still wanted to come. In any case, Yang Ming accepted the challenge. He came for her. How could Zhaoying not come to watch in person? Yan, I'm a little nervous. Zhaoying whispered to Wang Xiaoyan next to her. Xiaoqing was a school teacher. Naturally, it was impossible to accompany Zhaoying to watch this kind of game. It would cause a sensation in the school. As for Sun Jia, although she was reluctant to leave Yang Ming, she still had company matters to attend to in Donghai, and Yang Ming also had his own things to do. It was impossible for him to accompany Sun Jia alone. Therefore, Sun Jia simply returned to Donghai and waited silently for Yang Ming to come back. Sun Jia was a very strong woman, so she was naturally very selective when it came to finding a boyfriend. After having sex with Yang Ming for the first time, although she was somewhat unwilling to admit it, this matter more or less interfered with Sun Jia's choice of a spouse. Even if Sun Jia's sexual orientation changed because of the injury of her first love, this actually could not change Sun Jia's view of chastity. Although she had messed around with Xiaoqing, that was a matter between women. It was her first time with a man. So in any case, it could not change the fact that Yang Ming was her first and only man. Although Sun Jia did not admit it, Sun Jia's heart was still inclined to Yang Ming. In terms of choosing a spouse, she also used Yang Ming as her standard. When she put on a filter, she felt that no man around her was better than Yang Ming. Deep in her heart, she had already regarded Yang Ming as the only candidate for the best boyfriend, but with Sun Jia's character, she was unwilling to admit it. So, she used the excuse of testing Yang Ming again and again to reject Yang Ming. However, if she really rejected him, how could she let Yang Ming have that kind of relationship with her again and again? If she wanted to avoid it, with Sun Jia's cleverness, she could completely avoid such things from happening. She didn't even have a chance. In fact, although Sun Jia said that she was unwilling many times, in fact, she had sex with Yang Ming half-heartedly. Sun Jia also stood up to help Yang Ming again and again. Until one day, Yang Ming could hold up the sky by himself and help her in turn. Sun Jia felt that she seemed to be playing a female-oriented nurturing game. She watched Yang Ming grow up little by little and walk to the peak of his life and career. At this time, Sun Jia also completely opened her heart and gave herself to Yang Ming. However, what she didn't expect was that Yang Ming would leave soon. He was going to perform a very dangerous mission. It was hard to say whether he could come back or not. To be honest, Sun Jia was very worried. Out of selfishness, she didn't want Yang Ming to leave. It wasn't easy to find her own happiness. How could she watch her happiness leave? However, Sun Jia was a person who saw the big picture. She knew that Yang Ming must have his own reasons for going to Yunnan this time. Since Yang Ming had already decided, then what reason did she have to stop him? Moreover, if she thought about it from another perspective, wasn't Yang Ming's departure this time a kind of experience for Yang Ming? Which part of Yang Ming's growth wasn't gained through dangerous experiences? Recalling the things that happened to Yang Ming along the way, none of them were not extremely dangerous. Although this time might be more dangerous, if Yang Ming came back safely, he could be more mature. Sun Jia also hoped that Yang Ming would become more powerful, so even if she was worried, she didn't show it. When Yang Ming left her apartment, she once again devoted all her energy to work. Sun Jia wanted to quietly wait for Yang Ming's return while working hard. At that time, Sun Jia wanted to make X Island into a paradise on Earth. In this way, Yang Ming could settle down on X Island with everyone without any worries and live a happy life of plowing and weaving. This was also the direction that Sun Jia had been working hard towards. Of course, she buried these words in her heart. She didn't even say it to Xiaoqing and Zhaoying who were closest to her. What's there to be nervous about? Yang Ming won't lose. Wang Xiaoyan was full of confidence in Yang Ming. No matter how strong this Xianxia was, he would probably be defeated by Yang Ming in one move, so she was not worried about the result of today's game. However, Zhao was not as calm as Wang Xiaoyan. She was still a little worried, since Xianxia can challenge Yang Ming, he should have some tricks up his sleeve, right? He is also a student in the school. How can he not know that Yang Ming once defeated the president of the Taekwondo club? This is not a secret. He should have investigated it beforehand, right? This is true, but what can he do even if he is prepared? Wang Xiaoyan smiled disdainfully. She had also watched the video of Yang Ming accepting the challenge of the president and vice president of the Taekwondo club. It could be said that Yang Ming was just playing with children. He didn't use his real skills at all. Even so, he could already play around with the president and vice president. How can this Xianxia surpass Yang Ming? Obviously, it was impossible. However, Wang Xiaoyan did not tell Zhao the specific reason because Yang Ming's identity was still a secret. Only he knew the identity of the assassin. I hope Yang Ming doesn't lose. Zhao sighed and said nervously. You like Yang Ming, so you should have confidence in Yang Ming instead of sighing. Look at me? Am I not nervous at all? Wang Xiaoyan shrugged, Ying, you are too overcautious. Your character is actually not good. You are hesitant in everything you do. You have no courage at all. Look at your relationship with Yang Ming. How complicated was it? Have you ever thought that you are the one who caused all this? Zhao was tongue-tied by Wang Xiaoyan's words. Think about it carefully. You used to care about me and Chen Mingyan. You cared about this and that. But now that you are really with Yang Ming, have you changed anything? Wang Xiaoyan asked, I am still your good friend. This has not changed. Chen Mingyan still doesn't know about your relationship with Yang Ming. This has not changed. From the beginning to the end, nothing has changed. The only thing that has changed is your heart. You boldly took this step, and life has become completely different. Zhao lowered her head and quietly listened to Wang Xiaoyan's reprimand. Yes, Wang Xiaoyan is right. Nothing has changed with my hesitant personality. The people around me are still the same. If I didn't boldly take this step, I and Yang Ming would still be the same as before, right? Yan, you are right. The only change brought by my change is my relationship with Yang Ming. I don't need to think so much. It is really too tiring. Zhao sighed and nodded. It's not too late for you to figure this out now. Wang Xiaoyan pulled Zhao Ying's hand. Your own happiness needs to be fought for by yourself. Look, how much have you lost? Yang Ming is going to perform a mission soon. You two haven't consummated your marriage yet. Who knows when he will come back? This is not important. Zhao Ying's face suddenly blushed. Wang Xiaoyan didn't care about what she said, which made her feel embarrassed. As long as the two people's hearts are together, it is fine. You are right, but also wrong. In short, every time you are with Yang Ming, after doing it, you will feel that the two people's hearts are closer to each other. Wang Xiaoyan said this and felt a little funny. To tell you the truth, Yang Ming and I belong to the category of first going to bed and then falling in love. There were no feelings at all before, but slowly, there were. Don't you think it is amazing? Ah. Zhao didn't know much about the love history of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan didn't talk about it in detail. Every time, it was very vague and perfunctory. Zhao didn't ask much about other people's privacy, so she didn't know that Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were actually together like this. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this. Wang Xiaoyan stretched. I feel very happy. No matter what happened in the beginning, I really feel good now. Then, aren't you worried about Yang Ming leaving this time? Zhao felt that Wang Xiaoyan's mentality seemed to be very good. She didn't feel sad that Yang Ming was leaving. Worried? What is there to worry about? I have confidence in him. What difficulties can be difficult for him? Wang Xiaoyan was actually very worried before, but she thought it through, so she didn't worry anymore. Yang Ming's profession was an assassin, and he was the king of assassins. Which mission wasn't dangerous? Thinking about the missions that she had performed before, they weren't so easy. In Macau, in Africa, which one of the missions with Yang Ming didn't experience life and death? So, for people who have experienced life and death, everything was fleeting. In the past, such a difficult time had passed. What was there to worry about in the future? Wang Xiaoyan felt that Yang Ming would definitely be able to pass it safely. When you say so, I feel that it is nothing. Zhao nodded, and her gloomy mood was a lot more cheerful. I should also believe in Yang Ming. He will definitely be able to do it. Of course, he can do it. Otherwise, how can there be so many women? Wang Xiaoyan made a joke. Oh, you haven't tried it yet. Naturally, you don't know if he can do it. Wang Xiaoyan regarded Zhao Ying as a close friend, so she didn't mind making some jokes. The friendship between the two people had been for many years. Before she had a boyfriend, they had always rented a house together. Their relationship was very good. Now that they were married to the same man, there was no gap. Some jokes could be said naturally. Yan, why are you speaking like a rogue? Zhao Ying's face was redder. Hee, I heard that boys like to have a threesome? I can try it in the future. I can't mix with Chen Mingyan and the others, so I can only mix with you? Wang Xiaoyan teased. If you continue this topic, I won't listen anymore. Zhao Ying was embarrassed and covered her ears. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming appeared on time at the gymnasium of Songjiang Industry University. The entire gymnasium had been turned into a martial arts arena under the arrangement of the student union in advance. In the center of the gymnasium, a huge banner had been hung. Economics graduate student Fan Xianxia challenges martial arts master Yang Ming in a friendly match. Before Yang Ming's name, the words martial arts master were deliberately added, which showed the difference between him and Fan Xianxia. In other words, even the student union was optimistic about Yang Ming. They also felt that Yang Ming would win. After all, Fan Xianxia was too unknown. Everyone had never heard of this person. Not to mention the students in the school, even the students in the economics department did not have much contact with the graduate students. As for the graduate students themselves, no one knew him except for Fan Xianxia's classmates. Of course, Fan Xianxia's underling, Feng Jianing, had hired a lot of people to spread out in the auditorium of the gymnasium in advance. They had Fan Xianxia's posters and slogans in their hands, ready to show them when Fan Xianxia showed his prowess. As for the friendly match, everyone knew that this kind of battle would definitely be fought to the death because Fan Xianxia challenged Yang Ming for a woman. How was this a friendly match? It was a desperate fight. Look at the bet he made. He said that whoever lost would leave Zhao Ying, would not be allowed to contact Zhao Ying in the future, and would not wear clothes and run around the school naked. How was this a friendly match? It was simply forcing people into a dead end. This was equivalent to losing face in the school. Even if they did not transfer to another school in the future, they would have to lower their heads and endure the ridicule of other students. However, the student union had to add the words friendly match for the sake of face. It was also to deal with the school leaders and the teachers of the physical education department. Otherwise, who would lend you a venue? Why would you provide a venue for students to fight? Are you kidding me? Under the banner of the friendly match challenge, there were some introductions to Yang Ming and Fan Xianxia. Of course, there were more introductions to Yang Ming, including photos of him defeating the president and vice president of the Taekwondo club, and photos of Yang Ming's martial arts performance at the school's art festival. In short, everyone was optimistic about Yang Ming. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the friendly match between Fan Xianxia, a graduate student in the economics department, and the martial arts master, Yang Ming. Feng Jianing spoke. Feng Jianing became the host of this competition through Fan Xianxia's relationship with the student union. Fan Xianxia donated a lot of money to the student union so that his friend in the student union could get the host position for Feng Jianing. The audience naturally did not know that Feng Jianing was Fan Xianxia's man. They thought that he was really the host invited by the student union. So, after Feng Jianing finished speaking, the audience applauded. They were looking forward to Yang Ming, so they were naturally very enthusiastic about the host. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Feng Jianing. You can call me Brother Ning. I am the host of this martial arts challenge. Feng Jianing said, now, our players are in place. The competition is about to begin. Please welcome our players with a warm round of applause. Wow. There was a warm applause from the audience. They were all looking forward to Yang Ming's appearance. First of all, the player on the stage is Fan Jinjia's representative team, Fan Xibiao. He is also a graduate student of XX University. This time, he is representing Fan Jinjia. Feng Jianing changed Feng Xibiao's name to Fan Xibiao so that others would not suspect his identity. He also gave him the title of a graduate student so that others would not think that Fan Jinjia found someone from the underworld and violated the rules. They were all graduate students from other universities. They were just representing Fan Jinjia, so this was also a cover-up. However, even so, the students below were a little unhappy. Isn't it Fan Jinjia's challenge? Why is there another Fan Xibiao? Is there still a need to ask for external help? Isn't this too much of a scam? It can't be like this. Scam? Isn't it Fan Jinjia? How did it become Fan Xibiao? Yeah, did Fan Jinjia send out the challenge letter and find out that Yang Ming was too powerful, so he did not dare to accept the challenge, so he asked for external help? This is also against the rules? It is obviously Fan Jinjia's challenge. Why did he bring a substitute? Where is that coward Fan Jinjia? Hurry up and come out. Let him fight by himself. Everyone, please calm down and listen to my explanation. Feng Jiao had expected this situation a long time ago. After all, Fan Jinjia was not going to appear personally, but Feng Xibiao was going to appear on his behalf. Hence, he had to explain. When Fan Jinjia posted the challenge letter on the internet, he only said that he wanted to challenge Yang Ming. However, he did not say whether he wanted to challenge Yang Ming personally or ask his friend to challenge him. If you don't believe me, you can see what the challenge letter looks like. After Feng Jiao finished speaking, the students below were a little upset. Why is the host speaking up for Fan Jinjia? What was going on? Don't you know that everyone likes Yang Ming? However, there were some students who believed him. They logged into the school's forum through the stadium's wireless signal and found Fan Jinjia's post. Sure enough, Fan Jinjia's post clearly stated that he wanted to challenge Yang Ming, but he did not mention who was going to challenge Yang Ming. This was a complete word game. Everyone despised Fan Jinjia's petty approach. You can't beat Yang Ming, so you just found a random person to replace you. You even said that you wanted to challenge Yang Ming. What's the point of choosing? You're a complete coward. Fan Jinjia, coward. Fan Jinjia, despicable. Fan Jinjia, come out and accept your death. The students were very emotional. Most of them were Yang Ming's supporters. They wanted to see Yang Ming show his power and beat Fan Jinjia until he was rolling on the ground. They were not optimistic about Fan Jinjia, but now, there was an inexplicable Fan Xibiao, so the students were a little worried. Since this person was invited by Fan Jinjia, he must have some strength. Otherwise, Fan Jinjia would not invite him. Why did he invite someone to fight? Why didn't he invite the best? Although everyone was very confident in Yang Ming, Fan Jinjia came prepared. Seeing his challenge on the campus forum, he seemed to be full of confidence. Everyone was even more worried that Yang Ming would lose. Yang Ming was strong, but he was also an amateur player. Although he defeated the campus taekwondo club's president and vice president, everyone knew how strong a school's taekwondo club could be. It was far worse than a professional player. Yang Ming won against them, but it did not mean that he could be comparable to a professional player. Although the host, Feng Jianing, said that Fan Xibiao was also a graduate student of some university, who could prove it? From his appearance, this Fan Xibiao did not look like a student at all. He had a strong body and a mature face. He looked like a person in his 30s. How could he be a student? However, although everyone was suspicious, there was no evidence. They could only be angry and insult Fan Jinjia. Presumably, everyone is here to watch the competition, not to argue about these meaningless rules, right? Feng Jianing frowned. He did not expect the students below the stage to be so agitated. He quickly interrupted them. If you don't want to watch, you can leave. Our organizer has already approved this practice. Do you have any different opinions? You despicable person. This host and that idiot Fan Xianxia are on the same side. Get off, get off. Get off. Okay, everyone, stop arguing. Since the competition has not started yet, the decision is in Yang Ming's hands. If he agrees, why are we in such a hurry? At this time, some of the supporters that Feng Jianing could find began to take effect. They stood up and began to speak in favor of Fan Xianxia. That's right, let Yang Ming decide. If Yang Ming doesn't dare to compete, then don't compete. Yeah, even if there is a change, if Yang Ming is so powerful, he will continue to compete. If he is afraid, he can withdraw. Yeah, if he is afraid and timid, he can choose not to compete. What's the big deal? These people began to mock Yang Ming. However, it had to be said that their words were the truth. The competition had not started yet. The decision was in Yang Ming's hands. Yang Ming's decision was Yang Ming's business. What did it have to do with others? However, it had to be said that these people were very mean. If Yang Ming withdrew, then the responsibility would not be that Fan Xianxia had changed, but that Yang Ming was afraid, timid, and did not dare to compete. They said it lightly. What's the big deal if he did not compete? However, for Yang Ming, withdrawing at the last minute would give Fan Xianxia an excuse to attack. That was, Yang Ming was bullying the weak and was afraid of the strong, so he withdrew at the last minute. When I challenged him, Yang Ming readily agreed. Now that there was a change, he did not dare to compete. He was simply a coward. Therefore, as long as these supporters stood up to support, the situation would change. Whether Yang Ming participated in the competition or not, they would have an excuse to attack Yang Ming. It seems that the opinions of the students are not unified. Feng Jianing said with a smile, but I agree with what these students said. The competition has not started yet. Whether to compete or not is completely up to Yang Ming. If he says to compete, then why are you worried about him? If he says not to compete, then wouldn't you be worried for nothing? Feng Jianing's words completely shifted the responsibility to Yang Ming, as if all this was caused by Yang Ming. It had nothing to do with Feng Jianing and Fan Xianxia. Whether it was right or wrong, Yang Ming was responsible for it. Although Feng Jianing's words were a bit twisted and were suspected of influencing public opinion, the students under the stage heard Fan Xianxia's words and felt that this was indeed the case. The decision was in Yang Ming's hands, so why should they worry? Thinking of this, these students also temporarily quieted down. Under the stage, Zhao Ying and Wan Xiaoyan. Yan, this Feng Jianing is too bad, right? He completely influenced everyone's thoughts. If someone else were to compete with Yang Ming, they would still be in the right? Zhao Ying was unwilling. If it was Fan Xianxia, she would not be so worried. After all, Fan Xianxia's physique was there, and he had been tricked by Yang Ming several times. His fighting strength was also very ordinary. On the way to Donghai, Fan Xianxia had been repaired at the car repair shop. It seemed that he did not know how to fight at all. At the entrance of the villa in Donghai, he was also beaten up by Yang Ming's driver, Little Wang. He did not even have the strength to fight back. Therefore, although Zhao Ying was not 100% assured that Fan Xianxia would challenge Yang Ming, at least she was still confident. But when she saw the burly Fan Xibiao on the stage, she was a little uneasy. Oh, I was wondering how Fan Xianxia dared to challenge Yang Ming. It turns out that he had a backup plan. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Fan Xibiao on the stage with some contempt and said faintly. From Fan Xibiao's physique, Wang Xiaoyan could see that Fan Xibiao was a person who relied entirely on his physical strength to win. It was undeniable that his body was quite strong, and his strength was definitely very great. However, such a person was still capable of underground boxing and the ring. However, in Wang Xiaoyan's view, Fan Xibiao was an instant kill for Yang Ming. I can't kill him in one blow. If Yang Ming attacks, this Fan Xibiao will be killed in one blow. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan was not worried that Fan Xianxia would change to someone else. It would be the same no matter who he changed to. Yang Ming's current enemy had already been upgraded to the kind of big boss that even agents would have a headache. This kind of small character was not even enough for Yang Ming to practice. But, he looked so strong. Can Yang Ming handle it? Zhao Ying was a little worried. Don't forget Yang Ming's identity. Wang Xiaoyan said faintly, didn't he tell you? You mean Yang Ming's identity as an agent? Zhao Ying was slightly stunned. Since Yang Ming's superiors decided to let Yang Ming carry out that dangerous mission, they naturally took a fancy to Yang Ming's skills. If Yang Ming can't even handle such a big guy, then Yang Ming's superiors might as well send such a big guy. Why would they let Yang Ming go? Wang Xiaoyan said with a smile, even Fan Jinja can invite someone. Do you think that Yang Ming's superiors can't find such a person? Yeah, Yan, you're right. Why didn't I think of it? At this moment, Zhao Ying was suddenly enlightened. Since Yang Ming was an agent and had to carry out a very dangerous mission, his skills must be quite good. Otherwise, Yang Ming's superiors wouldn't have appointed Yang Ming to carry out this mission. Although this Fan Sibiao looked strong, he shouldn't be that powerful. Otherwise, Wang Xiaoyan was right. If Fan Jinja could find someone, how could Yang Ming's superiors not be able to find someone like that? If he was really better than Yang Ming, then he could just find such a person to carry out the mission. Why did he need to find Yang Ming? You are just too worried about Yang Ming. You are so worried that you are confused. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. You just fell in love with him. It is normal to be worried about him. I have been with him for a long time. It can be said that I know Yang Ming very well, so I am not worried. Then don't laugh at me. Zhao Ying was a little embarrassed. How can it be? Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. Everyone has this stage. I was also worried about Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan remembered the days in Vietnam and Africa with Yang Ming. Wasn't that also soul-stirring? Especially when Yang Ming braved the rain of bullets. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyan was worried to death. But the matter was over. Wang Xiaoyan also figured it out. Since he is an assassin, how can there be no danger? And with Yang Ming's extraordinary skills, there should be no problem. Under the stage, on the other side of the stands, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia also came to the stadium early in the morning. They also came to watch Yang Ming's last public appearance in the school before he left. Sitting next to the three of them were Zhang Ben, Zhao Sisi, and Wang Mei. Obviously, Zhang Ben had settled the relationship between Zhao Sisi and Wang Mei. In this way, his underling was quite similar to Yang Ming's style as a boss. In fact, Zhang Ben had always felt that being Yang Ming's underling was very prestigious. The good things and women that he got were not as good as the boss, but they were much better than the antagonist. Of his two girlfriends, one was not very good-looking, but at least she was a virgin. The other one was pretty good, but not a virgin. Although each had its flaws, overall, it was still very good. Moreover, he had two wives, which was much better than the average person. Looking at the characters like Wang Jitao and Yang Ming, although they seemed to be very bad *SS, in the end, weren't they still finished goods? Therefore, Zhang Ben felt that his underling was good. When something happened, the boss would come to his rescue. When he was bullied, the boss would stand up for him. Even if it was the company, the boss would send it to him. Although overall, he was still a level lower than the boss, compared to others, he was quite bad *SS. Sister Meng Yan, that Fan Jinja, how did he get such a burly man? Will there be any problem? Lin Jiyun saw Fan Sibiao on the stage and couldn't help but worry. It shouldn't be. Don't forget, Yang Ming is a special agent. Chen Mingyan was still very confident in Yang Ming. At this time, even if she was not confident, she had to give her sisters enough confidence. Who asked her to be the main wife? Yeah, boss is an agent. That's really bad *SS. His skills are quite powerful. When we were in Las Vegas, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he could defeat 100 people by himself. Zhang Ben had seen Yang Ming's skills, so he naturally knew how powerful Yang Ming was. And I also think that Yang Ming is very powerful. Zhou Jiejia whispered. Oh? What's so powerful about him? Chen Mingyan glanced at Zhou Jiejia and whispered teasingly. Since that day, the relationship between the three of them had taken another step forward. Although it was very good before, there was still privacy between individuals. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun might not have that between them anymore, but with Zhou Jiejia, she always felt that they were not so close. However, with the naked meeting of the three of them that day, the last barrier disappeared. Now, the three of them could be said to be super good friends. There was nothing that couldn't be said, and there was nothing to avoid. The three of them had already discussed that in the days when Yang Ming was away, they would sleep together every night, support and love each other, and wait for the day when Yang Ming came back. Zhang Ben naturally couldn't hear what Chen Mingyan whispered. He still said excitedly, "In a while, Brother Yang will appear, and then he will show his power. This Fan Xibiao, I think he is just a showman. He looks a little strong, but in fact, he is nothing." Zhang Ben's voice was a little louder, and it was heard by a student in front. The student turned around and sighed, "Although you want Yang Ming to win, this time, I'm afraid there isn't much hope. It's good that Yang Ming isn't injured." "Oh? Why do you say that?" Zhang Ben was stunned. He frowned and looked at the student in front of him with some dissatisfaction. This person slandered his own boss. Zhang Ben naturally didn't have a good face for him. "You don't know. This Fan Xibiao isn't called Fan Xibiao at all. He is actually called Feng Xibiao." The student also frowned and said, "He is a boxer in the underground boxing in the southern B city. He specializes in underground boxing and is known as the underground boxing emperor." "Ah? How do you know?" Zhang Ben was stunned. He didn't expect Fan Xibiao to have such a background. "I'm a boxing enthusiast. On some boxing forums, there are also some videos of underground boxing matches. I've watched a lot of underground boxing matches, and this Feng Xibiao left a deep impression on me. That's why I thought he looked familiar just now. I used my phone to search on the internet and found that this Fan Xibiao is indeed Feng Xibiao." The student picked up the phone and put the screen in front of Zhang Ben. "Look for yourself." Zhang Ben quickly took the phone and looked at it. Chen Mingyan and the others also came over. However, at first glance, Zhang Ben, Chen Mingyan, and the others turned pale with fright. Feng Xibiao, the pillar of the Hell boxing arena in V City in the south. Since his debut, he has fought 162 different matches and won all of them. He has never lost a single match. Feng Xibiao was 183 meters tall and weighed 78 kilograms. He was good at straight punches. His strength was amazing. His opponents who had fought with him often fell to the ground directly after being hit by his straight punches. Some of them even died on the spot. Feng Xibiao didn't like to play tricks, and usually settled the battle with a few punches. Even if he met a difficult opponent, he still maintained his routine, going straight to the point until he beat the opponent down. The information was very scary. It described Feng Xibiao as an extremely terrifying existence. This information, is it all true? Zhang Ben widened his eyes. Of course, it's true. Why would I lie to you? The student also shook his head. I also think highly of Yang Ming, but these people are too insidious. They actually invited someone from the underground boxing arena to deal with Yang Ming. I don't know what kind of deep hatred there is. Isn't this killing? No, I have to send a text message to the boss quickly. Isn't this cheating? Zhang Ben was anxious. He quickly took out his mobile phone to send a text message to Yang Ming. However, before he could send it, he saw that Chen Mingyan had already taken out her mobile phone and dialed Yang Ming's number. Yang Ming was standing behind the scenes at the moment, watching everything that happened in the stadium coldly. Yang Ming also saw Feng Jiu leading Fan Xibiao out, but he didn't put him in his eyes. Yang Ming thought, why does this Fan Xianxia dare to challenge me? It turns out that he has hired a helper. But, so what if he hired a helper? Yang Ming felt that the result was the same whether he hired a helper or not. With Yang Ming's current skills, dealing with these people was no different from playing games. Yang Ming didn't put this Fan Xibiao in his eyes at all. What made Yang Ming feel a little strange was that this Fan Xibiao seemed a little familiar. Yang Ming felt that he seemed to have seen him somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. After all, Yang Ming wouldn't put such a small character in his eyes, so his impression of him was naturally not very deep. Just as Yang Ming was thinking, his mobile phone rang. Yang Ming was still in the backstage, so naturally, he could answer the phone. Yang Ming took out the phone and saw that it was Chen Mingyan calling. He smiled and picked up the phone. Mingyan, why? Do you miss me in such a short time? Yang Ming, stop fooling around. I have something important to tell you. Chen Mingyan didn't have time to joke with Yang Ming, so she said hurriedly. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Yang Ming, don't participate in this challenge. Quickly withdraw. Chen Mingyan advised. Oh? Why? Yang Ming was stunned and asked. Yang Ming, Fan Xibiao on this stage is not a graduate student of XX University at all. His original name is not Fan Xibiao. Chen Mingyan told Yang Ming the content she saw before. His original name is Feng Xibiao. He is the pillar of the hell boxing field in the southern V city. Oh, it's him. I remember who he is. Yang Ming heard the name Feng Xibiao and heard the information that Chen Mingyan said. He finally remembered who this Feng Xibiao was. Ah? Yang Ming, do you know him? Chen Mingyan was also stunned. I can't say that I know him. He's just a small character, not worth mentioning, Yang Ming said faintly. Mingyan, are you worried about me because of this? Yeah, of course, I am worried. The opponent is an underground boxer. I am afraid that you can't handle it. Chen Mingyan said. Hee, don't worry. Don't forget what your husband is. I am an agent. I can't handle a small underground boxer. How can I carry out those dangerous missions? Yang Ming said with a smile, that is not only a joke with my life, but also a joke with the safety of my teammates. Believe me, how can I do those things that I am not sure of? And then I believe in you. You have to be careful. After listening to Yang Ming's confident words, Chen Mingyan was finally relieved. Since Yang Ming said so, he must have full confidence. Then, what do I have to worry about? Moreover, Yang Ming also said that he knew this Feng Xibiao. Then, I don't have to worry about it. Know yourself and know your enemy to be victorious. Yang Ming understood his opponent, so he would naturally act according to his ability. Don't worry. I won't do something that is beyond my ability. Yang Ming said, you tell Sister Lin, Jiejia, and Zhangbin not to worry. I have no problem dealing with this person. Okay, I will tell them. Chen Mingyan nodded and hung up the phone. How is it? What did the bro say? Zhangbin waited for Chen Mingyan to finish the call and asked impatiently. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia also had the same thoughts, but there were other students, so they couldn't show it. However, they also looked at Chen Mingyan anxiously, waiting for her answer. It's nothing. Yang Ming said that he can handle it. He knows the underground boxing emperor, so there is no problem. Chen Mingyan said with a smile. I see. Zhangbin listened to Chen Mingyan's words and suddenly felt relieved. If the bro says there is no problem, then there must be no problem. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia also breathed a sigh of relief. Since Yang Ming said that he could handle it, and he knew the underground boxing emperor, then there should be no problem. Yang Ming couldn't continue to fight with him when he knew that the other party was very powerful. That was not in line with Yang Ming's character at all. Yang Ming couldn't do this kind of stupid thing. However, the student who held the phone before had some doubts. Yang Ming said that there is no problem? Is it true? He can't be bragging, right? I have seen this Feng Xibiao's boxing video before. It is often a one-hit kill. The opponent has no power to fight back. How can Yang Ming be his opponent? Whether it is true or not, you will know when you see it. When Zhangbin heard that this student didn't believe in Yang Ming's strength, he was somewhat unhappy. Which group are you on? Of course I am with Yang Ming. I am a student of our school. Why would I cheer for an outsider? Feng Xibiao. No matter how powerful Yang Ming was, he was just an ordinary student. Even if he was powerful in school, he couldn't be a match for people in society. Moreover, the other party was a professional boxer. The underground boxing arena was a place for fighting. It wasn't a joke. I am also afraid that something will happen to Yang Ming. Don't worry. You just have to wait and see. Zhangbin remembered Yang Ming's appearance in Las Vegas and suddenly felt relieved. Well, anyway, I have said what I should say. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. When the student saw that Zhangbin was so confident, there was no way. He shook his head. If something really happens, don't blame me for not reminding you. I won't. Zhang Bin waved his hand. You just have to watch the show. Chen Mingyan heard the student's scary words and was a little worried. But when she saw that Zhang Bin was so confident, she suddenly felt relieved. Yang Ming hung up the phone and smiled slightly. It seems that Feng Xibiao has been recognized. This kind of impersonation will be exposed sooner or later. I believe that after today, there will be a search for Feng Xibiao's real identity on the school's forum. At that time, coupled with Feng Xibiao's awesome identity and the fact that he had turned pale today, Fan Jinjia would probably be too ashamed to show his face. A master of the underground fighting arena couldn't even beat a freshman. Who would believe that? But so what if they don't believe it? This is the truth. It is impossible for others not to believe it. Yang Ming sneered. It seems that Fan Jinjia has shot himself in the foot this time. As for Zhaoying and Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming also saw them. With Yang Ming's eyesight, he could see clearly in the entire stadium. He could see who came and who didn't, and who his friends and family were. Yang Ming could see all of them with his special ability. However, with Wang Xiaoyan around, Zhaoying wouldn't be too worried because Wang Xiaoyan was very clear about her strength. It was more than enough to deal with Feng Xibiao in the underground boxing arena. It was not a problem at all. Yang Ming guessed that this was the reason why Zhaoying didn't call him for so long. It was because she had listened to Wang Xiaoyan's persuasion, so she didn't worry too much. However, Xiao Qing's phone call came in after Chen Mingyan. Qing? Yang Ming picked up the phone. You are here too? No, I am in the office, but there is a live broadcast video on the campus TV on the campus website. I can see it. Xiao Qing said, I have been watching the live broadcast here. I saw that Fan Xibiao. Why doesn't he look like a student? He looks like a martial arts master invited by the society. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, big body, big arms, big waist. Can you handle it? Oh, of course, he is not a student. He is a boxer in the Southern Underground Boxing Arena. He specializes in underground boxing and is a little famous in D City. Yang Ming did not hide it. Moreover, the more he said so, the less worried Xiao Qing was. Since he knew so much, it could be said that he knew the enemy as well as himself. Naturally, he would not do anything rash. If he was not an opponent, could he continue to fight? Therefore, Xiao Qing was obviously stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. What? Not only is he not a student, but he is also a black boxer in the Southern B City Underground Boxing Arena? How did such a person come to the school? Fan Jinjia is seriously violating the school rules. How can he be allowed to do so? I want to talk to Dad and expel this student. Oh, there is no hurry now. Yang Ming said with a smile, now, there are already students who suspect him and are searching for him. I believe that tomorrow, there will be a post about Fan Xibiao's true identity on the school forum. At that time, Fan Jinjia will not be able to escape. It is not too late for the school to punish him then. Then, how are you going to deal with it now? Xiao Qing was worried about Yang Ming's safety, not whether Fan Jinjia was really expelled. How to deal with it? Of course, I will cripple him. Yang Ming sneered. It doesn't matter even if I kill him. It's just that I don't want to do such a bloody and scary thing in school. It is not good to scare the students. Otherwise, in my eyes, he is already a dead man. I can kill him directly, and it won't be a big deal. Haha. Ah? Xiao Qing was slightly stunned, and then she smiled bitterly. It turned out that this so-called underground boxer was so worthless in the eyes of Yang Ming. He was just like a dead person? Thinking about Yang Ming's special identity, indeed, how could Yang Ming be afraid of an underground boxer? He was an agent who was about to carry out a super dangerous mission. If he couldn't even deal with an underground boxer, how could he carry out the mission? Thinking of this, Xiao Qing couldn't help but feel relieved. She was confused because of her concern, but Yang Ming had full confidence. Moreover, Yang Ming also said that if it weren't in school, Yang Ming would have killed him. Xiao Qing didn't doubt that Yang Ming's words were exaggerated because with Yang Ming's identity, if he killed an underground boxer, she believed that someone would settle this matter for him immediately. There was no need for Yang Ming to do it personally. Even if the organization behind him made a call, the police would hand over the case. I forgot that you are so powerful. Xiaoqing sighed. It seems that I shouldn't have made this call. Qing, you care about me. Why shouldn't you have called? Yang Ming smiled and said, no matter what the reason is, I am very happy that you called me. Since you can see me from the live video, then cheer for me. And, don't be too harsh, or the school won't be able to handle it. Xiaoqing said to Yang Ming. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Yang Ming nodded. Shortly after hanging up the phone call with Xiaoqing, Feng Jianing's voice came from the other side. Next, let's welcome our school's martial arts master, Master Yang Ming. Feng Jianing deliberately emphasized the word master. In this way, the worse Yang Ming lost, the more obvious the contrast with now, and the worse the impression of Yang Ming in everyone's mind. Therefore, at this moment, Feng Jianing praised Yang Ming without hesitation. I believe that Master Yang Ming doesn't need to be introduced. He was once the vice president of the boxing taekwondo club and showed his prowess at the school's art festival. Please give a warm round of applause and cheer for our master. Under the stage, there was a warm applause. Although this Fan Xibiao looked strong and scary, most of the students also supported Yang Ming. They felt that Yang Ming was the most powerful. Previously, they scolded Fan Xianxia, but now that Yang Ming came out, everyone's enthusiasm suddenly. Yang Ming! Yang Ming! Yang Ming! Master Yang Ming's might shakes the world. Kill this guy from outside. Defend the prestige of the schools to kill Yang Ming. Yes, Master Yang Ming. Kill Fan Xibiao. Now in the audience, only a few students like the previous students knew the true identity of Feng Xibiao. They were worried about how Yang Ming would deal with it. However, such people were too few. Even if they told others about it, others wouldn't believe it for a while. They didn't have time to carefully study it with them. They all put their attention on the unprecedented shocking atmosphere brought by Yang Ming's appearance. Yang Ming walked out from the backstage amidst everyone's cheers. At this moment, Yang Ming came to the stage in light clothes. He didn't have the awesome image when he first appeared in the Taekwondo club. He didn't have the music accompaniment of the God of Gamblers, which made the students who were looking forward to it a little regretful. However, since Yang Ming came, it was shocking enough. They couldn't ask for more. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your warm support. After Yang Ming got on the stage, he didn't wait for Feng Jiao to speak. He snatched the microphone from him and started speaking. You give me the microphone first. I haven't finished yet. Feng Jianing didn't expect Yang Ming to grab the microphone as soon as he came up, so he was a little anxious. Wait for me to finish. Yang Ming waved his hand and didn't even look at Feng Jianing. This guy was obviously in cahoots with Fan Xianxia, so Yang Ming didn't give him any face. How can you be like this? I'm the host. Feng Jianing wanted to continue talking about the rules of the game, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fast. Do you want to get beaten up? Yang Ming glared at Feng Jianing and sneered. What? Feng Jianing was stunned. He was startled. Although he didn't think that Yang Ming could defeat Feng Xibiao, he couldn't beat Yang Ming himself. He was afraid of Yang Ming. If he was beaten up by Yang Ming, it would be a loss. Therefore, although Feng Jianing was very annoyed, he could only let Yang Ming speak first because he didn't dare to provoke Yang Ming. Feng Jianing had to say, then you speak first. I'll speak after you finish. Yang Ming's words immediately caused the students under the stage to laugh. Of course, they were not laughing at Yang Ming, but at Feng Jianing. This Feng Jianing, everyone hated him very much. They felt that he was a good-for-nothing and wanted to scold him before. This time, Yang Ming's sentence of "Do you want to get beaten up?" suddenly made Feng Jianing lose his temper. What Feng Jianing? He is simply Feng Wuning. It seems that he is also a guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Suddenly, the audience was excited again because everyone supported Yang Ming. When they saw Yang Ming's power, they were naturally very happy. Yang Ming, first in the school. Yang Ming is mighty. Yang Ming is too awesome, and Feng Jianing is too incompetent. Incompetent? He is just an idiot. Yang Ming smiled and looked at the students who were showing their power under the stage. He made a gesture to calm down, and then waited for the students below to quiet down before he continued. Some students may be disappointed with my appearance so lightly, right? The last time I competed with the school's taekwondo club's vice president, I made such a big scene. This time, it is very simple. Yeah, we want to see the god of gamblers appear. Brick-breaking martial arts. Hee, this is also what I want to explain to everyone. Yang Ming said with a smile. Before, I made such a big scene because the opponent was a student from our school. Although I have some conflicts with them, it is also an internal conflict in our school. But today, the opponent I am facing is a student from another school. Oh, it is not easy to say whether he is a student or not. Why do I think he looks like an uncle? So, for this kind of opponent who I don't even know whether he is a student or not, why do I have to make such a big scene? I don't put him in my eyes at all, and I don't have to give him any face. In a while, I will just knock him down. Why do I have to make a scene? When the students heard Yang Ming's explanation, they immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, we don't even know where Fan Xibiao came from. Why did Yang Ming prepare so much? He could just kill him in one move. He already gave him enough face by coming. Why did he have to make a scene? Kill him in seconds, kill him in seconds. Kill him, kill him. Beat him to death, beat him to death. The students below cheered again. They agreed with Yang Ming's words. There was no need to give face to Fan Xibiao. However, Feng Jianing stood on the stage and listened to Yang Ming's boastful words. He felt some disdain in his heart. He thought to himself, you idiot Yang Ming really don't know what's good for you. You can just brag here. Do you think you can defeat Feng Xibiao directly? Are you dreaming? He is the master of the underground boxing arena in the southern B city. Defeating you is just a move. You still dare to say that? You snatched the microphone from me on the stage just now. You threatened me. In a while, Feng Xibiao will appear. I will kill you. Thinking of this, Feng Jianing's heart also calmed down a lot. He couldn't deal with Yang Ming, but someone could do it for him. He didn't have to worry about no one taking revenge for him. While Yang Ming was talking on the side, Feng Xibiao was standing on the side expressionlessly. From the moment Yang Ming appeared, he didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes at all. When he saw Yang Ming's body and appearance, Feng Xibiao was happy. This opponent was too weak. The 200,000 was too easy to earn. Yang Ming was at the level of an instant kill for him. As for Yang Ming's boastful words, Feng Xibiao didn't even listen. Many of the opponents who died under his hands were bragging. Each of them looked extremely bad *SS, but what happened to them in the end? Weren't they beaten to death by him? Those who were sent to the hospital were sent to the hospital. Those who couldn't take care of themselves for the rest of their lives? There were too many such arrogant opponents. Don't they know what it means to be arrogant? Feng Xibiao was too lazy to argue. You can say whatever you want. When the time comes and you are beaten to death by me, the gap will be even bigger. I will do as everyone wishes and kill him in seconds. Yang Ming said to everyone with a smile. Oh. That's great. Kill him in seconds. Yang Ming is too awesome. Yang Ming then returned the microphone to Feng Jianing. Here, you can speak now. Feng Jianing angrily took the microphone. He was very unhappy. Instant kill? You're the one who's going to get instant killed, right? Some contestants haven't seen the world, so they don't have discipline. Feng Jianing picked up the microphone and was ready to mock Yang Ming. Although he couldn't beat Yang Ming, he could still take advantage of him with words. That's right. Some contestants even find someone to replace them in the competition. That's too unruly. That's right. What kind of person is he? If he can't do it himself, why would he find someone else to replace him? Is it because you can't do it in front of your girlfriend and need to find someone to replace you? Ha, you have no discipline at all. Even if you asked someone to replace you in the competition, shouldn't you at least show your face? But I don't know where he is hiding. Why is he like a chicken, hiding all day long and not daring to show himself? Huh? Feng Jianing wanted to say that the person he wanted to say was Yang Ming. He wanted to say that Yang Ming didn't have discipline and snatched the host's microphone as soon as he went on stage. However, he didn't expect that the students below immediately took over his words and pointed the spearhead at Xianxia. This made Feng Jianing not know what to do for a while. He couldn't just follow the words of the students and say that Xianxia didn't have discipline, right? He was Xianxia's underling. Wouldn't he be asking for a beating if he said that? But if he didn't say it, how could he end the previous topic? That, although some of the students are a little lacking in organizational discipline, is this an amateur competition? If they have poor discipline, they can add some fun to the competition and not make it boring. Feng Jianing reacted quickly and said with a laugh. Tisk. The students below suddenly hissed, making Feng Jianing feel a little guilty. However, he was thick-skinned and didn't care. However, just when Feng Jianing wanted to say something, the microphone in his hand was snatched away by Yang Ming again. You, what are you doing? Feng Jianing was shocked and immediately questioned Yang Ming. Oh, I'm adding some fun to the competition so that it won't be boring. Yang Ming said casually, then said to the students below the stage, everyone, am I right? Yes, you're absolutely right. Ha 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 ha, Feng Jianing is a big idiot. Yeah, everyone, let's add to the atmosphere. Shall we beat him up? Ha 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 ha. Quiet, everyone quiet, please be quiet. Feng Jianing didn't have the microphone in his hand, so he couldn't control the atmosphere on stage. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. F***ck, Jianing, you idiot, just snatch the microphone back. Feng Xibiao couldn't stand it anymore and stared at Feng Jianing. Why is he so cowardly? I. Feng Jianing glanced at Yang Ming and then looked at Feng Xibiao. He didn't dare. How could he dare to snatch the microphone in Yang Ming's hand? Isn't that asking for a beating? What about you? Feng Xibiao felt that this Feng Jianing was too cowardly. He said angrily, why aren't you going to snatch it? Do you want me to do it? I don't dare. Uncle, I'm not Yang Ming's opponent. I'm afraid of being beaten up? Feng Jianing said with some guilt. Useless thing. Watch me. Feng Xibiao stared at him and said resentfully. Okay, uncle, then you go. Feng Jianing immediately became happy. With Feng Xibiao standing up for him, what was he afraid of? Yang Ming was a little amused as he watched from the side. So this Feng Xibiao is Feng Jianing's uncle? Both of them have the surname Feng, so it is very possible. It turned out that Feng Jianing's relatives were brought here. Feng Xibiao strode over to Yang Ming. Without any explanation, he reached out his hand and tried to take the microphone from Yang Ming's hand. You want to take my microphone? Yang Ming sneered and looked at Feng Xibiao. Feng Xibiao didn't speak as if he didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes. He directly reached out to take the microphone, but at this time, Yang Ming suddenly let go. Feng Xibiao just wanted to take the microphone, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to let go at this time. He thought that Yang Ming would fight with him for the microphone. Feng Xibiao wanted to use this opportunity to show his strength. It was also a secret competition. Therefore, Feng Xibiao used all his strength. As a result, Yang Ming let go of his hand lightly. Feng Xibiao suddenly lost his strength. After he got the microphone, he suddenly took 2 steps back and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. When he was about to fall to the ground, he suddenly held Feng Jianing. Otherwise, he would have really fallen. Ha 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 ha. The students in the audience suddenly burst into laughter. This scene was too funny. Everyone felt that it was very funny. Feng Xibiao wanted to show how capable he was, but he didn't show it clearly. Yang Ming didn't want to compete with him at all. Once he let go, he would be embarrassed. Feng Xibiao's face flushed red as he looked at Yang Ming viciously. He really wanted to slap Yang Ming to death. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so sinister as to play such a dirty trick, causing him to lose face in front of everyone, yet he couldn't say anything. What an idiot. He already gave it to you, yet you still want to snatch it. That's right. What's wrong with showing off his strength? Simple-minded with developed limbs. This kind of person is more like a monkey in a circus. It's simply embarrassing here. Feng Xibiao's face was cold. He looked at the students below the stage who didn't know if they were dead or alive. He picked up the microphone and said to Yang Ming calmly, "When I fight, I don't like rules. My rule is that there are no rules." "Great, I'm the best at having no rules. Have you heard of the Grand Melee? I like to play." Yang Ming's voice was very loud. Although he didn't have a microphone, it was still loud and clear. The entire audience could hear it, and all of a sudden, Feng Xibiao seemed to be at a disadvantage. Feng Xibiao frowned. He thought to himself, what's the use of having a loud voice? A singer's voice is loud, but it's not good to fight. Since there are no rules, then life and death are up to fate. If I accidentally hurt you or something, I don't want anyone to pursue this matter. Feng Xibiao said coldly. Great, I was just thinking about whether or not I would have the money to pay for your medical expenses after I cripple you. Yang Ming was immediately overjoyed and said, Brother Biao, you're such a good person. You don't even want medical expenses. You came here just to let me practice. That's great. There are very few good people like you who come here just to get beaten up. But then again, even if there are, they would be brainless. Ha 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 ha. Yang Ming's words once again caused the students below the stage to laugh crazily. Yang Ming's words were simply too awesome, making these students feel very good, as if they had vented their anger. Everyone knows how to talk fast. Let's see what happens later. Feng Xibiao sneered, Feng Jianing, take out the disclaimer agreement. One for each person. I'll sign it with him. All right. Feng Jianing nodded and quickly took out 2 agreements. One for each person and one for Yang Ming and one for Feng Xibiao. Yang Ming didn't refuse. He picked up the agreement and looked at it. He saw that the agreement was written with instructions for some problems in the competition. If one party was injured or caused permanent damage, they couldn't pursue and claim for compensation. The 2 parties competed with the purpose of learning from each other. They were responsible for any problems. They couldn't call the police or sue. Yang, if he wanted to kill Feng Xibiao, there was no need to sign any agreement. Yang, and said, Yang, I agree. Yang, agree. And, of, there. I too. As for Feng Xibiao, he obviously knew the content of the agreement in advance. He also signed his own agreement directly. He exchanged it with Yang Ming, signed it with each other, and put it in his pocket. Feng Xibiao did not expect Yang Ming to sign so quickly. Is it because Yang Ming is too arrogant, or this kid simply does not realize the danger? But no matter what, it doesn't matter. Since Yang Ming accepted my agreement, he has to bear the consequences. That is a fiasco. However, the students in the audience were a little angry. Is this Feng Xibiao a master? Otherwise, why did he sign a life and death disclaimer agreement with Yang Ming? This is obviously a heavy blow, and he wants to excuse himself from the heavy blow. When Yang Ming competed with the vice president of the Taekwondo club, he did not sign these things. Even if he fought, he did not kill. But this Feng Xibiao seems to want to kill? Thinking of this, the students in the audience were angry. This is just a friendly competition. Why sign a life and death agreement? Do you want to play dirty? It's not fair, it's not fair. Yang Ming has agreed. What are you in a hurry for? The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Feng Jianing looked at the students in the audience with some dissatisfaction. F*ck your mother, what did you say? Who is the eunuch? This host is obviously a pretentious person. When he gets off the stage, the brothers will go together and beat him up. Yes, this person's words are too mean. Beat him until his mother can't recognize him. I'll participate. I'll participate too. Our XXX dormitory will participate as a group. Our XXX class will participate as a group. Our XXXX department will participate as a group. Including our female army, we will beat him together. He deserves a beating. Huh? Feng Jianing was immediately dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did the situation change so much? What's going on? Why am I getting beaten up? Feng Xibiao stared at Feng Jianing. This guy is simply reaping what he sowed. He has angered the audience. When they get off the stage, they will gang up on you. You won't even know who killed you. Don't you know how powerful the groupies are? Haven't you heard of those fans rioting? These people are obviously Yang Ming's fans. You scolded them as eunuchs. Isn't that courting death? She was already angry at you and couldn't find an excuse to beat you up. Now that you've scolded her, she has a reason to beat you to death. The school will definitely do its best to protect the students. It's possible that you'll die for nothing. Even if you don't die in vain, you are already dead. Nothing can be done. Go to the side and stay there. Feng Xibiao waved his hand impatiently, indicating that Feng Jianing should get off the stage and not be a hindrance here. Feng Jianing also had the same thought. He already had the intention to leave. These students clearly didn't like him. He was really afraid of getting beaten up. Then, please watch the competition. I will give the main stage to the two contestants. Feng Jianing said a sentence. Please give a warm applause. Get off the stage, get off the stage. Get off the stage and wait for the beating. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. Brother Yang will fight on the stage. Brother Li, I will beat you on the stage. Feng Jianing was dumbfounded. Are they really going to beat me? It seems that I won't be able to leave for a while. Let's hide backstage for a while first. After Feng Jianing got off the stage, only Yang Ming and Feng Xibiao were left on the stage. Make your move. I will give you 5 moves. Feng Xibiao looked at Yang Ming with contempt and said disdainfully. Oh, there's no need. Just give me a handicap. Yang Ming said casually. Humph, don't talk big. Feng Xibiao sneered. 5 moves is better. I can kill you in 1 move. You still want me to give you 5 moves? Do you want me to hit you 5 times? Wouldn't he beat you to death? Yang Ming suddenly said with some difficulty. Huh? When Feng Xibiao heard Yang Ming's words, he couldn't help but laugh. You sure know how to brag? Sure, I'll see how you're going to kill me in 1 move. I'll stand here and let you hit me. You'd better move a little. I'm afraid I'll kill you, said Yang Ming. Kill me? Okay, then kill me. You don't have to be responsible for killing me. Feng Xibiao felt that this Yang Ming was really arrogant. He was simply too arrogant. Well, since you want to be killed in 1 move, then I can't help it. Yang Ming said regretfully, I'm sorry, everyone. I wanted to perform for you for a while, but I was helpless. The enemy didn't cooperate. He wanted to be killed in 1 move. What do you think I should do? Kill him in 1 move. Kill him in 1 move. Since he's so willing to be beaten, then kill him in 1 move. Yeah, kill him in 1 move. There's no need to waste time to deal with such a person. The students below the stage said one after another. Since everyone said so, then if I don't kill him in 1 move, I'll be sorry for everyone. Well, since that's the case, I'll kill him in 1 move. Yang Ming nodded and said. Feng Xibiao looked at Yang Ming's performance with a sneer on his face. He didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes at all and waited for him to perform to his heart's content. Are you done with your performance? Can you do it now? Feng Xibiao waited for Yang Ming to finish speaking before he asked. Oh, there are still people in a hurry to die? Yang Ming looked at Feng Xibiao with some surprise. Since that's the case, then let me kill you in 1 move. Well, take this. Feng Xibiao looked at Yang Ming with contempt. If you want to make a move, then do it quickly. What do you mean by dilly-dallying? Yang Ming quickly ran in front of Feng Xibiao, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. He didn't make a move. He just said hesitantly, how should I beat you? Should I teach you a lesson or cripple you? You better cripple me. Feng Xibiao said sarcastically. Alright, go ahead. Yang Ming nodded. Huh. Ouch. Feng Xibiao wanted to laugh, but suddenly found that his body flew out uncontrollably. He felt as if all of his internal organs had been knocked out of place. He felt an indescribable pain. In the end, he fell to the ground and vomited blood, unable to move. Feng Xibiao wanted to stand up, but to his dismay, he found that he couldn't move at all. It was as if his whole body had fallen apart. He couldn't move at all. The blood bubbles in his mouth gurgled out. Feng Xibiao tried to speak with difficulty, but found that he could not speak at all. The audience was shocked. Behind the scenes, Feng Jianing was also shocked. However, the audience immediately burst into applause. It was really just one move. As expected, Yang Ming had insta-killed Feng Xibiao. Although this Feng Xibiao looked fierce, in fact, he was only good-looking but useless. How could he be so weak that he was defeated in just one move? He couldn't even get up? Yang Ming is mighty, insta-killed in one move. What is this? It sounds awesome, but in fact, he is a soft-footed shrimp. He was defeated in just one move. Too weak, so weak. I was worried about Yang Ming before, but it seems that I was worried for nothing. That's right, what is this? He came up with some life and death agreement to scare people. I thought he was really powerful, but it seems that he is just a liar. He dares to come out and embarrass himself with this level of skill? The audience cheered one after another. Zhao heaved a sigh of relief, while Wang Xiaoyan looked as usual, as if this was how it should be. She didn't find it strange at all. Yan, did you expect this to happen? Zhao said in surprise. I told you, you have to believe in Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan smiled. Now you see? He was defeated in one move. There was no challenge at all. In fact, Yang Ming's speed was also beyond Wang Xiaoyan's expectations. Wang Xiaoyan thought that Yang Ming could defeat Feng Xibiao, but she never thought it would be so easy and so fast. Sure enough, it seems that I still don't understand him. Zhao said with some sadness. Hee, you will understand in bed next time. Wang Xiaoyan teased. Zhao blushed and didn't answer. The conversation between the two was covered by the cheers of the audience, so no one heard it. On the other side, Zhang Ben and Chen Mengyan were also cheering. Zhang Ben patted the guy who was checking the information with his mobile phone. Bro, did you see it? My boss, Yang Ming, defeated that underground boxing king in one move. What else do you have to say? This, how is this possible? The underground boxing king is so weak. Is it just because he looks like him? Is it a coincidence? The boy felt that it was a little unbelievable. You see, you don't have the confidence of others. They always think that my boss is invincible and guaranteed to win. You see, you are still worried about this and that. Zhang Bin shook his head and said, I didn't even see how my boss attacked, and that Fan Xibiao flew out. He is too weak. Ugh. It seems that my worry is unnecessary. Yang Ming is still very powerful. The boy finally nodded and said, D*MN, it's all hype on the internet. It must be hype. This Feng Xibiao is actually a weakling. He can't fight at all. Yes, we have to believe in Yang Ming. That opponent is too weak. Zhang Ben nodded. Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia were worried about Yang Ming before, but they weren't too worried. At this time, when they saw that Yang Ming won, they were relieved and cheered with everyone. Most of the students were just happy, so they cheered. However, Chen Mengyan and others were cheering from the bottom of their hearts. Fan Jinzhe was hiding in the dormitory at the moment, watching the live broadcast. He didn't appear in the stadium because he was afraid that someone would be dissatisfied with him finding a substitute and do something extreme to him. He was going to wait for Feng Xibiao to win, then appear in the stadium. Then, he would let Yang Ming run naked and give up on Zhao. But now, his dream was completely shattered. Feng Xibiao lost, and he was knocked down by Yang Ming in one move. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Isn't Feng Xibiao the king of boxing in the underground boxing arena? Isn't he the undefeated legend of City V? How can he not even handle one move? Am I seeing things? Or is there a problem with the broadcast system? Fan Jinzhe picked up the phone and was about to call Feng Jianing to ask about it. However, before he could make the call, Feng Jianing's call came in. First. Hey, Jianing, what happened? Was Feng Xibiao knocked down by Yang Ming? Or is there a problem with the broadcast? Fan Jinzhe asked anxiously as soon as he picked up the phone. Brother Zhe, it's not good. Feng Xibiao was knocked down by Yang Ming in an instant. I didn't even see how Yang Ming punched and he flew out. Feng Jianing said nervously. F***ck. What kind of underground boxer did you find? Is he a liar? How did he get beaten up by Yang Ming in an instant? It's not so easy for him to fly out. Isn't this 2F** ket up? Xianxia was about to explode. Originally, he was full of confidence and prepared to watch Yang Ming make a fool of himself. He imagined that Feng Xibiao could kill Yang Ming with one punch. However, not only did Feng Xibiao not kill Yang Ming, he didn't even touch Yang Ming. He was sent flying by Yang Ming. The difference was so big that Xianxia couldn't accept it at once. Brother Xia, he is really a boxer from the underground boxing ring in the southern V city. There are also videos of his matches on the internet. He is indeed very powerful. He often kills his opponents with one punch. Look at the comments on many forums on the internet. They all say that this person is very powerful. Feng Jianing explained. Then what is going on today? Don't tell me that Yang Ming is more powerful than an underground boxer. Is that possible? Xianxia roared, what do we do now? Go and see if Feng Xibiao is dead. If not, let him get up and let me beat him up. Motherf *Ker, if he loses, who is going to run naked? Are you going to run or am I going to run? This? How could Feng Jianing dare to see if Feng Xibiao was okay? What are you talking about? Hurry up and solve it for me. Xianxia scolded angrily, then hung up the phone directly. Feng Jianing held the phone. He was in a dilemma. Feng Xibiao obviously couldn't get up. If he could get up, he would definitely persevere with his endurance in the underground boxing ring. In fact, although Yang Ming seriously injured Feng Xibiao, he didn't kill him. Yang Ming didn't want to kill someone in public. After all, this was a school, not an underground boxing ring. After Feng Xibiao was hit by Yang Ming, he only felt that his internal organs were displaced. He felt unspeakably uncomfortable all over his body. Several of his ribs were broken. The horror in his heart was no less than Feng Jianing and Xianxia, maybe even more. He didn't believe that Yang Ming's punch could cause him so much damage. Before this, he had always looked down on Yang Ming. It could be said that he didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes at all. Yang Ming said some funny things, but he didn't take it seriously. He thought that Yang Ming was bragging. Who didn't know how to brag? Feng Xibiao didn't believe that a freshman student could be so powerful. In fact, anyone could brag. However, in Feng Xibiao's opinion, only those newcomers would brag. A veteran boxer like him who was experienced didn't need to brag at all. He had once defeated countless bragging contestants in the ring. Every one of them fell miserably to the ground, forming a sharp contrast with their previous bragging. Feng Xibiao liked the irony brought by this contrast. Only in this way could his supreme and awesome image be highlighted. However, Yang Ming's bragging today was a bit outrageous, so Feng Xibiao still returned a few words. Of course, Feng Xibiao didn't think that he was competing with Yang Ming in bragging. He felt that what he said was the truth. Only the words of a person with strength could be counted as the truth. A college student like Yang Ming doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After watching a few boxing videos, he thinks that he is invincible just because he can defeat a few masters in the school's clubs. It's ridiculous. Doesn't he know that there is always a mountain beyond a mountain? However, after Feng Xibiao fell to the ground, he realized that he was the one who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang Ming wasn't bragging at all before. When he hit him, it was a one-hit kill. This kind of speed, this kind of power, completely overwhelmed Feng Xibiao. He didn't feel Yang Ming's punch at all, but he was already flying out. Therefore, Feng Xibiao also knew at this moment what it meant to have a mountain higher than another. Yang Ming's strength was much higher than his. Feng Xibiao had seen this kind of one-hit kill before. He had seen it before. He had experienced it before. However, it was him who killed others in an instant, not others who killed him in an instant. Feng Xibiao enjoyed the pleasure of killing the weak in an instant. Of course, this kind of great disparity in strength would bring this kind of pleasure. However, now he and his opponent were at a different angle. The one lying on the ground was him, Feng Xibiao. His opponent was the one who enjoyed the pleasure of one-hit kill. Feng Xibiao knew that Yang Ming was merciful. Otherwise, with such an absolute gap in strength, Yang Ming could definitely kill him with one punch. Therefore, Feng Xibiao didn't dare to stand up. Even if he could stand up from the ring, he didn't do so. The reason was very simple. This time, Yang Ming didn't kill him. Next time, he might not be merciful. He didn't want to die yet. He hadn't lived long enough. In the bank account, he had already deposited 7 million. He would soon have 10 million. He set a goal of 10 million before he retired. He didn't want to be killed before he retired. As for fighting back against Yang Ming, Feng Xibiao simply didn't think about it because Feng Xibiao didn't have any confidence in dealing with Yang Ming. He knew that if he stood up, he would definitely be beaten up. Yang Ming's face didn't have any expression. He walked towards Feng Xibiao and stopped beside him. He looked down at Feng Xibiao and then said faintly, "Sorry, you can't box in the future. I accidentally crippled you." "You?" Feng Xibiao was shocked after hearing Yang Ming's words. He suddenly realized that his hands were broken by Yang Ming at some point in time. In other words, the hands that he relied on to survive were crippled by Yang Ming. Even if he recovered in the future, it would be impossible for him to return to his peak state. He couldn't box. "How did you do it? How could it be so fast?" Feng Xibiao only felt pain in his chest before. He thought that he was only hit in the chest by Yang Ming and only had a few broken ribs. He ignored the pain in his hands. But at this moment, he felt the sharp pain in his hands. In other words, Yang Ming didn't just throw one punch, but 3. He actually threw 3 punches in one move, and every punch hit the target. What kind of strength did he need to do this? Fast. Too fast. Feng Xibiao couldn't believe that Yang Ming had already achieved such extraordinary speed and strength. How could a first-year student do it? But the reality happened in front of him. Feng Xibiao couldn't help but believe that everything was real. His ribs were broken, his wrist was broken, and the pain wasn't fake. "You shouldn't have come back to Songjiang City. This is your nightmare," Yang Ming said faintly. "What do you mean? How do you know that I have been to Songjiang City before?" Feng Xibiao was shocked. Even Feng Jianing and Fan Xianxia didn't know that I had been to Songjiang City before. How did this Yang Ming know? "You fought with my underling and lost." Yang Ming smiled slightly and said very brightly. "Your underling?" Feng Xibiao's face suddenly changed. He suddenly remembered Hou Zhenhan, the person who had given him a lot of damage. That was also the most complete and miserable loss for Feng Xibiao. "Hou Zhenhan, you shouldn't have forgotten this name." After Yang Ming finished speaking, he stood up, turned around and walked back to the stage. "Hou Zhenhan? Hou Zhenhan is your underling?" Feng Xibiao really couldn't believe this news, but he had to believe it because Yang Ming was indeed very powerful. He was even more powerful than Hou Zhenhan. Yang Ming knew such a secret, so he could only believe that all this was true. That time when he came to Songjiang City, he was hired by Xianxia to fight for him. This matter was very secret. Besides the parties involved, Feng Xibiao didn't believe that others would know about it. Yang Ming was just a freshman student. If he didn't really know the truth, how could he say these things? It was even more impossible to investigate in advance because no one knew that he was replacing Fan Xianxia to fight today. Before he went on the stage, he didn't inform others, so it also caused the anger of the students after he went on the stage. So it was unrealistic to say that Yang Ming investigated his background in advance. Moreover, there was no need to lie in terms of Yang Ming's strength. He had the complete strength to kill Feng Xibiao. What was the difference if Hou Zhenhan was still his underling? Thinking of this, Feng Xibiao couldn't help but feel disheartened. He even thanked Yang Ming for sparing him. Because if Yang Ming didn't show mercy, he would have been dead. Thank you for watching. Yang Ming walked to the front of the stage, picked up the microphone, and said to the students below, "I have completed a gorgeous instant kill. The opponent was too weak. I had no choice. I wanted to perform for a while, but the opponent didn't cooperate. I really envy Ultraman. He always has a group of little monsters who silently cooperate with him." Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of warm laughter under the stage. Yang Ming's words were too funny. He compared Feng Xibiao to little monsters, and Yang Ming was the Ultraman who beat the monsters. Yang Ming is mighty. It's really an instant kill. It's gorgeous. It's like the ultimate kill in the King of Fighters, instantly killing him. Nice to look at, but useless for real. Xianxia looks strong and looks scary, but in fact, he can't withstand a single blow. Yang Ming said this. You think it's because I Yuzhen Han Xianxia is. Come okay. We will help you supervise. Don't worry. We will definitely help you keep an eye on Fan Xianxia. He must run naked. The audience under the stage all volunteered to help Yang Ming supervise Fan Xianxia's naked running. Yang Ming stepped down from the stage amidst the cheers. The things that should be dealt with have been dealt with. Is it time to leave? However, before Yang Ming left, there were still a few regrets that had not been resolved. One was Suya. Yang Ming was very regretful that he couldn't see her before he left. However, Yang Ming also knew that Suya was very busy. He didn't want to distract her, so he didn't tell her. The other one was Huang Lele. Yang Ming couldn't say goodbye to her personally. If possible, before Yang Ming left, he would find a way to let Xia Bingbao arrange for Huang Lele to accompany him on his plane. It was also a short farewell. The crazy and enthusiastic audience naturally didn't know that Yang Ming was about to leave. They were still immersed in the joy of victory. They were looking forward to Yang Ming's next move. After Yang Ming left, they rushed to the stage crazily. What they had to do now was to beat up Feng Jianing, the fool. Therefore, before Feng Jianing could run out of the gymnasium, he was surrounded by countless students and was beaten up. Yang Ming went out of the gymnasium, took a deep breath, got in the car, and didn't stop. He started the car directly and drove to the villa at home. He didn't want to go anywhere. He just wanted to accompany Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun. These three people had been with him for the longest time. They lived together every day. Yang Ming was really reluctant to leave. Moreover, they didn't know the truth of the matter. They didn't know how dangerous the task they had to perform was. Sister Mingyan, do you think that Yang Ming will be unhappy if he knows that we are doing this? Zhou Jejia asked with some apprehension. That won't happen. If he blames you, you can just blame it on me. Chen Mingyan didn't care. Her relationship with Yang Ming was the most solid one. No one could change her position by Yang Ming's side, so Chen Mingyan would also take the initiative to bear the troubles of her sisters. Ai. What should we do? Zhou Jejia listened to Chen Mingyan and was relieved. Every woman of Yang Ming has the right to know, and I also have the obligation to inform them. Chen Mingyan sighed. I don't know if Lan Ling will come back tomorrow. Her phone couldn't be connected, but I sent her a text message. Lan Ling. What kind of girl is she? Will she get along well with us in the future? Zhou Jejia heard this name and asked with some concern. She and Lin Jiyun had only heard this name, but they had never really met, let alone get along with each other. She should be a girl who isn't very scheming. She should be easy to get along with. Chen Mingyan sighed. In fact, she had never met Lan Ling face to face, nor had she talked to Lan Ling. Chen Mingyan's understanding of Lan Ling came entirely from Yang Ming. Yang Ming once said that Lan Ling found the receipt of Yang Ming shopping with her in the supermarket, but Lan Ling didn't say anything. It could be seen that Lan Ling wasn't a girl who liked to be jealous. As long as she didn't fight, and didn't use the reason that she was the woman who had sex with Yang Ming as the reason for her arrogance, Chen Mingyan believed that she could still get along well with her. Even if she used this reason, it didn't matter. Who was Lan Ling? Lin Jiyun was Yang Ming's first woman. I have Sister Lin on my side. I don't believe that I can't win against Lan Ling. Of course, this was only the worst-case scenario. In fact, Chen Mingyan still hoped to get along well with Lan Ling. Lan Ling was Yang Ming's woman. This was an indisputable fact that couldn't be changed. Since Chen Mingyan couldn't change it, then she had to handle the relationship between the two of them well. This was the best result. This text message to Lan Ling was also a signal from Chen Mingyan to Lan Ling. Chen Mingyan didn't want Yang Ming to leave with regrets, so she took the initiative to invite a few of Yang Ming's women that she knew. That's good. With one more person, it's more convenient for the four of us to play anything. Zhou Jie nodded. Whether it's playing poker or mahjong, it's not very convenient with 3 people. We can only play do diju. Lin Jiyun was the most indecisive. She supported Chen Mingyan's decision. She wouldn't put forward her own opinion. Now that I think about it, Yang Ming should be home by now. Will he be surprised? Chen Mingyan looked at her watch and said, "Sisters, we are going to be alone tonight. How can we be happy?" Zhou Jie was a little speechless. It's good enough that Yang Ming doesn't blame us. What's there to be happy about? I'm just saying it casually. Do you have to be sad? Chen Mingyan smiled. There will be such a day sooner or later. She will come back sooner or later and replace my position. I have already thought it through. No way? Zhou Jie shook her head. She's not that kind of person. Actually, it's just that I'm too tired of being your older sister. I really hope that I have a sister. Chen Mingyan comforted herself with self-mockery. Let's go. It's noon. Let's go eat something? Zhou Jie and Lin Jiyun also smiled bitterly. They felt Chen Mingyan's loneliness and followed her out of the stadium. Yang Ming returned to the villa. As he was about to open the door with the key, he suddenly became alert. Someone came back to the villa? However, when Yang Ming came back, he glanced at the audience. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jie, and Lin Jiyun were still sitting in the stands. They didn't get up and leave. Chen Mingyan's car obviously didn't show any signs of coming back. Then, who came back? The reason why Yang Ming noticed that someone had returned to the villa was because he left with Meng Yao, Zhou Jie, and Lin Jiyun this morning. Although they didn't drive the same car, it was Yang Ming who locked the villa door last. The villa's door was clearly locked from the inside, but now, only one door was locked. Did Chen Mingyan and the others come back to get their things after that? Indeed, after Yang Ming arrived at school, he was separated from Chen Mingyan and the others. Yang Ming was a contestant today, so he had to prepare in advance, so he went to the stadium first. As for Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jie, it was more than an hour later when they entered the stadium. It was possible that they had returned home. However, under normal circumstances, the 3 of them were very cautious. There wouldn't be a situation where they didn't lock the door. Yang Ming subconsciously used his special ability to look inside through the door of the villa. At first glance, he was suddenly stunned. A super beautiful girl was sitting on the sofa in the living room at the moment. She was panting, covering her mouth with both hands, and looking at the TV with a red face. The content on the TV made Yang Ming feel very ashamed. It was actually a video of himself, Zhou Jie, Chen Mingyan, and Lin Jiyun. However, Yang Ming didn't directly break in to stop it, because she could appear in the villa at this moment and watch such a video. He was afraid that Chen Mingyan must have acquiesced or even deliberately arranged it. Thinking of Chen Mingyan's good intentions, Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. Suya received a call from Chen Mingyan last night. The relationship between the 2 people was actually very close and private. In addition to being Suya's fan, Chen Mingyan also had a tacit relationship between the 2. Chen Mingyan wanted to work hard to have a good relationship with Suya, and didn't Suya have the same idea? Therefore, this time, Chen Mingyan didn't hide it and told Suya that Yang Ming was going to Yunnan to perform a mission. Chen Mingyan knew that Yang Ming must have hidden this matter from Suya, but Chen Mingyan felt that Suya was also Yang Ming's woman, and she was his first girlfriend. She naturally had the right to know about this matter. If after Yang Ming left, Suya only found out that Yang Ming had left, then she would definitely blame her good sister for not reporting it. Therefore, Chen Mingyao told Suya the truth that Yang Ming was going to Yunnan. After Suya was shocked, she was deeply worried. She also decided that she must see Yang Ming before Yang Ming left. After Suya learned of this news, she cancelled all the activities in her hands and quietly took a plane to Songjiang City alone. At this moment, Suya looked very different from the big star. She was completely different, so she wasn't afraid that someone could recognize her. Although Suya had already told her secret to Chen Mingyan on the phone, and Chen Mingyan had also seen the photo of Suya's real appearance in Yang Ming's hands, she was still shocked by Suya when she went to pick up Suya today. A girl could be so cute and beautiful. She was just like a fantasy heroine in a comic. She had big eyes and white skin. She was completely like a small porcelain doll. Chen Mingyan was very envious, but it was only temporary because Chen Mingyan actually didn't lose to Suya. It was just that they had two kinds of beauty. The women around Yang Ming each had their own merits, and Yang Ming was also lucky. All of his girlfriends were superb beauties. At the moment when Zhou Jie and Suya met, both of them smiled. The gap between them no longer existed. The two of them were like friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. They held hands happily. After picking up Suya, Chen Mingyan sent her to the villa at home. Zhou Jie connected the video of that day to the TV and told Suya how to operate the player. Then, she left the villa with Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun because they wanted to watch the challenge between Yang Ming and Fan Xianxia. After Chen Mingyan left, Suya didn't rush to touch the video. She was still somewhat embarrassed. Although she was already close to Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jie, and Lin Jiyun in private, and she had already established a relationship with Yang Ming, so it was reasonable to watch their video. But Suya was also a girl who was inexperienced. She would always be shy. Although she was curious, she couldn't watch it directly. Suya first looked at the entire villa with envy. She looked at Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jie, and Lin Jiyun's rooms. Then, she looked at the photo wall hanging in the living room. She could imagine the happy times Yang Ming and the three of them in the villa. Suya also wanted to be one of the three of them. She wanted to live happily with Yang Ming in the villa like them. How happy would that be? However, Yang Ming was going to leave soon. He was going to Yunnan to perform a mission. Suya suddenly regretted it. Why did I care so much about my career? Why did I care so much about the feelings of the fans? Why did I sacrifice my love for my career? Sacrificing the opportunity to be happy with Yang Ming? If I quit the music industry early and live here with Yang Ming in seclusion, wouldn't that be a happy and comfortable life? Suya really regretted it, but it was useless to regret. Everything couldn't be redone. She could only cherish the opportunity in front of her. After visiting the villa and looking at the photo wall, Suya had nothing to do, so she sat on the sofa and remembered Zhou Jie's hint. Previously, Zhou Jie promised on the phone that she would take a video of her first time and share it with her. Suya was actually very interested in seeing it, but because she was a girl, she was a little shy. However, thinking that Yang Ming would be back for a while, Suya closed the curtains like a thief. Then, she quietly turned on the TV, connected the player that Zhou Jie gave her, and pressed the play button. The first part was a video of Zhou Jie and herself on the phone, but then, Yang Ming came in. Suya's face also blushed. Although she could be regarded as Yang Ming's first girlfriend, in fact, the most extreme thing that she and Yang Ming had done so far was nothing more than kissing. It had not developed to the last step. This made Suya look forward to it, but she was also very shy. She wanted to see what Zhou Jie's first time was like, so that she could learn from it, but she was ashamed. However, the male and female protagonists on the TV screen, one was her man, and the other was her good sister. Suya could still accept it. Otherwise, if she watched a strange video directly, Suya would be more embarrassed. However, acquaintances were acquaintances, but Suya had a very exciting feeling. After all, the more familiar they were with each other, the more excited Suya would be when she saw their privacy. Suya actually knew that this was Chen Mingyan's effort to integrate her into their small group, and this video was the same. If you look at her, you can't stop her from looking at you in the future, right? Although Suya was a little shy, she wasn't stupid. When she turned on the player, she had already made a decision. In the future, she would really integrate into the lives of Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jie. From this moment onwards, they had become true sisters. However, it was just Zhou Jie's video. After that, there was actually Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. This caused Suya to have the urge to blush even more. Could the three of them be together? Then, would he become the fourth in the future? How absurd. Could he really do it? Suya covered her mouth to prevent herself from being surprised. She looked at the TV screen and instantly had a feeling of boiling blood and blushing. As a result, Suya, who was in a panic, didn't even notice that Yang Ming had come back to open the door. Yang Ming didn't know whether to go in or not. After all, Suya was doing something very embarrassing now. Although she was also his woman, their relationship hadn't reached this point. If Yang Ming broke in, it would inevitably cause some embarrassment and psychological distress to Suya. Therefore, after Yang Ming smiled bitterly, he still waited at the door of the villa. He waited for Suya to finish watching the video, then Yang Ming was ready to go in. Now, he decided to wait for a while first. However, as Yang Ming was thinking, Suya's mobile phone rang. Suya, who was watching TV, was shocked by the sudden ringtone of the mobile phone. She quickly picked up the mobile phone and glanced at it. When she saw that it was Chen Mengyan, she quickly paused the video on the TV and picked up the phone. "Hello? Mengyan? What's wrong?" Suya asked softly with a guilty conscience. "Yang Ming is going back. He may be here soon. You should prepare yourself." Chen Mengyan also suddenly remembered. Is Suya watching the video? Although according to the time, Suya should be able to finish watching the video before Yang Ming goes back, what if Suya didn't watch it immediately after Yang Ming left? Wouldn't she be unable to finish watching it? What if Yang Ming went back and caught her watching the video? How embarrassing would that be? Therefore, Chen Mengyan decided to call Suya in advance to let her be prepared. She didn't want everyone to feel embarrassed when Yang Ming went back. "Ah? Yang Ming is coming back? Okay, I got it." Suya was so scared that she jumped up from the sofa. She quickly ran to the TV and unplugged the power of the TV and player. Then, she said to the phone, "Thank you, Mengyan. Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing later." "No way? You haven't finished watching it yet?" Chen Mengyan asked with some embarrassment. After all, she was also in the video. I didn't watch it before. I watched it later," Suya said with some embarrassment. "Okay, then I'm hanging up. Yang Ming may be here soon," Chen Mengyan said and hung up the phone. Suya turned off the TV and tried to take a deep breath to calm her emotions. However, the more anxious she was to calm her emotions, the more anxious she was. Her face was red like a big apple. Suya's skin was white, so after her face was red, it was particularly obvious. It could be seen at a glance. Yang Ming found Suya's behavior funny. She was like a little thief. It was quite cute. However, Yang Ming didn't expose it. He acted like he didn't know anything. He opened the door of the villa with the key and walked in with a normal expression. As he walked, he said, "Eh? I remember that I locked the door in the morning. Could it be that Mengyan and the others came back first?" Suya was shocked when she heard the sound of the door opening. She secretly thought that she was lucky. If she was one step later, she would definitely be caught by Yang Ming. She wouldn't even have the time to turn off the TV. Thinking of this, Suya thanked Chen Mengyan in her heart. This call was really timely. Suya tried hard to make herself look normal. However, she just turned off the TV. How could she calm down just like that? "Suya?" Yang Ming looked at the beauty on the sofa in shock. He was so surprised that his eyes widened and his mouth dropped. It was undeniable that Yang Ming's acting was very good. Even Suya, who was a big star, was fooled by him. She thought that Yang Ming really just came back and was so shocked after seeing her. In fact, Suya didn't dare to look directly at Yang Ming. She was already blushing, and her eyes were still a little blurred. So, she was also a little evasive when she looked at Yang Ming. "Yang Ming." Suya called Yang Ming's name softly. She couldn't restrain the longing in her heart. She stood up and ran to Yang Ming. She threw herself into Yang Ming's arms. Yang Ming also opened his arms and hugged Suya. The longing for Suya in his heart was also vented at this moment. For a long time, Yang Ming had kept his longing for Suya in his heart. Yang Ming didn't say it, but it didn't mean that he didn't miss Suya. Suya's photo was still kept at Yang Ming's bedside. Chen Mengyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun also acquiesced to Yang Ming's move. After all, Suya couldn't accompany Yang Ming every day. But her photo was placed at Yang Ming's bedside. What else could they be jealous of? The last time Yang Ming and Suya met was in Europe. After that, he didn't see Suya again. However, Yang Ming knew that although the two people didn't meet again, their hearts were tightly connected. If Yang Ming didn't know what Suya was doing before, at this moment, Suya's face was flushed. Yang Ming would definitely think that Suya was excited because she was about to see him. However, Yang Ming, who knew the truth, felt that it was somewhat funny and funny. "Why are you back?" Yang Ming pretended not to know and asked. "First, can you kiss me first?" Suya and Yang Ming kissed when they were in Macau. She missed that taste very much. Especially after watching so many provocative videos, Suya's inner desire had been aroused. She was just trying to restrain it. Now, she was hugged by Yang Ming. Naturally, she remembered the scene she saw before. Her breathing became a little faster. Yang Ming gently hugged Suya and lowered his head to kiss her lips. In fact, Yang Ming also missed this feeling. This feeling was very reassuring and warm. It was as if the two people were supposed to kiss each other. Who? After a long time, the two reluctantly separated. Suya's face was redder, and her eyes were blurred as she looked at Yang Ming. "Chen Mengyan said that you are leaving, right?" N. Yang Ming nodded. Suya had returned to Songjiang to find him. There was no point in hiding it from her. "I am going to Yunnan to perform a special mission. Why don't you tell me? Do you not treat me as your woman?" Suya pouted. She was a little unhappy and looked at Yang Ming with resentment. "I was afraid that you would be worried." Yang Ming smiled. "Your career is very busy. I was afraid that if I told you, you wouldn't be able to accept it in a short time." "Why? Can Chen Mengyan and the others know?" Suya looked at Yang Ming unconvinced. "You are different from them. You have not been with me all the time. If I leave like this, I am afraid that you won't be able to accept it. However, Chen Mengyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun are with me all the time." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "Now, do you have the urge to not let me go?" "Yes, but I know that you will definitely leave." Suya sighed. "I have some regrets. I regret that I didn't give up my career and return to Songjiang City with you to live a happy life. I am now envious of Chen Mengyan, Jiejia, and Sister Lin." Heh. Yang Ming didn't expect Suya to call Lin Jiyun as Sister Lin. It seemed that her communication with Chen Mengyan and the others was still very frequent. She actually knew the name of Sister Lin. "I will come back. Wait for me." I will wait for you. I have been waiting for you in the past few years. Hee, now it's just a few more years. So what? Suya smiled and shook her head. "But, I want to give myself to you before you leave. Can you promise me?" This. Yang Ming didn't expect Suya to make this request at this moment. It seemed that Zhou Jiejia's previous video touched Suya's heart. In fact, Suya didn't watch the video. This time when she came back, she had the same idea. She didn't want to let herself have any regrets in this life. Yang Ming left and came back after such a long time. Suya wanted to have a beautiful memory so that when she missed Yang Ming in the future, she could think about what she once had. "You don't want to?" Suya saw Yang Ming hesitate, and she was a little disappointed. "No, I was thinking that it's already noon. Should we go out and eat something first? Even if we do the things we love to do, we have to wait until we are full and come back at night, right?" Yang Ming smiled. After Suya listened to Yang Ming's words, she nodded happily. Her eyes smiled like a crescent moon. "Let's go. Let's go to the entrance of Red Flag High School to eat snacks, okay?" "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming also remembered that he and Suya often ate some snacks at the entrance of Red Flag High School and drank some fruit tea. He didn't know how many snacks from the past were left now. Yang Ming didn't know, and Suya didn't know, so both of them were very curious. They wanted to relive the feeling of the past and eat the snacks at the entrance of the school. "When you go out like this, don't you need to wear makeup and sunglasses?" Yang Ming asked this sentence, then he shook his head and laughed. "I have become the original appearance. Who will recognize me?" Suya also laughed. "Didn't I subconsciously think that you are still a big star?" Yang Ming shook his head. He really neglected that Suya also knew how to disguise herself. Yang Ming and Suya left the villa hand in hand. This time, Yang Ming locked the door of the villa. Get in the car. Yang Ming held Suya's hand and let her sit in the front passenger seat of the car. Then, he got in the car, started the car, and drove in the direction of Red Flag High School. Yang Ming hadn't come to Red Flag High School for a while, and Uncle Ma, who guarded the entrance of Red Flag High School, was not there. Where was he now? How is Lan Ling now? It was really strange to think about the fate of life. Uncle Ma Xiaoyao, who guarded the entrance of Red Flag High School, was actually Lan Ling's grandfather. Furthermore, he had actually saved her life once by a freak combination of circumstances. Is he okay now? Yang Ming sighed a little. I don't know if they have found a way to deal with Elder Yu. This time, Yang Ming hadn't informed Lan Ling about going to Yunnan. I don't know if I can find Lan Ling after going there. Did they think of a way to deal with Elder Yu? To be honest, Yang Ming actually wanted to cooperate with Lan Ling, but he was also afraid of implicating Lan Ling. After all, Elder Yu's current strength was unfathomable. Would his action this time destroy the original plan of Lan Ling's family? Along the way, Yang Ming looked at the familiar scene and couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Yang Ming? Suya saw that Yang Ming was absent-minded while driving. She was afraid that he would have an accident, so she quickly stopped him. An? Yang Ming was shocked and quickly stopped the car by the roadside. Fortunately, it was school time, and no one was wandering around the school gate. Yang Ming was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. Yang Ming hadn't been absent-minded for a long time. All along, his vigilance as an assassin kept him calm and sober at all times, but today, it was the first time he was absent-minded. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Have I become sad? It should be because I'm leaving Songjiang City, and I'm thinking of some things in the past, so I'm so absent-minded. I can actually be absent-minded while driving. You're absent-minded. Don't do this in the future. How dangerous is it when you're driving? Suya picked up a bottle of vitamin drink in the car, opened it, and handed it to Yang Ming. Are you tired? Drink a few sips and take a break? Suya thought that Yang Ming had just fought with the underground boxing champion, so he should be tired. No, I just thought of some things in the past. Yang Ming took the drink and took a sip, but he suddenly found that this scene seemed to be very familiar. It was also in this familiar background, familiar place, familiar people. But at that time, he drank fruit tea juice, a very common Songjiang City specialty drink. It was rarely sold now, and now these well-packaged drinks were not as good as before. It's not as good as fruit tea juice. Yang Ming smiled. When you just gave me a drink, it reminded me of when I was in junior high school. You often handed me drinks that you couldn't drink. How was it that I couldn't drink at that time? I was afraid that you didn't have enough to drink, and I didn't have the money to buy it. Suya didn't hold back and told him the truth. The two of them were reunited, and with their current relationship, there was nothing that couldn't be said. Yeah, my family was very poor at that time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been scolded by Uncle Su. Yang Ming shrugged in self-mockery. If he knows that you have so many girlfriends now, and his daughter's number one, don't you think he will scold you? Suya glared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled bitterly after listening to Suya's words. It turned out that Suya was also jealous. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. You're number one. No one can change that. Really? Suya was a little happy after hearing Yang Ming's words. Really? Yang Ming nodded. Well, it's good that you have this intention, but I don't want to compete with Chen Mingyan. She is different from me. She is by your side. In fact, it is more difficult for her to coordinate the relationship between me, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun. Suya sighed. And these things, I can't do it. Yang Ming sighed and held Suya's hand. Then, he said, let's go for a walk. Okay. Suya was smart and didn't mention the previous topic. That topic only needed to be mentioned once to confirm Yang Ming's intention. It didn't need to be repeated. Yang Ming and Suya got off the car. Yang Ming locked the car and took Suya to the side of the school, a beverage shop that they used to frequent. Many years ago, the beverage shop had become a fashionable water bar. The old and rustic decorations had been refurbished and became very beautiful and shiny. Yang Ming felt a little uncomfortable. Although the decoration had become luxurious, it didn't have the taste of the previous school days. The kind of solid wood table with paint peeling off, the polished chair that was shining, and the bar that was simple but clean were all things that Yang Ming and Suya missed in their memories. Here, it seems to have changed. The table that we used to sit at has now become a swing? Suya entered the water bar and looked carefully for a long time before she distinguished the position that she used to sit at. Yeah, then let's sit on the couple's swing, said Yang Ming. Although the couple's swing seemed to be more high-end than before, it didn't have the charm of the previous. For current students, it might be more romantic, but for Yang Ming and Suya, they couldn't find the previous memories. Welcome. The waiter didn't expect that someone would come to drink at this time. The beverage shop near the school generally had more customers at noon and evening after school, but now it was only 11 o'clock in the morning. The school would only end at 12 o'clock. The waiter had already been replaced by someone he didn't know. Yang Ming took the order and looked at it. Now Yang Ming didn't have much interest in those beautiful drinks. He turned to the last page, but he didn't see what he liked to drink. But on the last page, he saw the name fruit tea. However, the price wasn't cheap. In the past, it was only 1 yuan or 2 yuan, but now it was 30 yuan per cup. You still have fruit tea here? Yang Ming was a little surprised. This kind of thing had disappeared in Songjiang City for a long time, right? Yes, this was added by the boss a while ago. Because there are always some students who have drunk the fruit tea here before. Now that they have started working here, they want to reminisce about the past and drink the fruit tea that they used to drink before. Therefore, the boss added this drink. The waiter explained, but now students don't like to drink it, and few people order it. So if the customer needs it, it can only be made on the spot. The cost is relatively high, so the price is more expensive. Oh, give me 2 cups of this fruit tea. Yang Ming had no concept of money. He didn't feel much about the 30 yuan for a cup of fruit tea. He came here mainly for nostalgia, and many people who came here to drink fruit tea should have the same idea. They wouldn't care about the 30 yuan. The owner of this beverage shop obviously seized this business opportunity and launched this kind of fruit tea. Although it wasn't very popular, it made a profit by selling 1 cup. Okay. The waiter wasn't too surprised. After all, Yang Ming wasn't the first person who came here to order fruit tea. Previously, there were many men and women in their 20s who came here to drink. The waiter felt a little strange seeing someone drink such an expensive drink for the first time, but it wasn't strange after a long time. Soon, the fruit tea was served. As for the waiter's so-called hard to get, it was probably an excuse. Yang Ming was too lazy to pursue these trivial matters. He handed a cup to Suya. Try it and see if the taste has changed. Suya took the fruit tea cup, which was very different from the previous fruit tea cup. In the past, the fruit tea cups were the kind of glass cups that could be used multiple times. The best one was just a transparent plastic cup, but now it had been replaced with beautiful paper cups with the bar's logo and so on. It was much more high-end than before. When the waiter saw that someone had come, he turned on the sound system in the bar. In an instant, the whole bar was filled with a very melodious song. Even, you and I will stay together for 100 years. If one of us dies at 97, we will wait for 3 years on the bridge of helplessness. Side by side, in harmony between heaven and earth, Mengpa Zhuang suffered for 3 years, simple tea and plain food are more delicious. A bridge, a soul, walking and stopping for 3 years. Too happy, too dependent, yearning for each other, not envious of immortals. 3 life stone, 3 generations of fate, reincarnation hall. This was Shuya's song, 3 life stone. Oh, it's your song. Yang Ming smiled and looked in the direction of the sound system. Suya nodded. I'm singing for you. In each of my albums, there will be a song dedicated to you. From the first album to now, my heart has not changed. Yang Ming was suddenly moved. Suya had never forgotten him over the years, but what did he do? There were so many girls around him. Although some were due to a combination of circumstances, he was very sorry for Suya. What are you thinking about? Suya saw that Yang Ming was a little lost for a moment, so she asked. I'm sorry. Yang Ming said. What's sorry? What do you mean? Suya was stunned. Nothing. Yang Ming smiled. You are so strange. You say such strange words. Suya shook her head and hummed along with the song in the sound system. There was no one else in the shop, so Suya's voice was a little louder. As she sang, she was a little carried away, and her voice became louder. The waiter in the shop looked at Suya in surprise. This voice is exactly the same as the original voice? Someone actually imitated Xia's song so well? Miss, this song of yours is really too good. You really look exactly like the big celebrity, Xia. The waiter didn't expect that the person in front of him was the big celebrity, Xia. It was just that the two of them were very different in appearance. Although they were both very beautiful, their beauty was completely different. When the song ended, the waiter came over and said with admiration. Really? Thank you. Suya returned to her senses and smiled. At the waiter. Naturally, she would not admit that she was Xia. Others also say that my voice is very similar to Xia's. Yes, yes. Even your voice is so similar. It's exactly the same as Xia's concert. The waiter nodded excitedly. Miss, you're amazing. If you participate in the imitation show, you'll definitely get good results. Hee, when I have no work to do, I will consider joining. Suya smiled. Are you a fan of Xia? Yeah. The waiter nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm a fan of Xia. Not only me, but other people in our shop also like Xia. Now, the students also like Xia. Our shop only plays Xia's songs. I also like her very much. Yang Ming smiled and interrupted. I'm a male fan of Xia. My dream is to marry Xia and bring her home as my wife. Then, give birth to a little Xia for me. Sir, you can't do this. Your girlfriend is still sitting here, and you dare to say this? The waiter was a little surprised by Yang Ming's boldness. Although your idea is difficult to achieve, if I were your girlfriend, I would definitely be angry. Then, my wife, are you angry? Yang Ming smiled and asked Suya. Humph. Suya glared at Yang Ming. Does he still need to dream? Obviously, I have already married her. Do I need to give birth to a little Suya? Well, we can do it at night. However, Suya couldn't say this to the waiter. She just said, so, he found me who sings similar to Xia. Yeah, I think this gentleman is just not satisfied. Miss, you look as beautiful as Xia, and you sing so well. Whoever marries you will be very happy. The waiter nodded and said, right, miss, can you give me an autograph? Okay, but I'm very good at imitating Xia's signature. It's enough to pass off as the real thing. Suya smiled. That's fine too. I still don't have Xia's autograph. You can sign one for me. I can show off to others. The waiter took a book and came to Suya. He handed it to Suya and said, sorry to trouble you. Suya took the book and signed her name on it skillfully. The waiter's eyes were shining. Wow, it's really similar to the signature of the big star, Xia. Thank you. It's nothing. Suya shook her head. Yang Ming found it funny. If this waiter knew that the person in front of him was really the big star, Xia, what kind of mood would he have? After the waiter left, Yang Ming and Suya looked at each other and smiled. It is said that you want to marry Xia as your wife? Is that so? Suya asked deliberately with a straight face. A little, but if it's Suya, it's fine too. I'll just barely take her place. Yang Ming said with a bitter face. Humph, then do you want to go to bed with Xia? Suya asked in a low voice. Yes, I think it's not only me. A lot of people want to, right? Yang Ming smiled. They wish. Suya glared at Yang Ming. Don't say such disgusting words. Tell me, do you want to? Yes. Yang Ming nodded. That's more like it. Then I will fulfill your wish tonight and let you go to bed with the big star. Suya smiled naughtily. She decided to restore the appearance of the big star Xianxia at night. This should be very exciting, right? Ugh. Yang Ming felt that Suya's proposal was indeed very exciting, but Yang Ming would rather choose Suya for the first time, so he said, Suya, the big star. Let's wait for Suya to get tired of it. You dare to get tired of it? Suya was so angry that she kicked Yang Ming under the table. I will kick you to death. I'm just kidding, right? How can I get tired of it? But you are quite good. One person can be two people. I have another wife. Yang Ming said. You're not serious. Suya put down the fruit teacup in her hand. Where are we going now? How about going to the university and then going to the beach? I just heard your song about the 3-life stone. I remembered the 3-life stone that we engraved our names on at the beach. Yang Ming said. Okay. Suya nodded. She completely listened to Yang Ming's arrangement, and Yang Ming's proposal was also very attractive to her. Yang Ming found the waiter and paid the bill. Then, he and Suya left the beverage store and walked in the direction of Red Flag High School. At this time, Red Flag High School had already ended its classes, and the students were pouring out of the campus. Yang Ming and Suya stood at the entrance of the campus hand in hand. Looking at the young faces, they thought of the past. Time flies so fast. In a blink of an eye, we have all grown up. Suya said with some emotion, at that time, were the two of us considered puppy love? I don't know. If there was no Wu Qiren, we should only be considered as relatively good classmates, right? When he appeared, it made us understand each other's feelings. Yang Ming smiled. So, should we thank him? Suya asked with a smile. That's not it. If there was no him, there wouldn't be so many things in the future. Yang Ming shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. Let's go into the school and take a look. Yang Ming held Suya's hand and entered the school together. Among the students, many people were attracted by the handsome man and beautiful woman, Yang Ming and Suya. It had to be said that the children's thoughts were now maturing in advance with the more and more large-scale plots in the TV series. Wow, who are these two people? Why haven't I seen them before? Could it be a new teacher? The man is so handsome and stylish. Damn, what kind of eyes are you looking at? You are a love-struck fool. Nowadays, sunny men like me are popular. I think the woman is so beautiful. The students discussed in private, but Yang Ming also laughed it off. The two of them walked to the flower bed at the edge of the sports field as if no one else was around and sat down. In the entire sports field, only this flower bed was the same flower bed as before. There were no other things that were the same as before. Do you remember when we used to sit here on summer afternoons? Yang Ming looked up at the few students on the field and asked leisurely. Of course I remember. You told me that you would take me around the world in the future. You haven't fulfilled your promise yet. Suya also looked at the sky with a smile and said. I will. When I come back from this mission, I will take you there. Only you. Yang Ming nodded and said solemnly. I'm the only one? Forget it, I don't want to be scolded by Chen Mingyan. Besides, there is still Jejia and Sister Lin. If you want to go, you can go together. Otherwise, you can't go at all. Suya said. Let's go together. That's what I want, but I'm afraid you won't be happy. Yang Ming naturally hoped for this result in his heart. Otherwise, if he only took Suya out, what would Chen Mingyan think? At this time, a middle-aged woman with glasses happened to pass by. When she saw Yang Ming and Suya, she was obviously stunned. At this time, Yang Ming was also obviously stunned. This woman was very familiar. He seemed to have seen her somewhere before. The association happened to be on campus. Yang Ming immediately thought of the woman's identity. She was his former subject teacher, Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang taught music. At that time, Suya sang very well, so Teacher Wang took care of Suya. She also knew about the relationship between Yang Ming and Suya, but she didn't use this relationship. Overall, she was a good teacher. Suya was also a little surprised at this time. She also recognized Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang. Suya and Yang Ming stood up from the flower bed together and looked at the middle-aged woman. Teacher Wang was just going to the cafeteria. When she passed by, she saw Yang Ming and Suya. The two of them obviously didn't look like students. Teacher Wang thought they were outsiders, so she paid attention to them. She didn't expect the two of them to look very familiar. You are. Teacher Wang obviously didn't have a deep impression of Suya and Yang Ming. After all, the two of them had changed their appearance. They were much more mature than before. Teacher Wang, I am Yang Ming. This is my girlfriend, Suya. Yang Ming said with a smile, we were all your students. Do you remember? Ah. Yang Ming, Suya. When Teacher Wang heard these two names, she suddenly remembered who the two of them were. Wasn't it the puppy love incident that once caused a lot of commotion in the school? At that time, Teacher Wang still felt some regret. She had looked for Wu Qiren because of this. However, Teacher Wang was a subject teacher. Naturally, she didn't have the authority of a head teacher. She spoke to Suya and Yang Ming, but it didn't have any effect. Yang Ming was still given a demerit, and Suya transferred to another school. In fact, looking at Yang Ming and Suya from the current perspective, the two of them were actually nothing. With the progress of time, people's thoughts were more open. Now, many students also had the tendency of puppy love. However, as long as they were guided correctly, it wouldn't affect their studies, and they didn't do anything stupid, then the teacher wouldn't interfere too much. Hehe, Teacher Wang, we are just revisiting the old place and reminiscing about the past. Yang Ming said with a smile. I remember you guys. I didn't expect that you guys would come together in the end. I'm really happy for you guys. Teacher Wang said sincerely. Yeah, I remember that Teacher Wang took care of me and Suya very much at that time. Yang Ming said. I remember that Suya, this little girl, sang very well. If she developed well, she also had the potential to be a star. Especially now, it seems that her appearance isn't worse than those A-list stars. Teacher Wang said with some regret. Hehe, I actually work in a music-related industry. Suya couldn't say her identity clearly, so she could only say it vaguely. Okay, you guys continue. I'm going to the cafeteria. Right, your class teacher, Wu Qiren, is in prison. Teacher Wang said until here and couldn't help but shake his head. Evil people really have evil retribution. If Wu Qiren wasn't so stubborn and did some bad things, he wouldn't have today's end. Wu Qiren's punishment of Yang Ming and Suya was just one of the bad things he did. Teacher Wang also heard a lot of other bad things. We know. Yang Ming nodded. Then, Teacher Wang, take care. After sending Teacher Wang away, Yang Ming and Suya walked out of the campus together. They got into the car at the entrance and drove in the direction of the seaside. The weather of early spring was still very cold at the moment. At the moment, there weren't many people on the seaside, only a few couples passing by. The sea breeze was still so cold. After the two people got out of the car, they couldn't help but shiver. It's so cold. Suya said subconsciously. N, put on the clothes? Yang Ming took off his clothes and turned around to put it on Suya. It's not necessary. You don't wear much. Don't catch a cold. Suya shook her head and wanted to refuse. Yang Ming put the coat on Suya without any explanation. Hehe, I am in good health. It doesn't matter. Suya thought about it and didn't refuse this time. She put the coat on her body. Let's find the Xianxia stone that was engraved in the past, okay? Is it still here? Yes, it's not far ahead. Yang Ming nodded and pointed to the front. Well, now, you can tell me about you going to Yunnan, right? What is going on? Asked Suya. You don't know? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Didn't Chen Mengyan and the others tell you? No, they didn't say it in detail. I hope you can tell me personally. Suya said, I didn't ask them in detail. They said that you are going to perform a mission for a long time. Heh, right? Yang Ming shrugged. Is there a different version for me? Asked Suya. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He looked at Suya and was a little surprised. What did you say? I know you. Suya smiled. In fact, they don't know you as well as I do. What do you mean? Yang Ming was shocked. In fact, Chen Mengyan told me about the mission you are going to perform. She also repeated your words to me. But I think your mission is not more complicated, but more dangerous. Your so-called 10 or 20 years is to pave the way for you to not come back. Am I right? Suya suddenly turned to look at Yang Ming. How do you know? Yang Ming looked at Suya blankly. I know your character. You are a person who means what you say. You used to be like this, but this time, you are evasive, but it is more from my intuition. Suya shrugged and said, the reason why I insisted on coming back this time was because I guessed some of the reasons. Okay. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. You guessed right. Your intuition is very sharp. Yang Ming didn't want to lie in front of Suya. Since Suya had already guessed it, Yang Ming no longer hid it, but said, indeed, this mission is very dangerous. How dangerous? Asked Suya. Is it as dangerous as the time you saved me? That time, was it dangerous? Yang Ming scratched his head and laughed dryly. That was his first mission. At that time, it seemed very dangerous, but now that he looked back, there was no danger at all. It seems that it must be very dangerous? Suya sighed. From Yang Ming's expression, the previous things were not dangerous at all. Suya could imagine how dangerous it was. This time. Yeah, I don't have much confidence, but you can rest assured. I will definitely not be stupid and do something that I know is impossible. If it doesn't work, I will run. Even if I can't beat them, can't I run? Yang Ming smiled and comforted her. I don't want to be a widow in the future. You have to remember what you just said. Suya nodded and emphasized to Yang Ming. Okay, of course, I remember. Yang Ming nodded. Not only you, but I carry too many people's expectations. I can't let them down. Yeah, you have so many women. Suya smiled. Hey? Is that the Sancheng stone that we saw? Yang Ming was a little surprised by Suya's reaction at the moment. She just asked a few questions casually, then she no longer asked about his mission. Instead, she changed the topic to something else. I don't know if Suya has already thought it through, or she deliberately pretended to be very relaxed. But no matter what the real reason was, Suya's attitude was also what Yang Ming was happy to see. Otherwise, if Suya really asked him to stay, Yang Ming really didn't know what to do. In fact, Suya knew that no matter what she said, she couldn't change this fact. The former was going to Yunnan, and it had become an established fact. She couldn't change it, and she couldn't change it. Therefore, instead of making some unnecessary prayers, it was better to make herself happier. Suya quickly ran to the side of a boulder, and then carefully looked for it on the boulder. On this stone tablet, there were already countless names, big and small, densely packed. Suya looked for her and Yang Ming's names on it based on her impression. However, the last time the name was engraved was too long ago, so Suya couldn't remember where it was engraved. She had to accept all of him, right? Including his past and the past. Yang Ming also came to the front of the stone tablet with Suya, but Yang Ming's eyes were sharp. He suddenly found his and Suya's names among the countless names. Although the traces were very faint, it could still be seen clearly if one looked carefully. It's here. Yang Ming pointed to the names on the stone tablet and said. Yeah, it's really here. Suya exclaimed in surprise, hey? And what about Mingyan's name? Oh. Mingyan and I came here once, and then we added her name on it. Yang Ming explained. Mingyan is kind enough. She knows first come, first served. She didn't cross out my name, but she wrote it under my name. Suya said with a smile. How is she so stingy? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. At first, Chen Mingyan seemed to be a little jealous. She wanted to cross out Suya's name and write her name, right? But later, she didn't do that, which also showed her generosity. Hey? There are also the names of Jiejia and Sister Lin here? Suya suddenly found that under Chen Mingyan's name, there were also the names of Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun. Although the names of the two people were a little small because of lack of space, it could still be seen if one looked carefully. Yang Ming took a closer look. It was really Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. When did these two people engrave their names? Yang Ming suddenly remembered that when Chen Mengyan engraved her name on the stone tablet, his and Suya's names were already very faint. Chen Mengyan deliberately used the stone to trace Yang Ming's name, but she didn't trace Suya's name. At that time, Yang Ming could only smile bitterly, but he still didn't say anything. But now that he saw Suya's name, it was very clear. He thought of the names of Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia after that. It seemed that Chen Mengyan secretly brought Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun here again and added their names. Moreover, she deliberately emphasized Suya's name. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little gratified. Chen Mengyan still had some grudges against Suya, but with the frequent contact between her and Suya, the relationship between the two people had also improved by leaps and bounds. Chen Mengyan could help Suya to emphasize her name, which also represented her tolerance. Eh? Why are the names of the two of us so clear? Suya suddenly discovered this. Many of the names on the stone tablet were not very clear. Some of them were even re-engraved with other people's names. However, Yang Ming and Suya's names were so clear, just like the names of Chen Mengyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun below. This naturally made Suya somewhat curious. Hehe, it must be that when Mengyan came, she helped us redraw it. Yang Ming smiled. Mengyan is a good girl. Suya nodded after listening. Yang Ming, you should cherish her. I will. I will cherish every girl around me. Yang Ming nodded and clenched his fist. I won't let you down. Believe me. I will definitely come back and take you all around the world. I believe that day will come, and it's not far away. Suya nodded. Chen Mengyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun finished their lunch in the cafeteria. There was nothing to do. Chen Mengyan's heart was a little itchy. She wanted to see what Suya and Yang Ming were doing, but she was a little embarrassed to say it. She hesitated and said, Sister Lin, do you miss Yang Ming? Lin Jiyun was stunned. She didn't expect Chen Mengyan to suddenly ask this question. She was shocked. I miss him a little. What about you, Jiejia? Chen Mengyan turned and asked Zhou Jiejia. I'm fine. Zhou Jiejia blushed and said. Then you say, let's go home and see Yang Ming. How about that? Chen Mengyan suggested. Now? Go back? Lin Jiyun was stunned. Yeah, now. Chen Mengyan nodded. That's not very good. Suya is also here. If she and Yang Ming are doing something, it's not good for us to participate, right? Zhou Jiejia didn't want to go. After all, she was afraid to disturb Suya. It's okay. Let's go back quietly? I think you must be curious, right? Chen Mengyan suggested. This? Zhou Jiejia was suddenly a little tempted. She thought that she had shown the video to Suya. If she didn't watch Suya, it would really be a bit unbalanced. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiejia asked Lin Jiyun, Sister Lin, what do you think? I will listen to you. Lin Jiyun blushed and said shyly. She wasn't very good at this kind of thing. It wasn't good to peek at Yang Ming and Suya, but Lin Jiyun didn't have any ideas. Since Chen Mengyan and Zhou Jiejia agreed, then she naturally couldn't say anything. She just nodded and agreed. Well, since we are all in agreement, let's go? Chen Mengyan was eager to try. Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia went out of the cafeteria and came to the school's parking lot. Chen Mengyan drove her Audi A5 quietly back to the Huashang district and parked at the door of her villa. In order to keep it a secret, Chen Mengyan didn't dare to park the car in the garage to prevent Yang Ming from discovering her. She just parked the car next to the villa, on the side of the road in the community. Let's go. Our adventure has begun. Chen Mengyan felt like she was an adventure team member. Taking two team members on an adventure and not being discovered by the enemy, this feeling was very exciting. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia also carefully followed behind Chen Mengyan. The three of them tiptoed to the outside of the villa. Chen Mingyan just wanted to use the key to open the door, but she felt that it was inappropriate. Thinking about it, Suyao was watching TV in the living room. If Yang Ming came back, they would be entangled in the living room. If she went in from the front door, wouldn't she bump into them? This was nothing for her. At most, it would be a little awkward. But for Yang Ming and Suya, if she scared them, it would leave a psychological shadow on their beautiful first time. That would be bad. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan waved her hand and said, "Let's go in from the back door." Back door? That works too. Zhou Jieji and Lin Jiyun also felt that it was inappropriate to go in from the front door. It would be very awkward if they bumped into them. It was best that this matter was not discovered by Yang Ming and Suya. The three of them tiptoed to the back of the villa. This was the back door of the villa. It was rarely used under normal circumstances. The door here was connected to the balcony of the kitchen on the first floor. It was also a fire escape. Usually, it was locked all year round. However, Chen Mingyan was one of the hostesses of the villa. She also had the key. She took out the key and carefully opened the back door of the villa. There was a lot of dust on the door. When it was opened, it fell and almost got onto Chen Mingyan's clothes. Chen Mingyan quickly dodged, but she accidentally stepped on Sister Lin's foot. Aya! Lin Jiyun just wanted to scream subconsciously. Zhou Jieji's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She covered Lin Jiyun's mouth to prevent her from screaming. That was close. Chen Mingyan patted her chest and said to Lin Jiyun with some embarrassment, "Sorry, I stepped on you." "It's okay. It was me who almost ruined it." Lin Jiyun shook her head. "Sister Mingyan, why are you apologizing to me? Even if you step on me to death, I won't say anything." Puchi. Chen Mingyan listened to Lin Jiyun's words and couldn't help but laugh. Step on her to death? Sister Lin is cute enough, but why would I step on her to death? Okay. Let's go in. It's really dangerous here. If the community security thinks we are thieves and yells, we will be exposed. Zhou Jieji nervously looked at the community security's battery patrol car that was coming over not far away. She said hurriedly. Oh. Chen Mingyan was also anxious. She pulled Lin Jiyun into the villa's balcony. Then, when Zhou Jieji also came in, she quickly closed the balcony door and breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them stood on the balcony of the kitchen. They didn't immediately go into the house. Instead, they stood here and listened carefully to the movements in the house. However, the three of them listened for a long time, but they didn't hear anything. Hey! Aren't they in the living room? Chen Mingyan said, puzzled. I don't know. I didn't hear anything. Zhou Jieji also shook her head strangely. Then, she asked Lin Jiyun, Sister Lin, what about you? I didn't hear anything. Would they be in the bedroom upstairs? Lin Jiyun guessed. That should be the case. Fortunately, these two people aren't in the living room, but it's convenient for us to eavesdrop. Chen Mingyan said with a sneaky smile, let's go. Let's go upstairs. Chen Mingyan found that as the day of Yang Ming's departure to Yunnan approached, her mentality had also changed. For Yang Ming and the women around him, she didn't have the previous hostility. She just wanted to unite together and wait for Yang Ming's return. If it was in the past, although Chen Mingyan would agree to let Yang Ming and Suya be alone in the villa, she would never think of coming back. Not only would that make her jealous and angry, but she would also be unable to control herself and do something emotional. But now, Chen Mingyan's mentality was very good. This may also be because she had already accepted Suya and regarded her as one of her, Zhou Jieji, and Lin Jiyun. She didn't have any grudges. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jieji, and Lin Jiyun waited for a while, but they still didn't hear any movement in the living room. Then, they tiptoed out of the kitchen and came to the living room. Sure enough, they saw an empty living room. Where were Yang Ming and Suya? Could they be upstairs? Chen Mingyan hesitated and looked in the direction of the stairs. Sister Mingyan, are we still going up? Lin Jiyun was a little nervous. It was her first time doing this kind of thing. Although this was her own home, Lin Jiyun had a feeling of being a thief. Let's go up. We have already come in. If we don't go up, wouldn't it be a waste to come back? Chen Mengyan thought about it and said. Okay, then let's go up. Zhou Jieji also nodded. The three of them were like little mice. They tiptoed upstairs again, but after going upstairs, they stood at the stairs and didn't dare to continue. They knew that Yang Ming's senses were very sharp. He could find a flaw in the slightest movement, so the three of them didn't dare to act directly for a while. Instead, they wanted to identify the direction first. Why doesn't it seem like there's any movement? Chen Mengyan listened for a long time, but she didn't hear any strange sounds. The whole villa was quiet as if there was no one in it at all. Yeah, I also feel like there's no movement. Zhou Jieji also listened for a long time and didn't find any clues. Could it be that they have finished and are now sleeping? That can't be. How can Yang Ming have so little time? Chen Mengyan shook her head and denied Zhou Jieji's guess. It's not like you don't know how long it takes for Yang Ming to torture someone. But it's Suya Jieji's first time. That shouldn't be the case, right? Zhou Jieji thought about it and said, maybe Yang Ming was taking care of Sister Suya's feelings and ended it early? Then let's go to the bedroom and take a look. Chen Mengyan thought about it. What Zhou Jieji said made sense, so she suggested it. If they are all asleep, what is there to see? Let's not go. Shall we? Lin Jiyun flinched a little. She always felt that doing this kind of sneaky thing wasn't very good. If Yang Ming found out, how embarrassing would that be? Since we're already back, how can we not go? Chen Mengyan was a little reluctant. Then. Sister Mengyan, you're in front? Lin Jiyun was still a little nervous. Of course, I'm in front. If Yang Ming finds out, you just say that it's my idea. Chen Mengyan nodded and didn't care much. So, with Chen Mengyan taking the lead, the three people began to walk in the direction of the bedroom. The three people stopped in front of the door of the first big bedroom and stopped. Chen Mengyan carefully listened to the bedroom door, but she didn't hear any sound. Isn't he here? Chen Mengyan was slightly puzzled. Yang Ming had been sleeping in the big bedroom these days, including the three of them. They all slept here. Yang Ming should have brought Suya here, right? Did Yang Ming go to his own small bedroom? Chen Mengyan hesitated and reached for the bedroom door handle. She found that it wasn't locked. She hesitated slightly and quietly opened the door. The bedroom was empty. The bedding and sheets were still as clean and tidy as when everyone left in the morning. Chen Mengyan remembered that when they left in the morning, Lin Jiyun was the last one to tidy it up. It was the same as the current situation. No one. Chen Mengyan shook her head and said with some regret, it seems that only the small bedroom is left. Sister Mengyan, why don't we not go? Lin Jiyun was in the bedroom. She didn't dare to go to Yang Ming's room. Why do you always back out at the last minute? Chen Mengyan said, then you wait in the bedroom. I will go with Jieji. Jieji, do you dare to go? I'm okay. Zhou Jieji saw Chen Mengyan ask and could only nod. Then I'll go. Lin Jiyun didn't want to be a maverick. If she was caught by Yang Ming, she would be caught together with him. What would happen if she stayed here? Lin Jiyun still decided to keep the same pace with Chen Mengyan. The three sisters would advance and retreat together. That's right. Chen Mengyan said happily. Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jieji went out of the big bedroom together and walked to Yang Ming's bedroom at the innermost part of the corridor. They still stopped at the door and didn't hear any movement. Chen Mengyan pushed the door again. Yang Ming's bedroom was still empty. Chen Mengyan was suddenly stunned and widened her eyes. It can't be, right? Yang Ming isn't here. Where did Yang Ming go? No one? Chen Mengyan rubbed her eyes and confirmed that she didn't see wrongly. Yang Ming's room was really empty. Sister Mengyan, Yang Ming doesn't seem to be here. Lin Jiyun blinked and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Ming wasn't here. Otherwise, it would definitely be awkward. Do you see if there is anyone in the other rooms? How is it possible? Yang Ming obviously came home. Chen Mengyan said with some surprise. The three of them were also a bit puzzled. Since there was no sign of Yang Ming and Suya in these two bedrooms, it was unlikely that Yang Ming was in the other rooms. The reason was very simple. The other rooms belonged to Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun. How could Yang Ming bring Suya there? As for the guest room, Chen Mingyan also felt that it was impossible. How could Yang Ming bring Suya to the guest room? Wasn't that too disrespectful? The three of them looked around the villa and finally determined that Yang Ming and Suya weren't in the villa. Chen Mingyan was suddenly a little depressed. She even took Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun to the villa to take the risk. It was like a special agent team. In the end, Yang Ming and Suya weren't in the villa at all. Sister Mingyan, there is no sign of Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejia looked around. She looked upstairs and downstairs, including the attic that was rarely used in the villa, but she didn't find Yang Ming. I don't have him here either. Lin Jiyun shook her head. It seems that Yang Ming is really not here. Chen Mingyan sighed with some amusement. Should we call Yang Ming and ask where he is? After that, Chen Mingyan dialed Yang Ming's phone. Yang Ming was accompanying Suya at the seaside at the moment. When he saw the call from Chen Mingyan, he couldn't help but be stunned. Since Chen Mingyan knew that he was with Suya, why did she call? At this time? Mingyan, what's wrong? What happened? Yang Ming subconsciously thought that Chen Mingyan was looking for him for something. Nothing. Yang Ming, are you with Sister Suya? Chen Mingyan hesitated and asked. Yeah, what's the matter? Asked Yang Ming. Nothing. When Jiejia, Sister Lin, and I returned home, we found that you weren't at home. It was a little strange, so I called you to ask. Chen Mingyan said truthfully. Oh? You went home? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and then he felt a little funny. Why did Chen Mingyan go home at this time? Could it be that she wanted to catch me in the act? There was nothing to do at school, so I went home. Chen Mingyan said with some embarrassment. She felt the doubt in Yang Ming's words. Could Yang Ming have guessed the purpose of my return home? Then fortunately, I didn't do anything embarrassing with Suya at home. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Yang Ming said with a smile. You guys do your thing. We won't disturb you. Chen Mingyan was seen through by Yang Ming. She suddenly blushed and explained incoherently. Heh. Yang Ming smiled. You won't disturb. Can you join us? No. Chen Mingyan said with embarrassment, let's not talk about this topic. Where are you? At the seaside, next to the Sancheng stone. I found your names on it. Said Yang Ming. Ah. You went to the seaside. Chen Mingyan was a little puzzled. Yang Ming and Suya didn't stay at home. Why did they go to the seaside? Anne, are you coming? Asked Yang Ming. We won't go. You guys be careful. Chen Mingyan said, I heard from the radio that there are fewer people at the seaside recently, and there are always robberies. Robberies? Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned. This topic was too far away from him. For Yang Ming, it was already good that he didn't rob others. Who would rob him? However, Chen Mingyan's words made Yang remember an old story. When Yang Ming and Suya were in the first year of junior high school, they often came to the seaside to play early after school. At that time, they encountered a robbery. Yang Ming remembered that there were two men in black who came out of nowhere and surrounded Yang Ming and Suya. Little Yang Ming and little Suya were scared. These two people just wanted to rob money, but when they saw that little Suya was unusually beautiful and cute, they had evil thoughts. Yang Ming still vaguely remembered that it was a night in early spring. It was probably around this time that the two people pointed their knives at him and Suya. Take out all the money on you. Don't shout, or I'll stab you to death. One of the men in black raised a shiny dagger, pointed at Yang Ming, and said fiercely. At that time, Yang Ming hadn't become the king of fighting, Yang Ming. He was just an ordinary junior high school student. How could he be the opponent of these two people? If it were the king of fighting, Madman Yang, these two people would be directly kicked into the sea from the shore by Yang Ming. How could they be arrogant? However, Yang Ming was still a good student at that time. When he saw the two people were fierce, he didn't dare to resist. Together with Suya, he obediently handed over all the money on him. At that time, mobile phones weren't popular, so both of them didn't have mobile phones. The two robbers in black probably saw that the money Yang Ming took out was too little, so they were very unhappy. They stared at Yang Ming and Suya. Just these? You're not lying? You students are very sneaky. Are you hiding the money on your body and not willing to take it out? No, that's all. Yang Ming looked at the two people vigilantly and said. Humph. Who are you lying to? Brother, these two people aren't good people at first glance. They are dating at such a young age, and they even came to the beach for a date. Who would believe that they only have so little money in their hands? It's not even enough to get a room. One of the short robbers snorted and said to the tall robber. That's right. These children now have money, especially those who are dating. How can they not have money? The tall robber also nodded and said to Yang Ming, Kid, be honest. Take out all the money, and nothing will happen to us. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. That's right. How can you pick up girls without money? Be smart and take out the money. The short robber also echoed, Let me tell you. In this dark, no one will find out even if I kill you both and throw you into the sea. No, that's all I have. Yang Ming shook his head and said. Brother, this kid is not honest. Let's search by ourselves. The short robber obviously didn't believe Yang Ming's words. Let's search by ourselves. Kid, you come here. The tall robber shone the flashlight in his hand at Yang Ming and ordered Yang Ming. Hey. Brother, that chick is pretty good looking? The short robber saw the appearance of Suya next to Yang Ming with the help of the tall robber's flashlight. Suddenly, his lust was aroused. Such a beautiful little girl made his heart itch. Really? The tall robber was also stunned. He shone the flashlight in his hand at Suya. At first glance, she was very beautiful. He also had lust. After the robbery, these two brothers also went to indulge in wine and women. At this moment, when they saw Suya was beautiful, they also had lust. You really look good. Chick, come here. Come to brother. What do you want to do? Yang Ming frowned and realized that these two people may have other thoughts. He quickly blocked in front of Suya and looked at the two robbers vigilantly. We have already given you the money. What else do you want? What? We have decided that we don't want you to go. The short robber smiled at Yang Ming. Let me tell you, kid. I want to kill you now. You dare to kill? Yang Ming was a little nervous. The palm of Suya's hand was sweaty. Little girl, I'll give you two choices. One is to play with us two brothers, then we'll let you and your little boyfriend go. Otherwise, we'll stab your boyfriend to death first, and then play with you to death. You choose? The short robber ignored Yang Ming's words and asked Suya. You dare? Yang Ming had never experienced such a scene, but he only had one thought. That was to not let these people hurt Suya. Your little girlfriend hasn't spoken yet. Why are you so anxious? The short robber sneered and played with the dagger in his hand. It flashed a cold light under the night light. Yang Ming's forehead couldn't help but sweat. He was a good kid in school. He had never fought before, let alone facing these two vicious robbers with daggers in their hands. In school, Yang Ming didn't learn similar countermeasures. When facing the gangsters, what should he do? He didn't even know how to escape. Because he and Suya were two high school students. How could they be the opponents of two strong robbers? Yang Ming's heart only had one thought at the moment. That was to not let Suya suffer any harm. After all, Suya was the person Yang Ming cared about the most. He had to protect Suya with his life. Didn't you just want money? Why are you going back on your words? Asked Yang Ming. Humph. Now we have changed our mind. You shut up. Don't talk nonsense there. The short robber glared at Yang Ming. He played with the dagger in his hand again and looked at Suya. Little girl, have you thought about it? Let us play with you, and we can save your life and your boyfriend's life. Otherwise, you all have to die. Look at you. You are dating so early. You are definitely not a virgin. You won't lose anything by playing with you. Let me tell you. My patience is limited. The tall robber didn't have too many evil thoughts, but when he heard the words of the short robber, he was very tempted. When he saw that Yang Ming and Suya still didn't make a decision, he was impatient. He sneered at them and said, "If you don't speak, I will stab this kid to death first." As he said this, the tall robber took the dagger and approached Yang Ming. "Yang Ming, you run. Don't care about me." Suya suddenly pushed Yang Ming and said. However, how could Yang Ming leave by himself and not care about Suya? Yang Ming did not know where his courage came from. He quickly crouched down, grabbed a handful of sand from the beach and threw it at the tall and short robber. The tall robber and the short robber were caught off guard by Yang Ming. All the sand got into their eyes, and they were so angry that they screamed. "Little brat, you dare to play dirty?" The tall robber scolded. "Grandpa, I'm going to stab you to death." The short robber also picked up the knife and stabbed at Yang Ming according to his memory. Of course, Yang Ming couldn't just sit there and wait for his death. At this time, he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he picked up Suya and carried her on his shoulder. He ran like a duck on the beach. He didn't know how far he ran in one breath, but when he looked back, there was no trace of the tall and short robber. Yang Ming didn't know how he had run so far, and he was even a little surprised that he could carry a person. However, when he stopped, Yang Ming was so tired that he sat on the ground and gasped for breath. He couldn't speak. Suya was moved, but she was also afraid. She cried on Yang Ming's shoulder, but her heart was warm. Yang Ming was a person who was worth relying on for a lifetime. At such a dangerous moment, Yang Ming didn't want to escape by himself, but he wanted to escape with her. The two people still had a little feeling for each other, but Yang Ming could do this for her. Suya thought, if I become his girlfriend, he will love me more and take care of me more, right? At this moment, the seed of love slowly sprouted in little Suya's heart. Although the hero saving the beauty was so vulgar and cliché, it was also the most effective scene that would never change. Every time this scene appeared, it was a touching love story. Yang Ming still didn't know that his hero saving the beauty had won Suya's favor. He didn't have any other thoughts at the time. He just didn't want these people to hurt Suya. Who? Yang Ming finally recovered. He sat on the ground and took a deep breath. I am so tired. Little Ya, you are so heavy. Poochie. Suya, who was sobbing, heard Yang Ming's words and suddenly laughed. She was a little annoyed and beat Yang Ming's shoulder with her hand. You are so annoying. I am not fat. Do you want to hug me again? Okay. Yang Ming didn't know where he got the strength, but he hugged Suya. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded after he did it. Suya was also a little dumbfounded. The most intimate action they usually did was to hold hands. When did they hug each other? Yang Ming hugged Suya and felt the softness of Suya's body. He was reluctant to let go. Smelling the scent of the shower gel on Suya's body, Yang Ming had an impulse to hug her for a lifetime. Suya was also a little overwhelmed by Yang Ming's sudden hug. Although Suya was shy, the feeling of being hugged by Yang Ming was very warm and comfortable. Especially when she smelled the manly sweat on Yang Ming's body, Suya felt very happy. Yang Ming's sweat was for her. However, at this time, Yang Ming and Suya hadn't been poisoned by some third-rate TV series. Besides hugging, they didn't know what else to do. Otherwise, many things would be logical. After a long time, the two reluctantly separated. Am I heavy? This was the first sentence that Suya said after she was put down by Yang Ming. Oh, so heavy, but I can carry you. I like to carry you. Yang Ming didn't know if this was a confession of love. In short, after saying it, he felt a little embarrassed. Then, I'll let you carry me in the future. Suya was also a little shy. However, it was late that day, and the two people were frightened. After a while, Yang Ming sent Suya home. From then on, Yang Ming and Suya didn't dare to go to the beach for a while. Later, it was summer, and there were more people. Even if they went, they didn't dare to stay until late. Generally, they would leave when the sky was just dark. This incident had passed for many years. If it wasn't for Chen Mingyan suddenly mentioning it, Yang Ming would have even forgotten about it. Yeah. Chen Mingyan said, I saw on TV that there are always some robbers on the beach. The police waited several times, but they didn't catch those criminal suspects. It is said that those people are very cunning and have good eyesight. They specifically target some young couples. When they encounter tourists who are suspected to be police officers disguised as tourists, they will also disguise themselves as tourists. If that's the case, then I will catch them when I see them. Yang Ming said with a smile. Chen Mingyan realized that she was a little worried. Yang Ming was an agent. He had a very powerful skill. How could he be afraid of a few small thieves? Moreover, Yang Ming could even kill the boxing champion of the underground arena, Feng Xibiao, with one punch, let alone those robbers. This reminder was a little unnecessary. In fact, after Chen Mingyan learned of this news, she wanted to remind Yang Ming, Zhou Zhejia, and Lin Jiyun not to go to those dangerous places and bring trouble to Yang Ming. Yang Ming, on the other hand, wasn't afraid of these. How could he be afraid of a few robbers? Hee, my reminder is superfluous. Then, you and Sister Suya have fun. We will prepare a meal at home and wait for you to come back. Chen Mingyan said with a smile. That's not it. You care about me. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. We will go back in a while. Chen Mingyan also smiled slightly and hung up the phone. Is it Mingyan who called? After Yang Ming hung up the phone, Suya asked. Anne, it's her. Yang Ming nodded. She, Jia, and Sister Lin have arrived home. I think they seem to want to catch us in the act. Ah? Suya was suddenly embarrassed, but she knew in her heart that Chen Mingyan, Zhou Zhejia, and Lin Jiyun didn't come to catch us in the act. She had already agreed with them on the phone. She looked at them, and they would look at her in the future. Of course, Suya couldn't tell Yang Ming about this agreement because it was too embarrassing after all. She couldn't say it out loud. In fact, you will know about Mingyan when you have more contact with her. She can bring Jia and Sister Lin back happily to catch us in the act. It also shows that she has accepted you in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such an attitude. Yang Ming said with a smile. And, I know. Mingyan is a very good girl, so I told you that you have to cherish her. Suya nodded and said sincerely. You are all good girls. I am the only bad guy. Yang Ming smiled. You still know that you are a bad guy? Suya also smiled. Right, what did Mingyan just say? What robbery? Mingyan said that there were robbers here, Yang Ming remembered the previous night when he was in junior high school. He and Suya encountered robbers. You can still laugh when there are robbers? Suya rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. It's not like we haven't encountered it before. Yang Ming said with a smile, you don't remember the scene when we encountered robbers at the beach before? Of course, how can I not remember? Suya's heart moved, she looked at the other hand, and she looked at him. You carried on, you to run so far. I don't know where you've got the stamina, but I didn't know where you got your stamina. I calculated it to run. That's because I was afraid that you would be hurt by those people. Yang Ming spread his hands and said indifferently, now I can carry you and run 10 kilometers without a problem. Wasn't that in the past? At that time, you weren't as powerful as you are now. You were so small. I was so touched. Suya pursed her lips and said, do you know? I really fell in love with you from then on. Ah? So you didn't love me before, and you were just teasing me? Yang Ming looked at Suya with a bitter smile. No, I only had good feelings before. There is still a gap between love, okay? Suya stared at Yang Ming. But, you said that I started over again? Then let's try hugging again? Yang Ming suddenly wanted to relive the feeling of that night. Okay. Suya nodded and closed her eyes. Yang Ming hugged Suya, held her in his arms, and gently kissed her lips. Suya was also very engrossed and moved. This scene also reminded her of those days in the past. You too, stop kissing. Take out all the valuable things on you. Suddenly, Yang Ming and Suya were interrupted by a roar. Yang Ming was suddenly a little unhappy. He put Suya down from his arms and looked up in the direction of the sound. Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyan to be so accurate. I really encountered a robbery. This is simply a coincidence, right? Robbery? Yang Ming glanced at the two men in front of him and felt that they were familiar. He seemed to have seen them somewhere before. You are quite eye-catching. If you are smart, take out the money quickly. If you don't want to be stabbed, be quick. One of the short robbers shouted at Yang Ming. Oh. Yang Ming frowned. These two people seem to be. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but turn to Suya. Suya, do you think they are familiar? Oh. When you say so, it seems that they are a bit familiar. Suya also frowned. She felt that these two robbers were very familiar. She seemed to have seen them somewhere before. Hey! Brother, you think this chick is quite pretty? The short robber looked at Suya. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered a new world and shouted at the tall robber. This short robber had been in the robbing business for many years. He had played with many women who were robbed, but there was no one as beautiful as Suya in front of him. So when the short robber saw Suya's appearance, his lust was suddenly aroused. Such a beautiful chick made his heart itch. Really? The tall robber was also a master of lust. After listening to the words of the short robber, he also looked at Suya. At first glance, he found that this chick was really very beautiful. He also had lust. His brain was filled with lust. He looked at Suya and nodded. You really look good. Chick, come here. Come to your brother. What do you want to do? Yang Ming didn't expect that after so many years, he still had the opportunity to take revenge. The same place, the same people, but the strong side changed the direction. What do we want to do? To tell you the truth, the two of us like your wife. If we don't want to be stabbed, be honest. Let your wife play with us. Otherwise, hee. As he spoke until here, the short robber looked at Yang Ming threateningly and said, Don't make my good brother unhappy. Otherwise, I will kill you now. Oh, you want to kill me? Yang Ming smiled and looked at the two robbers. There was a trace of pity in his mouth. After so many years, they were still robbers. It was really a small world. These two robbers were the two robbers that Yang Ming met at the seaside, one tall and one short robber. What Yang Ming didn't expect was that after so many years, these two people were still robbers, and they hadn't been caught by the police. He didn't know if they were released after going in, or these two people were more cunning. But no matter what, today they fell into Yang Ming's hands. Yang Ming naturally had to settle the new and old hatred with them. However, these two robbers didn't realize the danger of Yang Ming. They regarded Yang Ming as a young couple who could succeed every time they robbed. In their view, Yang Ming wasn't a threat to them at all. Therefore, the short robber still threatened Suya recklessly, Little girl, I will give you two choices. One is to play with us, and we will let you and your boyfriend go. Otherwise, we will stab your boyfriend to death first, and then we will play with you to death. You choose? You want to stab me to death? Yang Ming looked at the two robbers with a smile and asked faintly. Nonsense, if your girlfriend doesn't cooperate, I will stab you to death on the spot. The tall robber also threatened, I am not afraid to tell you that we have been on the beach for many years, and we have never made any mistakes. The number of people who have been stabbed to death by us is at least 8 if not 10. You choose yourself. Oh, then you can stab me to death. Yang Ming said and stood there with an expression that said, Come at me. Huh? Yang Ming's attitude made the two robbers a little stunned. There is such a person? Is he not afraid of death? Why is he standing here and letting us stab him? Is this person really not afraid of death, or is there something wrong with his brain? Or is he deliberately pretending to not care about his life? Because there was a saying, the strong are afraid of the strong, and the strong are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. Now that Yang Ming showed that he didn't care about his life, the tall and short robbers thought, is this Yang Ming deliberately pretending? In order to show how bad *SS he is, so that we will be afraid and let them go? Thinking of this, the tall robber smiled, Don't be afraid of him, this kid is pretending. Damn, I already said that there is a problem. When the short robber heard that the tall robber also had the same idea as him, he suddenly felt relieved. He pointed the dagger at Yang Ming and said, "Kid, I tell you, you don't have to pretend with me. We have seen a lot of people like you who are stupid and don't care about their lives. Do you know the result?" "I don't know." Yang Ming shook his head. "Then we will stab you to death and throw you into the sea." The short robber threatened Yang Ming, "This sea is full of sharks. If we throw your body in, you won't even find your bones." "Oh, is that so?" Yang Ming naturally wouldn't believe the words of these two robbers. They were obviously bluffing. Looking at their appearances, they didn't look like they had killed people. It was quite scary, but in fact, they were completely nonsense. "Why are you so long-winded? What's your choice?" The short man glared at him and said impatiently. "I chose to let you stab me to death. Are you forgetful or deaf?" Yang Ming looked at the short robber mockingly and said lightly, "F***ck your second uncle." After being scolded by Yang Ming, the short man was furious. He looked at the tall robber and said, "Brother, what should we do? Should we kill him?" The tall robber was in a dilemma. They were here to rob, but they were not here to kill. They weren't idiots. If they killed someone, it would be a big problem, and the police would definitely investigate it thoroughly. But robbing was different. Many victims were afraid of revenge. They said it was scary, but they didn't dare to say anything afterward. They could only swallow their anger. But what they didn't expect was that Yang Ming wasn't afraid of being scared at all. Instead, he went against them. This made them not know what to do. Looking at the beautiful Xianxia, the tall robber gritted his teeth. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. They weren't going to let this beautiful girl go today. Since her boyfriend wanted to die, then they would satisfy him. So, the tall robber nodded to the short robber. The short robber picked up the dagger in his hand and stabbed directly at Yang Ming. He had already made a decision. He wanted to kill Yang Ming, then throw his body into the sea. He might not be discovered by the police. Maybe he would have been eaten by sharks long ago. And this girl, after playing with her, he couldn't keep her. He had to kill her. She was so beautiful. It was a pity to kill her, but it was worth it for a night of ecstasy. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. "You go to hell." The short robber was determined to kill Yang Ming. However, in the next moment, he was surprised to find that the dagger in his hand was gone. "Hey! Where is my dagger? Why is it gone?" The short robber was preparing to stab Yang Ming to death, but he was surprised to find that the dagger in his hand disappeared into thin air. He widened his eyes and looked at his hand. "Did it fall to the ground? Did you see my dagger?" The short robber widened his eyes and looked at the tall robber. Xianxia looked at the short robber's helpless look. She suddenly found it funny and covered her mouth because the dagger in the short robber's hand had already run into Yang Ming's hand. This time, when they encountered robbers, Xiao's mood was completely different from a few years ago. At that time, both of them were children. After encountering robbers, they couldn't resist at all. They could only beg for mercy and run away. But now, Xiao was very confident in Yang Ming's skill. He could even kill the underground boxing king in seconds. Moreover, he was an international assassin. Wouldn't dealing with two robbers be a piece of cake? "I saw," the tall robber said with some astonishment. His tone was a little stuttering. He had never seen such a strange thing. Because Yang Ming didn't seem to make a move before, and the dagger in the short robber's hand had already run into his hand. How did he do it? How did he do it? The dagger seemed to disappear into thin air, and then appeared in Yang Ming's hand out of thin air. The speed was so fast and strange that the tall robber thought he saw a ghost. "Where is it? Tell me quickly." The short robber didn't hear the fear in the tall robber's voice. He frowned and asked impatiently. In his hand." The tall robber pointed at Yang Ming and said in surprise. "What? In his hand? What do you mean?" The short robber didn't understand the meaning of the tall robber's words. "He means that the dagger is with me." Yang Ming explained to the short robber, "Here, I'll return it to you." As Yang Ming spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed the dagger at the short robber. Why is this dagger in your hand?" How is it possible? It's impossible? The short robber widened his eyes and looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. I also think it's very strange. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. My hand is cheap. You ran over, and I subconsciously took your dagger. I'm really sorry. I'll return it to you quickly. You can stab me to death. You. The short robber stared at Yang Ming. He couldn't speak as he trembled. Did he snatch the dagger? How fast is this? Why didn't I feel it? Me. Yang Ming said, what happened to me? Did you recognize me? Yang Ming's words made the two robbers stunned. What do you mean you recognized me? Could it be that Yang Ming has another identity? You are a police officer? A horrifying thought appeared in the tall robber's heart. It was no wonder that he thought so. Yang Ming was so powerful, and he wasn't afraid of the two robbers. Was he an ordinary person? Moreover, Yang Ming also asked them if they recognized him. Then he was probably a police officer. The two brothers also knew that although some of the victims didn't dare to report the case, some people would still report the case. Therefore, the police still got some clues and carried out several surprise operations. They disguised themselves as couples and strolled around here. However, these two people were very alert. They could distinguish those who disguised as police officers. If there was something wrong, they would stop the crime for a period of time. They weren't caught by the police. Now that Yang Ming said so, they naturally regarded Yang Ming as a police officer who caught them. No. Yang Ming shook his head and denied their guess. Ah? Yang Ming's answer made the two robbers somewhat inexplicable. He wasn't a police officer? If he wasn't a police officer, why did he ask this question? Why did he ask something like, you recognize me? Of course, they didn't think that Yang Ming would lie to them. He was obviously a police officer, but he said that he wasn't. Because in this case, the two of them were caught red-handed in the middle of the robbery. It was impossible to deny it. Therefore, if Yang Ming was a police officer, he would definitely recognize them directly and then bring them to justice. As long as Yang Ming pulled out the gun, even if the two of them were powerful, they wouldn't dare to resist. After all, although the two of them were confident in their skills, they were no match for guns. Since Yang Ming said that he was not a police officer, the two of them were relieved. They became ruthless, thinking that as long as they killed Yang Ming, there would be no more problems. So he said, then what's the point of asking this? You're not a police officer, and you're asking us if we know you? Could it be that you're a big shot? His words were also testing Yang Ming's background. If Yang Ming was really a relatively famous person, then if he killed Yang Ming and Yang Ming went missing, the matter would still be blown up, and he would not be able to get away with it. So you didn't recognize me? Yang Ming was a little disappointed. But I recognized you. You recognize us? What do you mean? The tall and short robber looked at Yang Ming in confusion. You know us? A few years ago, on this beach, you robbed me. Did you forget? What you said then is almost the same as what you said now. Yang Ming reminded him. Oh? A few years ago, we also robbed you? What you said is almost the same? The short robber was stunned and said, you said that your girlfriend was played by us before? That's great. You won't lose anything if you play again. Why are you still making excuses here? Do you really want to die? Yang Ming's words made the short robber feel a lot more relaxed. In his opinion, Yang Ming's girlfriend was so beautiful. If he had robbed her a few years ago, there was no reason to let her go. She must have been played by the two brothers. As a result, he was more confident in his heart. He wasn't afraid that Yang Ming would play any tricks. Never played. Yang Ming shook his head and looked at the short robber with some sympathy. Your memory seems to be really bad. Never played? How is this possible? With her appearance, I definitely can't let go of her, right? The short robber was obviously stunned. He couldn't figure it out, but he suddenly exclaimed, yes, I know. Your previous girlfriend isn't her. The previous one was played by us, so you dumped her. You changed to a new one. Am I right? Ha 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 ha. When the short robber figured it out, He was immediately happy with his intelligence. I'm really a genius. I can figure out such a complicated reasoning in an instant. It doesn't seem right. Yang Ming shook his head and said. Not right? It shouldn't be. The short robber looked at Yang Ming with some doubts. Oh, I know. You know again? Yang Ming was a little surprised. I know. That is, you have 2 wives. The short robber thought about it and said. Wow, you are really smart. You are so smart. Yang Ming was even more surprised. However, I have more than 2 wives. I have many wives. Hey? So, you are quite rich. Are you a rich second generation? The short robber thought of Yang Ming's identity and suddenly muttered. It seems that killing Yang Ming is not enough. This kid has many wives. At first glance, he is a rich young master who flirts with countless girls. No. Yang Ming shook his head. I have a little money, but not much. So, the short robber was confused again. A little money, not much? So, is this kid a gigolo? Thinking of this, the short robber said, Are you a gigolo? You see that I am so black. Am I a gigolo? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Then what are you? Are you a ball? The short robber was going crazy. The one you saw last time was also her, not others, but we ran away. I also scattered sand on your face. Have you forgotten? Yang Ming was almost done playing, so he told the short robber the truth. You are a failure as a robber. You have forgotten the shame. F***ck. It's you, little bastard. After the short robber was reminded by Yang Ming, he finally remembered who the person in front of him was. Brother, it's this kid. I remember now. It was this little bastard who scattered us with sand. That's how you got your red-eye disease. The tall robber also recognized Yang Ming and suddenly jumped 3 feet high. Yes, I remember too. Kid, we looked for you for a month, but you never came to the beach again. If you didn't mention it, we would have forgotten about it. But since you said it, then let's settle the new and old accounts together. Today, you can't leave. The same trick is invalid for Xianxia, and it is also invalid for us brothers. Don't expect to use the same trick to deal with us. The short robber also said, Kid, just wait for me to die. Don't even think about escaping. I didn't think about running away at all. If I wanted to run away, I would have run away already. Why would I be here talking nonsense with you? Yang Ming smiled and looked at the short robber. His face was full of ridicule. Humph, you can't run away even if you want to. The short robber sneered. Brother, let's kill him today. Okay. The tall robber also nodded. There was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Then the 2 of them approached Yang Ming together. Fortunately, I am prepared. Don't think that you can take my dagger with a magic trick. I will let you see my means. The tall robber took out a stun baton from his pocket and pressed the button. The stun baton emitted a terrifying spark. It was scary. I will let you taste the taste of being electrocuted alive. The short robber also took out a stun baton. The dagger was just to scare people. To deal with ordinary people, as long as they took out the dagger, the other party was already obedient. However, to deal with some ruthless people, they still had a backup plan. Otherwise, how could they succeed every time when they had been on the beach for so many years? They always had to meet some ruthless people. Wouldn't they be beaten up? Of course, being beaten up was a small matter. If they were beaten up and handed over to the police, then they would be miserable. Therefore, they also had a unique skill. To deal with such people, they used the stun baton. Of course, they had been doing business for so many years without any capital. They could buy a gun if they wanted to, but after all, if the gun was used, it was easy to cause a big problem. If they injured people with a gun, even if the person did not call the police and went to the hospital for treatment, the hospital would call the police. When the police investigated, they were afraid that they had no other choice but to run away. However, it was fine to use the stun baton to hurt people. If the victim went to the hospital for treatment, the hospital would not call the police. Most of the victims just had to admit that they were unlucky. the two brothers could still get away with it. Therefore, they liked to use the stun baton. It was lethal, but it was not too dangerous. The tall robber and the short robber looked at each other and smiled. Then, they raised the stun baton and stabbed at Yang Ming. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yang Ming's mouth. With this method, you still want to threaten people? When the tall robber and the short robber were close to each other, Yang Ming suddenly raised his leg and directly kicked the acupuncture point on the tall robber's wrist. The tall robber's hand suddenly paused and suddenly changed direction uncontrollably. He directly stabbed the stun baton on the short robber's body. The short robber suddenly let out a scream. Then, his whole body began to tremble, and he started to dance to the disco. What the fuck are you doing? Do you want to electrocute me to death? The short robber screamed. The voltage of the stun baton was controlled just right. It could make people feel pain, but it wouldn't make them faint. This was also the voltage threshold set by the tall and short robber because he was afraid of killing people. However, today was the first time he used it on one of his own people. The tall robber was shocked. He quickly let go of the button and looked at the short robber in horror. I didn't do it on purpose. This kid kicked me and made my arm crooked. The short robber trembled from the electric shock. He couldn't stand steadily. He glanced at Yang Ming and said with a grimace, "Kid, you don't have to be cocky. When I electrocute you, you will know what it feels like." Although the short robber also thought that Yang Ming's skill was good, he thought that he had the stun baton in his hand. As long as he was brave and ruthless, he should be able to electrocute Yang Ming. As a result, the short robber launched a second round of attacks on Yang Ming. He waved the stun baton and rushed toward Yang Ming. The tall robber did the same. This time, he learned to be smart. He didn't stand side by side with the short robber to avoid being accidentally injured by Yang Ming again. However, the skills of these two people were like floating clouds to Yang Ming. They couldn't even be called opponents. The reason why Yang Ming played with them was because he remembered the past with Xianxia. He felt that it was a little exciting, so he let them stay until now. Otherwise, Yang Ming would have kicked them into the sea one by one. Looking at the two people's angry expressions, Xianxia also felt that it was enough, so she said to Yang Ming, "Okay, don't mess with them. Do we still have to go somewhere else?" Yang Ming nodded after listening to Xianxia's words. Then, he kicked the tall robber's lower abdomen. The tall robber flew out and fell heavily into the sea with a plop. He couldn't get up for a long time. On this side, Yang Ming's hands were not idle. When the short robber approached, he threw a punch and directly hit the short robber's outstretched hand. With a gotcha sound, he directly broke the robber's arm. "Your IQ is really too low. I was robbed by you once, and I still dare to stand here and talk to you instead of running away. Don't you realize anything?" Yang Ming also ignored the short robber's wail. He took the opportunity to hit him a few times, and he couldn't move. The short robber was a little surprised. When Yang Ming came over, he wanted to run away, but after being touched by Yang Ming a few times, his hands and feet didn't seem to work. If it wasn't for the piercing pain in his broken arm, he would even think that his hands and feet weren't his own. "What happened to me? What happened to me? What did you do to me? Why can't my hands and feet move? What the hell is going on?" The short robber shouted in horror. Yang Ming didn't care about him. After sealing his acupuncture points, he walked toward the tall robber. As for the tall robber, when he saw that the situation wasn't right, he wanted to run. He didn't care that his clothes were wet. He jumped out of the sea and looked at the short robber who was motionless on the ground. He hesitated. This wasn't the time to talk about brotherhood. If he didn't run now, he was afraid that he couldn't run away anymore. So, he shouted, "Brother, it's not that I don't care about you, but I can't take care of myself. I will run first. You have to hold on." When the short robber heard that he was abandoned, he suddenly felt sad in his heart. However, he knew until now that what the tall robber said was also the truth. The kid in front of him was too strange. Forget about his kung fu, the key problem was that he just casually hit him a few times, and he couldn't move. What kind of strange trick is this? Why have I never seen it before? Just by tapping a few times, he was able to immobilize a person? Could it be? A terrible idea emerged in his mind. As soon as this idea came out, he continued to be shocked uncontrollably. Could it be that Yang Ming was a martial arts master? Was that the method he used just now was the acupuncture point? Thinking of this possibility, the short robber trembled all over. "Hero, please spare me. I know I was wrong." Although Yang Ming heard his words, he didn't have time to say anything to him at the moment. Instead, he looked at the tall robber who was about to escape. With a shake of his hand, a flying needle shot out. It went directly into the tall robber's body. He suddenly screamed and fell into the sea, gulping down seawater. Yang Ming walked over and directly grabbed the back of his collar. He took him out of the sea and threw him on the beach. "Why? Do you still want to run?" "But unfortunately, I never intended to let you run." The tall robber was pulled up by Yang Ming. It was like an eagle catching a chicken. He suddenly trembled all over. "Hero, please spare me. We were blind. We didn't know that you had achieved great success in just a few years. Please spare me." Yang Ming was speechless about the tall robber's words. These two robbers didn't seem to have high IQs. Yang Ming kicked the tall robber up and landed next to the short robber. "You two have been doing this for a long time. You haven't been in the police station for so many years. Then I'll help you and let you play in the police station." "Ah?" The tall and short robber was a little dumbfounded after listening to Yang Ming's words. They didn't expect Yang Ming to send them to the police station. "Hero, please spare me. We went our separate ways. You have already taught us a lesson. Let us go." "Oh, if you didn't say it, I wouldn't have remembered. Now that you said it, I feel that I haven't beaten you enough. I still have to continue to work hard." As Yang Ming said, he picked up the two electric batons on the beach and said, "I haven't played with electric barbecue yet. You just gave me an inspiration. I want to see what electric barbecue looks like." "No. Please don't." The short robber saw Yang Ming pick up the electric baton and was suddenly scared. He had just tasted the feeling of being electrocuted by the electric baton. It was really a life and death experience. If he was electrocuted again, he would rather die. "Hero, please spare me. Hero, don't electrocute me. I have heart disease. I will be electrocuted. At that time, you can't get away. You will become a murderer." The tall robber shouted. He was afraid that Yang Ming would call him. "Oh." After Yang Ming listened to the words of the tall robber, he fell into deep thought. "If I kill you, I can't get away with it?" "Yes, yes. You think about it. At that time, you deliberately killed people." The tall robber thought that Yang Ming was scared, so he nodded quickly. "Oh, I know." Yang Ming nodded. "Unfortunately, I killed two robbers a year ago. Not only was I not implicated, but I was also praised. They said that I was justified in self-defense." "Ah?" The tall robber was stunned, but then he quickly said, "That's not the same. It must be the two robbers who attacked you and were killed by you, so you are fine. You are justified in self-defense. But the two of us have already surrendered. If you kill us again, it is not justified in self-defense." "Oh, what you said makes sense." Yang Ming nodded and looked at the tall robber with a smile. "You know quite a lot?" "Of course, we robbers are also very proficient in the law." The tall robber nodded proudly. "Oh, so that's it." Yang Ming smiled and said, "But it's useless. If it was a year ago, I might be afraid to kill you. But now, even if I kill you, it's fine." "Ah?" The tall robber was stunned. He didn't understand what Yang Ming meant. Yang Ming didn't answer. He directly turned on the stun baton and stabbed the tall robber. "Your brother has already tasted this. This time, it's your turn." "Ah." The tall robber screamed and began to tremble with the current. "Oh, oh, oh." After a while, Yang Ming found that the tall robber wasn't electrocuted to death. He felt a little bored, so he handed the stun baton to Xianxia. "Do you want to play?" "I don't want to play. It's boring." Xianxia shook her head. She didn't have violent tendencies. "Oh, then I will increase the voltage and see if I can electrocute them." Yang Ming began to study the stun baton. No. The short robber screamed. Aren't you going to send us to the police station? You should be sensible. If you hurt us and send us to the police station, you will definitely not have a good time. You can't escape the responsibility. If you dare to electrocute us again, you will let us go. Otherwise, we brothers will sue you for intentional injury. Yes. The tall robber felt that the short robber made sense. He quickly agreed. You have to let us go now. Otherwise, we brothers will sue you for intentional injury even if we have to go to jail. You are really long-winded. Yang Ming stuffed the stun baton into the tall robber's mouth and pressed the button. In an instant, there was a smell of something burning. The tall robber rolled his eyes directly and was stunned by the stun baton. The short robber didn't expect Yang Ming to be so unscrupulous. He even dared to use the stun baton to teach them a lesson. He was suddenly anxious. If you dare to mess with us again, I will call the police and arrest you. Oh, well, then you should call the police. It just so happens that I am tired of playing. You can call the police yourself. You can save me some phone bills. Yang Ming said. If you have the ability, then you call the police? We call the police ourselves? Isn't that a fool? The short robber said, if you don't dare to call the police, then let us go quickly. Don't cause trouble for yourself. You made us like this now. You won't be able to bear the consequences when the time comes. Forget it. I won't talk nonsense with you. I will call the police myself. Yang Ming shook his head and dialed Xiaxue's phone. Xiaxue hadn't contacted Yang Ming for a while. For Yang Ming, Xiaxue didn't know what kind of mentality she should have when facing him. The two people went from the initial hostile and tense relationship to a friendship later on. After that, they carried out missions together and developed a somewhat ambiguous friendship that was better than ordinary friends. However, since she had some small ambiguity with Yang Ming at the Wang family's base, after Xiaxue returned safely, the contact with Yang Ming became weaker and weaker. The interaction between the two people became less and less. Sometimes, Xiaxue wanted to call Yang Ming and ask him what he was doing, but she didn't know what reason to call him. Could it be that Yang Ming, this long-term meal ticket, hadn't treated her to a meal for a long time? As she gradually matured, Xiaxue was no longer the little girl who just came to work in the police force. Instead, she shouldered the heavy burden of a leader of the police force. Her whole person had become more mature and capable. If she had to say those words to Yang Ming again, Xiaxue really couldn't say it. And Yang Ming seemed to be growing as well. Listening to her brother say that Yang Ming had made a contribution again, Xiaxue also sighed in her heart. My life trajectory is getting further and further away from him. Sometimes, Xiaxue would recall the bits and pieces between herself and Yang Ming. From the beginning when she misunderstood Yang Ming in the interrogation room to later understanding and accepting Yang Ming and becoming good friends with him. Thinking about the past, it was really beautiful. Yang Ming pushed her in the police station and was seen by Chen Fei. She and Yang Ming squatted in the big truck together, pretending to be a young couple to catch Chen Afu. She drank with Yang Ming at the Wang family's base, and something almost happened after that. Xiaxue didn't know if she liked Yang Ming, but this was a boy that she didn't reject in her heart. If it was possible to take a step further, Xiaxue thought that she wouldn't reject it. However, thinking about Yang Ming, he was really fickle. Even if he had some special abilities that were valued by her brother, he couldn't be like this. I really don't know how Chen Mingyan tolerated it. Now it seems that she doesn't care very much. Xiaxue was a little dizzy. Although she wasn't a stubborn person who couldn't accept this situation, she just felt a little uncomfortable. However, a while ago, her brother suddenly told her that he would go to Yunnan with Yang Ming to perform a mission. Xiaxue's heart was inexplicably excited. Although she also knew that this trip to Yunnan would be very dangerous, Xiaxue didn't know why she felt very at ease with Yang Ming's company. It was as if Yang Ming would hold up the sky even if it collapsed. She was looking forward to it. She even couldn't wait. Xiao Bingbao was very surprised that his sister actually agreed to this mission so quickly. In the past, he wanted to arrange for his sister to enter the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, but she didn't agree. She wanted to be a policewoman herself. Why was it so easy now? Xiao Bingbao thought that he had to use his father's words to pressure Xia Shui. Now it seemed that it was unnecessary. Xia Shui didn't say anything and agreed. In fact, Xia Shui to the mission, to the trip with Yang was a trip. After agreeing, Xia Shui thought, since I'm going to perform the mission with Yang Ming, I'm also considered a teammate. No matter what, the two of us need to cultivate tacit understanding and feelings in advance, right? This way, they could better perform the mission. Before leaving, Yang Ming should at least invite me for a meal to reward me as a teammate. However, after waiting for a long time, Xia Shui didn't receive a call from Yang Ming. Xia Shui was a little disappointed. When she was on the phone with her brother, she asked about Yang Ming's recent situation intentionally or unintentionally. She learned that Yang Ming didn't have any missions recently, but was preparing for his departure in Songjiang City. She was a little confused. This damn Yang Ming. Why didn't he discuss it with me before he left? He even said that he was my long-term meal ticket. If that was the case, I would have starved to death. Therefore, Xia Shui was very angry. She wanted to find Yang Ming to reason with him, but she was too embarrassed to take the initiative to call Yang Ming. Could it be that the call was to ask Yang Ming to treat her to a meal? This Xia Shui couldn't open her mouth. When Xia Shui was very confused, she received a call from Yang Ming. It had to be said that Xia Shui's heart was a little overjoyed. Hello? I'm Xia Shui from the criminal investigation team. Although Xia Shui was very excited, her face was the same as usual. She didn't show any inappropriate behavior, but she spoke in a formal manner. I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming thought that Xia Shui didn't see the caller ID, so he didn't mind. Are you free now? Oh, let me see. Xia Shui was surprised. Yang Ming is willing to ask me out? However, she still pretended to look at the work list. After a while, she said, I don't have anything to do now. What do you want to do? Then, why don't you come to the beach, said Yang Ming. Beach? Xia Shui's heart moved. Why does Yang Ming want to ask me to go to the beach? Is he looking for me to go on a date? Thinking of this, Xia Shui's heart was nervous and excited. Now? I caught 2 robbers. They should be repeat offenders. You come and receive them. Yang Ming said. Ah? Xia Shui was stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming caught 2 robbers? He asked me to go to receive the robbers, not to ask me out. Xia Shui was a little annoyed, but she couldn't vent it to Yang Ming because Yang Ming didn't do anything wrong. It was reasonable for him to ask her to receive the robbers. It was just that she misunderstood. Xia Shui was very angry, but she could only endure her anger and said to Yang Ming, okay, I got it. I will bring people over now. Along the way, Xia Shui's face was very gloomy, so the police officers who were on duty with Xia Shui thought that some serious case had happened. They didn't dare to say anything and followed Xia Shui to the beach. Everyone was on alert with their hands on their guns, looking around vigilantly. However, after Xia Shui got out of the car, she recovered her smile. Yang Ming, I haven't seen you for a long time. We just met, and you were already looking for trouble for me? Isn't this helping you catch the criminals? It is reasonable to say that this matter isn't under our department at all. Yang Ming also smiled. If I didn't consider giving you some credit, I would have executed these 2 people directly when they robbed me. I wouldn't have waited for you. The short robber couldn't help but be stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. What does Yang Ming mean? In front of the police, he dares to say that he wants to kill me. His courage is really big, right? However, he didn't recognize the situation in front of him, but he shouted to Xia Shui, Police comrade, I want to report. What do you want to report? Xia Shui was stunned. She looked inexplicably at the 2 robbers who were knocked to the ground by Yang Ming. I want to report this person. He used lynching indiscriminately and deliberately hurt us. Not only did he beat us, but after we were captured, he also used a stun baton to shock us. The short robber shouted. Oh, then you really have to rejoice. It's good that he didn't kill you. Xia Shui nodded and said, his department is better than mine. I can't control him. If he killed you on the spot, it would be for nothing. Who asked you to attack the agent? Ah? Attack an agent? The tall and short robber was a little dumbfounded. How did I become the one who attacked an agent? Aren't these two people ordinary lovers? They were still students a few years ago, and now they are agents? How is this possible? However, the words of the police couldn't be deceiving them, right? The two robbers suddenly withered and didn't speak. It seemed that this time, they really kicked an iron plate. The two people were a little sad. Looking at Yang Ming staring at him like a tiger, the short robber was suddenly scared. He remembered Xiaxua's words. Even if he killed you on the spot, it would be useless. He quickly begged Xiaxua, "Police comrade, you have to save me. Why is he looking at me with that kind of eyes? Does he want to kill me?" Xiaxua was a little dumbfounded. She waved her hand impatiently and let her subordinates take the tall and short robber to the police car first. Then, she turned to look at Yang Ming. However, when she saw the girl next to Yang Ming, she was stunned. Who is this? Why haven't I seen her before? Is she Yang Ming's new girlfriend? However, why is Yang Ming alone with her at the beach? Does Chen Mingyan know? Thinking of this, Xiaxua felt a little injustice for Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming is going to leave soon. Why isn't he concentrating on accompanying his girlfriend at home? Why did he come to the beach to pick up girls? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Yang Ming, aren't you going to introduce her to me? Xiaxua's heart was a little sour. Her words were a little displeased. Anyway, now that her colleagues had already boarded the car, she was the only one left here. Xiaxua didn't care. Hee, this is Suya, my first girlfriend. Yang Ming introduced her to Xiaxua generously. Anyway, Suya was using Suya's appearance, so he wasn't afraid that Xiaxua would see any clues. Huh? Xiaxua was stunned after listening to Yang Ming's introduction. First girlfriend? The one opposite is Yang Ming's first girlfriend? Wasn't his first girlfriend Chen Mingyan? Even if it wasn't Chen Mingyan, it should be Lin Jiyun, right? Why was there another first love? What's wrong? Yang Ming looked at Xiaxua's strange reaction and asked with some doubt. Nothing, wasn't your first love Chen Mingyan? Xiaxua also intentionally mentioned Chen Mingyan's name in front of Suya. It was also to bring some ill feelings to Suya. No, she was earlier than Mingyan. Mingyan also knew about it. How could Yang Ming not understand Xiaxua's meaning? Therefore, he simply explained generously. Chen Mingyan knows? Xiaxua was stunned and said with some jealousy, "You have quite a lot of girlfriends?" It's all right. Yang Ming nodded. Then, you continue with your work. I'm leaving. Xiaxua saw that Yang Ming didn't seem to put her in his eyes at all. She stomped her feet with some resentment, turned and left, and walked to the police car. Yang Ming looked at Xiaxua's back and sighed. Yang Ming wasn't a fool about Xiaxua's thoughts. Now, Yang Ming had matured a lot. He could grasp a girl's thoughts more accurately than before. However, although Yang Ming knew Xiaxua's thoughts, he didn't say much. After all, now wasn't the time to comfort Xiaxua. Never mind that there was nothing between him and Xiaxua. Their relationship was just a little ambiguous. Even if there was something, there were so many things at home now. How could Yang Ming have time to accompany Xiaxua? In fact, when he went to Yunnan to perform the mission, he had to be with Xiaxua. He had time to accompany her on the road. How could Yang Ming waste the little time at home? She likes you? Looking at Xiaxua's back as she left, Suya looked at Yang Ming, smiled, and asked. It should be. Yang Ming didn't deny it and nodded. He was going to Yunnan soon. Since Suya had seen through some things, Yang Ming didn't have to hide it from her. It could be said that Suya was the person who knew most of his secrets. Yang Ming instinctively had a sense of intimacy with her. Even if Xiaoqing and Xiao Bingbao knew that he could see through things, they definitely didn't know that he could disguise himself. This was Yang Ming's ultimate trump card. Yang Ming wouldn't easily show it to others. Then, do you like her? Asked Suya. Yang Ming smiled, but he didn't hide it and nodded. I have some feelings. Then, before you leave, you should spend more time with her. Suya wasn't jealous. Instead, she advised Yang Ming, otherwise, you will definitely regret it after you leave. That won't happen. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled. This time, Xiaxia is going to Yunnan with me. Do you think I still need to accompany her? Ah? She is going with you? Are you serious? Suya was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. Aren't you going to perform a very dangerous mission? She is a policewoman, not an agent. How can she be with you? Although she's not a special agent, her brother is my immediate superior, and her family seems to be working in my department. She's the only exception, so it seems that her family is preparing for her to go out and gain experience. Yang Ming still had a general understanding of Xia Shui's life experience, but he learned this from Xia Bingbao later. As for before, Yang Ming really didn't expect Xia Shui to have such a background. When he saw Xia Shui's second uncle driving a taxi in the city, Yang Ming just thought that Xia Shui was from an ordinary family. He only knew a little about it when he met Xia Bingbao later. I see. I didn't expect her to have such a big background. Suya nodded. Over the years, you have known a lot of girls, and each of them is very good. Hee, are you angry? Yang Ming knew that Suya wasn't angry. If she was angry, she wouldn't say this. Since Suya could say this, it showed that she had accepted all this calmly in her heart. How can it be? I'm not by your side. I can't accompany you. They just happened to replace me. Suya shrugged. However, I really regret it. If I knew there would be such a day, I would have quit the entertainment industry. It's not like I won't come back. Yang Ming said, just wait for me. I will definitely come back safely. And, I believe. Suya nodded. Yang Ming and Suya's atmosphere was ruined by the two robbers, so they didn't have the mood to continue to wander around the beach. The two people returned to the parking place and got in the car. Yang Ming took Suya back to the villa in the Huashang district. Chen Mengyan, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun were already waiting at home. When Yang Ming and Suya came back, they had already prepared the meal. Yang Ming, Sister Suya, you are back? Chen Mengyan wore an apron and walked out of the kitchen. When she saw Yang Ming and Suya coming back, she was suddenly happy. The meal will be ready soon. You can come and eat after you pack up. Should I go and help? Suya couldn't directly eat the ready-made food. Although she could be regarded as a guest, she didn't regard herself as a guest. Now, she was also one of the hostesses of the villa. No need, Sister Suya. You're the boss. These should be done by us, the second wives. Chen Mingyan smiled. Suya was suddenly embarrassed after listening to Chen Mingyan's words. She was a little embarrassed. Mingyan, what are you talking about? Didn't we already agree that we don't need to distinguish between each other? Besides, what kind of first wife am I? I'm just a temporary guest. Yang Ming saw that Suya and Chen Mingyan were getting along well, so he was relieved. If they still quarreled with each other before he left, then Yang Ming really wouldn't have a peace of mind. Suya had restored her original appearance at the moment, but she didn't tell Chen Mingyan that she could change her appearance. She just said that she used a disguise technique, but Chen Mingyan didn't doubt it. Although Chen Mingyan didn't let Suya come over to help, Suya still helped Chen Mingyan after taking off her clothes. In fact, there was only the last step of the meal. As long as it was placed on the table, Suya helped to arrange it. Yang Ming was happy to eat the ready-made food. He glanced at the busy Suya, Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming suddenly felt that he was enjoying it. The happiest time in life was this. Yang Ming really had an impulse to retire from the underworld. If he could, he would take his woman, family, and friends to live in seclusion on Island X. However, there was always a gap between reality and ideals. Yang Ming had to accept reality and do something that he didn't want to do, but he had to do it. This was a person's responsibility and obligation. He wasn't an irresponsible person. If he didn't go on this trip to Yunnan, then no one could do anything to him. At most, he could just leave and take his family to Island X. With Yang Ming's connections, he could even reach Island X without going through the formal channels. After going to Island X, it would be Yang Ming's private territory. Yang Ming had an unusual relationship with many celebrities in Europe. Not to mention the old Buffon family, the Butterfly family, and the Charles family had a close relationship with Yang Ming. But Yang Ming did not do this. He went to Yunnan. This was what a man. During dinner, the atmosphere was very cheerful because of Suya's participation. At first, Suya was still not used to it, but after a long time, Suya also integrated into this small family. She was familiar with Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. She was also classmates with Zhou Jiejia. Usually, the four of them chatted happily on the internet. When they had nothing to do, they would call and text each other. So, it was only the initial unfamiliarity. After that, they were like sisters who hadn't seen each other for many years. They couldn't be more familiar with each other. Yang Ming was also happy to see such a scene. After dinner, Suya even took the initiative to offer a few songs to liven up everyone's mood. Among them, there was a new song that had not yet been published. The three fans of Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun were very excited. They were probably the three fans closest to the big star. I'm tired. Let's go to rest. Chen Mingyan looked at the time and took the initiative to take Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia upstairs. She left the space downstairs to Yang Ming and Suya. There were also guest rooms on the first floor. The nanny, Auntie Li, had gone home and hadn't come back yet. So, at this moment, the entire first floor was left with Yang Ming and Suya. Heh. They are really direct. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Suya was also a little shy and nodded. In this atmosphere, Suya was also very shy. Although she had already made up her mind to give herself to Yang Ming, that was also in the case where there were no outsiders. Now, Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun were upstairs. She was really a little embarrassed. Who knew, in a while, would Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun come to make trouble? Then what are we going to do now? Yang Ming shrugged and looked at Suya. Whatever you say, then do it. Suya didn't have the courage before. Looking at Yang Ming, her beautiful eyes showed a burst of tenderness. Then let's go to the room and talk first? Yang Ming suggested. Suya nodded. At this moment, Suya had been waiting for a long time. Sometimes when she dreamed, she would imagine that one day she would become Yang Ming's bride. Everything was so beautiful in the bridal chamber. Although there were some differences between reality and dreams, there was no grand wedding, and there were no candles in the room, but Suya was still so happy. Those things, in Suya's view, were flashy but impractical. Only the Yang Ming in front of her was real. This was the person she missed in her dreams for many days and nights. She originally thought that she would never see him again in this life. However, the bizarre fate of life put the two people together again. At the most critical moment, Yang Ming appeared and saved her from the hands of the bad guys. If all this wasn't God's arrangement, then what was? Suya felt that she was very lucky. She could actually meet Yang Ming again after many years. Moreover, she met Yang Ming under such circumstances. The person in the dream was still the same, but she had become another person. Now, the two people finally came together again. Moreover, from this moment on, the two people's hearts would always be integrated and intertwined. The future was beautiful and worth looking forward to, wasn't it? Suya believed that tomorrow would be better. Even if Yang Ming went on a mission, she would be like a little wife waiting for her husband to come home. She would pray for her husband's safety and hope that he would come back soon. Suya felt that she was very happy and lucky. How many people's first love died? Young? How many people didn't find their lover in their whole life? How many people died alone and regretted their whole life? Fortunately, she met Yang Ming again and became his woman. Yang Ming, I love you as always, just like the moment we separated. My heart has never changed. Suya raised her head and looked at her beloved man in front of her. She said each word clearly. Yang Ming listened to Suya's affectionate confession and couldn't help but feel ashamed. Yes, although he had always loved Suya, in fact, he had betrayed her. Although Suya didn't say anything, the more it was like this, the more bitter Yang Ming felt in his heart. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, Lin Jiyun, Lan Ling, and so on. A series of girls were intertwined in his fate and life. It made Yang Ming feel like he was in a dream. When he woke up, he realized that he had hurt Suya. Although Suya didn't say anything, and she didn't seem to care about these, Yang Ming's heart was very uncomfortable. That was a kind of guilt toward Suya. Although Yang Ming wasn't to blame for the original incident, Suya wasn't wrong. She was also a victim. She could hold on to her love in that stubborn persistence, but why couldn't I? Why did I fall? If it weren't for the persuasion of Chen Mingyan and Zhaoying, I'm afraid that I would still be a little punk with no achievements, right? But Suya had become a big star in the limelight. This was the difference between her and me. This made Yang Ming blush after listening to Suya's confession. I'm sorry, Suya. Why did you suddenly say this? Suya was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. She didn't understand why Yang Ming suddenly said sorry. She was confessing to him, but he suddenly said sorry. No matter how she looked at it, it made Suya feel weird. It was as if he had rejected her confession. It was no wonder that Suya would think so. After all, in reality, many men and women would say sorry after one party confessed. Didn't that mean that the other party refused? Although Suya knew that Yang Ming couldn't mean this, otherwise, what would Yang Ming do? He tricked me into bed, and then he said sorry. Isn't that forcing me to commit suicide? However, Suya's heart still skipped a beat. She cared too much about Yang Ming. Suya cared about every word of Yang Ming. Therefore, after Yang Ming said sorry, Suya's heart suddenly felt a little perturbed. You love me so much and still love me, but I couldn't be loyal to you. I feel a little sorry for you in my heart. Yang Ming sighed and said, although I know you don't blame me, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Ming, in fact, I'll tell you the truth. I didn't care about this at all. Suya finally understood why Yang Ming said sorry, so she said, I love you, so I love everything about you. Including your lover. From the beginning to the end, I had been in contact with Mingyan, Zhiyun, and Jiejia with this mentality. From the first time I saw Mingyan and invited her to perform on the same stage, I had already expressed my intentions. Therefore, I never cared about it. I didn't want to compete with them. I just wanted to get along well with them. This was the first time that Suya told Yang Ming her intentions so straightforwardly. She didn't have the opportunity to say it before, and she didn't want to say it because everyone got along well. She didn't need to say this. It seemed like she was pretending to be generous, and it would cause Yang Ming to be disgusted. However, at this moment, she couldn't let it go when she saw Yang Ming. Suya didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she told Yang Ming her intentions. Suya, thank you. How could Yang Ming not know Suya's intentions? However, knowing her intentions was one thing. After knowing her intentions, he felt even more sorry for her. Yang Ming looked at Suya and didn't know what to say for a while. Why? Why are you looking at me? Suya was stared at by Yang Ming, and she felt a little weird. Nothing. Yang Ming sighed. Since Suya had already said this, then if Yang Ming continued to be entangled, it would ruin the atmosphere. So, Yang Ming smiled and said, it's still early. Why don't we do something else? Do what? Suya asked with a red face. You know. Yang Ming smiled. But can you do it? Why can't I? Won't you know if you try? Suya's face was even redder. Upstairs, Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun were sitting around the bed. The three of them said that they were going to rest, but in fact, no one went to rest. They were all curious about what was going to happen between Yang Ming and Suya. Jiejia, do you think they have started? Chen Mingyan looked at the time on the clock and asked with a smile, you know this better. How would I know? Zhou Jiejia said with a red face, didn't you all have your first time? Why are you asking me? Yang Ming and I are an old couple. There is no atmosphere. Everything seems to be natural. It's not as abrupt as them. Chen Mingyan explained with a red face, so I can only ask you? Then why don't you ask Sister Lin? After Zhou Jiejia finished speaking, she suddenly thought of it. Sister Lin's first time, I'm afraid she didn't even know what it was like. Sure enough, Lin Jiyun shook her head with a red face. At that time, I was completely knocked out and thrown into the hotel. How would I know what was going on? I lost my virginity in a daze and almost sued Yang Ming. Haha, fortunately, you said afterward that Yang Ming was your boyfriend. Otherwise, Yang Ming would really be in jail. Thinking of this matter, Chen Mengyan also sighed. Sometimes, many things were decided in a single thought. A slight deviation could make a big difference. Originally, I wanted to give it to him. After I found out that it was him, I naturally wouldn't pursue any responsibility. Lin Jiyun said with a red face, so, let's ask Xianxia. Only she knows best. So, Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun turned to look at Zhou Xianxia at the same time. Why don't we go down and see? Zhou Xianxia was somewhat helpless and had to say it. Eavesdrop? Chen Mengyan felt that this was a good idea, but she was afraid that it would affect Yang Ming and Suya. Isn't it too good? Suya finally came back. If we disturb them, won't Suya hate us? Lin Jiyun shook her head. She didn't want to eavesdrop. I think so too. Zhou Xianxia began to go back on her words. Forget it. Let's sleep. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Chen Mengyan also felt that it wasn't appropriate, so she pulled Lin Jiyun and Zhou Xianxia to fall on the bed together. But, who could really fall asleep? This was destined to be another sleepless night. Chen Mengyan, Zhou Xianxia, and Lin Jiyun were lying on the bed, but they didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, they were discussing the bits and pieces after knowing Yang Ming. Everyone had different stories. Now that they were telling each other, it was a different feeling. In the middle of the night, they finally couldn't help it. They tiptoed out of the bedroom and went downstairs to Yang Ming and Suya's room. How sensitive were Yang Ming's senses? Any movement in the wind couldn't escape his eyes and ears. Yang Ming, who heard the sound, suddenly woke up. However, after he used his X-ray vision to look outside the room, he suddenly felt relieved. Early the next morning, all the girls' faces were red. Only Yang Ming sat at the table and ate breakfast. Aren't you eating together? Asked Yang Ming. You eat first. We won't eat. Chen Mengyan glanced at Yang Ming and said, we will eat after you finish eating. Sister Suya is leaving in a while. Let's talk to her more. Yang Ming also knew that Suya was leaving soon. After all, Suya had a lot of things to do. She came here this time because she postponed a lot of things on hand and came back at the last minute. However, before she completely quit the entertainment industry, there were still some things to deal with. Now, Suya's agent and company were very anxious and kept urging her to go back. Yesterday, Yang Ming and Suya also talked for a long time. Before he returned safely, Suya would stay in the entertainment industry to develop her own career. When Yang Ming settled down, she would gradually withdraw. In fact, Yang Ming was also giving Suya a career to do so that she would miss him less. Even if he couldn't come back, Suya would have a career that would buffer her from losing her mind. The music was over, and the people dispersed. There was always a time to say goodbye. After breakfast, Yang Ming drove and sent Suya to the airport in Donghai City. At this time, Suya had to restore her identity as the big star Suya because all her credentials were Shuya's, not Suya's. Suya's identity had completely disappeared. Her new identity in Hong Kong was Shuya. Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Xianxia didn't go to send Suya off. They said that they were going to the school to see how Fan Jinja's matter was handled. However, they also wanted to give Yang Ming and Suya more space and time. The two were about to be separated. Chen Mengyan and the others couldn't bear to join in the fun. Watching Yang Ming's car leave, Chen Mengyan, Zhou Xianxia, and Lin Jiyun got into Chen Mengyan's Audi A5 together. Sister Mengyan, did you contact Lan Ling? Zhou Xianxia asked after getting in the car. Of course, I contacted her. With you, a little hacker, helping me find Lan Ling's contact information, how can I let you work for nothing? Chen Mengyan smiled and said, I have already contacted her. Today's flight to Donghai. After Yang Ming sends Sister Suya, he can see Lan Ling. Hee, then will Yang Ming be very surprised? Lin Jiyun smiled happily after listening. Yang Ming was happy, and she was also happy. Although she was a little silly, she enjoyed it. There should be a surprise. Chen Mengyan shrugged. This is also the only thing we can do for Yang Ming before he leaves. I hope that he can leave happily without any regrets or worries. Only then can he concentrate on the task. So we can't drag him down. Sister Mengyan, you are so generous. Zhou Jieji sighed and said. Aren't you talking nonsense? If I wasn't generous, would you be able to live in the villa? Chen Mengyan was a little dumbfounded. Are you saying that I am stingy? That's not it. Zhou Jieji smiled and shook her head. Right, what kind of girl is Lan Ling? Is she easy to get along with? We haven't contacted her before. Only you, Sister Mengyan, have called her. We don't know if we can get along with her after meeting her. Although Lin Jiyun didn't speak, it was obvious that this was the problem she was most concerned about. As Yang Ming's woman, she naturally hoped that she could get along with Yang Ming's other women. Therefore, she also looked at Chen Mengyan nervously, waiting for her answer. From the voice on the phone, Lan Ling should be a girl who is not scheming. She is very cute, and her mouth is very sweet. She has no hostility to me. Chen Mengyan said, I told her that Yang Ming was going to Yunnan. She was very excited and thanked me. She said that she must treat me to a big meal. But I am relieved. At least, we won't have any unpleasant things. Chen Mengyan nodded with some relief. However, I have been mentally prepared before. Even if Lan Ling doesn't give me a good look, I can only endure it. At most, I won't contact her in the future. Out of sight, out of mind. As Chen Mengyan spoke, she started the car and drove in the direction of the school. In the school, Fan Xianxia had completely become a joke. Until now, Fan Xianxia had completely given up. After the competition between Yang Ming and Feng Xibia yesterday, Feng Jianing had offended the entire school because of his previous words. As a result, Feng Jianing was surrounded by angry students before he could sneak out of the stadium. At this moment, fists could no longer calm the anger in their hearts. They had already used more advanced weapons, bricks and iron bars. As a result, the unlucky Feng Jianing was directly beaten half to death. When the school's security team arrived, the students dispersed. Although the matter was very big, the school didn't know who hit him. Moreover, Feng Jianing was a person who had been released from prison outside the school. The school would not stand up for such a person. The security team sent Feng Jianing to the hospital out of humanitarianism and left him alone. This scared Fan Xianxia. He didn't expect these students to be so fierce. They dared to hit people with bricks. Wouldn't it be dangerous if he went out? He had promised the bet. If Feng Xibiao lost, he, Fan Xianxia, would have to run naked and give up his pursuit of Zhaoying forever. For Fan Xianxia, giving up his pursuit was nothing. In the current situation, he had no face to pursue Zhaoying. This challenge could be said to be shooting himself in the foot. Not only did it not achieve the desired effect, but he also lost face. However, it was impossible for him to run naked. If he were to run naked, how could he continue to mingle in the school? Not to mention in the school, he would probably be famous in Songjiang City. When people mentioned Fan Xianxia, they would association about him being the school streaker. Therefore, Fan Xianxia would definitely not choose to run naked. He wanted to go out and hide for a while. When the matter was over and everyone had forgotten about this matter, he would return to the school. Anyway, the graduate course was not very tight, and there would not be any roll call. Previously, he was scared by Yang Ming that he was possessed by a resentful spirit. He had not been in school for a long time, so there was no problem. However, just as he wanted to sneak out of the school to take refuge, bad news came. Feng Jianing was beaten until he was disabled and sent directly to the hospital. The first report on the campus forum was about this incident. A person who looked like a bloody gourd was lying on the slate of the playground. If Fan Xianxia didn't recognize him as Feng Jianing from his clothes, Fan Xianxia wouldn't even recognize who he was. He didn't look like a human at all. Fan Xianxia's hands were paralyzed on the spot. His hand that was holding the mouse was trembling, and he could barely move it. Damn, why is it so fierce? Fan Xianxia wanted to cry. He didn't expect things to get so out of hand. It was completely out of his control. Thinking of this, Fan Xianxia quickly dispelled his plan to sneak out now. After calming down for a while, Fan Xianxia continued to look at the posts on the forum. However, the second post was Fan Jinja's arrest warrant. Fan Xianxia did not appear after the competition, so after watching the game in the stadium, the angry students began to look for Fan Xianxia. They wanted him to fulfill his promise and run around the campus naked. But after searching for a long time, they could not find him, so the arrest warrant was issued. Fortunately, Fan Xianxia lived in a separate room in the graduate student building. Very few people knew that he lived here. Usually, the students in the graduate student building were divided into different apartments, so there was very little communication. Therefore, no one could find the graduate student dormitory for a while. However, even if they could not find him now, it did not mean that they could not find him in the future. As a matter of fact, the student's searchability was very strong. Fan Xianxia felt that it was no longer safe for him to stay in the dormitory. Besides, he couldn't stay in the dormitory forever, right? However, he did not dare to go out now because it was also very dangerous outside. Everyone was waiting for him to run around naked. If he went out now, he was afraid that he would be caught by the students who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Therefore, Fan Xianxia felt that it was better to wait for the limelight to die down before leaving at night. In a short time, the students would not be able to find the graduate student dormitory. However, Fan Xianxia underestimated the perseverance of these students. Many students simply did not sleep at night. They spontaneously formed a patrol team to catch Fan Xianxia and walked around the campus. After Fan Xianxia saw the tracking report on the internet, he secretly felt lucky that he did not go out. Otherwise, if he sneaked out alone in the middle of the night, he would be immediately caught as a suspicious target. These people are really patient. They even came out at night to catch me. Fan Xianxia cursed a few times, turned off the computer, and went to sleep. He planned to leave the next day. Anyway, no one could find the graduate student luxury dormitory now, so he was not very worried. After a night, Fan Xianxia turned on the computer and went online to check the latest news. As a result, he did not know, but he was shocked when he saw it. In the human search post about him, someone had revealed that Fan Xianxia was living in the graduate student luxury dormitory. Although it was just a reply and had not attracted anyone's attention yet, Fan Xianxia knew very well that if this continued, he would be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, Fan Xianxia did not dare to wait any longer. He planned to put on some makeup and sneak out of school during the day when there were many people. Use. Fan Xianxia disguised himself as the head of the Secret Service and sneaked out of the graduate student's luxury apartment building. Fortunately, although many civilian patrols were spontaneously organized to search for Fan Xianxia was not a public figure after all. He did not appear in public when he posted before, so not many people knew him. Previously, no one thought that he could win. In fact, he did not win. Therefore, there was only one photo of Fan Xianxia on the flyer about the competition between him and Yang Ming. Now, these people searching for Fan Xianxia could only find Fan Xianxia with a flyer each. Therefore, Fan Xianxia, who was wearing sunglasses and a cap, easily avoided these people's search and successfully walked to the school gate. Fan Xianxia was secretly happy. "You idiots, I'm wearing makeup. Let's see what you can do. Go ahead and look for him. I'll tire you to death. I'm leaving." Fan Xianxia was very happy seeing that he was getting closer to the parking lot at the school gate. "No one can catch me when I get in the car. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Fan Xianxia saw his Honda Accord. He subconsciously quickened his pace and ran quickly to his car. Chen Mingyan drove Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun to the school. She was about to park the car in the parking lot at the school gate. She had just found a parking space and was about to park the car. Unexpectedly, a person came out from the left side and rushed to a black car next to the parking space that Chen Mingyan was going to park. Chen Mingyan was shocked. She saw this person before, but according to this person's speed, it was impossible for him to touch Chen Mingyan. Who would have thought that this person would suddenly speed up and run over here? Chen Mingyan subconsciously stepped on the brakes, but it was too late. Because she was too close to the person in front, she still hit the person with a bang and knocked him down. Fan Xianxia screamed and fell out. Not only were his legs hurt from being hit by Chen Mingyan's car, but his butt was also hurt from the fall. Fan Xianxia was furious. "How do you drive? Didn't you see me? If it were any other time, he would have jumped up and beat the driver up. But now, he was afraid of exposing his identity. He didn't dare to argue with the car owner. He could only admit that he was unlucky. Xianxia got up from the ground gloomily. He didn't say much and hobbled to his car. However, while he admitted that he was unlucky, some people didn't think so. Chen Fei was an upright person. Chen Mengyan was also very upright since she was a child under the influence of her father. She naturally wouldn't ignore or shirk the responsibility when she hit someone. Chen Mengyan was shocked when she saw that she had hit someone. But after she reacted, she quickly got out of the car and ran to the person who was hit. How are you? Is there anything wrong? Don't move. I'll call an ambulance for you. Huh? Xianxia was stunned. He didn't expect that he actually knew the person who hit him. It was Yang Ming's girlfriend, Chen Mengyan. Xianxia couldn't help but feel that he was unlucky. Motherf asterisk Ker, of all people, why did I have to bump into Chen Mengyan? Please don't let her out. Xianxia was not afraid of the students who were searching for him with flyers. After all, they only had a photo. Once he disguised himself, they wouldn't recognize him. Wasn't that the case now? Just by wearing a pair of sunglasses and a baseball cap, he had successfully fooled those patrolmen. However, this was only applicable to those who were not familiar with him. Those who were familiar with Xianxia might not be able to recognize him from a distance, but they would be able to see the flaws when they looked at him up close. Xianxia had been in contact with Chen Mengyan before. In the resort, he even brought Chen Mengyan to catch adulterers. Therefore, Xianxia was suddenly a little scared. Chen Mengyan better not recognize me. If she recognizes me, then wouldn't I be unable to escape? He believed that Chen Mengyan definitely wanted him to run naked. After all, Chen Mengyan was Yang Ming's girlfriend. She would definitely support the students in the school. How would he know that Chen Mengyan left the school early yesterday and did not care about the follow-up matters at all? Chen Mengyan also did not know that the students in the school were searching for Xianxia. However, Xianxia was guilty. He was instinctively afraid when he saw Chen Mengyan, so he lowered his head and did not dare to look at Chen Mengyan. He was afraid that she would recognize him. He only said vaguely, "I'm fine. I'm fine." In fact, if he revealed his identity and said that he was fine, Chen Mengyan might really let him go. After all, Chen Mengyan knocked him down. She would not mention those unpleasant things out of guilt. However, Xianxia did not think so. He thought that Chen Mengyan knew everything, so he avoided her. He did not want Chen Mengyan to continue pestering him. This won't do. I knocked you down. I have to go and take a look. Even if you don't call an ambulance, you should go to the school's hospital. Don't hurt your muscles or bones. Chen Mengyan did not expect Xianxia to say that he was fine even though he was limping. She was a little confused. I said no need. It's fine. Let me go quickly. I have something urgent. Xianxia was a little anxious. This Chen Mengyan is too much. Even I, who was hit, said that I was fine. Why are you so anxious when you hit someone? Look, you're limping when you walk. How can you be fine? Chen Mengyan's heart was very kind. Seeing Xianxia limping, how could she let him go just like that? Her conscience would feel uneasy if that were to happen. F***ck. Xianxia was really impatient. Are you F***king done? I've already said that I'm fine, yet you're still dawdling. Is there something wrong with you? How can you talk like that? Sister Mengyan is also concerned about you. After all, it's our fault. But why don't you appreciate it? Zhou Jiejie and Lin Jiyun also got out of the car at this time. They happened to hear Xianxia's words, so Zhou Jiejie said with some resentment. F***ck, I already said that I'm fine. Why do you still care? Are you done yet? Xianxia was very anxious. The dispute between the two had attracted a lot of students. He just wanted to leave quickly. Otherwise, there might be some problems. What's going on? Who knows what's going on? Two school security guards squeezed over, followed by some students who were watching the scene. It's these girls who hit the boy with their car. A student who was watching said to the security guard. Oh, you're still in the right after hitting someone? Even if they are girls, you can't be unreasonable. Hurry up and send the injured to the school hospital for treatment. The security guard saw that the car was driven by a few beautiful girls and sighed in his heart. It's another child from a rich family. But you can't be so arrogant when you hit someone, right? We're unreasonable. Chen Mingyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing the security guard's words. We did want to take him to the school hospital for treatment, but he refused to go. He said he was fine. Look, he's already limping. Huh? The security guard was stunned after hearing Chen Mingyan's words. It seems that I misunderstood the situation. It's not that these little girls are unreasonable, but it's the problem with the injured party. However, he couldn't believe the words of one party. Instead, he turned to look at Fan Xianxia. Is that so? Yes, I'm fine. Let me go quickly. Fan Xianxia was furious. This Chen Mingyan is really a busybody. I'm obviously fine, but she insisted on taking me to see a doctor. What kind of person is she? Classmate, you can't even walk properly. Why don't you go and have a look? After all, it's better to explain this kind of thing in person. Otherwise, if you find a problem later, you won't have anyone to reason with, right? The security guard advised kindly. No need means no need. Damn it, I don't need you to care even if I die. Hurry up and let me go. I'm in a hurry. Fan Xianxia pushed away the security guard who stopped him and walked to his car. Classmate, you're being impulsive. You can't be young and impetuous. You can't act like a hero just because the other party is a few beautiful girls. That's not right. You should go and have a look. The security guard thought that Fan Xianxia wanted to act like a hero, so he went forward and pulled Fan Xianxia, not wanting to let him go. Get lost. Fan Xianxia's lungs were about to explode. Why are these people pretending to be good people at this time? They really have nothing better to do. Fan Xianxia waved his hand and wanted to push the security guard aside. However, because of the severe pain in his legs, he staggered and his body shook. The hat and glasses on his head all fell to the ground. Fan Xianxia subconsciously wanted to pick them up. Fortunately, the surrounding students did not recognize him immediately. Everyone's mind was on the matter itself. No one would think that this person was Fan Xianxia. However, there was someone who was very familiar with Fan Xianxia. This person was Chen Mingyan. After she saw Fan Xianxia, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. She said subconsciously, Fan Xianxia? Why are you here? After Fan Xianxia heard Chen Mingyan's words, he suddenly knew that something was wrong. He thought, this bitch is really pissing me off. You bumped into me, but I didn't care about it. You even exposed my identity. You're so hateful. Of course, Fan Xianxia also knew that Chen Mingyan did not mean it. Otherwise, Chen Mingyan would not have kindly sent him to the hospital. I'm not. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Fan Xianxia quickly shook his head and denied his identity. I don't know who Fan Xianxia is. I've never heard of him. If Fan Xianxia was just stunned and said that Chen Mingyan had mistaken him for someone else, or said, what did you say? If he pretended that he did not hear clearly, then no one would doubt him. However, Fan Xianxia actually repeated himself, I don't know who Fan Xianxia is. I've never heard of him. This was a bit of a problem. Fan Xianxia could be said to be the most popular person in the school for a while. He was no less famous than Yang Ming. Especially yesterday and today, Fan Xianxia's name had spread throughout the school. Everyone was looking for him. Even the aunties in the cafeteria were asking if a student named Fan Xianxia had caused public outrage. Therefore, it was impossible to say that this person did not know Fan Xianxia. When he said this, it attracted the attention of the students. Someone took out the flyer in his hand and compared it. He found that this person was very similar to Fan Xianxia. So, this student exclaimed, he seems to be Fan Xianxia. Everyone, catch him. Don't let him run away. Fan Xianxia was frightened. He turned around and wanted to get into his car. However, before he could get into the car, he was held down by the students. Even the two security guards who wanted to stop them could not do anything at this moment. These students were too fierce. They rushed up directly and pushed Fan Jinja away. Chen Mengyan was a little dumbfounded. Zhou Jejia and Lin Jiyun on the side were also dumbfounded. They did not know what had happened. When these students were far away, Zhou Jejia said with some surprise, "Sister Mengyan, what happened?" These people seem to have a deep hatred for Fan Jinja. Why did they push him away all of a sudden? I don't know. Who knows what happened? Chen Mengyan also shrugged inexplicably and said, "No wonder Fan Jinja said that he was fine after being hit. It seems that he wants to escape from the school quickly. We have done something bad with good intentions." At this time, the two security guards also came over with a wry smile and said, "You have indeed done something bad with good intentions. Now many students in the school are looking for Fan Jinja. No wonder he is in a hurry to leave." "But, why are they looking for him?" asked Chen Mengyan strangely. "You don't know?" The security guards also looked at Chen Mengyan strangely. "Fan Jinja lost a bet yesterday, so the students want him to fulfill his promise and run naked." "Huh? Is that so?" Chen Mengyan was a little speechless. She did not expect it to be like this. Moreover, Yang Ming had already left. These students actually volunteered to supervise Fan Jinja to fulfill his promise for Yang Ming. "Yeah." The security guard nodded. "Well, I won't talk to you anymore. We have to hurry back to the security room and mobilize more security guards to take a look. It's fine if it's just running naked, but don't make a big deal out of it. It will be hard to explain to the school leaders." With that said, the two security guards hurried away. Chen Mengyan could not help but smile. "I didn't expect Yang Ming to be so popular in the school. There's nothing to see. It's not interesting." Chen Mengyan was not interested in whether Fan Jinja was naked. Zhou Jejia nodded. She was just casually suggesting it. She did not mean to see it. The three locked the car and walked to the school's teaching building. But coincidentally, Chen Mengyan met Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan on the way. "Sister Ying, Wang Xiaoyan." Chen Mengyan took the initiative to greet them. Chen Mengyan had always respected Zhao Ying. She was also grateful for the help she gave to Yang Ming. She tutored Yang Ming every day, which allowed Yang Ming to be admitted to the university he was in now. Therefore, although Chen Mengyan called Zhao Ying Sister Ying, she respected Zhao Ying as an elder and teacher in her heart. Chen Mengyan had seen Wang Xiaoyan, the beautiful neighbor, a few times. She knew that she was also a student in the school, but they did not interact much. When they met, they just nodded. Although they were familiar with each other, they did not talk much. Mengyan. Zhao Ying's expression was a little unnatural after seeing Chen Mengyan. After all, the things that Yang Ming did these days were all for Zhao Ying. She was also afraid that Chen Mengyan would have some thoughts. "Are you going to class?" "I'm going to class." Chen Mengyan nodded and said, "Right, the people in the school found Fan Jinja. I heard that Fan Jinja went streaking. Sister Ying, don't you want to go and see?" I won't go." Zhao Ying was shocked, but she was relieved when she saw that Chen Mengyan's expression was joking. She was now a little suspicious. She was afraid that Chen Mengyan would notice something wrong. "Then we'll go first. Sister Ying, goodbye. Wang Xiaoyan, let's go." Chen Mengyan waved to Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan and left with Zhou Jejia and Lin Jiyun. "Goodbye." Zhao Ying watched Chen Mengyan and others leave, and she was slightly relieved. "Sister Ying, you are guilty." Wang Xiaoyan smiled, reached out, and pulled Zhao Ying. Of course, I'm guilty. You scared me." Zhao Ying shook her head. "Every time I see Chen Mengyan, I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. I feel like I'm sorry for her. There is no such thing as sorry in a relationship. If we count it, you and Yang Ming started it first. What are you afraid of?" Wang Xiaoyan was a little resentful of Zhao Ying's scruples. "Forget it, let's not talk about this." Zhao Ying sighed. "Right, Mengyan just said that those people found Fan Jinja, and Fan Jinja went streaking? Should we go and see?" said Wang Xiaoyan. "Forget it. I don't want to see him. What he does has nothing to do with me." Zhao shook her head and was a little melancholy. Yang Ming was going to leave, and it was very dangerous. She couldn't tell others, and it made her feel very depressed. She could only share this with Wang Xiaoyan because Wang Xiaoyan also knew the truth. Yang Ming drove Suya to the Donghai City airport, but this time he didn't let the driver, little Wang, go with him. After all, Suya's identity was a secret. Although Yang Ming trusted little Wang now, Yang Ming still had to be careful about this kind of thing. Moreover, he also enjoyed this kind of time when there were only the two of them. Yang Ming sent Suya to the security checkpoint. "I'm leaving. Take care." Suya, who was fully armed, said to Yang Ming. She was hesitant. She was reluctant to leave, but they had to part in the end. I know. You too." Yang Ming nodded. "I hope that when I come back, your career can reach a higher level." Yang Ming said this to give Suya a goal to strive for. Before she had a breakthrough in her career, even if he didn't come back, she would not miss him too much. In fact, Suya's career had actually reached a peak. It would be very difficult for her to have a breakthrough. How smart was Suya? How could she not understand Yang Ming's intention? However, in order to let Yang Ming leave in peace, Suya didn't expose it. She just smiled and nodded, looking at Suya's back as she walked through the security checkpoint until she disappeared from Yang Ming's sight. Yang Ming sighed. Farewell is inevitable. Yang Ming didn't use his X-ray vision to continue to look at Suya. Instead, he turned around and prepared to return to Songjiang City. He would leave tomorrow. Today was the last day. Yang Ming was going to go home to accompany Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia. Yang Ming was very grateful for Chen Mingyan's act of finding Suya before leaving. Chen Mingyan did this to show her magnanimity and broad-mindedness. However, he didn't know if Chen Mingyan would still have such magnanimity and broad-mindedness when facing Zhao and the others. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mingyan had an identity barrier for Zhao that couldn't be changed. This made Yang Ming very helpless. However, these things couldn't be changed before he left. He could only wait until he came back and explained to Chen Mingyan and the others. There was only one day left. Yang Ming didn't want to create more problems. He would pass this day peacefully. Tomorrow, he would embark on the journey. A mobile phone rang. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. The time when Suya entered the security checkpoint was almost the time to board the plane. At this time, she should be in line to board the plane. How could she call me? Could it be that Chen Mingyan called to ask if I sent Suya to the plane? Yang Ming quickly picked up the phone, but when he saw the caller ID, it was a very familiar number. It was only one digit away from Yang Ming's number. Yang Ming's hand that was holding the phone trembled a little. He was familiar with this number. This was the couple number that he registered with Lan Ling. Because Yang Ming could memorize it, he didn't save it in the mobile phone. This was also the number that Chen Mingyan wanted to find Lan Ling, but she couldn't find it in Yang Ming's mobile phone. In order to give him a surprise, and it wasn't good to ask him directly, she let Zhou Jejia use the means of hacking to check all of Yang Ming's call records. From the past call records, she analyzed this phone number that was only one digit away from Yang Ming's phone number. It was likely to be Lan Ling's. Although Chen Mingyan's heart when she saw that this phone number was a couple number with Yang Ming's, she quickly put down this little jealousy and returned to normal. She clearly knew what was important in her heart. She knew that this wasn't the time to be jealous. Yang Ming was going to leave. How could she cause trouble for him? Moreover, accepting Lan Ling was also a decision that Chen Mingyan had made long ago. She also told Yang Ming about this idea. At that time, Yang Ming was very touched and hugged her in the car. How could Chen Mingyan go back on her words? Wouldn't that make Yang Ming look down on her? Therefore, Chen Mingyan quickly adjusted her mentality and contacted Lan Ling. She sent a text message to her that Yang Ming was going to Yunnan. She didn't expect Lan Ling to really call her back. Moreover, they agreed to come back to Donghai City today. She would give Yang Ming a surprise then. Hello. Yang Ming took a deep breath and carefully picked up the phone. There was a feeling of unreality. Could it be that someone used some phone number changing software and called me as a joke? Because of this phone call, since Lan Ling left, she basically hadn't called him. Although there were occasional text messages, recently, the text messages were getting fewer and fewer. In the past 2 months, there was no text at all. Therefore, Yang Ming really didn't believe that this was a call from Lan Ling. In the market, there were also some hacking software that could change the caller ID. Even Zhou Jiejie could easily do it. Yang Ming felt that this was a prank by someone else. But who would know Lan Ling's phone number? Who would simulate her phone number to call me? Yang Ming thought of this and then shook his head with a bitter smile. It wasn't necessary to know Lan Ling's phone number. Perhaps someone deliberately made a phone number that was 1 digit different to call me. It was just a coincidence that it was the same as Lan Ling's phone number. Guess who I am? On the phone, there was a voice that Yang Ming couldn't be more familiar with. It was a little playful and sweet. Heh. After Yang Ming was excited, he suddenly smiled. Ling Ling, is it really you? Oh, then guess where I am? Lan Ling saw that Yang Ming guessed it right, but she wasn't annoyed. She continued to ask. How would I know? Yang Ming said subconsciously, but after this sentence, Yang Ming's heart suddenly moved. Since Lan Ling asked this, she must have her reasons. Otherwise, why would she ask where I am? Could it be? Yang Ming suddenly thought of a possibility that made him very excited. Suya could appear in Songjiang City. It was naturally Chen Mingyan's credit. Since Chen Mingyan could let Suya come to Songjiang City before he left, why couldn't he let Lan Ling come to Songjiang City before he left? Could it be that Lan Ling really came? Yang Ming was moved and excited by his own guess. Are you in Songjiang City? Wrong. Lan Ling mercilessly denied Yang Ming's guess. Oh, hee, are you in Yunnan? Yang Ming heard Lan Ling's reply and was a little disappointed, but he didn't show it. He continued to ask with a smile. Wrong again. Lan Ling smiled and denied Yang Ming's guess again. Then where are you? Yang Ming was stunned. Lan Ling wasn't in Songjiang City, nor was she in Yunnan. Where would she be? You guess again? Lan Ling asked again. Then I don't know. Yang Ming shook his head. He really couldn't guess where Lan Ling was. Big idiot. As soon as Lan Ling's voice fell, Yang Ming felt that someone was quickly approaching him from behind. Yang Ming's instinct as an assassin made him subconsciously alert. He looked behind him with his special ability, but when he saw the petite and cute figure, Yang Ming suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The corner of his mouth showed a happy smile. In the next moment, Yang Ming's eyes were covered by a pair of cold little hands. Guess who I am? A familiar voice sounded behind Yang Ming again. Yang Ming, who was excited, suddenly turned around and hugged Lan Ling in his arms. Ling Ling, I miss you so much. Lan Ling was still the same as when she left last year. She still looked like an underage little loli. The clothes on her body were also very cute. At first glance, one could tell that she was a pretty girl from a humble family. This made Yang Ming feel like it was yesterday. It was as if Lan Ling had never left and she had always been by his side. It was as if Lan Ling only left for a day or two and returned to him. However, the thoughts in his heart told Yang Ming that Lan Ling had been gone for a long time. Me too. I missed you so much. As Lan Ling said this, she also rushed into Yang Ming's arms excitedly. Her arms hugged Yang Ming's neck tightly, and she directly kissed Yang Ming's mouth. This made Yang Ming speechless. Oh. Yang Ming's heart was warm. At the airport, in public, he also kissed Lan Ling and responded to her passionately. Actually, kissing in public wasn't necessarily an indecent thing to do. For some people, kissing in public, accompanied by some wretched actions, was a little offensive to public morals. However, for Yang Ming and Lan Ling, at the airport, in such a special occasion, hugging each other, just passionately kissing, was full of a different kind of romantic atmosphere. The two were like other lovers who reunited after a long separation. They used kissing to express their feelings for each other. This kind of phenomenon was not uncommon at the airport. Many lovers who reunited after a long separation had similar actions here. So, when everyone saw Yang Ming and Lan Ling, they felt that it was normal. No one would think that there was anything wrong with the way the two people did it. On the contrary, many people who saw this scene were so moved that they volunteered to clap their hands. Clap, 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 clap. More and more passengers spontaneously joined the ranks of applauding passengers. It's so touching. Many old couples were moved to tears. They must have been separated for a long time, and now they finally meet. Yeah. You see how unmoved they are. It can be seen how strong their feelings are. It didn't change because of the change of time. Another person said so too. I thought that such a romantic scene could only be seen in the streets of France. A foreigner in France saw this scene and sighed. However, these people's words made Yang Ming a little embarrassed. Even if Yang Ming's face was very thick, after listening to these words, he couldn't help but blush. He quickly separated from Lan Ling and Lan Ling. Oh, that's so touching. Many people exclaimed in surprise. That's right, I've never seen a couple so deeply in love before, a traveler exclaimed, moved by the scene. There were even a few elderly couples who were touched by Yang Ming and Lan Ling. They hugged and kissed at the airport. In the end, someone took the lead. Many young and bold couples followed their lead and started kissing in the airport. The middle-aged couples were also affected by the atmosphere and started hugging their loved ones and kissing in the spacious airport. Thus, the entire airport lobby turned into a public kiss. The scene was so grand and magnificent that it could be called a spectacle. Some reporters even smelled the commotion and ran over to take photos and interview. At this time, the initiators of this incident, Yang Ming and Lan Ling, had already disappeared from the airport. The two of them looked at the increasing number of couples and fathers kissing each other. They smiled at each other and left the airport hand in hand. I didn't expect our influence to be so strong and cause such a big sensation. Yang Ming exclaimed. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Lan Ling was also very surprised. I just missed you from the bottom of my heart, so I couldn't help myself. I didn't expect them to follow my example. Maybe they couldn't help themselves. Yang Ming smiled and said, Right, how did you find me? How did you run behind me in such a big airport? Don't forget, my sixth sense is very sharp. I can find you in a sea of people. Lan Ling said proudly, Don't forget, you're my lover. We have telepathy. So that's how it is. Yang Ming just remembered that Lan Ling had a natural strong sixth sense. Previously, when they were gambling on stones in Yunnan, Lan Ling relied on this unique special ability to get almost every guess right. Her father even asked her to help him gamble. Right, how's your father? Yang Ming suddenly thought of Lan Ling's father, that gambling addict. He's still the same. He drinks every day and scams for a living. The money he earned is spent on drinking and gambling, muddle-headed. Lan Ling shook her head. Although she didn't meet her father directly, she could inquire about her father's situation from the side. Still the same. Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Some people were born with this kind of character, and it couldn't be changed. It was easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. Originally, Yang Ming considered that the other party was Lan Ling's father. If he could really repent and get rid of his bad habits, and do some work or small business to support himself, then Yang Ming didn't mind giving him a hand before leaving. But now, after listening to Lan Ling's words, he felt that it was better not to help such a person. No matter how much money Yang Ming gave him, he would probably squander it all away. Therefore, Yang Ming also dismissed the idea of helping Lan Ling's father. Holding Lan Ling's hand, it was the same as the first time he held her hand. Yang Ming's feelings for Lan Ling were very deep. Although Lan Ling wasn't Yang Ming's first woman, she was the first woman that Yang Ming experienced in a sober state. This kind of feeling was always memorable and unforgettable. Until now, Yang Ming recalled bits and pieces of the past, and there was a warm and sweet feeling. Didn't you want to focus on practicing the Lan family's kung fu? Why did you suddenly come back? Yang Ming was surprised by Lan Ling's sudden return this time. Guess? Lan Ling smiled. I don't have a sixth sense. How can I guess? Could it be that Chen Mingyan called and asked you to come back? Yang Ming deliberately paused and asked. Wrong. Lan Ling smiled. Ah? Yang Ming was stunned. Lan Ling came back this time. Wasn't it Chen Mengyan who called her back? Then how did she come back? Why would she suddenly appear at Donghai Airport under such a coincidence and call me? She sent me a text message, not a call. Lan Ling smiled and looked at Yang Ming. Her eyes narrowed into a slit. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. He felt that he was tricked by Lan Ling call, text message. Is there a difference? It seems that in a strict sense, there is a big difference. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, how was the chat with her? It was okay. I felt that it was easier to get along with than I thought. Lan Ling nodded. This was the first official call between us. Heh. Yang Ming shrugged. In the future, I'm afraid that we will have more opportunities to meet. I don't know. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Lan Ling said this and suddenly felt sad. I don't know if I can still live in the future. Can I live? Yang Ming was stunned and subconsciously said, what's wrong with you? Ling Ling, why are you saying such sad words? AI, nothing. Lan Ling shook her head and didn't continue. Right, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Is there anything delicious around here? Oh. Donghai has a home of 6 tastes. The taste is good. Although the store is not big, it is full every day. Let's go there? Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Sun Jia had brought him to the home of 6 tastes, so he said to Lan Ling okay. Then let's go to the home of 6 tastes. Lan Ling nodded and said. The two went out of the airport together and came to the parking lot. Yang Ming took Lan Ling to his car. This is your car? Lan Ling suddenly looked at Yang Ming's BMW X5 with some surprise. From the license plate of the car, it could be seen that the owner of this car was unusual. Song B88B88. This kind of license plate was not something that ordinary people could buy. Oh, it is. Yang Ming nodded. Strictly speaking, this car was not Yang Ming's car. It was Bao Sanli's car, but there was no difference between it and Yang Ming's car. You're rich? Lan Ling was a little surprised. In less than a year, Yang Ming bought a BMW? In fact, not long after you left, my career was on track. Yang Ming sighed. Time passed so quickly. So much time had passed. It turned out to be like this. Lan Ling nodded. Let's go. I'm hungry. Let's go to the restaurant first. Yang Ming started the car and drove in the direction of the home of 6 tastes. Today's home of 6 tastes was still full. There was no space in the nearby parking lot, but Yang Ming casually parked the car on the side of the road. This was the privilege brought by the pass of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. However, while Yang Ming enjoyed this privilege, he was really working for the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It could be said that this was a kind of fairness. Lan Ling was a little surprised to see the no parking sign beside Yang Ming's car. She asked curiously, you're so rich that you're not afraid of a ticket? Heh, you won't get a ticket. Yang Ming smiled. My identity is a little special. This is also what I will tell you later. Oh. Lan Ling nodded and walked into the home of 6 tastes with Yang Ming. Welcome, may I know if it's the two of you? When Yang Ming and Lan Ling walked into the home of 6 tastes, a waiter came up to them and asked. Yes. Yang Ming nodded. Is there a seat? There's only one couple seat left, but you'll have to pay an additional 100 yuan per hour for your meal. The waiter said apologetically, Sir, you can get a number and wait in line here. Oh, then I'll take the couple's booth. For Yang Ming, 100 renminbi per hour was nothing. Okay, sir, please come here. The waiter smiled at Yang Ming and made an inviting gesture. However, just as Yang Ming held Lan Ling's hand and wanted to walk over, a discordant voice sounded. I want the couple's booth. As soon as the voice fell, a burly man walked over with a beautiful girl in his arms. He pointed at the waiter and said casually. Sorry, sir, there's only one couple's booth left. This gentleman asked for it first. The waiter pointed at Yang Ming and explained to the burly man. There's only one, and it's just right for me. The burly man sneered and said. Ah? This? The waiter saw that the burly man had a fierce face, and he was a little scared. Hurry up. Look, they haven't said anything yet. You, a waiter, are still dilly-dallying here. It's really like the eunuch is more anxious than the emperor. The burly man said impatiently. Where's the booth? We can go there ourselves. Yang Ming acted like he didn't hear the burly man's words and said to the waiter. It's there. The waiter quickly pointed to a two-person booth not far away. Yang Ming nodded and didn't look at the burly man. He held Lan Ling's hand and walked to the couple's booth. Both of you stop. The burly man was ignored by Yang Ming, and he was furious. He pointed at Yang Ming and shouted. Yang Ming acted like he didn't hear it and continued to walk forward. Yang Ming, that person is so fierce. Lan Ling said nervously. Hee, yeah, what should we do? Yang Ming smiled and whispered. Then, let's give it to him? Anyway, it doesn't matter if we eat in another place. Lan Ling was afraid that Yang Ming would be at a disadvantage. After all, that person was tall. Lan Ling hadn't seen Yang Ming's kung fu, so she was a little worried. Heh, if he bullies me, you will use voodoo on him and kill him. Yang Ming smiled. That won't work, you can't simply use voodoo to harm people. Lan Ling's principle was very strong. She shook her head and rejected Yang Ming's proposal. If that's the case, then we'll talk about it later. As Yang Ming said, he had already walked to the couple's booth and sat in the booth with Lan Ling. Yang Ming's disregard and his blatant provocation angered the burly man. The burly man suddenly felt that he had lost a lot of face. He was also a very famous person in Donghai City. He also did some shady business. He had money and people in his hands, but it wasn't very presentable. However, he still had a lot of power in Donghai City. Now that he was humiliated by Yang Ming, how could he just let it go? I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The burly man walked over to Yang Ming and reached out to grab Yang Ming's collar. Yang Ming frowned and casually reached out to block it. He said faintly, I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to argue with you. Don't make trouble. Get out of here. Indeed, Yang Ming was in a good mood today. Lan Ling's return made Yang Ming swept away the sadness and loss when he sent Suya away. But who would have thought that he would meet a psychopath here who was competing with him for a seat? Huh? The burly man thought that he had heard wrongly. Someone actually dared to talk to me like this? Does he want to die? In any case, he was a well-known figure in Donghai City's underworld. How could he be insulted by a young man who looked like a student? Therefore, the burly man was immediately angry, but he wasn't stupid. He carefully looked at Yang Ming. People who can be arrogant, other than fools, have something to rely on. Could it be that Yang Ming has something to rely on? However, the burly man looked left and right, but he couldn't see anything special about this Yang Ming. He couldn't help but ask, Kid, do you know who I am? I, Zhendaozhou, am also a person of great importance in Donghai City. If you know what's good for you, you will get up now and apologize to me. Then, we will forget about this. Otherwise, do you believe that I won't let you walk out of this door? Oh, is that so? Yang Ming pretended to ponder and said, Can I give you the table without apologizing? This? Humph. Zhendaozhou was proud. This brat was finally scared? But it was good that he was scared, so he said, Humph, look at you. You're just scared of losing face in front of your girlfriend, right? If that's the case, then get out of here. Give me the table. You pretty boy, you're quite lucky to have found such a beautiful girl. With that said, Zhendaozhou looked at Yang Ming and Lan Ling with envy. If it weren't for his wife standing by the side, Zhendaozhou really wanted to flirt with Lan Ling. Zhendaozhou was tall and strong, which was a pain in his heart. So when he saw someone more handsome than him, he felt it was unfair. Honey, don't be angry. Wait until I give birth to a son for you. We'll name him Jining Jun. He'll definitely be more handsome than this brat and get a lot of beauties. The woman beside Zhendaozhou said. Okay. Brat, get out of here. Give us the table and we won't argue with you anymore. Zhendaozhou was very proud. This way, not only did he humiliate Yang Ming, but he also gained face. As for whether Yang Ming apologized or not, it didn't matter. "Oh, okay. After we finish eating, we'll give you the table," Yang Ming nodded and said. "What?" Zhen Dazhou's expression froze. "Brat, are you F***king kidding me?" "I'm not kidding. I said I'll give you the table," Yang Ming said. "You're F***king looking for death. In Donghai City, there are people who dare to talk to me like this, but it's definitely not you." Zhen Dazhou threw a punch at Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming didn't seem to notice. Zhen Dazhou was overjoyed. This brat was still half a beat slower. Slow to react? He didn't even know how to dodge. He was very refreshed in his heart. This punch of his was probably going to hit Yang Ming's head directly. Zhen Dazhou could even imagine his fist smashing into Yang Ming's face and the miserable look on Yang Ming's face. However, in the next moment, Zhen Dazhou felt a sharp pain in his fist. He screamed, my hand, it hurts so much." Yang Ming, who was about to get hit, picked up a fork from the table and blocked in front of him. As a result, Zhen Dazhou's fist hit the fork and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. "Ling Ling, do you see how many idiots there are? Does he think that he has cultivated the golden bell canopy?" Yang Ming looked at Zhen Dazhou as if he was looking at an idiot and said regretfully to Lan Ling. How could Lan Ling not see that Yang Ming was toying with Zhen Dazhou? Most likely, Yang Ming's strength had long surpassed Zhen Dazhou by far, far too much. Casually using a seemingly inconspicuous fork, he was able to turn Zhen Dazhou into such a miserable state. Yeah, he must be doing an experiment to see which is more powerful, fist or fork. Lan Ling nodded and smiled. Ah. Zhening Jun was about to explode in anger. He couldn't care less about the pain in his hand as he stood up and pounced at Yang Ming. He wanted to fight to the death with Yang Ming. "Little bastard, you dare to trick me? I'm going to kill you." Zhen Dazhou didn't realize that the Yang Ming in front of him had strength. He thought that Yang Ming had calculated to use the fork to block his fist by accident. However, he never thought about it. If Yang Ming didn't have an excellent reaction ability, how could he block his fist with the fork at the moment when his fist was about to hit? If there was even the slightest mistake, the current situation wouldn't have happened. Moreover, how strong was Zhen Dazhou's punch? If Yang Ming didn't have enough strength, he wouldn't be able to hold the fork firmly and the consequences would be severe. Zhen Dazhou's punch would land on Yang Ming's face and the handle of the fork would stab into Yang Ming's face. Even if he didn't blind Yang Ming's eyes, he would make a big hole in Yang Ming's face. Therefore, if he didn't have a certain amount of confidence, who would dare to do that? However, Zhen Dazhou didn't have time to think about that. His only thought now was to beat up Yang Ming until he didn't look like a human anymore to vent his anger. Just as Zhen Dazhou pounced over, another pair of chopsticks appeared in Yang Ming's hand out of nowhere. In the end, tragedy happened again. Zhen Dazhou had a pair of chopsticks stuck in his shoulder like a mutant in a cartoon. Zhen Dazhou felt as if his shoulder blade had been pierced through. It was so painful that he almost cried. He didn't dare to move his hands. He didn't know where Yang Ming stuck the chopsticks, but it seemed like Zhen Dazhou's arms couldn't move. Once he moved, the tendons in his arms seemed to be dislocated. Ling Ling, look at this person. He used his hand to test which was harder than the fork, but he didn't give up. He used his body to test which was harder than the chopsticks. Yang Ming looked at Zhen Dazhou and said, "Don't you think he's a big idiot?" Kind of." Lan Ling nodded. "He's really a little stupid. Normal people wouldn't be this stupid." Zhen Dazhou heard Yang Ming and Lan Ling's words. His lungs were about to explode. No one dared to treat him like this before. However, he couldn't do anything now because no matter how stupid he was, he understood that Yang Ming's fork wasn't a coincidence. He came prepared. Otherwise, how could the chopsticks be explained? This wasn't something a normal person could do. If Yang Ming didn't have some kung fu, he wouldn't be able to do this. Thinking about this, Zhen Dazhou was terrified. No wonder this kid was so fearless. He was a kung fu master. Zhen Dazhou regretted going head-to-head with him. With his strength, he could just find a few underlings to beat Yang Ming until his mother couldn't recognize him. However, he had to go head-to-head with him. What a mistake. Thinking about this, Xianxia didn't stay any longer. He stared at Yang Ming and said, "Kid, it's a small world. Where are you from?" "Oh. You're asking me where I'm from, right?" Yang Ming looked at Xianxia, smiled and asked. "Nonsense, where are you from?" Xianxia was eager to know Yang Ming's background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much. "Oh, I used to be from the underworld, but not anymore." Yang Ming shook his head. "Oh? Then where are you from?" Xianxia frowned. He thought, could this kid have some connections? He wanted to kill Yang Ming as soon as possible. He was ready to leave the House of Six Tastes and find his underlings to kill Yang Ming. Therefore, before he called him, he had to figure out Yang Ming's background. "I'm out of town." "You wouldn't know even if I told you," said Yang Ming. "Out of town?" Xianxia was overjoyed. "A foreigner, that's even easier. You're a former gangster from out of town. Why don't you restrain yourself when you're in Donghai City? Even if I kill you, no one will stand up for you. I'll take you to the beach and put you on a pirate ship. I'll say that you were killed by pirates. Your death will be in vain. No one will link it to Xianxia." One had to know that Xianxia was in the pirate business. He had a pirate organization under him called the Flintlock Squad. They specialized in robbing ships on the high seas. Moreover, they specifically targeted smugglers' ships and did a double-cross business. In this way, the smuggling ship was in the wrong, and they did not dare to report it to the police. Therefore, Xianxia had been doing very well in the past few years. In Donghai City, he was a very powerful existence. At this time, he was bullied by Yang Ming. How could he bear it? In his opinion, he could just send a few men and he could kill Yang Ming with one shot. "Humph, good. You can wait here if you have the guts. Do you dare?" Xianxia was determined. He had figured out Yang Ming's background. He was ready to make a move on Yang Ming. Coincidentally, he could play with the little loli next to him behind his wife's back. Just thinking about it made him happy. "Wait for you? I'm here to pick someone up at the airport today. I'm going back in a while. If you make me wait for too long, I'm afraid I can't wait." Yang Ming explained calmly. "Huh?" Xianxia was stunned. Is this kid stupid? He actually explained it to me so clearly? When Xianxia heard that Yang Ming was only here to pick someone up at the airport, he had no more scruples in his heart. For this kind of passerby, no one would doubt if Xianxia killed him. "Okay, then you wait here." Xianxia didn't stay any longer. He left the home of Six Tastes with his wife to find someone. In the House of Six Tastes, there would often be conflicts between customers fighting for seats, so as long as it wasn't too big of a commotion, the waiters would turn a blind eye to it. Just like Xianxia and Yang Ming's situation today, one side quickly left, so the waiters didn't care at all. Only when the conflict reached a certain level would they call the police. Soon, a waiter came over and ordered for Yang Ming, and Lan Ling didn't know what was good here, so she handed the task of ordering to Yang Ming. Yang Ming had only been here a few times, but based on his memory, he ordered some of the specialties here. In fact, there were only a few dishes here. There was nothing else. Because the dishes here were all prepared beforehand. When the waiter went to place the order, Yang Ming and Lan Ling looked at each other and smiled. "Yang Ming, do you think that Xianxia will come and find trouble with you later?" Although Lan Ling knew that Yang Ming was very powerful, she was afraid that Xianxia would call for a lot of helpers. At that time, would Yang Ming be able to handle it? Hee, it's okay. Let him be." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Originally, I was in a good mood because you came back today. But if he wants to trouble me, then I don't mind increasing the income of the local hospital." Haha. Lan Ling listened to Yang Ming's words and suddenly laughed. "It's good that you are confident. If I wasn't confident, I would have taken you and run away. Why would I stay here to eat?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "If I didn't run away, wouldn't I be as stupid as Xianxia?" "Yeah." Lan Ling nodded. "That Xianxia is really stupid. He even wants to give birth to a son named Xiningjun. This name is really strange. Who knows? Yang Ming shook his head. With his looks, even if he gives birth to a son, it won't be good looking. Yeah, I think his son will have a crooked mouth and a cramp in his legs. Lan Ling nodded and said, my sixth sense is very accurate. I gave him a prediction. Haha. Yang Ming listened to Lan Ling and couldn't help but laugh. If that was the case, this Xianxia was really unlucky. Lan Ling even cursed his child. I hope his son will have good luck in the future and not be named Jun. Otherwise, Lan Ling's prediction might be right and the child will have a crooked mouth and a cramp in his legs. Oh yeah, you said that I will give birth to a son for you. What's his name? Lan Ling suddenly asked. Ugh, what do you think? Yang Ming suddenly coughed twice. This topic seemed to be a bit long-term. Why don't we call him Yang Ling? Lan Ling suggested. Huh? Yang Ming suddenly froze and was shocked. Isn't Yang Ling the main character of a time travel novel? Could it be that his son will travel in the future? Damn, isn't that too bad *SS? What's wrong? Lan Ling saw that Yang Ming was stunned and asked puzzledly. Nothing, I just feel that this name is a bit feminine. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Yang Ming was just thinking about it casually. The future can only be discussed in the future. Oh, then I will go to the washroom to wash my hands. You stay here and help me look after my bag and phone. Lan Ling said as she put her bag and phone on the table in front of her and got up to go to the washroom. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said to Lan Ling, the washroom is over there, just turn right. I know. My sixth sense is very accurate. I can find it even if you don't tell me. Lan Ling said with a smile. Yang Ming sat in his seat and waited for Lan Ling. However, not long after Lan Ling left, Lan Ling's phone on the table rang. In fact, Yang Ming didn't have the habit of peeping at Lan Ling's privacy. However, because Lan Ling went to the washroom and the phone was on the table in front of him, Yang Ming thought that it was Chen Mengyan who sent a text message to Lan Ling. He had the idea of peeping. After all, Lan Ling was found by Chen Mengyan. At this moment, she sent a text message to Lan Ling to ask if Lan Ling saw him. It was normal. Because she couldn't send a text message to Yang Ming to ask for confirmation. After all, she wanted to give Yang Ming a surprise behind Yang Ming's back. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to tease Chen Mengyan. Therefore, Yang Ming casually picked up Lan Ling's phone. He didn't look carefully at who sent the text message. He pressed the read button without thinking. However, when Yang Ming saw the text message on the phone screen, his face suddenly became pale. He looked at the text message on the phone with some disbelief. Ling Ling, I went to the hospital for a checkup. HIV positive. You should also go for a checkup. I am afraid of infecting you. Seeing the content of the text message on Lan Ling's mobile phone, Yang Ming's face suddenly became ugly. However, Yang Ming was no longer a fledgling student. At this moment, he wouldn't do anything irrational just because of a text message. Yang Ming first took a deep breath and glanced at the sender of this text message. It was a person named Brother Rome. Yang Ming frowned. He had never heard that Lan Ling knew such a person. Suddenly, Yang Ming remembered the scene he saw at Yanjing Airport. Lan Ling was walking with a man who looked very fancy. Yang Ming's heart suddenly tightened. At that time, although Yang Ming had some doubts, he didn't think much about it. After all, everyone had their own friends and things. Among them, there were also some friends of the opposite sex. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't suspect that Lan Ling would do something behind his back. However, this text message made Yang Ming's heart sweat a little. After all, time could change everything. No matter how good a relationship was, it would be diluted by some time and space. Moreover, if Lan Ling was alone and couldn't bear the loneliness, it wasn't unrealistic for her to do something indecent. This made Yang Ming think of the peace of mind in the TV series Jade Guanyin, which made Yang Ming more and more irritated. He believed that Lan Ling shouldn't be such a person in his heart, but this text message was really difficult to calm down. Although Yang Ming believed that Lan Ling still loved him, Yang Ming could feel it from the moment they met at the airport. Yang Ming was also a person with keen perception. This was the instinct of an assassin. If Lan Ling had a trace of disguise and a perfunctory look, Yang Ming was afraid that he would discover it at the first moment. However, Yang Ming didn't. Yang Ming read the deep attachment and love from Lan Ling's eyes and kiss, as well as the joy of reuniting after a long time. However, the world was unpredictable. Yang Ming was afraid that Lan Ling would do something stupid under some unknown circumstances. This wasn't something she could control with her willpower. HIV was AIDS, known as the incurable disease of the century. The main ways of transmission were through blood and sex. However, judging from the tone of the text message, it seemed more like sexual transmission. Would Lan Ling really cheat on him? Yang Ming didn't. No. At the very least, he had cheated. Thinking of this, Yang Ming could not help but bitterly smile and shake his head. If he was already like this, how could he ask others? Furthermore, he had cheated on more than one person. If that was the case, was this all revenge? However, thinking of this, Yang Ming's mood improved a lot. As the saying goes, don't impose on others what you don't want done to you. If he couldn't do it himself, how could he ask others to do it? Wasn't that a little too overbearing? Was the man he saw at Beijing airport the brother Rong in Lan Ling's phone? It seemed that this form of address was quite intimate. Although Yang Ming didn't want to think about it, he couldn't help but think about it. That pretty boy was not bad looking. He was different from Yang Ming. One was tall and handsome, and the other was delicate and beautiful. Yang Ming bitterly smiled. Why would Lan Ling choose such a boy to cheat on? If she had to choose, she would have chosen someone similar to her. At least her heart would be comforted, right? This kind of person was a little feminine at first glance. It was not good. Yang Ming silently closed the text message and entered Lan Ling's inbox again. He suddenly realized that this brother Rong had sent more than one message. There were at least 40 to 50 messages. Yang Ming didn't count in detail. Anyway, in the inbox, besides the occasional message from himself and Chen Mingyan, most of the messages were sent by this person called Brother Rong. How are you today? Come to my place at night? I will come to you at night. Can your body take it? How about tomorrow? How is your body? We had done it a few times yesterday. Do you want to continue today? You are so good. I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry, Ling Ling. I didn't mean it. Are you still bleeding? Let's not do it tonight. I'm exhausted. I'm still sleepy now. Why aren't you sleepy? Why are you so energetic? Don't forget to take your medicine. I'm really sorry about yesterday. Yang Ming just casually looked at a few messages, and there was a feeling of attentiveness. It made Yang Ming's head buzz. Isn't this text message a bit too shocking? If it was only one or two, then Yang Ming might think that it was a mistake, or there was some other reason, or Lan Ling had no choice but to do it. However, with so many messages, could it be a mistake? Yang Ming didn't dare to look at it. The more he looked, the sadder he felt. Although Yang Ming felt that Lan Ling wouldn't do anything to let him down, sometimes, being too confident was blind. During this time, Yang Ming had been living smoothly. There weren't many bumps until he went to Yunnan. Originally, Yang Ming thought that his good luck could be carried to Yunnan, but he didn't expect that it would stop abruptly before he went to Yunnan. Yang Ming's mind was blank at this moment. He didn't know how to ask Lan Ling when she came back. How to face her. Do I still love Lan Ling? Yang Ming nodded. The answer was yes. However, after these things, would I still love Lan Ling? Yang Ming didn't know. Who could say for tomorrow's matter clearly? Yang Ming didn't know. He really didn't know. This made him think of a song. Tomorrow, will you still love me? The passage of time, the cutting knife of time, this was something that couldn't be changed by human strength. How many years would it become a pale empty sentence and disappear with the wind? Ling Ling, how should I face you in the future? If all this is true, why did you come back? This was also the only thing that Yang Ming couldn't figure out. Since Lan Ling had an affair with someone else, why did she come back? Why was she so passionate about him? Could it be that Lan Ling only had an affair physically, but not emotionally? But, was there a difference between the body and the mind? Suddenly, Yang Ming thought of Lan Ling's words. I don't know. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? I don't know if I can still live in the future. Did Lan Ling already know that she might be infected with the AIDS virus? Was that why he had such a feeling? Yang Ming held Lan Ling's phone and felt a myriad of emotions. His thoughts couldn't help but return to the summer vacation more than half a year ago. That carefree moment. At that time, the burden on his shoulders wasn't so heavy. Although he didn't have the current achievements, he didn't have as many troubles as he did now. Thinking about his immaturity and irrationality, Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. After breaking up with his girlfriend, he actually agreed to Zhang Bin's suggestion to find a prostitute to play. Fortunately, he met Lan Ling, a young girl who was sold by her father. Yang Ming was very grateful to God for giving him such a cute little girl. Yang Ming's only experience of finding a prostitute in his life was to pick up a treasure. How blissful and beautiful was the time back then. In just a few days, he and Lan Ling were glued to each other and fell deeply in love with each other. They all felt that this was fate. God's arrangement for Yang Ming to meet Lan Ling and for Lan Ling to meet Yang Ming. The pain and troubles of breaking up with his girlfriend were all thrown to the back of Yang Ming's mind at this moment. At this time, he only had Lan Ling in his mind. Lan Ling also treated Yang Ming as her one and only. The days in Yunnan Tingchong were one of the happiest times of Yang Ming's life. Every time he thought about it, Yang Ming would reveal a happy smile. He believed that Lan Ling should be the same. She should treat this time as the best of her life. How good would it be if life was like the first time we met? Yang Ming wished so much that he could go back to the past, the days when he first met Lan Ling. However, time couldn't be reversed. Yang Ming couldn't go back. Yang Ming couldn't go against time and time. Man could win against God, but it also depended on the situation. If it was something absolutely impossible, then it couldn't be won. Thinking about Lan Ling's frown and smile, Yang Ming's heart was bleeding. Lan Ling, is she still the Lan Ling from the past? Is she still the innocent Lan Ling? Is she still the Lan Ling who only thought about me? Is Lan Ling still there? Yang Ming closed his eyes with some pain. That Lan Ling seems to still be there. At least, if I didn't see this message, she was still there. This was because when Lan Ling came back and called him and talked to him, Yang Ming didn't find anything wrong with her at all. Everything was so real, especially the passionate kiss that Lan Ling couldn't wait. It made Yang Ming feel that Lan Ling loved him deeply. However, if Lan Ling didn't love him anymore and said that she wanted to break up with him, then Yang Ming's mood might be better. After all, if Lan Ling insisted on breaking up with him, Yang Ming wouldn't stop her. Everyone had the right to find their own happiness. Just like before Yang Ming left, he advised Zhao Ying, Jing Xiaolu, Zhou Jejia, and others to pursue happiness, but they insisted not to. If Lan Ling wanted to pursue her happiness, then Yang Ming would agree. But now, Lan Ling should still love me deeply. She cheated on me with her body, but not her heart. Perhaps, there was some hidden reason behind this, and she was forced to do so? Or something else? In this case, Yang Ming really didn't know how to face Lan Ling. In Yang Ming's hand, he kept fiddling with Lan Ling's mobile phone, but it was all meaningless operations. Lan Ling had obviously changed to a new mobile phone. The old Nokia model was no longer in use. Of course, Yang Ming couldn't ask Lan Ling to always use the old mobile phone that he gave her. Didn't he change his mobile phone too? This was a small matter. What made Yang Ming most worried was Lan Ling. What happened to her? Just when Yang Ming didn't know how to face it, Lan Ling came back from the bathroom. Are the dishes not served yet? It's so slow. I'm starving. Lan Ling didn't notice anything wrong with Yang Ming. After all, before Lan Ling left, Yang Ming was still happy. In such a short time, Lan Ling didn't think that Yang Ming would have any special mood fluctuations. After she finished, she smiled at Yang Ming and sat back in her seat. She picked up a napkin and wiped her hands. However, when she saw Yang Ming fiddling with her mobile phone, Lan Ling was slightly stunned. What are you playing with? Don't you want to wash your hands? Nothing. I'm just looking at it. Yang Ming smiled reluctantly. His smile was very ugly. He didn't know how to tell Lan Ling the truth. In Yang Ming's heart, he still cared about Lan Ling. Lan Ling could be considered as his first real woman. How could Yang Ming's feelings for her be just a little bit? In less than a year, Yang Ming missed Lan Ling day and night. Now that Lan Ling was back, Yang Ming's mood was very good and very happy. But now, after reading the text message, Yang Ming's mood was unprecedentedly heavy. This was more uncomfortable than any physical pain he had suffered before. She was the person he loved deeply. If he had to give up, Yang Ming really couldn't do it. He really couldn't. However, in this situation, how could Yang Ming continue to face Lan Ling? He really didn't know. He really didn't know. I'm not washing. Yang Ming shook his head. It's unhygienic not to wash your hands. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming with some doubts. You used to be very hygienic. Is that so? Hee, maybe. Yang Ming gave a hollow laugh. Right, look at my mobile phone. There is a mobile phone reading app. There is a book called The Schoolbell's Personal Expert. It is very good. I have been reading it when I was bored recently. Lan Ling still didn't notice Yang Ming's abnormality. She still said happily, the male lead is similar to you. He is also very good, but he is very fickle. He has so many girlfriends. Oh. Yang Ming responded with a lack of interest. He used to be most interested in this kind of novel, but at this moment, he didn't even have the mood. He had something in his heart. How could he read a novel? How big of a heart did he have? Hey? What happened to you? Lan Ling finally noticed Yang Ming's abnormality this time. Yang Ming seemed to be in a bad mood. Even if Lan Ling's sixth sense was very strong, she didn't deliberately think about Yang Ming's emotions. So, until now, she realized that Yang Ming seemed to be very unhappy. Who? Yang Ming sighed and opened the previous text message. Then, he pushed the phone in front of Lan Ling. This text message. After Lan Ling took the phone from Yang Ming's hand with some doubts, she was stunned at first. Then, her face showed a very apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Yang Ming. Listening to Lan Ling say sorry, Yang Ming's heart suddenly felt like it was being cut by a knife. Yang Ming smiled sadly and looked at Lan Ling in disbelief. Then you. Don't worry. I won't be infected. I have taken precautions. Lan Ling smiled and said to Yang Ming. Precautions. Yang Ming's mouth twitched twice. How could the innocent Lan Ling say such words? At this moment, Yang Ming looked at Lan Ling in disbelief. Is she still the Ling Ling in my memory? Why did she suddenly become a stranger? Yeah, actually, even if you don't take precautions, you will be fine. Lan Ling smiled and said, do you remember that I once told you that once the voodoo in our body takes effect and is activated, we will reach a state where we are immune to all kinds of poisons? Although the HIV virus is very powerful, it is actually nothing compared to the mysterious voodoo. Many voodoo's nourishment is the virus. The more powerful the voodoo, the stronger its ability to devour the virus. Even if I had this kind of HIV virus in my body, it would have been devoured long ago. Didn't you realize that your body is very good now? You almost don't get sick. Yang Ming frowned and carefully recalled his body. It seemed that ever since he met Lan Ling, he really didn't get sick. However, if he didn't get sick, what was the use? Yang Ming's mind now wasn't about whether he was sick or not. Even if he was immortal, what could he do? Yang Ming was in so much pain that he wanted to die after losing his true love. Lan Ling, I'm really sorry, Yang Ming. I made you worry about me. But I won't get sick. Lan Ling thought that the reason why Yang Ming was unhappy was because he was afraid that she would be infected with AIDS, so she said, but we are infected with voodoo. Your worry is really unnecessary. Yang Ming was a little speechless. What he was worried about now was not only whether she was infected with AIDS. What he really cared about was her relationship with Brother Rome. As for the issue of AIDS, it was secondary. Heart voodoo. Right, heart voodoo. Didn't heart voodoo require both the man and woman to be loyal to each other? Otherwise, the voodoo would act up and cause his body to explode. If that was the case, why did Lan Ling still? However, Yang Ming suddenly thought of his own situation. Didn't I also have a relationship with another girl? But so what? That didn't mean that he didn't love Lan Ling anymore. Lan Ling's position in his heart had never changed. Therefore, Yang Ming was really heartbroken. Could it be that Lan Ling is the same as me? She likes me at the same time, but she likes someone else. Or, she just wants to vent her physiological needs, so she had sex with Brother Rong? That's right. Voodoo, but what's the use of it? You're still. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and didn't continue. After hearing Yang Ming's words, Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming with some doubt. Yang Ming, what's wrong with you? Why do you sound so weird when you speak? How can the heart voodoo be useless? At least it can make you love me all the time. That's right. I've always loved you. Yang Ming shook his head and sighed. But you. Do you still love me? I'm really not sure if you love me or not. Of course, I love you. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming strangely. Why did you suddenly ask so many strange questions? What's going on? Do you still love me? Yang Ming couldn't believe Lan Ling's words. He looked at Lan Ling and said in a daze. Of course, you know our Lan Miao's tradition. Our women only have one man in their life. Once they've decided, they won't change. Lan Ling smiled bitterly and said, when my mother put the voodoo in me, she also told me this. Only one man? Yang Ming was slightly stunned after hearing Lan Ling's words. He quickly asked, but, the text message on your phone? Text message on my phone? Lan Ling was stunned. She glanced at the text message on the phone in her hand, and then looked at Yang Ming's expression. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. Suddenly, Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming angrily. Yang Ming, you didn't think that I was infected because I had a relationship with someone else, right? Is it not? Yang Ming saw Lan Ling's expression at the moment and was a little uncertain. Could it be that those text messages were not real? What is it? I'm so angry. Lan Ling stared at Yang Ming angrily. Well, you suspect me. I didn't suspect you, but you suspect me first. It's so sad. This. Yang Ming knew that although Lan Ling might be really angry at this moment, she wasn't really angry. She was just pretending. He smiled bitterly, but the short message on the phone, if it was anyone else, they would misunderstand. What's there to misunderstand? Blood can also transmit AIDS. Why are your thoughts so complicated? Lan Ling still looked at Yang Ming angrily. You are under the voodoo. As long as you love me in your heart, you will be fine. As long as your heart for me doesn't change, you won't be affected even if you like other girls. But, if I had feelings for someone else or had something with someone else, you wouldn't be able to see me now. The voodoo in my body is actually more like a kind of chastity voodoo. There are some differences between it and yours. Ugh. Yang Ming listened to Lan Ling's explanation and suddenly felt a sense of relief. However, correspondingly, Yang Ming also felt a sense of guilt. He actually doubted Lan Ling for no reason, but Lan Ling didn't doubt him. He thought of her as a bad girl who was unfaithful for the sake of lust. Love requires mutual trust. For a moment, Yang Ming was really ashamed. It turned out that Lan Ling didn't have any relationship with others at all. Her voodoo, which was the chastity voodoo that she mentioned, didn't allow her to do so. The reason why Lan Ling apologized to him before was that Lan Ling mistakenly thought that he was worried about her after seeing the text message. What he thought was actually different from Lan Ling's. He suspected that she had an affair. Thinking about it, Yang Ming felt very ashamed. But those text messages. After Yang Ming knew that Lan Ling was innocent, he felt a little strange about those text messages. It was no wonder that Yang Ming was suspicious. Those text messages were really ambiguous. Could it be that the text message didn't mean that? And that Brother Rong, who is he? You peeked at my message? Lan Ling glared at Yang Ming and asked angrily. Ugh. I just looked at the text message that was just sent, and I couldn't help but look at the others. Yang Ming explained with some shame. Sigh, it's so tiring to pretend to be angry. Lan Ling rubbed her eyes. My eyeballs are about to fall out. It's so sore. Forget it. I won't be angry with you. Hee hee. Yang Ming knew that Lan Ling wouldn't really be angry. This little loli had almost never been angry with him. From the time they met until now, she had always been very obedient. You mean Brother Rong's message? Which one is it? What kind of association did it cause? Let me explain it to you one by one. Lan Ling smiled. Ugh, this Brother Rong, who is he? Asked Yang Ming. Brother Rong is naturally my cousin. He is also a member of the Lan Miao tribe. He lives in Lan Miao village, said Lan Ling. Is he the feminine man beside you at Beijing airport? Asked Yang Ming. Yeah, Yang Ming, are you spying on me? Lan Ling was stunned and was surprised. I came back from abroad and passed by Beijing airport. When I was getting off the plane, I saw both of you getting on the plane. It seemed like you were very close. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, when was I spying on you? Not on purpose. I thought you were worried about me. I'm so disappointed. Lan Ling was a little discouraged. Huh? Yang Ming heard Lan Ling's words and opened his eyes wide. You still want me to spy on you? Of course. If you spy on me, it means that you are worried about me. Lan Ling nodded. Actually, I wasn't angry at all. I was quite happy. I was very excited that you cared so much about me. However, you suspected me so badly. Although I wasn't very angry, I still had to express my dissatisfaction. Hee hee. Yang Ming heard Lan Ling's words and suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He is my cousin. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Of course, we are very close. Lan Ling smiled and said, what you saw was Brother Rong. Oh. Yang Ming picked up Lan Ling's phone and opened the messages that he saw before. He pointed at one of them. How are you today? Coming to my place at night? And I will come to you at night. The two messages asked, both of you will go to each other at night. Refining. In order to deal with Elder Yu's evil technique, we must come up with countermeasures as soon as possible. Thus, Brother Rong and I decided to refine a long-lost gu of our Lan Miao tribe, the Herculean gu. Herculean vermin? What? Yang Ming heard the name and felt a little weird. However, since it was a voodoo, it was normal to be weird. Yang Ming was puzzled and asked, but why do we have to refine it at night? This kind of gu can't be exposed to the sun. If it is exposed to the sun, it will die easily. Lan Ling said, Elder Yu's is evil. Once he succeeds, he can have Jin Gang's unbreakable body. It will not be easy to deal with him. This Herculean gu, as the name suggests, allows the person to have the same strength as Herculean. Only then can they deal with Elder Yu. I see. Yang Ming nodded as if he understood. He didn't know much about gu refinement, but he understood why they had to look for each other at night. What about this message? Yang Ming pointed to another message on the phone and asked. That message was, can your body take it? How about tomorrow? About that, you need to experiment when refining gu. You need to put the refined gu worm into your own body to experiment. Lan Ling explained, although it is a bit reckless, there is no time. We have to use our own bodies to test. Sometimes, when the gu enters the body, it will mutate or die. We have to test it again and again. Ugh, what about this message? Is it the same? Yang Ming pointed. How is your body? Yesterday, you did it several times. Do you still want to continue today? This message asked. Yeah, I kept putting the gu into my body to test, but I didn't succeed. Naturally, I have to continue the next day. Lan Ling nodded. Ugh, what about this? Yang Ming pointed. You are amazing. I can't take it anymore. Asked. However, at this moment, Yang Ming had no doubts in his heart. He completely believed Lan Ling's explanation. This is also true. I have the heart gu in my body. It can be said that I am immune to all poisons. Even if I am bitten by the gu, it won't cause too much damage. But Brother Rong is different. After he tried, he suffered. Lan Ling covered her mouth and laughed. Ugh, he is unlucky. Enough. Yang Ming shrugged and said, what about this message? Why is it bleeding? Yang Ming was referring to the message, "I'm sorry, Ling Ling. I didn't mean it. Are you still bleeding?" This message asked. He overturned the culture dish of the goo and smashed it on my foot. "It's bleeding." Lan Ling looked at these messages with hidden meanings. She couldn't help but laugh. I didn't think much about it before. But when it is connected, it really makes people misunderstand. Haha, but where do you think I am bleeding? Yang Ming laughed dryly. Aren't you asking the obvious? You are the one asking the obvious. I have already been bleeding because of you once. How can I bleed again? You idiot. When Lan Ling spoke, she looked at Yang Ming affectionately. This made Yang Ming's heart move. He was a little restless. Every time, I can't resist Lan Ling's temptation. However, Yang Ming thought that this was a dining table outside. He couldn't think about other things. Otherwise, he would embarrass himself. He laughed dryly. I thought he used too much force. Go to hell. Lan Ling snorted. Well, then this message. Oh, this message doesn't need to be explained. I understand. I won't do it tonight. You don't want to do the experiment, right? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This brother Rong is too much. He doesn't know to send more text messages. Would it kill him to send a few more words? If he doesn't do it, who knows what he is going to do? Yang Ming was referring to the message, let's not do it tonight. I'm exhausted. I'm still sleepy. Why aren't you sleepy? Why are you so energetic? This message. Hee hee. Lan Ling covered her mouth and laughed even more. Lan Ling also realized that when these messages were connected, it was no wonder that Yang Ming's association ability was so strong. Text messages. If they are sent too long, is it still a text message? AI. What about this one? Yang Ming pointed to the last message he saw and asked. That message was, don't forget to take your medicine. I'm really sorry for yesterday. My foot was smashed. The utensils were too old. Brother Rong was afraid that I would get tetanus. I explained to him that I don't need to take medicine because of my voodoo. He was worried and kept urging me to take medicine. Lan Ling laughed. Wow, did you think that I would take those emergency contraceptive pills? Just like the ones you wanted to give me in the past? Didn't I say that I don't need to take them? You idiot. Ugh. Yang Ming suddenly sweated. He realized that he was wrong, very wrong. How could the cute little Ling Ling betray me? I really deserve to die. I actually misunderstood Lan Ling. Sigh, really. If you like someone, you have to have confidence in her and not just doubt her. While they were talking, the waiter had already placed the dishes on the table. Every dish was cooked to the point of drooling. It looked, smelled, and tasted amazing. Okay, let's eat first. I'm hungry. Lan Ling deliberately didn't mention this matter. She was also afraid that Yang Ming would feel awkward. She put her phone aside, picked up the chopsticks first, and tasted the dishes in front of her. Okay, let's eat first. We'll talk while we eat. Yang Ming was also a little hungry, so he nodded and picked up the chopsticks to eat. Right, how did your brother Rong get infected with AIDS? Is there a problem with his lifestyle? Yang Ming asked curiously. How is it possible? The voodoo that he practices can't be unchaste. Otherwise, he will die. Lan Ling shook her head. Ugh. Then how did he get it? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect this brother Rong to be so tragic. If he got AIDS from messing around, he would accept his fate. However, he didn't mess around and got AIDS. It was a bit sad. When he was doing an experiment, he was bitten by the voodoo worm and bled nonstop. After I took Grandma's mother devouring voodoo and swallowed the bitten voodoo worm in his body, he had lost too much blood. Lan Ling said, so, he went down the mountain to find a doctor for blood transfusion. In the end, the medical conditions there weren't good enough, so he got infected. Ugh. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. This guy's life was a tragedy. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, then why is he afraid of infecting you? When placing a goo into a person's body, they would drip their blood on the goo. He was afraid that if they cut each other's hands, the blood would spread. Lan Ling said. If that's the case, then what about him? He's sick. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It's fine. How can a goo refiner not have a virus in his body? After a while, it will be devoured by the mother venomous insect in his body. It doesn't matter. Lan Ling smiled indifferently. Oh, that's not bad. Yang Ming said enviously, but, if that's the case, why is he afraid of infecting you? You should be fine too, right? Didn't I come to find you? He's afraid that I'll infect you. Lan Ling rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. He doesn't know that you have my voodoo in your body. That's why he's afraid. If he passed it to you when we were doing it, it wouldn't be easy to cure. Yang Ming looked at Lan Ling's charming and delicate style. He even had an impulse to immediately carry her to the hotel. Why are you looking at me? Lan Ling suddenly looked up and was shocked when she saw Yang Ming's burning eyes. Oh, nothing. Let's eat first. However, Yang Ming could control his emotions very well. He smiled and put some food into his mouth. Right, then your voodoo, did you succeed in refining it? No. Lan Ling shook her head. How can it be so easy? That's a lost voodoo. We are also in the experimental stage. Just like the sinister voodoo that Elder Yu refined, he was also constantly experimenting with it. The method of drinking human blood was just a method that he experimented with. In fact, no one knew how to refine the voodoo in his hand. It's just that his practice is a bit evil, so it is called evil. It turns out to be like this. Yang Ming nodded. Then you said before that you want to go to Yunnan to practice with your grandmother. Is it this Herculean voodoo? No, that's a kind of mental cultivation method passed down in our Lan family. Although it's very powerful, I don't have the confidence to beat Elder Yu because Elder Yu has also improved his own martial arts. His evil martial arts should be more powerful than our family's mental cultivation method, so there's no other way. Grandma let me and Brother Rong start the refining plan of the Herculean vermin. Lan Ling sighed and said, originally, I said that after I mastered the family's unique martial arts within a year, I could solve Elder Yu's problem and come back to find you. But now, it seems that it's impossible. So this is the reason why I came back early this time. On the one hand, I also miss you. I miss you very much. I want to see you. On the one hand, after returning to Yunnan this time, it may be incomparably dangerous. After a year, whether or not I can come back, whether or not you can see me again, it's hard to say, so I must see you. This? Yang Ming didn't expect that Lan Ling's side wasn't very good. This is also what I said to you at the airport before. It's hard to say whether I can survive in the future. We, the Lan Miao, don't have the confidence to deal with Elder Yu. He's getting more and more powerful. Lan Ling smiled bitterly. You can rest assured. I will fight side by side with you. This time, we will go to Yunnan. If we can come back, then we will come back together. If we can't come back, I will die with you. Yang Ming nodded, looked at Lan Ling, and said firmly. Ah. After Lan Ling heard Yang Ming's words, she was suddenly shocked. You want to accompany me to Yunnan? How can this be? However, although Lan Ling said this, her eyes showed infinite surprise and gratitude. Yang Ming actually wants to accompany me to Yunnan for me? Lan Ling was very happy, very touched, and very satisfied. However, it was enough that Yang Ming had this intention. Lan Ling would not let Yang Ming accompany her. Although Lan Ling knew that Yang Ming's skill was good, this trip to Yunnan was a real battle of life and death. It was very likely that he would lose his life if he was not careful. Yang Ming was just an ordinary person. How could he be Elder Yu's opponent? Why not? I will kill Elder Yu with you. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. No, you can't go. Lan Ling shook her head and directly rejected Yang Ming. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't know why Lan Ling suddenly rejected him. Logically, Lan Ling should be very happy. Why did she reject him? Why? Yang Ming asked with some doubts. You are different from me. Yang Ming, my dear lover, you can't die. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming affectionately and said, "You are my only boyfriend. But you have so many girlfriends besides me. This time, Chen Mengyan has told me everything about you. Although I am a little jealous, at the same time, I feel happy and gratified." Yang Ming nodded and said, "You are my only boyfriend." This? Yang Ming was even more confused about Lan Ling's words. Yang Ming didn't expect Lan Ling to know about his relationship with other girls. When she left, he only had an ambiguous relationship with Chen Mingyan. But now? In less than a year, he had met so many girls. Yet, Lan Ling felt happy and gratified for him? Yang Ming's heart was sour. Is little Ling Ling saying something sarcastically to anger me? If you die, I will be so sad that I don't want to live. Because I only have you as my lover. However, if I die, you still have so many girlfriends to accompany you. You shouldn't be so sad. At least, you won't be so sad because you still have so many people who love you to accompany you. Lan Ling said, "So, Yang Ming, if you go to Yunnan to accompany me for me, although I will be very happy, it is really selfish. It is unfair to Chen Mengyan and all the girls who love you. How can I do that?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Lan Ling to be worried about this. While he was touched, he also felt deep self-reproach. For Lan Ling, he really let her down. "Ling Ling, did Chen Mengyan ask you to come back this time? Did she say anything else to you? What did she say to you?" Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very important thing. Lan Ling didn't let him go to Yunnan. Didn't she know that he was going to Yunnan to perform a mission? "She told me that you missed me a lot and wanted to see me. I missed you a lot too, so I came back," Lan Ling said. "Oh? Just like that?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Then you didn't miss me before? Why didn't you come back?" "I wanted to come back before, but I was afraid that it would affect your relationship with Chen Mengyan. I didn't dare to come back." Lan Ling said, "How would I know that Chen Mengyan's attitude was so good to me? She even respected me. When I heard that you had so many women, I understood that Chen Mengyan was helpless." Not really. Chen Mengyan has grown up and matured." Yang Ming smiled embarrassedly. "Maybe, but in this way, I can get rid of my worries. I can face her calmly in the future." Lan Ling said with relief, "Otherwise, after I dealt with Elder Yu, could I return to Songjiang City and see you? Would I be driven away by Chen Mengyan? Would you be in a dilemma? Thinking of this, I have the idea of perishing together with Elder Yu." "What?" Yang Ming was shocked and felt lucky. If Chen Mengyan didn't take the initiative to call Lan Ling, then Lan Ling's idea would be really scary. If she really acted, then Yang Ming would really regret it for life. It was really thrilling. He couldn't help but be scared. "Ling Ling, how can you think about it? Even if there are difficulties, I won't abandon you." "Yeah, I know. Because you are voodoo, if you abandon me, you will die." Lan Ling deliberately teased. "You really ask when you know the answer." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "Well, I just came back to see you. Chen Mingyan's attitude also gave me more confidence. I will definitely defeat Elder Yu and then come back to find you safely. You don't have to accompany me. Don't be impulsive." Lan Ling comforted him. "Ling Ling, how am I impulsive?" Yang Ming shrugged and said, "In fact, I have to go to Yunnan." "Have to go? What do you mean? Is there someone forcing you to go?" Lan Ling was stunned and asked curiously. "It's not that they are forcing me, but I am going to Yunnan. It is my responsibility." Yang Ming said, "In fact, this time, Chen Mengyan asked you to come back. Isn't it to let you say goodbye to me? Because I am leaving tomorrow." "Responsibility? You are leaving tomorrow?" Lan Ling was even more baffled. She didn't know what Yang Ming's words meant. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mengyan probably didn't tell Lan Ling in detail that he was going to Yunnan to perform a mission, but she wanted him to tell Lan Ling personally. It was just like Suya before. However, Suya knew that he was going on a long trip, but she didn't know the details, and Lan Ling didn't know anything. Perhaps it was because Suya had an activity, so she wanted to delay her return for a few days. Chen Mengyan had no choice. but to tell her that Yang Ming was going on a long trip. However, Lan Ling was anxious to return home. She wanted to come back and see her, so the two hit it off. Chen Mengyan didn't need to say so much, and Lan Ling came back. Yes, Chen Mengyan may not have told you, but I also want to tell you in a while. Then, it's just right. I'll say it now. Yang Ming said, after you left, I joined an organization called the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Ah. Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Lan Ling was stunned and suddenly exclaimed. Why? Do you know this organization? Yang Ming was shocked by Lan Ling's reaction. I know. A while ago, they contacted our Lan Miao village and wanted to get our help. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. Are you a member of this organization? Yes, I am. Yang Ming nodded and said, they contacted you? They contacted my grandmother and wanted to cooperate with us to deal with Elder Yu. Lan Ling nodded and said. Oh? Then, did you agree? Yang Ming didn't expect that Xia Bingbao had contacted Lan Ling's grandmother before. No. Lan Ling shook her head. My grandmother didn't want to cooperate with others. She felt that we weren't ready to deal with Elder Yu. It was impossible to deal with Elder Yu now. But the Supernatural Investigation Bureau wanted to do it recently. They obviously wanted us to be cannon fodder, so my grandmother rejected their proposal. At that time, my grandmother told me about this matter. We also scolded those people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau who were going to come here. Oh. I'm the one who wants to go to your place to deal with Elder Yu. I'm from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, and I'm the leader. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. Ah. Lan Ling was even more surprised. It's really you. Then, you really want to go to Yunnan with me. It turns out to be like this. No wonder you said that you must go. But, what about Chen Mengyan and the others? It will be very dangerous this time. Did they agree with you coming? I didn't tell them the specific mission in detail. I just said that I would be gone for a long time. This way, even if I was in danger, they would have something to think about. After a long time, they would naturally forget about it and not be so sad. Yang Ming shook his head. I'm the only one in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau who has fought with Elder Yu, so this time, I'm the only one who can go to Yunnan. Eh? By the way, I heard that those who can join the Supernatural Investigation Bureau are all skilled in one area. So, what's your specialty? Lan Ling suddenly thought of this matter. Could it be that Yang Ming has some powerful ability that I don't know about? X-ray vision, assassination. Yang Ming didn't want to hide anything from Lan Ling. Since they were dealing with the same enemy, he should let Lan Ling know his trump card. At that time, if there was a crisis, they could help each other. Moreover, Lan Ling was the person closest to him. She wouldn't betray him or harm him. Since he had doubts about Lan Ling, Yang Ming felt guilty about it. So, he wouldn't lie to her anymore. He would tell her everything. Moreover, Lan Ling said it very clearly. He was the only man in her life. Now and in the future. So, how could Lan Ling do something bad to him? That was why Yang Ming didn't hold back when he spoke of his ability. Ah? X-ray vision? Lan Ling was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. You can see through things? Yang Ming nodded. The booth here was independent. Yang Ming and Lan Ling's voice wasn't loud, so they didn't have to worry about being heard by others. Really? Lan Ling felt it was a bit unbelievable. You're wearing a pink bra and underwear today. The underwear is translucent and gauzy. Are you trying to seduce me? Yang Ming looked at Lan Ling and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ah? Lan Ling widened her eyes in surprise. It can't be? You can really see it? Ah, how is this possible? Husband, you are so powerful. Why didn't I know when I met you? Don't tell me it was done after I left? No. Yang Ming shook his head and said, when I met you, I had this special ability. But at that time I didn't dare to tell anyone. However, now we are going to fight side by side. So, if I tell you, I believe you won't betray me. How can I betray you? Unless you kill me. Lan Ling shook her head. Then, does Chen Mingyan and the others know? I don't know. Yang Ming shook his head. Haha. I'm so happy. Lan Ling laughed. She laughed very happily and very happily. Well, this is one of my life-saving trump cards. In fact, although it's called X-ray vision, it can also be used for long-range vision, short-range vision, and night vision. In short, in theory, I can see things that are infinitely far away, Yang Ming said. So powerful. Lan Ling exclaimed, what about assassination? I know how to seal acupoints, throw flying needles and hidden weapons, and I'm good at all kinds of killing methods, Yang Ming said. This is also something you knew before? Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming in amazement and admiration. She didn't expect her lover to be so powerful. No, I only started learning after you left, said Yang Ming. I seem to have an impression of it. Grandpa's was seen to have said that you learned from the king of assassins. Lan Ling nodded as she recalled something. Yang Ming also remembered that Grandpa's would gave him a medical book. Yang Ming studied it for a while, but after Zhang Zhishan came, he didn't study it again. If that's the case, then you must go to Yunnan? Lan Ling nodded her head and asked seriously. I must go. Yang Ming nodded. Since I'm a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, I have to fulfill my duties. What's more, even if I don't go, there are still people who have to go. They haven't dealt with Elder Yu, and they don't have these trump cards in their hands. If they go, won't it be more dangerous? At home, they also have wives and children. You are so great. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming with some admiration. But this way, I have more confidence. If I knew that you were a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, I would have persuaded my grandmother to agree to their proposal. I will go back this time and talk to my grandmother to let her agree to this cooperation. It's better not to. Yang Ming waved his hand and stopped Lan Ling. Why? Previously, my grandmother was afraid that those people would not be honest and use us as cannon fodder, so she refused. The family elders also thought so. But now it's different. You are my lover and the leader of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to carry out the mission this time. They definitely won't use us, the Lan Miao people, as cannon fodder. Lan Ling said with some puzzlement. First, you are not ready yet. If you force it, I'm afraid you will suffer heavy losses. Yang Ming said, secondly, even if your grandmother agrees, and those elders reluctantly agree for the sake of their reputation, I'm afraid that the people of the Hmong village will hate you if something really goes wrong. They will say that you are biased, and that's why the entire Hmong village is implicated. This? Lan Ling was stunned, but she also knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. But if we don't help you, you will be in danger, right? This is not very dangerous. Yang Ming waved his hand and said with a smile, we will use a secret method to investigate Elder Yu's weakness bit by bit. Don't forget, I am good at assassination. When the time comes, I can also make a move on Elder Yu from the dark. As long as we don't fight head-on, there should be no problem. I see. Okay. Lan Ling thought about it and could only nod in agreement. She had a plan in her heart. Even if the Miao village didn't help Yang Ming, she could also help Yang Ming privately. In this way, no one would say anything. It was understandable for her to help her husband. Let's not talk about these unpleasant things. Maybe we will meet again in Yunnan. Yang Ming smiled and said, you just have to remember that we are standing together and fighting side by side. Yeah, when I think of this situation, I am full of energy. Lan Ling nodded. I think we will definitely win. Yes. We will definitely win. Yang Ming also nodded. Hey? Yang Ming? A somewhat surprised voice came over. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Xianxia's voice? He looked up with some surprise. Sure enough, he saw Xianxia and Xianxia coming over to his side. Xianxia. You are here too? Sister Xianxia. Yang Ming smiled and greeted Xianxia. However, when Xianxia saw Lan Ling next to Yang Ming, she was obviously stunned. She didn't know this girl. Although some of the girls Around Yang Ming didn't know Xianxia, Xianxia knew them. At this moment, Xianxia had never seen the girl next to Yang Ming, so she hesitated. She didn't know what relationship Yang Ming had with her. She didn't dare to reveal her relationship with Yang Ming. Although Xianxia was a strong woman, since she recognized Yang Ming, she became a woman who followed her husband's wishes. She cared about Yang Ming's feelings. As a smart woman, she absolutely couldn't let her man be embarrassed outside. Xianxia was very clear about this. Therefore, after seeing Lan Ling, Xianxia deliberately distanced herself from Yang Ming. When did you come to Donghai? Why didn't you give me a call? I will treat you to a meal. This is Lan Ling, I have told you before. Yang Ming smiled and introduced Lan Ling to Xianxia. Oh, so you are Lan Ling. I have heard of you. You are Yang Ming's girlfriend. I didn't expect you to be so cute and beautiful. Yang Ming is blessed. Xianxia pretended to be surprised and praised. Hello, I am Xianxia, Yang Ming's business friend. Hello. Lan Ling looked at Xianxia with some doubts and smiled at her. Okay, don't pretend. Yang Ming smiled and kicked Xianxia's foot. He said to Lan Ling, Ling Ling, she is also my woman. Xianxia, don't listen to her nonsense. How strong was Lan Ling's sixth sense? When Xianxia came over, she had a strong hunch. This beautiful woman with big breasts definitely had a deep relationship with Yang Ming. Therefore, this was also the reason why Lan Ling showed a puzzled look when Xianxia said that she was just Yang Ming's business friend. However, Yang Ming didn't say anything. Lan Ling naturally wouldn't expose it. What if Yang Ming didn't want to tell her about Xianxia? If she said it, wouldn't it be more embarrassing? But now, Yang Ming exposed it. Lan Ling responded with a smile, Hello, Xianxia. It's our first time meeting. Please take care of me. Hello. Xianxia looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. She didn't know why Yang Ming suddenly exposed her relationship with him in front of Lan Ling, and Lan Ling seemed to be very generous. Xianxia was also a smart person. She had been in the business world for many years. Naturally, she was also proficient in the ability to observe people's expressions. She looked at Lan Ling's eyes without a trace of pretentiousness. She knew that Lan Ling wanted to befriend her from the bottom of her heart. Xianxia wasn't a stingy woman. Since the other party was like this, she would naturally return the favor. She said enthusiastically, I have heard about you a long time ago. Hehe, Yang Ming always told me about you. My ears. Xianxia had already learned from Xianxia that Yang Ming had other women. However, Xianxia's old man didn't care. She naturally wouldn't be nosy. She also knew that Yang Ming saved the Sun family. His ability was quite great. Now, he even had a private island. So, when Xianxia saw this scene, she didn't have any strange expression. Sister Xianxia, you flatter me. I seem to be younger than you. Do you mind if I call you Sister Xianxia? Lan Ling was indeed the youngest among Yang Ming's women, so there was nothing wrong with saying that. Of course. Xianxia nodded. Right, you came back from Yunnan? I just came back today. I just came from the airport. Yang Ming said that the food here was good, so we ate here. Lan Ling said. Is that so? Then we won't disturb your two-person world. We also want to eat. Xianxia smiled at Lan Ling and said. Why don't we eat together? Lan Ling invited. Hehe, it's okay. You guys eat. Xianxia shook her head and refused Lan Ling's proposal. However, as soon as Xianxia's voice fell, there was a commotion at the door. Xianxia went out of the House of Six Tastes in embarrassment. At the door of the House of Six Tastes, he gave the car keys to his wife. You go and drive the car over. Send me to the hospital first. Husband, aren't you going to find someone to deal with that kid? Asked Xianxia's wife. Go to the hospital first. I'll make a call on the way. Hurry, it hurts, said Xianxia. Okay. I said that it would be good to park the car at the door. You said that someone was towing the car here. Look at his car. Isn't it parked properly? No one towed it away. Xianxia's wife pointed at Yang Ming's car and complained. Don't you see? He has a privileged car. How can you compare with him? This car can't be parked anywhere? Zhen Dazhou rolled his eyes. My car was towed away. Although I can get it out, it will delay a lot of things. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Go and get my car out. Okay. Zhen Dazhou's wife nodded and quickly ran to the parking lot to drive the car. As for Zhen Dazhou, he stood at the door of the House of Six Tastes and began to call people. He wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Otherwise, how could he swallow this? However, he certainly couldn't call his gun team back. Not to mention that the gun team was robbing on the high seas at the moment. Even if he asked them to come back, it was impossible for them to bring guns to deal with Yang Ming. Shooting in a public place like the House of Six Tastes, unless Zhen Dazhou didn't want to survive, it was impossible for him to do such a stupid thing. However, Zhen Dazhou also had a group of underlings in Donghai City. In addition to his dog-eat-dog business, he also had several underground gambling dens in Donghai City. This was also a quite profitable business, but many gamblers in the gambling dens were red-eyed and irrational. Therefore, Zhen Dazhou had to hire a group of thugs to watch over the gambling dens. Of course, he was also afraid that some underworld people would come to destroy the gambling dens. Therefore, Zhen Dazhou directly called the boss of his gambling dens and asked him to bring people to the House of Six Tastes and wait for him immediately. At this time, Zhen Dazhou's wife also drove over. Zhen Dazhou first got in the car and went to the hospital to take the chopsticks and bandage them. Then, he returned to the House of Six Tastes and met with his underlings. He must kill that guy, Yang Ming, personally. Yang Ming was merciful. The chopsticks and fork only caused ordinary external injuries to Zhen Dazhou. It wasn't a big problem. Yang Ming was in a good mood, so he didn't do anything to him. Otherwise, the chopsticks directly inserted into his acupuncture points. Even if he took out the chopsticks, his two arms would be crippled. However, sometimes, some people don't know fear if they don't feel pain. Yang Ming was merciful. He thought that Yang Ming was weak. When Zhen Dazhou came back from the hospital, the boss of the gambling dens, Brother Guang, was already waiting at the door of the House of Six Tastes. After Brother Guang saw Zhen Dazhou, he immediately ran over. Boss, I have brought people over. Who are we going to mess with this time? What do you think? In a while, you will follow me in. You will hit whoever I ask you to. Break his legs for me. Zhen Dazhou said. His shoulders were wrapped in gauze, so he also wanted Yang Ming to pay a certain price. Zhen Dazhou walked into the House of Six Tastes with Brother String and his men. When the waiter saw that there were so many of them and they looked so aggressive, he knew that they weren't here to eat. He subconsciously asked, Sir, what are you? Get lost. Zhen Dazhou pushed the waiter and said impatiently. Sir, what are you doing? We are going to call the police. The waiter was shocked and quickly said. A waiter recognized Zhen Dazhou and realized that he was the one who escaped after being stabbed with chopsticks and fork by Yang Ming. At this moment, he brought so many people here. It was obvious that he was here for revenge. The waiter quickly pulled the waiter who stopped Zhen Dazhou and whispered to him, Be careful, these people are not to be trifled with. Don't talk. The waiter was reminded by the waiter and was a little scared. He quickly shut up. He was just a worker. If he got himself into trouble for no reason, it would be a loss. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel scared and quickly apologized to Zhen Dazhou, Big brother. I'm sorry. Humph. Zhen Dazhou glared at the waiter and thought, this person has some eyes. A little waiter dares to talk to me like this. If he jumps out again, I'll teach him a lesson first. Zhen Dazhou walked into the House of Six Tastes with Gang Bro and saw Yang Ming talking to two women. Zhen Dazhou was instantly enraged. Wow, you sure know how to act, huh? You dare to wait here instead of running away after beating someone up? Especially the tall beauty with big breasts beside Yang Ming. Zhen Dazhou drooled. Since his wife didn't come in, Zhen Dazhou wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson while also catching the big-breasted girl beside Yang Ming to play with. What are you two girls doing? We're going to clear the area for a fight. Everyone else, get out of the way. Of course, although Zhening Jun was interested in Sun Jia, he needed a reason to catch her. He couldn't just catch her like that, right? Therefore, he used a very arrogant and domineering tone to speak to Sun Jia. The purpose was to annoy Sun Jia so that she would come out and defend Yang Ming. This way, he could deal with her logically. Sun Jia and Xianxia didn't expect that a group of punks would suddenly rush in, and they seemed to be coming here. Xianxia couldn't help but look at Sun Jia with some doubts. The meaning in her eyes was self-evident. Isn't the Sun family the local tyrant of Donghai City? How could there be a hooligan who dared to mess with the Tai Sui? He actually dared to order around the daughter of the underworld boss of Donghai? Did he not want to live anymore? Sun Jia also frowned. Her business focus was gradually whitening and shifting to Island X in North Africa, so the Sun family had been a lot more low-key recently. Some Tom, Dick, and Harry jumped out and became active at this time. Watch your words. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Sun Jia was the daughter of the underworld boss after all. She didn't panic under this situation. She only coldly glanced at Zhendazhou with some disdain and contempt in her eyes. Feeling the contempt in Sun Jia's eyes, Zhendazhou was even more annoyed. A chick dared to threaten him? If he couldn't even handle this, then how could he survive in Donghai? Therefore, he couldn't care less. He was no longer in a hurry to chase Sun Jia away. Instead, he reached out and grabbed Sun Jia's chest. What he wanted was Sun Jia's doubt. If Sun Jia left obediently, how could he have the chance to flirt with Sun Jia? Chick, are you very cocky? But I like cocky ones. Let this big brother touch your big breasts and have some fun. Zhendazhou's eyes were filled with perverted light. His dirty hands touched Sun Jia's chest and he laughed, looking for trouble? Chick, you're pretty tough, huh? But in Donghai City, no one dares to threaten me, Xianxia. Why don't you go out and find out what kind of character I, Xianxia, am? Pack. Sun Jia slapped Xianxia's face. What kind of character was Sun Jia? How could she be at a disadvantage? Xianxia? I really haven't heard of him. Who knows where this Tom, Dick, and Harry came from? You dare to hit me? Xianxia looked at Sun Jia in front of him in disbelief. He didn't expect Sun Jia to slap him in the face. In Donghai City, even if Xianxia wasn't a character who kept to his word, he was still a tyrant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. He didn't expect Sun Jia to hit him directly. Plus, one of his hands and shoulder were injured, so his reaction wasn't quick enough. Therefore, this slap landed on his face firmly. Sun Jia's slap wasn't small. Zhendazhou's face suddenly had 5 red marks. Half of his cheek swelled up. It was terrifying. Yes, I hit you. Sun Jia said sarcastically, Zhendazhou, I haven't heard of you before. Who are you? F***CK. Go. Catch this big tits chick for me first. After I deal with this brat, we will take turns with this chick tonight. Xianxia suddenly felt that he lost his face. He didn't want to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and ordered Brother Gang. Okay. Brother Gang was most willing to do this kind of thing. Catching a chick was a good job. He could take advantage of her. Especially for such a beautiful girl like Sun Jia, it would be even better. Although Sun Jia looked a bit fierce, it was because Xianxia was injured, so he was hit. However, Brother Gang was strong. Naturally, there wouldn't be such trouble. Therefore, Brother Gang volunteered to rush over and wanted to catch Sun Jia. How could Sun Jia be easily provoked? Although she didn't know martial arts, she was the kind of girl who came from the underworld. Don't think that she was usually obedient to Yang Ming. When Yang Ming wanted to bully her, Sun Jia would agree half-heartedly. However, that was in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming was Sun Jia's boyfriend. Naturally, she wouldn't do anything to Yang Ming. Moreover, Yang Ming was the master of the masters. Sun Jia couldn't do anything to Yang Ming. But this guy was different. He rushed over excitedly, but he was kicked in the crotch by Sun Jia. He directly covered his lower body and squatted on the ground with an AO sound. Howling endlessly. Sun Jia's heel didn't leave any leeway. It directly kicked the Brother Gang until his balls exploded. He was rolling on the ground. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so fierce. She actually dared to kick people like this. Although they were small gangsters, they didn't dare to fight in public. After all, if the police came to investigate, it wouldn't be easy to escape. When ordinary people faced gangsters, they didn't even dare to make a move, let alone be ruthless. Who knew that Xianxia was so ruthless? Go. Go. Go together. Xianxia was angry. He had never been so cowardly before. The underlings that he brought were actually kicked to the point where they had to cover their crotch. This made him furious and furious. When Brother Gang's underlings saw that their boss was beaten, they were all eager to catch Xianxia for revenge. Xianxia was able to deal with Xianxia and Brother Guang because she caught them off guard. She succeeded in one move when Xianxia and Brother Guang were unprepared. Otherwise, how could she be Xianxia and Brother Guang's opponent? Xianxia was injured. Xianxia might be able to force a tie with him, but Brother Gang was such a strong person. If he wasn't kicked in the balls, it was impossible for Xianxia to subdue him so easily. Sure enough, when Xianxia saw such a large group of people surrounding her, she was a little scared. She immediately turned to Yang Ming and said, "Yang Ming, this time it's your turn to make a move, right? I can't deal with it." Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled slightly and stood up. For Xianxia, in fact, Yang Ming didn't want to do anything to him. After all, Xianxia's level of gangster was really different from Yang Ming. They weren't on the same level at all. Yang Ming didn't care about him at all. So before, Yang Ming also gave a small punishment and let Xianxia go. But he didn't expect that he actually dared to come back and even dared to bring people to seek revenge. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't let him go easily this time. Yang Ming walked over to Xianxia and his underlings. He smiled and looked at Xianxia. "Are you sure you don't want to get lost? D***MN, beat him to death. Beat him to death. If anything happens, I will be responsible." Xianxia was like a furious mad dog. He pointed at Yang Ming and ordered his underlings. Yes. How would these underlings be afraid of Yang Ming? Under Xianxia's order, they rushed over to Yang Ming. One of the underlings held an iron rod in his hand and smashed it toward Yang Ming's head. These gangsters usually didn't know anything about the law. When they heard that Xianxia said that he would be responsible, all of them were like they were on steroids. They all wanted to show how brave they were in front of Xianxia. Yang Ming frowned. Since these people were stubborn, Yang Ming be polite. Just as the hooligan's iron rod was about to hit Yang Ming's head, Yang Ming made a move. Yang Ming. And, with a crisp sound, the hooligan screamed and knelt on the ground. His leg bone had been broken by Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming could have smashed his skull and directly killed this little gangster, Yang Ming didn't do so. This was a public place. Yang Ming didn't want to make it so bloody. What Yang Ming wanted to do now was to injure these people internally. At least, there shouldn't be too much blood on the outside. Otherwise, it would be too disgusting. He and Lan Ling hadn't finished eating yet. Xianxia and Xianxia hadn't eaten yet. If it was too bloody, who would be able to eat? Moreover, Yang Ming really didn't have the intention to care about these little gangsters. These people were just some delinquents who worked for Xianxia. These people were simply hot-blooded and impulsive. They didn't care about anything. Therefore, Yang Ming was still merciful. He only injured these little gangsters. He let them stay in the hospital. He hoped that they could wake up and stop working for a boss like Xianxia who had no future. Yang Ming despised this kind of person who didn't have the ability and still relied on his subordinates to die. It had to be said that these little gangsters were very fearless. They were still young and hot-blooded. They were full of enthusiasm. When one person fell, they weren't afraid. They still rushed over bravely. Yang Ming had to continuously break these people's legs. These little gangsters were nothing to Yang Ming. They weren't even considered a warm-up. Yang Ming beat them to the ground quickly. In an instant, these little gangsters who were still very brave were lying on the ground at this moment. They either had one or both of their legs broken. Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. He looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. You. Zhen Dazhou said you 3 times. Apparently, he was frightened by Yang Ming. Finally, he uttered a complete sentence in shock. Who are you people? Humph, in Donghai City, you dare to offend anyone. Why don't you open your dog eyes and look? Sun Jia wanted to report the name of the Sun family, but she was stopped by Yang Ming with a wave of his hand. Yang Ming didn't want Sun Jia to stand up. Although the Sun family's name was very big in Donghai, those little gangsters would definitely be afraid after hearing it. However, people like Zhen Dazhou who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance were beaten out of the House of Six Tastes by Yang Ming before. After that, he actually found someone to seek revenge. It could be seen that Zhen Dazhou was a very petty person and very vengeful. Although Zhen Dazhou's strength wasn't enough to compete with the Sun family, Yang Ming was afraid that after Zhen Dazhou became powerful, he would seek revenge from Sun Jia. If Yang Ming was still in Donghai or Songjiang, it would naturally be fine. But now the key problem was that Yang Ming was going to Yunnan soon. Once he left, how could he rest assured that Sun Jia was here? So he still didn't want Zhen Dazhou to find Sun Jia. At least, he couldn't let Zhen Dazhou target Sun Jia in the future. So Yang Ming interrupted Sun Jia's words in time and said to Zhen Dazhou faintly, "Who am I?" "Naturally, I'm from Songjiang. Didn't I tell you before? I'm here to pick someone up." "People of Songjiang. You have injured so many people." Zhen Dazhou actually wanted to find out the name of Yang Ming and the others so that he could use it for revenge in the future. But now, he couldn't do anything to Yang Ming. The people he brought were all crippled by Yang Ming. It was impossible for him to get back his face. Since Yang Ming refused to say his name, Zhen Dazhou thought of a way to deal with Yang Ming. He was going to call the police and let the police deal with Yang Ming. Although this matter was his fault, Yang Ming had injured so many people. He had to take some responsibility, right? Moreover, Zhen Dazhou's real purpose was to find out the background and name of Yang Ming and the others so that he could take revenge on them. Thinking of this, Zhen Dazhou pretended to be angry and said, "Since I'm not as good as you, then we will meet again. You want to take revenge on me in the future? Do as you wish. My name is Yang Ming. The car parked at the door is mine. You can take down the car number and find me at any time." Yang Ming saw through Zhen Dazhou's thoughts and said faintly. Although Yang Ming didn't use his special ability often, with Yang Ming's current strength and status, the situations where he could use his special ability were getting less and less. Occasionally, he would use it to adjust his mood. Therefore, Yang Ming accidentally heard Zhen Dazhou's thoughts and knew his purpose. It could be said that Zhen Dazhou was very nervous now. He was afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't let him go, so he said the previous words nervously. However, it also gave Yang Ming the opportunity to hear his thoughts. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't mind telling him his identity directly. Even if Zhen Dazhou called the police, Yang Ming could still take out his documents to settle this matter. However, Yang Ming was afraid that it would be troublesome and disturb his meal. So, he simply told Zhen Dazhou his identity so that Zhen Dazhou could deal with him directly in the future. He believed that if Zhen Dazhou dared to go to Songjiang to inquire about him, he probably wouldn't be able to come back. Even if he was a dragon crossing the river, he couldn't do anything in Songjiang City. Bao Sanli could kill him with one finger. Zhen Dazhou didn't expect Yang Ming to reveal his identity so easily. He was suddenly happy and remembered the name Yang Ming. He was ready to go to Songjiang City to find Yang Ming for revenge. Even if your kung fu was powerful, it was only on the surface. No matter how high your kung fu was, you were still afraid of a kitchen knife. When the time comes, I will stab you in the back. Let's see if you can avoid it. However, just when he was happy, Zhen Dazhou suddenly thought of a very important question. The car at the door, is his? Therefore, Zhen Dazhou's face changed. He hesitated and asked Yang Ming, the car at the door, is it yours? It's mine. You can smash it. Yang Ming said faintly, if you dare to smash it. Haha. I don't dare. I was just casually saying. Brother Yang Ming, right? Brother, you are busy. I will leave first. Sorry for the offense. Zhen Dazhou's expression changed instantly. In fact, he had no choice but to do so. The car at the door was obviously not simple. The person who could drive this kind of car must be a person with a high status. From the issuance mechanism of the passes, it could be seen that the identity of this Yang Ming wasn't simple. And Yang Ming's skill was so good, which explained the problem. Xianxia wasn't stupid. Some people could be offended, but some people couldn't be offended. If this Yang Ming came from those powerful mechanisms, then he was simply asking for trouble by going against Yang Ming. Therefore, at this moment, he made a difficult decision. Xianxia took a group of underlings with broken legs and staggered out of the House of Six Tastes. He could only admit that he was unlucky. In his opinion, Yang Ming might have a gun. How could he, a gangster, dare to provoke such a person? Looking at Yang Ming's car, Xianxia could only admit that he was unlucky. He took a group of underlings to the hospital to see a doctor. He was a frequent visitor to the hospital. Previously, he had just seen a doctor. This time, he had to go to the hospital to see a doctor with his underlings. After Xianxia and the others left, the House of Six Tastes returned to peace again. The waiter who stopped the waiter from going against Xianxia suddenly became a little embarrassed and cautious. After all, Xianxia didn't do anything to Yang Ming. It was Yang Ming who seriously injured Xianxia and Xianxia's underlings. Previously, he flattered the wrong person. At this time, he was afraid of Yang Ming's revenge, so he was a little evasive. He didn't dare to get close to Yang Ming. In fact, why would Yang Ming find trouble with a little waiter? Yang Ming didn't take him seriously at all. Instead, he raised his head and talked to Xianxia again. Previously, you. Xianxia was also a smart person. She probably guessed Yang Ming's meaning. She knew that Yang Ming was doing it for her good, so he didn't let her say her identity. It seemed that Yang Ming was worried about this Xianxia. Hehe, I'm leaving. Naturally, I don't want these people to bother you anymore. Otherwise, I won't be at ease when I leave. Yang Ming said truthfully. You're leaving? Xianxia didn't know the reason, but she was stunned. Little brother, what are you talking about? Where are you going? Let's change to a four-person table and talk slowly. Yang Ming saw that the people around were pointing at them. He knew that it was impossible to eat and talk quietly here. There was such a big movement before. Yang Ming easily defeated the people brought by Xianxia, which attracted the attention of the guests and waiters here. Although they didn't dare to look at Yang Ming blatantly, they were still very curious about Yang Ming and others. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't lower himself to the level of these ordinary people, but Yang Ming still wasn't used to being stared at by them, so he suggested to Xianxia to change to a four-person table. Hehe, there is an additional private room here. I have already booked one before. Xianxia said with a smile, let's go to the private room to eat together. In the past, the Home of Six Tastes didn't have a private room, but now on the original basis, the second and third floors were expanded. There were additional seats and private rooms on the upper floors, but the number of private rooms was still limited. Without a certain strength, it couldn't be booked. However, this wasn't a problem for Xianxia. Xianxia's power in Donghai City was still very big. Although Sun Hongjun had left, the Sun family's influence still existed. It was still easy for Xianxia to book a private room. The four people went upstairs to the private room together, and the dishes downstairs were naturally served by the waiters. Xianxia ordered a few more dishes, and the few people sat at the table and chatted. Yang Ming, this time you can tell your sister where you are going, right? Although Xianxia and Yang Ming didn't meet much, the two people were like old friends at first sight. The relationship between sister and brother was still good. Xianxia also sincerely accepted this brother. Sister Xianxia, I am going out to perform a mission. I may be gone for a while. Didn't little Jia tell you? Yang Ming didn't say so specifically, but simply said that he was going to perform a mission. Perform a mission? Perform what mission? Xianxia was stunned. Aren't you a student? Xianxia didn't know about Yang Ming's special identity. She only knew that he was a college student, so when she heard Yang Ming say this, she felt a little strange. Hehe, Xianxia, you still don't know? Yang Ming is actually an agent. Xianxia lowered her voice and said, Yang Ming, your identity isn't a secret, right? Secret, of course, it's a secret. Yang Ming waved his hand and said seriously. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Xianxia's face changed slightly and became a little gloomy. She wanted to say something, but she still didn't say it. After all, Yang Ming said this. Did he not believe her? However, although Xianxia felt uncomfortable in her heart, she also knew that she was Yang Ming's sister. It was normal for Yang Ming to keep some things a secret from her. It was just that she didn't feel good about it. However, I can keep secrets from anyone but Sister Xianxia. Yang Ming smiled and said, Sister Xianxia is my sister. Naturally, I have to tell her these things. Xianxia heard Yang Ming take a deep breath when he spoke. She couldn't help but be stunned. Pfft, she laughed and said, Yang Ming, why do you take a deep breath when you speak? Haha, I'm just kidding, said Yang Ming. But Sister Xianxia, you have to keep this a secret for me. It's enough for you to know. I can't tell others. You can't tell your brother-in-law, Wu Yunsheng, asked Xianxia. He can tell, but it's fine if it's an outsider. Yang Ming thought about it, but he didn't care. After all, Wu Yunsheng was also a member of the army. It was fine for him to know some inside information. Yang Ming was now also a member of the army. Okay, I got it. Xianxia nodded solemnly this time. Yang Ming took out an ID from his pocket and handed it to Xianxia. This was a military ID. As for the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's ID, Yang Ming did not take it out. After all, Yang Ming was not going to tell Xianxia about the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in detail. He only said that he was a member of the army. Sister Xianxia, this is my ID, said Yang Ming. Xianxia took Yang Ming's ID and opened it to take a look. Her husband, Wu Yunsheng, was from the army, and her father-in-law was also a commander in the army, so she naturally recognized that this ID was real and not forged. Xianxia was a little surprised. Yang Ming was actually serving in the special department of the army at such a young age. In fact, he was only in his first year of college. If he was older, it would be easier to understand, but now. Moreover, from what Yang Ming said so far, his position was not a nominal position, but a real position that required a mission. That was not simple. I didn't expect my brother to be so successful. Xianxia sighed. What is your mission this time? Sister Xianxia, the specifics are confidential. I can't say this. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile, this is a confidentiality discipline. You should understand. Although you're my elder sister, I can't tell you the details. It's okay. I know this. Xianxia understood. Wu Yunsheng was a person from the army. She naturally knew that some things were confidential. Even if it was a close person, they couldn't simply talk about it. Therefore, she didn't think too much about it. If that's the case, I won't ask any more. Yang Ming smiled. But the time of this mission may be longer. When I come back, I may be an uncle. Xianxia was slightly stunned, but then she understood Yang Ming's words. She couldn't help but smile. Yeah, your brother-in-law and I plan to have a child at the end of this year. When you come back, won't you be an uncle directly? Then it seems that I really have to work hard to come back early. Otherwise, I won't be able to see my nephew. Yang Ming also smiled. The topic of Yang Ming's mission was basically over. Several people talked about other topics. They talked about their recent situation until the waiter served the food. Then, everyone started to eat. After the meal, Yang Ming, Sun Jia, and Xianxia said goodbye. Sun Jia didn't ask Yang Ming to stay. After all, she also knew that Lan Ling and Yang Ming hadn't seen each other for a long time. Today, Lan Ling rushed back. Naturally, she wanted to meet with Yang Ming. Yang Ming would embark on his journey tomorrow, so Sun Jia didn't want to take up too much of Yang Ming's time. Out of the House of Six Tastes, Sun Jia glanced at Yang Ming's car and smiled. Are you going back to Songjiang City soon? Since Yang Ming drove, naturally, he wouldn't stay in Donghai City. Sun Jia had some regrets. Little Jia, why don't you go back with us? Yang Ming saw the reluctance in Sun Jia's eyes, so he invited her. I won't go. I still have work here. Xianxia was also a reasonable person. At this moment, Yang Ming's time was limited. How could she compete with Lan Ling? Sister Xianxia, why don't you go back with us? I don't mind. Lan Ling also saw Xianxia's reluctance, so she also said. Lan Ling was actually not a girl who liked to be jealous. From the moment she saw the receipt from Yang Ming's pocket when Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan went to the supermarket, she always maintained a tolerance for Yang Ming. What she cared about was Yang Ming's love for her. As long as Yang Ming's love for her didn't change, then Lan Ling would be satisfied. It was because Lan Ling knew a side effect of the voodoo. Although Yang Ming's body became more and more immune to poison after being inflicted with the voodoo, his desire also became stronger. Lan Ling wasn't with Yang Ming for a long time. She couldn't ask Yang Ming to stay chaste for her. She wasn't such a person, so she thought it through and didn't bother with these little things. No, wait for Yang Ming to return smoothly, then we will have a good gathering together. Xianxia smiled. I will treat at that time. Let's go out and have fun. Alright. Lan Ling saw that Xianxia insisted on not going back to Donghai City together, so she nodded and didn't insist anymore. It was because she also knew that Xianxia was being kind and didn't want to disturb her short time with Yang Ming. Little Jia, take care. Yang Ming looked at Xianxia deeply and then got in the car with Lan Ling. Yang Ming knew that this might be the last time he saw Xianxia, so he wanted to imprint Xianxia's appearance in his heart. This was one of the women he loved. Yang Ming wanted to remember her appearance forever. Xianxia also had the same idea as Yang Ming. She looked at Yang Ming affectionately and left the House of Six Tastes with Xianxia. Yang Ming drove Lan Ling to Songjiang City. Ling Ling, let's go and see Godfather and Godmother in a while. Yang Ming said. Godfather? Godmother? Lan Ling was stunned and looked at Yang Ming with some doubts. She didn't know who Yang Ming was talking about. Right, you still don't know about Godfather and Godmother. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Lan Ling didn't know that he recognized Lu Weishan as his godfather, so he quickly explained, after you left, I recognized Lu Weishan, Professor Lu, as my godfather and Aunt Chu as my godmother. Ah, is that so? You recognized him as your godfather. Lan Ling only knew who Yang Ming's godfather and godmother were. Yeah, Godfather took care of us in the past. He even gave us a house to live in. Since you are back, you naturally have to visit him first. Yang Ming said. Yeah. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Now that I think about it, it's still vivid in my mind. Lan Ling also sighed and nodded. I didn't expect so many things to happen in this half a year. Yeah, but fortunately, you and I haven't changed. Our feelings for each other haven't changed. Yang Ming said with a smile. Fortunately, you haven't changed. Otherwise, you would be dead. Lan Ling also laughed. Haha. Yang Ming listened to Lan Ling's words and suddenly laughed. After laughing for a long time, he said, I am a person. Although I am a bit of a playboy, I am very loyal. If I like a girl, I will like her for life. Lan Ling sighed and said helplessly, it's bad luck to like you. Ugh. Yang Ming was stunned. But when he saw Lan Ling smile, he knew that she was joking with him. The car got off the highway. Yang Ming went straight to the family building behind Songjiang Industry University. He parked the car downstairs of Lu Weishan's house. Yang Ming held Lan Ling's hand and pressed the doorbell of Lu Weishan's house. Today was the weekend. Lu Weishan must be at home at this time. Sure enough, not long after, the voice of his godmother, Aunt Chu, came from the intercom. Who is it? Godmother, it's me, Yang Ming, said Yang Ming. Yang Ming is here. Aunt Chu heard Yang Ming's voice and quickly opened the door. Come up quickly. Yang Ming held Lan Ling's hand and went upstairs with her. At this time, Aunt Chu had already opened the door and shouted to Yang Ming, Big Ming, are you up yet? I am up, Godmother. I will be there soon. Yang Ming smiled and shouted in the corridor. When they came upstairs, Aunt Chu also saw Yang Ming holding Lan Ling's hand. She was stunned. You are. It was no wonder that Aunt Chu was surprised. Back then, Lan Ling left very suddenly and left for such a long time. Now that she was back so suddenly, Aunt Chu didn't dare to recognize her. Aunt Chu, it's me, Lan Ling. Lan Ling was very excited to see an old acquaintance. She waved at Aunt Chu. Lan Ling, you're back? But shouldn't you change your words? Don't call me Aunt Chu. Call me Godmother. Aunt Chu smiled at Lan Ling. Oh. Godmother. Lan Ling didn't decline and directly called out. Hee hee, good. Good. Godmother will go and prepare the money for you. Aunt Chu was very happy that she had another goddaughter. When Yang Ming and Lan Ling entered the house, Aunt Chu shouted, Old Lu, come out quickly. Look who's here. During the weekend, Lu Weishan basically spent most of his time reading in the study room. If it wasn't an important guest, he would ask Aunt Chu to help him send them away. At this moment, when he heard Aunt Chu's voice, Lu Weishan naturally knew that a familiar guest had come, so he walked out of the study room. Who's here? Lu Weishan said as he walked. Godfather, it's me, said Yang Ming. Oh? After Lu Weishan heard Yang Ming's voice, he was slightly stunned. Then, he saw Lan Ling in the living room and suddenly he was stunned again. He pointed at Lan Ling in surprise and said, Lan Ling? You're back? Yes, Uncle Lu. Oh, it should be Godfather. Lan Ling waved her hand sweetly at Lu Weishan. Hee hee, good. Lu Weishan suddenly smiled. I really didn't expect that you could come back before Big Ming left. Are you staying in Songjiang City this time? No, Godfather. I just came to see Yang Ming. I'm leaving tomorrow. Lan Ling shook her head and said. Oh? You're in such a hurry. Lu Weishan was stunned and then said, Then I won't keep you. You came here to take a look. I'm afraid you have to go somewhere else, right? Yes, I'm going to take Ling Ling to my parents to see them. Yang Ming nodded and said. Oh, you have to. This is a must. Lu Weishan was very happy. Yang Ming brought Lan Ling to see him first. Although Lan Ling had met him before, it was reasonable for her to visit him first after coming back. However, Lu Weishan was still quite pleased. When Lan Ling heard that Yang Ming was going to take her to see Yang Ming's parents, she was suddenly very happy. Although Lan Ling and Yang Ming's union was a bit of a strange combination of circumstances, and Lan Ling didn't care about other people's views, in fact, she also hoped that Yang Ming's parents could accept her. However, if Yang Ming didn't mention it, Lan Ling wouldn't take the initiative to say anything. Now that Yang Ming took the initiative to mention it, Lan Ling naturally felt that Yang Ming was very good to her. Yang Ming's action was actually equivalent to Yang Ming and his family acknowledging Lan Ling's identity. At this time, Aunt Chu walked out of the room with a big red packet in her hand. Then, she handed the red packet to Lan Ling and said, Come, Lan Ling. This is Godmother's change of address for you. Thank you, Godmother. Lan Ling didn't refuse. She smiled and took the red packet and thanked her. You're welcome. Aunt Chu said with a smile, Old Lu, I'm going to get something to eat. Big Ming and Ling Ling will eat here tonight, right? Can you accompany them and talk first? No need, my wife. Ling Ling will only come back for a day, and Big Ming will leave tomorrow. We can't delay their arrangements. Big Ming hasn't taken Ling Ling to his parents' house yet. Lu Weishan said. Ah, so that's it. Aunt Chu was a little disappointed when she heard it, but she also knew that Yang Ming would leave tomorrow and embark on a journey. Naturally, he would have to meet Lan Ling more. Moreover, he didn't go to his parents' house and came here first. Aunt Chu was also very happy. Right, where's Sister Xiaoqing? Yang Ming was still used to calling Xiaoqing Sister Xiaoqing in front of Lu Weishan and Aunt Chu. It was also out of habit, although the two elders already knew about his relationship with Xiaoqing. She's working overtime at school. She didn't come back. Lu Weishan said with a smile. Then forget it. Let's go back to my parents' house first. Yang Ming nodded and said to Lu Weishan and Aunt Chu. Alright, then you can go back first. Lu Weishan nodded and didn't urge them to stay. Aunt Chu was a little reluctant, but she couldn't say much. She sent Yang Ming and Lan Ling to the door and watched them go downstairs. Yang Ming and Lan Ling went downstairs, got in the car, and went straight to Yang Ming's parents' house. Yang Ming regretted not bringing Xia home yesterday. However, he had just accepted Fan Jingjia's challenge yesterday. He had a lot of things to do and was in a hurry. He didn't have much time. Suya also had a lot of things to do. She left early in the morning, so he planned to bring Xia back after he returned safely. Lan Ling didn't have to worry about this. Yang Ming's parents already knew about Lan Ling's existence, but they had never met her. Yang Ming drove the car into the familiar community and suddenly felt a little emotional. This may be the last time I enter the door of this community? Although this was a bit sad, Yang Ming was still very nostalgic. Yang Ming parked the car and got off with Lan Ling. He took Lan Ling to the door, but halfway through, he saw a scene that made Yang Ming feel incredible. Yang Dehai was talking to a young and beautiful woman. The woman was holding Yang Dehai's arm as if she was very close to Yang Dehai. Yang Dehai had a bitter smile on his face. Yang Ming frowned. His father was walking closely with a young woman. This made Yang Ming somewhat unacceptable. Although Yang Ming himself was fickle, he couldn't accept his father's fickleness. Yang Ming's fickleness was based on his ability. Now, Yang Ming could be said to be one of the most powerful people in the world. He was also one of the wealthiest people. Of course, this was hidden, not on the surface. From the two assassin groups controlled by Yang Ming and a mercenary organization, Yang Ming already had a very powerful strength. Yang Ming also had a series of supporters such as the old Buffon family around him, so Yang Ming had the strength to be fickle. But Yang Ming's father was different. It could be said that everything he had was thanks to Yang Ming. Of course, if his mother had no opinion, Yang Ming naturally had no opinion. After all, Yang Ming was also a man. As a man, it was not good to criticize him. In this case, if they bumped into each other, it would definitely be awkward. So, Yang Ming decided to look at the situation first. At least, he had to understand the relationship between this young woman and his father. If she was really a mistress of his father, then Yang Ming needed to talk to his father. There was nothing wrong with maintaining a mistress. After all, his father was also the chairman of a big group. But if this broke the harmony of the family, it wasn't something that Yang Ming was willing to see. So, this depended on his father's mediation ability. If his mother could accept it, then Yang Ming naturally wouldn't be a busybody. Yang Ming pulled Yang Ming's hand and quietly hid at the side. He made a silent gesture to Lan Ling. Lan Ling didn't know what happened, but Yang Ming asked her to be silent. She naturally listened to Yang Ming and stood at the side. "Brother Yang, I want to buy a car. The sisters in the club drive a Ferrari. I only drive a Honda Accord. I can't compare to them." The young woman said. Yang Dehai, "Didn't I give you a sum of money before? Why are you still asking for money?" Yang Dehai was obviously not interested in the woman's coquettishness, but he asked back. "Wasn't the previous money used to buy a house? Wasn't it because of you? If you miss me in the future, you can find me at any time." The young woman said. "Why would I look for you? Didn't I make it clear to you before? That was just a misunderstanding. I didn't want to continue with you. The previous money was just a compensation to you." Yang Dehai frowned. "Io, do you think I don't know what you men are thinking? You don't mean what you say. You see, you are hard." The young woman's hand touched Yang Dehai's body dishonestly. Yang Ming suddenly sweated. Isn't this woman too bold? Why did my father find such a mistress? She has no quality at all. Cough cough. Yang Dehai coughed twice and said, "Xiaowei, I think you should understand what I mean. That was just an accident. Moreover, you should know very well why that happened. I don't want to destroy my family. This time I'll buy you a car, but it's also the last time I'll give you money. I hope you'll take care of yourself in the future." After that, Yang Dehai gave Xiaowei a bank card. "Humph. Yang Dehai? You wiped it clean after you finished eating. You don't want to admit it, right? If you don't want to destroy the family, why did you do it so happily that day? Let me tell you, if you keep me, everyone will be happy." Otherwise, I, Xiaowei, am not someone to be trifled with. Don't blame me for talking to your wife about this. The young woman named Xiaowei listened to Yang Dehai's words. After she took the bank card from Yang Dehai, she turned hostile directly. You. Yang Dehai was furious. He stared at Xiaowei and couldn't say anything. You are too much. Let me tell you, Yang Dehai. If you keep me, then I will be your mistress with peace of mind. Otherwise, don't blame me for ruining your reputation. At that time, don't blame me for accusing you of raping me. I recorded what happened that day. Xiaowei coldly snorted and said. After that, Xiaowei turned and left. She didn't care about Yang Dehai, who was behind her with a pale face. Seeing this, Yang Ming had roughly understood that his father didn't mean to keep a mistress. This Xiaowei probably had a relationship with his father under a specific occasion. Then, when Xiaowei saw that his father was rich and was the chairman, she took the initiative to come over and wanted to be his father's mistress. As a result, his father disagreed. He hoped that Xiaowei would take the money and leave, but Xiaowei seemed to be unwilling to do so. She wanted to get more benefits. Yang Ming knew his father's character. He wasn't decisive enough in doing things, which led to the current situation. However, Yang Ming wasn't a good person. He walked over directly and stopped in front of Xiaowei. Xiaowei was stunned. She didn't expect someone to suddenly come out and stop her, but she didn't care. She wanted to avoid Yang Ming and leave, but she was stopped by Yang Ming. Why are you in such a hurry? You stand here first. Yang Ming said faintly. Who are you? Xiaowei was stunned. Looking at the sudden appearance of Yang Ming, she was stunned. She frowned and asked, what are you doing? At this time, Yang Dehai also saw his son. He was stunned, and then there was an extremely awkward expression on his face. He walked over quickly. Yang Ming, why are you here? Dad, what's the matter with this woman? Yang Ming glanced at his father and asked. Yo? It turns out to be your son? He's quite handsome, right? Xiaowei didn't expect that Yang Ming was actually Yang Dehai's son. She smiled and snorted. Little friend, I will be your stepmother in the future. Pa. Yang Ming slapped Xiaowei directly on her face. Xiaowei was stunned. Did I let you talk? You shut up first. Yang Ming said coldly. Although Yang Ming was very disdainful to hit this kind of woman, Yang Ming was very disgusted by Xiaowei's approach. Obviously, she was here to blackmail him. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Xiaowei went crazy all of a sudden. She stared at Yang Ming. Yang Dehai, do you care about your son? Does he still have respect for his elders? He dares to hit me? Yang Dehai was a little embarrassed, but he didn't speak. If his son knew about this, he really didn't know how to explain it. What he was most afraid of was that his son would tell his wife about this. Yang Dehai was a person who valued family very much. He didn't want to bring harm to his family. Because of such things. Well, Yang Dehai, you don't care about me, right? You father and son are bullying me together, right? Xiaowei shouted hoarsely, you think I'm easy to bully, right? Well, since you want to make a big deal out of it, then make a big deal out of it. I will call the police and say that you raped me. You. Yang Dehai was furious. Although this matter wasn't his fault, and he could investigate that Xiaowei was talking nonsense, if he called the police, it would bring a lot of trouble. Especially if his in-laws knew about it, then Yang Dehai's face would be ruined. Well, you want to call the police? I help you call? Yang Ming shrugged indifferently. You are blackmailing me. Think about it. Once you go in, you won't be able to come out. As Yang Ming said this, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to make a call. Wait. Don't you know who I am? I am Brother Zhang's sister. Xiaowei didn't dare to let Yang Ming call the police. She said that she would call the police just to scare Yang Dehai. Yang Dehai was a person who cared about his face, but she didn't expect Yang Dehai's son to not care about anything. Xiaowei was a little scared. Therefore, Xiaowei showed her identity. Her brother was a gangster in a nightclub. She was actually a high-class lady. Yang Dehai was one of her guests. She was invited by Yang Dehai's business partner to entertain Yang Dehai. However, when Xiao Wei saw Yang Dehai's identity and wealth, she had an idea. She wanted to be his lover and enjoy a rich life. Who is Brother Zheng? Yang Ming was stunned. He frowned and asked. You don't even know Brother Zheng? The security captain of the Big Leaf Bath Center. Xiao Wei said proudly. What kind of nonsense is this? Yang Ming picked up the phone impatiently and dialed Bao Sanli's number. Brother Yang, what can I do for you? Bao Sanli picked up the phone immediately and asked respectfully. Is there a Big Leaf Bath Center? Is there a person called Brother Zheng? Yang Ming asked directly. Brother Zheng. Oh. Are you talking about little Xianxia? Brother Yang? Bao Sanli thought about it and asked. Anyway, he is the security captain of Big Leaf and Drizzle Center. Ask him to come to my house downstairs, Mingyang District. His sister is going crazy here. Ask him to bring his sister back. Yang Ming said to Bao Sanli faintly. Okay, Brother Yang. Bao Sanli was stunned. He thought, does this little Xianxia want to die? Asking a girl to find trouble with Yang Ming? Wasn't there something wrong with him? She hurriedly responded and went to call little Xianxia. Yang Ming hung up the phone, glanced at Xiao Wei, then looked at his father, and said, I called her brother, and asked him to take her back. Ha ha ha. You just pretend. You want to continue pretending? Don't think that I will be scared just because you made a phone call. Can you ask someone to find my brother to take me back? Are you dreaming? Pretending to make a phone call, who are you trying to fool? Xiao Wei naturally didn't believe that Yang Ming could get her brother to come over with a phone call. Who was her brother? He was the security captain of the Bath Center. In fact, he was the leader of the big gangsters. How could he come over just because someone called him? Oh, believe it or not, we will know when he comes. Yang Ming said faintly. Haha, then I will wait. I want to see if you can call my brother. Xiao Wei obviously didn't take it seriously. She was ready to wait for Yang Ming to make a fool of himself. In her opinion, Yang Ming just wanted to scare her and make her leave, but she was Xiao Wei. She wasn't scared. It wasn't easy for her to hook up with such a rich master. How could she give up? However, Xiao Wei obviously had the wrong idea. It didn't take long for a Jinbei van to drive into the community. Then, it stopped not far from Yang Ming. The door opened, and a man with a buzz cut rushed down and ran to Xiao Wei. Brother, why are you here? Xiao Wei saw the buzz cut man coming down from the Jinbei van and was stunned. This person is really my brother, Brother Zheng. Xiao Wei didn't believe it. Why is my brother here? However, the buzz cut man didn't pay attention to Xiao Wei's question. He ran in front of Xiao Wei, swung his arm, and slapped his sister directly in the face. Pa, it was very loud. Brother, what are you doing? Xiao Wei covered her face and looked at her brother in disbelief. She asked with grievance. What are you doing here? What did you do? Did you actually offend Brother Yang? The buzz cut man glanced at his sister, then turned to look at Yang Ming and said carefully, Brother Yang, I'm sorry. My sister lacks discipline. If she offends you, please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to her level. After I bring her back, I will teach her a lesson. Xiao Wei was a little dumbfounded. My brother, isn't he usually very powerful? In the bathing center, he is also a very powerful person. He has a group of underlings that he can order around. But now, why is she as obedient as a little sheep? What kind of situation is this? Thinking of this, Xiao Wei was a little aggrieved. Brother, you are. Don't talk. The buzz cut man slapped her again and glared at Xiao Wei. His heart was full of hatred. This sister, it's fine if you are willing to degrade yourself. You are a lady, but you went to provoke Yang Ming. Isn't that courting death? Who is Yang Ming? He is Brother Bao's boss. Even Brother Bao didn't dare to act rashly in front of Yang Ming. How could he, the buzz-cut man, dare to let his sister provoke Yang Ming? On the other side, another person came down from the Jinbei car. Wasn't it Bao Sanli? Xiao Wei didn't know Yang Ming, but she knew Bao Sanli. She knew that this person was the famous big brother of Songjiang City and the boss of her brother, Brother Zheng. Seeing that Bao Sanli also came, Xiaowei finally realized that she seemed to have gotten into trouble and provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked. Brother Yang, what's the matter? I brought little Xianxia here. What happened to his sister? As Bao Sanli spoke, his sharp eyes looked at Xiaowei. Xiaowei trembled and quickly lowered her head subconsciously. However, Bao Sanli then saw Yang Dehai. He knew Yang Dehai, so the expression on his face quickly became more respectful. He nodded and bowed to Yang Dehai and said, Uncle Yang, you are here too. Yang Dehai nodded to Bao Sanli awkwardly and didn't say much. The situation here could only be handled by Yang Ming first. I don't know what happened. You should ask her. Yang Ming pointed at Xiaowei and frowned. What happened? Bao Sanli's face was gloomy as he turned to look at Xiaowei. Xiaowei lowered her head and trembled in fear. She didn't expect that Yang Ming really didn't lie to her. Yang Ming really found her brother. Not only did he find her brother, but he also found a more powerful person. Talk. I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear it? The buzzcut guy looked at his sister impatiently. Hurry up and tell me what happened. I'm sorry, Brother Bao. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Xiaowei was scared. She nodded to Bao Sanli like a little chick and apologized. Don't say sorry to me. The person you provoked is Brother Yang. It's useless to say it to me. Bao Sanli said coldly. Yang. Brother Yang, I was wrong. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I was blinded by money. I'm sorry. Xiaowei said quickly. You tell me what happened first. Yang Ming frowned and asked. Yes. Xiaowei nodded quickly and said, this is the case. That day, in the bath center, Yang Dehai. President Yang drank too much, and then he had sex with me. I saw President Yang's business card. He was a chairman and looked very rich. I used my phone to take a few photos of us at that time. I was blinded by money. I wanted to be President Yang's mistress and ask for money from President Yang. Yang Ming frowned. Sure enough, it was similar to what he guessed. This Xiaowei was a prostitute. When her father was drunk, she had sex with him, so she relied on her father. On the other side, Yang Dehai was full of embarrassment and helplessness. As an elder, it was really difficult for a junior to talk about this matter. Bao Sanli didn't expect that Xiaowei actually dared to blackmail Brother Yang's father. He was suddenly furious. He looked at Xiao Jingzi with a gloomy face. Xiao Jingzi, your sister is quite bold. This? Brother Leopard, I'm innocent. I didn't know about this. The crew cut guy regretted not keeping an eye on his sister. As a result, he made such a big mistake. He was really looking for death. Little sister actually dared to do such a thing. I'm sorry. Xiaowei kept apologizing like a chick pecking at rice. Alright, where are the photos you took? Let me see. Yang Ming impatiently waved his hand and asked Xiaowei. It's here. It's in my phone. Xiaowei quickly took out her phone and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming saw a few unsightly pictures in the photo album on his phone. He checked the storage path and found that they were stored in the memory card. Just these few? Nothing else? Yang Ming asked. No, just these few. Xiaowei didn't dare to lie and quickly replied. It didn't spread to other places? Yang Ming asked. No, I just wanted to. I wanted to use it to threaten President Yang. I didn't want to have a falling out with him. Xiaowei shook her head and said. Didn't you say that you also recorded it? Where is it? Asked Yang Ming. It's also in the phone. Xiaowei said truthfully. Yang Ming nodded. Sure enough, he found a video clip in the phone, which was also stored in the memory card. Yang Ming took the memory card out of the phone and crushed the memory card with his hand. Yang Ming's method scared the crew cut guy. How much strength did it take to crush such a small memory card? It must be known that the smaller the size, the harder it was to crush it. After all, it was relatively small in the face of force. It wasn't as easy to crush as a big thing. A small TF memory card was only 1 square centimeter in size. If it was crushed, it was indeed quite difficult. However, Yang Ming did it, and he did it effortlessly. A memory card turned into a pile of powder in the blink of an eye. Yang Ming chose to crush the memory card instead of deleting the content inside because the deleted content could be recovered through some software. Although this Xiao Wei probably wouldn't dare to find someone to recover it after this, he was afraid that after Xiao Wei's phone was lost, someone would find the recovered content and then post it on the internet. Then, the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, Yang Ming chose the simplest way, which was to directly destroy the memory card. In this way, even if it was a powerful person, it was impossible to restore it. "I'll return the phone to you." Yang Ming returned the phone to Xiao Wei, and then said faintly, "My dad has given you 2 sums of money. According to your value, this money is enough to play with you from now until you are old. I don't want to see you again in the future." Yang Ming's words could be said to be very impolite. However, Xiao Wei didn't dare to say anything. She just nodded there. In her opinion, it was already very good that Yang Ming could leave her this sum of money. She was already very happy. Why would she care about other things? "I know. I won't come again. I don't dare to come again," Xiao Wei said quickly. "Okay, take her away. I don't want to be an eyesore." Yang Ming waved to the buzzcut guy impatiently. "Yes, brother Yang." The buzzcut guy quickly replied, and then looked at his sister and said, "Why aren't you leaving?" "Yes. Yes," Xiao Wei said quickly. The buzzcut guy took Xiao Wei and left quickly. Yang Dehai, who was on the side, also sighed awkwardly. Obviously, his lifetime of brilliance had almost been destroyed. If it weren't for Yang Ming's prompt and decisive handling, he might have been extorted by this Xiao Wei many times in the future. "Brother Yang, Uncle Yang, then I won't bother you guys anymore." Bao Sanli knew that at this moment, he could only increase the awkwardness here, so he hurriedly left. "Okay, you go first." Yang Ming nodded and let Bao Sanli leave first. After Bao Sanli left, Yang Dehai said to Yang Ming with some embarrassment, "Big Ming, I let you see a joke. Today's matter, I will take the initiative to confess to your mother." Yang Dehai knew that this matter couldn't be hidden. Since Yang Ming knew about it, he could only confess to his wife. If his wife didn't accept it, he could only carefully apologize. "Dad, you don't have to tell Mom about this, so that she won't feel uncomfortable." Yang Ming waved his hand. "You are now a boss. It's normal to play along, but be careful in the future. Don't be fooled by others. After I leave, if you encounter trouble again, call Bao Sanli directly and let this kid help you settle it." "I know." Yang Dehai nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yang Ming didn't say it, it was impossible for his wife to know about it. "I won't let this happen again. To tell you the truth, this is the first time I have a relationship with a woman other than your mother." Yang Ming was stunned. He smiled. Strangely, father's words seemed to be mocking him. Yang Ming has a lot of women around him. "Right, Dad, let me introduce you. This is Lan Ling whom I told you and Mom about." Yang Ming pulled Lan Ling in front of his father. "Ah." Yang Dehai just noticed that there was a beautiful girl beside Yang Ming, and this girl was his daughter-in-law. Thinking that she also saw his embarrassing scene, Yang Dehai was even more embarrassed. The daughter-in-law knew that her father-in-law went out to find a prostitute. This was a bit awkward. "Uncle Yang, hello." However, Lan Ling acted as if she didn't know anything. She walked over and greeted Yang Dehai politely. "Hello." Yang Dehai knew that Lan Ling was giving him face, so he didn't mention the previous matter. "Ling Ling, right? I always heard Big Ming mention you. Come upstairs and sit at home." "Let's go, Ling Ling. Let's go upstairs together." Yang Ming nodded and smiled. The previous matter was just a small episode. Yang Ming wasn't going to pursue it. Back at home, Yang Ming saw that his mother was cooking. He took Lan Ling directly to the kitchen. "Mom, I'm back." When Yang Ming entered the kitchen, he saw his mother's sullen face. She seemed to be very angry. He was stunned. Mother Yang didn't expect Yang Ming to come back at this time. She was stunned. She turned her head and saw her son. There was a beautiful girl beside her son. Mother Yang's face suddenly changed into a smile. Big Ming, why are you back? This is... Mom, this is Lan Ling. She just came back today. I brought her to see you and Dad. Yang Ming introduced Lan Ling to his mother. But in his heart, he felt a bit strange about the anger on his mother's face. Did Mom know about Dad's matter? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Ming suddenly felt that his guess should be not far from the truth. His mother was also a sensitive person. She should have noticed that something was wrong with his father. Originally, she might have been waiting for her father to come back so that she could have a showdown with him, but Yang Ming's sudden return disrupted her plans. Lan Ling. What a beautiful little girl. Mother Yang smiled as she looked at Lan Ling. The more she looked, the more she liked her. The women around her son were all top-notch beauties. In the future, the Yang family won't be lonely anymore. Just thinking about what Yang Dahai did before, Mother Yang's mood became gloomy again. Could it be that Yang Ming's philandering problem was inherited from Yang Dahai? However, what made Mother Yang a little annoyed was that you, Yang Dahai, are really capable now. If you want to keep a mistress, shouldn't you at least keep a good and sensible one? You can't find a shrew, right? Look at the girls around my son. They all love and help each other. They are not jealous of each other at all. They live together peacefully. This is what it means to be capable. You, Yang Dahai, can't even handle one and you still want to learn from your son? Auntie, you're very pretty too. I thought you were Yang Ming's sister. You're so young. Lan Ling also said with a smile. However, what she said wasn't all flattery. Mother Yang was indeed a lot younger recently. The Yang family was now rich, so Mother Yang didn't have to worry about the family's livelihood. When she was free, she would go to the beauty salon. With this, she looked younger by many years. Now, she looked like she was in her early 30s. Mother Yang was originally a natural beauty. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't be so handsome. So, what Lan Ling said was also a fact. Hee, Ling Ling really knows how to talk. Big Ming, you take Ling Ling to visit the house first. I'm cooking. Don't let the oil and fumes on you all. Let's eat at home later. Mother Yang could only suppress the anger in her heart. She was going to wait for her son and daughter-in-law to leave before she settled the account with Yang Dahai. Otherwise, if Yang Ming and Lan Ling heard it, it would not only increase their troubles but also make them laugh. Okay, I know. I will take her to see my previous room. Yang Ming nodded. Then, he took Lan Ling's hand and went into the house first. After Yang Ming and Lan Ling went out, Mother Yang sighed. Yang Ming and Lan Ling went out of the house. Yang Ming took Lan Ling into his own room. Ling Ling, you look at my room first. I will go to the kitchen to see my mom. She seems to know about my dad's matter. Yang Ming hesitated and said to Lan Ling. Yang Ming saw the anger on his mother's face before. Yang Ming knew that this matter couldn't be hidden anymore. So, in order to not increase the family's conflict, Yang Ming decided to take the initiative to talk to his mother about this matter. He wanted to let his mother untie the knot in her heart so that this matter wouldn't spread. Lan Ling didn't notice so much before. The first time she went to Yang Ming's house, she felt like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. So, even the sixth sense that Lan Ling was most proud of failed at this moment. Lan Ling was in a state of nervousness. She didn't have the mood to look at other things. At this moment, when she heard Yang Ming say this, Lan Ling was shocked. She was so happy that she wanted to visit the room with Yang Ming, but she quickly said to Yang Ming, "Then you go quickly. Don't worry about me. I will sit in the room for a while. And then you call Meng Yan and tell them that we have returned to Songjiang City safely so that they won't be worried." Yang Ming told Lan Ling. He was happy to see Lan Ling and Chen Mengyan get closer. "Okay, I got it. I will call Sister Mengyan now." Lan Ling nodded and took out her phone as she spoke. Yang Ming didn't stay. He quickly walked out of the room and went to the kitchen. Although he also wanted to hear what Lan Ling and Chen Mengyan would say, it was obviously more important to solve the family conflict now. Yang Ming didn't want his parents to quarrel because of this matter just after he left. Then, Yang Ming wouldn't be able to leave peacefully. When he came to the kitchen, Yang Ming saw that his mother's face was still very gloomy. However, he thought that it was because he and Lan Ling were here, so his mother didn't get angry with his father. Instead, she had been enduring. Yang Ming smiled slightly and walked quickly to his mother's side. He pulled his mother's arm and said with a smile, "Mom, what's wrong with you? Why do you look unhappy? Are you blaming me for bringing back a daughter-in-law that you don't like?" Mother Yang was stunned. She didn't expect her son to come back. When she heard her son say this, she was shocked. She thought that Lan Ling was also with her son. Then, her son's question was somewhat inappropriate. Wasn't it obvious that she had a problem with Lan Ling? If Lan Ling heard this, she would think that this old lady was prejudiced. Mother Yang was really fair to the girls around Yang Ming. She loved each of them. Of course, these girls were also excellent. Each of them was a first-class beauty. Mother Yang couldn't be biased. Wouldn't that increase the family conflict for her son? Therefore, no matter which of Yang Ming's girlfriends, Mother Yang showed the same love and enthusiasm. She never gave special treatment to any of them. Even Chen Mingyan, whom she knew the earliest, when she, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jieji came together, Mother Yang treated them equally. She didn't give special treatment to Chen Mingyan because she knew Chen Mingyan before. How can I not like them? I like them very much. Ling Ling is such a cute child. Mother Yang said quickly. If you don't like them, why do you have such a sullen expression? Yang Ming asked with a smile. How am I unhappy? Mother Yang was surprised. Could it be that her son saw something wrong? But on the surface, she said calmly, "Son, why do you ask this? Mom, your unhappiness is written on your face. When I came back, your face was gloomy. Just now, when I came to the kitchen again, your face was still gloomy. Mom, are you hiding something from me?" Yang Ming asked with a smile. "Big Ming, you go and accompany Ling Ling. I am not unhappy." Mother Yang smiled and looked at Yang Ming and said, "There's nothing for you to do here. Okay, you go and do your things. Mom is going to cook." Seeing that his mother wasn't willing to admit it, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. In this case, Yang Ming could only take the initiative to mention this matter. "Mom, tell me the truth. Are you unhappy and angry because of my dad?" Mother Yang's face changed slightly, but she still shook her head and said, "Big Ming, what happened to you today? Why are you acting weird? What happened to your father? Because my dad found a woman outside?" Yang Ming did not answer his mother's question. Instead, he asked directly. "This? Big Ming, you know everything?" Mother Yang was surprised as she looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. She didn't expect him to know everything. "Mom, are you unhappy because of this?" Yang Ming moved a chair and sat next to his mother. He looked like he wanted to have a long talk with his mother. "Sigh, Big Ming, you've grown up. These things can't be hidden from you." Mother Yang sighed and put down the chopping board in her hand. She sat on the side and said to Yang Ming, "Big Ming, your father did find a woman outside. Tell me, do men turn bad when they have money? Why do you say that?" Yang Ming smiled and asked. "Look at your father. He used to be such an honest person, pedantic and inflexible. But now? After becoming the chairman, he has to entertain more people and his mind is more flexible." Mother Yang sighed. "I also know that with his status, it's understandable for him to play tricks outside. I can accept it. After all, we are an old couple. Our son is so big. What else can I complain about? As long as your father doesn't go too far, I can tolerate it. But Big Ming, look at it. I don't know where your father found a vixen. She came to our door to ask for money. How can we live like this? How suffocating is this? How can there be a mistress like her? How can she be so righteous?" Mom, I think you misunderstood." Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand and said, "Mom, in fact, the relationship between Dad and that woman is not what you think. That woman is just a prostitute." "Prostitute? Your father found a prostitute as a mistress? Isn't this too outrageous?" When Mother Yang heard Yang Ming's words, she felt even angrier. What kind of level is this? Mom, don't get too excited. Listen to me slowly explain the whole story to you. Yang Ming signaled his mother not to be impulsive and said slowly to her. Oh? Big Ming, looking at you, it seems like you know everything. What is going on? Mother Yang looked at Yang Ming and asked curiously. Of course, I know. Because I just went home with Ling Ling, I also saw that woman asking my father for money. I also figured out the whole story. Yang Ming said with a smile. Ah? Yang Dehai is so shameless. He actually let his son and daughter-in-law see this kind of thing? He really doesn't find it ugly. Mother Yang was stunned and then complained. When Mother Yang saw Yang Dehai and Yang Ming coming back together, she didn't think too much about it. She thought that Yang Dehai had sent money to the woman and met her son when he came back. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Her son was on the side and saw this scene. Mom, in fact, it's nothing. Fortunately, I bumped into it. Otherwise, I don't know how to solve it. Yang Ming said indifferently, moreover, this matter can't be blamed on my father. After all, my father is also a victim. Your father is a victim? How did he become a victim? Is it reasonable for him to indulge in debauchery outside? Mother Yang snorted and asked, but in her heart, she had almost accepted Yang Ming's statement. There should be some hidden facts in this. Indeed, my father is a victim. Yang Ming nodded and said, this matter is very simple. My father went out to discuss business with others. In order to please my father, the others ordered a prostitute for my father. My father drank too much, and some things happened. What drank too much? I think he wanted to do it himself, right? Mother Yang interrupted with dissatisfaction. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and continued, then the prostitute saw the business card in my father's pocket. She found out that my father was a big boss, so she had an idea. She wanted my father to support her and buy her a luxury car and a mansion. So, she used her mobile phone to take a few photos and videos of her and my father doing it. She used this to blackmail my father into giving her money. That's it? After Mother Yang listened to Yang Ming's words, she found that things didn't seem to be what she imagined. If it was only like this, then Mother Yang could still understand. That's it. In fact, the inside story is very simple. It was just a greedy prostitute. My father was afraid that the prostitute would release the photos and videos, so he could only compromise and give her money twice. Yang Ming said, but since I encountered it, naturally, I helped my father solve it. You helped him solve it? Mother Yang was stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. She didn't understand how Yang Ming solved this matter. If you want to talk about solving it, shouldn't it be Yang Dehai who solved it himself? Yeah, I helped Dad solve it. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and told his mother about the incident. His mother also knew about Bao Sanli's matter. His mother worked in the property company under Ming Yang. The direct leader was naturally Bao Sanli. Although Bao Sanli never dared to pretend to be a leader in front of Mother Yang, his mother still called him President Bao when she saw him. However, Bao Sanli didn't dare to be arrogant. He called Mother Yang Auntie. These seniority couldn't be confused. Although Bao Sanli was a big brute, he wasn't stupid. This Yang Dehai. Let's see if he dares to socialize outside in the future. I think this is a good thing. He should learn a lesson. Mother Yang listened to the incident and knew that Yang Dehai wasn't looking for a lover. Naturally, she was relieved. It was just a lady. Yang Dehai was just drunk. It wasn't a big deal. As long as he didn't have a change of heart, then it was fine. Seeing his mother say this, Yang Ming naturally knew that his mother had forgiven his father, so he smiled and said, Mom, my dad told me before that he had learned a lesson. He won't do it again. Moreover, he didn't want to have a lover. He said that he is a very loyal person, different from me. You child. What should I say about you? Mother Yang hoped that her husband was a loyal person, but she didn't want her son to be loyal. This was the so-called unfair ambivalence. But since the matter had been resolved, Mother Yang naturally wouldn't have anything to worry about. She happily cooked again. Yang Ming was relieved. Fortunately, this matter was resolved by him in time. This matter seemed to be nothing now. It was just a small matter, but if it continued to develop, it would be an extremely serious matter. If his father met Xiao Wei's conditions and gave her money again and again, then his mother was bound to be more suspicious. Once the matter had passed for a long time, then even if his father explained, it would be difficult for him to defend himself. Moreover, what worried Yang Ming the most was that his father kept giving money to Xiao Wei. He was afraid that his father would have more and more contact with Xiao Wei. When the two people really came together again, it would be even more dangerous. At that time, once the matter blew up, it would be a big deal. It could be seen that Xiao Wei was a very greedy person. To her, desire was endless. Once she was unwilling to just be her father's lover, she would stand up and destroy her family, forcing her father to make a choice. Even if his father didn't want to divorce, his mother, who was blinded by anger, would definitely choose to divorce. In that case, the matter would be blown out of proportion, and this family would basically come to an end. How could Yang Ming let this happen? Fortunately, it was stopped in time. Otherwise, when Yang Ming left Songjiang City to perform a mission, there would be no one at home who could reconcile with his parents. By then, divorce would be inevitable. Just thinking about it made Yang Ming feel scared. How lucky! Of course, Yang Ming wouldn't say these words to his parents. After all, the matter had been resolved. There was no need to be alarmist. Well, Mom is going to cook. You go and play with Ling Ling. Mother Yang was in a good mood, so she asked Yang Ming to leave. Hee, that's fine. Then, I will go out first. Yang Ming nodded with a smile and walked out of the kitchen. Yang Ming walked out of the kitchen, but he saw his father standing at the door of the kitchen. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Yang Dehai had already given him a thumbs up. Good son. Yang Dehai patted Yang Ming's shoulder. For Yang Ming's previous words, Yang Dehai was very pleased. If it weren't for Yang Ming's explanation, Yang Dehai really didn't know how to explain it to his wife. After all, some words were said by his own mouth, Mother Yang wouldn't necessarily believe it. But when it was said by Yang Ming's mouth, it was naturally different. A son couldn't lie to his mother, right? A son should be fair to his parents. Naturally, he would hold a fair attitude to look at the problem. Sure enough, Yang Ming easily solved the contradiction between the husband and wife. This made Yang Dehai very happy. In this way, Yang Dehai saved a lot of time and words to explain these things. Dad, if you don't have this idea, you can't settle the relationship. You should be more careful in the future. Yang Ming also nodded and said seriously, after all, I can help you once, but I can't always help you in the future, right? Yes, that's right. Yang Dehai also nodded solemnly and said, don't worry. I won't mess up these things in the future. Go ahead and coax my mother. I have explained the matter clearly, but my mother will inevitably have some resentment. This depends on your means. Yang Ming said with a smile, at night, with a little more effort, it will definitely be settled. You brat. Yang Dehai was slightly stunned and understood the meaning of Yang Ming. He was so angry that he scolded him. Yang Ming went back to the room to find Lan Ling, and Yang Dehai tiptoed into the kitchen. When Mother Yang saw Yang Dehai come in, the smile on her face immediately disappeared. She looked at Yang Dehai with deep hatred. Why did you come in? I thought you wouldn't come back. How can you say this? How can I not come back? Yang Dehai was stunned and smiled awkwardly. Didn't you buy a house outside and have a mistress? Mother Yang said coldly. Yang Dehai was even more stunned. Why? Didn't Yang Ming explain it clearly before? How come in the blink of an eye, they are at odds with each other? Yang Dehai looked at Mother Yang awkwardly and said carefully, Wife, just now, Big Ming, didn't I tell you? I didn't have a mistress, but I did something wrong after drinking. I was cheated by others. Mother Yang looked at Yang Dehai's careful look and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Big Ming. He betrayed me in the blink of an eye and actually told you? I was still thinking of scaring you. Don't scare me. Wife, you know that I'm already so old. I can't be scared. Yang Dahai saw Mother Yang's appearance and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Mother Yang deliberately pretended to be like this. It scared him. He thought that Mother Yang changed her mind before. But I have to say this. This is the last time. Next time I will definitely divorce you. After I divorce, I will move to my son's house. You can be whatever boss you want. I don't care. Mother Yang was now confident. Her son was a bigger rich man, and her daughters-in-law were filial. Why should she be bullied at home? You can't. You can't. Yang Dahai waved his hand again and again. You know our son's situation. If you go, won't you be disturbing their young love? Don't go and cause trouble. Isn't that dependent on your performance? Mother Yang snorted. That is, it depends on my performance. Yang Dahai said quickly, Wife, I miss you. After our son and daughter-in-law leave, let's take a bath together? Mother Yang's face turned red and glared at Yang Dahai. Nonsense. What are you talking about? Aren't you shy? Let's talk about it after our son leaves. In fact, Mother Yang was also interested because of Yang Dahai. After listening to him, she also had some thoughts. However, because her son and daughter-in-law were here, she naturally wouldn't do anything. We are an old couple. What is there to be shy about? Right, this is the idea that our son gave me. Yang Dahai smiled proudly. Son? How is it possible? How can he say this to you? Don't accuse him wrongly. Mother Yang glared at Yang Dahai and said. How am I wrongly accusing? Our son is so big, and he has so many girlfriends. Isn't he clearer than you and me about these things? Yang Dahai said with a glare, Don't always treat him as a child. That's right. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Mother Yang sighed and nodded. That's right. Our son is so big. He is about to perform a mission, but in my eyes, he is still a child. He grew so big in the blink of an eye. Time really flies. Yang Dahai also said with emotion, In my impression, our son is still a junior high school student. He fights all day long and doesn't learn well. But all of a sudden, the change is so big. It's really hard to imagine. At that time, I thought that our son wouldn't have any future after he grew up, but now. My son, I knew it. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Mother Yang snorted and said proudly, At that time, he was too young and didn't understand. Now that he has grown up, you see how much Big Ming has changed in this year? That is all thanks to Ming Yen. I heard from Yang Ming that if it wasn't for Ming Yen encouraging him and helping him with tutoring, would he be where he is today? This child was hurt because of his relationship. Thanks to Ming Yen's care, otherwise, he would probably be the same as before. Yang Dahai thought of the past with bitterness. Isn't that Su Haikwa snobbish? By the way, I don't know, how is the matter between our son and that Suya? Mother Yang remembered this and asked quickly. They seem to have reconciled long ago, right? Haha. Now that he sent his daughter over, he can only be a concubine. If he didn't play so many tricks, Big Ming and Suya might be engaged. Don't say that. Suya is innocent. Her father is snobbish. Mother Yang waved her hand and said, We are parents-in-law. We must be fair. We must not favor one and discriminate against the other. If so, it will be a complete mess. Speaking of this, Yang Dahai also nodded in agreement. You are right. We can talk about this in private. If it is in front of the child, you must not say it. Do you know? Okay, you go out quickly. I want to cook. Mother Yang waved her hand and signaled that Yang Dahai could go out. She wanted to cook. However, Yang Dahai didn't go out. He smiled and took an apron and put it on himself. I will help you cook. Today is the first time Big Ming brought Ling Ling to our house. We have to make it more sumptuous. You? You know how to cook? Mother Yang looked at Yang Dahai in disbelief. Aren't you underestimating me? In the past few years, didn't I often cook? Yang Dahai smiled. But after you became the chairman, when did you cook? Mother Yang asked. Wasn't that because I was busy? Yang Dahai scratched his head and said. Busy? Busy going to the bath center to find a prostitute? Mother Yang glared at him. Ugh. Why do you still mention this? Isn't this matter over? I also admitted my mistake. Yang Dahai said carefully. This matter is over, but I must always remind you so that you won't make the same mistake again. Mother Yang said seriously. Hee hee. Yang Dahai smiled helplessly. It could be seen that his life in the future wouldn't be easy. Yang Dahai sighed. He really admired his son now. So many women around him. How did he deal with them? Especially among these women, how could they get along so well with each other? This was really a miracle. However, thinking about it was just thinking about it. Yang Dahai knew that he didn't have that kind of ability. In this life, he was already very satisfied to be with Mother Yang. As for the other messy things, he didn't dare to do it anymore. This time, he was almost finished. If it weren't for his son, things would obviously go in a very bad direction. Thinking of this, Yang Dahai quickly focused on helping Mother Yang. In fact, Mother Yang had already forgiven Yang Dahai in her heart, but she always reminded him so that he would remember. Mother Yang wasn't an unreasonable person. If everything Yang Dahai had now was made by Yang Dahai himself, then Mother Yang would pretend that she didn't see when Yang Dahai occasionally cheated. After all, a successful man would always have some moments when he acted according to the circumstances. This was also a matter of face. Many bosses would travel with their mistresses when they talked about business. This had become a phenomenon. If you didn't bring your mistress, it would seem that you couldn't do it. So, Mother Yang didn't have any special resistance to this. But now the key problem was that everything that Yang Dahai had wasn't made by him, but built by Yang Ming. These were all things that Yang Ming gave him. How could Yang Dahai dare to put on a facade? This wasn't made by his hard work. Moreover, when Yang Dahai talked about business, it was now a completely one-sided situation. They were all asking Yang Dahai to do things, not Yang Dahai asking them to do things. Ming Yang Heavy Industries orders were overwhelming. Mother Yang was clear about this. What's more, Yang Dahai had a relationship with Bao Sanli and Ho Shenhan in Songjiang City, who dared to not give him face and force him to do something. In the face of international orders, it was even more so. The relationship between Yang Dahai and Old Buffon was very good. No one would force Yang Dahai to do anything. Therefore, Mother Yang would always spur Yang Dahai to not let his guard down. The two people were busy in the kitchen. On the other side, Yang Ming and Lan Ling visited Yang Ming's bedroom. Did you call Meng Yan and the others? Yang Ming asked Lan Ling after returning to the room. I called them. I told them that I was at your house. Lan Ling nodded and said. Oh? What did they say? Asked Yang Ming. I asked them to come over, but they said they wouldn't come over. Said Lan Ling, hee hee, they didn't want to disturb us. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Little Ling Ling, my parents are busy cooking in the kitchen. Should we do something first? Yang Ming hadn't seen Lan Ling for half a year. He missed her very much. Previously, he couldn't be too close to her outside, but now at home, he didn't have so many scruples. Lan Ling was also a bold person. Her character was like this. She hadn't seen Yang Ming for a long time. Previously, it was not good to express her love outside, but now she didn't have any scruples. Therefore, after hearing Yang Ming's words, Lan Ling naturally hugged Yang Ming. Her eyes became a little blurred. Yang Ming, love me. Lan Ling was quickly moved. She was panting. It could be said that the fire of desire was ignited in an instant. Yang Ming saw Lan Ling's situation. She seemed to be more anxious than him. He suddenly felt a little funny in his heart. Among his women, Lan Ling was the boldest. Although Xianxia was bold, it was a fake bold. She only talked about it, but when it came to the actual situation, she began to be shy. But Lan Ling was different. This little loli had always been so bold and passionate. From the beginning until now, she had been like this. Perhaps it was because Lan Ling's perception was different from others since she was young. In Lan Ling's mind, she would only have one man in her life. Therefore, when facing this man, she would unreservedly give herself to him. Moreover, Lan Ling was very grateful to Yang Ming. If the person she met back then wasn't Yang Ming, but someone else, Lan Ling's life would probably be very tragic. If the person who took away Lan Ling's first time forgot Lan Ling after leaving and didn't fall in love with Lan Ling, then the heart voodoo would be the time of his death. And Lan Ling was destined to be alone for the rest of her life. Moreover, if she was forced to have sex with another man, then Lan Ling was destined to die. One could imagine how tragic it would be. However, the appearance of Yang Ming changed everything. Not only did Yang Ming fall in love with her, he even brought her back to Songjiang City. Therefore, Lan Ling's love for Yang Ming could be said to be unreserved. It was also because she could only love Yang Ming and had no other choice. Therefore, Lan Ling's love was very thorough. From the beginning, it was like this, and it was still like this now. Feeling Lan Ling's enthusiasm, Yang Ming also responded enthusiastically. Soon, the two people were entangled together. Everything in the outside world was left behind. Yang Dehai and Mother Yang prepared the meal and were ready to call Yang Ming and Lan Ling to eat. When they walked to the door of Yang Ming's room, they heard a strange sound coming from inside. Yang Dehai and Mother Yang couldn't help but be stunned. They listened carefully to the sound, but it was the sound of delicate breathing. Yang Dehai and Mother Yang were both experienced people. Naturally, they knew where this sound came from. The two people suddenly looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that their son and Lan Ling hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was reasonable for them to be entangled together as soon as they met. It seems that they won't come out for a while. Wife, why don't we rest for a while? Yang Dehai had thought about it before. Now that he saw his son and daughter-in-law like this, he didn't want to disturb them. Naturally, his mind was active again. Now? It's not very good, right? Although Mother Yang also thought about it, after all, it was broad daylight. Her son and daughter-in-law were both here. How could they go into the room to do anything? It's okay. Our son is strong. It won't be finished in a short time. The two of you just met. It is estimated that it will be night when we come out. Let's go. Let's go back to the room. Yang Dehai pushed Mother Yang in the direction of the bedroom without any explanation. You. Mother Yang was a little shy and rolled her eyes at Yang Dehai. She didn't refuse and walked in the direction of the bedroom with Yang Dehai. Yang Ming and Lan Ling, the two people deliberately restrained their thoughts of each other. After the romantic night, they quickly cleaned up. I'm really sorry to let Uncle and Auntie wait for a long time. Lan Ling was a little embarrassed as she tidied up her clothes and said to Yang Ming. It can't be helped. Who let the two of us not see each other for so long? They should understand. Yang Ming also said with a dry smile. The two people put on their clothes and tiptoed out of the room, but they found that the living room became quiet as if there was no one. Hey! Where did Uncle and Auntie go? Did they go out? Lan Ling was stunned and found that there was no one in the living room. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Could it be that Uncle and Auntie are angry because they waited for us for too long? Shoo! Yang Ming waved his hand, but made a silent gesture to Lan Ling. What's wrong? Lan Ling asked, puzzled. Listen carefully. Lan Ling pointed to the direction of her parents' bedroom and said to Lan Ling with a strange expression. Lan Ling pricked up her ears and heard a faint sound from Yang Ming's parents' bedroom. Lan Ling was too familiar with this sound. When she was with Yang Ming previously, she also made this sound. Therefore, Lan Ling suddenly blushed. Although she was bold, she was only bold in front of Yang Ming. Now that she saw Yang Ming's parents doing this kind of thing, she was naturally a little uncomfortable. She whispered, why don't we go back? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and nodded. He said, that's the only way. It seems that this is an opportunity created by my parents for us. Lan Ling was naturally happy to be able to continue doing what she liked with Yang Ming. She smiled and went into the room with Yang Ming and closed the door. All of a sudden, it was nighttime. Until Yang Ming and Lan Ling were hungry, the two got up and prepared to go to the living room to eat. The two of them put on their clothes together. Yang Ming picked up the wet sheets on the bed and smiled bitterly. Why haven't you changed this habit? It's like it's raining. Hee hee, why? Don't you like it? Lan Ling asked with a smile. I like it. Yang Ming touched his nose and shook his head. This time, when Lan Ling and Yang Ming returned to the living room, Yang Dehai and Mother Yang had already come out of the room and were watching TV in the living room. Seeing Yang Ming and Lan Ling come out together, Yang Dehai suddenly smiled bitterly. Yang Ming, you slept for too long, right? It's already night time. Your mother and I are waiting for you to eat. Hee hee, we came out before, but when we saw that you were resting, we went back to sleep. Yang Ming said with a smile. Ugh. Yang Dehai was slightly stunned. He knew what his son meant. Did they come out halfway? Yang Dehai thought that Yang Ming didn't know about the matter between him and Mother Yang, so he wanted to make fun of his son. But now it seemed that everyone was in the same boat. As for the so-called sleep and rest, everyone knew. You old man, what nonsense are you talking about? Mother Yang glanced at Yang Dehai and laughed in her heart. Who asked you to be a busybody? Isn't this good? Am I also being insinuated by others? Hee hee. Yang Dehai laughed and greeted Yang Ming and Lan Ling, come over quickly. Let's eat. It has already been prepared. Fortunately, there are more cold dishes. There are only a few hot dishes, so it's enough to heat them up. Yang Ming took Lan Ling's hand and sat at the dining table. Lan Ling was embarrassed to wait for the food, so she stood up and said to Mother Yang, Auntie, should I help you get the rice? No need. You just sit down. It's your first time coming here. How can I let you be busy? Mother Yang smiled and waved her hand. She said to Lan Ling, right, why are you still calling me Auntie? Meng Yan and the others have changed their way of calling me Mom. Lan Ling was a little embarrassed, but she still called out these two words from the bottom of her heart. When she was very young, Lan Ling's mother left her, so Lan Ling lacked motherly love. Now that she had a mother, she was naturally very happy. Good. Good child. Let's eat first. Mom will give you a red packet later. Mother Yang had gained another daughter-in-law, so she happily invited Lan Ling to eat. During this meal, they basically talked about domestic matters. Mother Yang and Yang Ming mainly asked about the process of how Yang Ming and Lan Ling met. They heard that the two people met in Yunnan and confirmed their relationship in Yunnan. This made Mother Yang very surprised. It seemed that this daughter-in-law met even earlier than Chen Mengyan. Speaking of which, excluding Lin Jian's mistake, Lan Ling was the first daughter-in-law of the Yang family. Thinking of this, Mother Yang wanted to give Lan Ling a super big red packet. After all, Lan Ling was the first girl to be in a relationship with Yang Ming. Naturally, the significance was different. However, seeing Lan Ling's character of not fighting for anything and even calling Chen Mengyan elder sister, this made Mother Yang very happy. What she was most afraid and worried about was the battle between the daughters-in-law. After all, if there were many daughters-in-law, it was possible to have unhappiness. If Lan Ling was arrogant because she was the first to establish a relationship with Yang Ming, it would really make things difficult for Mother Yang. But now it seemed that Lan Ling was an understanding girl. She never fought for anything. This made Mother Yang very relieved. Ling Ling, your character is really good. It is Big Ming's blessing to be able to find you. Mother Yang said sincerely. Mom, you are overpraising me. Actually, my character isn't that good. I also like to be spoiled. Lan Ling said embarrassedly. It's okay to be spoiled. This is a good thing. Mother Yang said with a smile, as long as you don't quarrel with others, it's fine. I won't. Sister Meng Yan is very good to me. This time I came back because she sent me a message telling me that Yang Ming was going to leave soon. So, I rushed back to take a look. Lan Ling said. That's good. Right, what are you busy with in your hometown in Yunnan? Can't you move back? Mother Yang was a little worried that Lan Ling couldn't come back to live. She hoped that Lan Ling could come back to live. Lan Ling didn't know if she should tell Yang Dehai and Mother Yang about her matters. It was reasonable to say that she shouldn't hide anything, but Lan Ling also knew that these things were a bit strange. She was afraid that Yang Dehai and Mother Yang would be worried, so she looked at Yang Ming for help. Dad, Mom, in fact, Lan Ling staying in Yunnan has something to do with the mission that I am about to perform. I still need Lan Ling's help when I go to perform the mission. After all, she is more familiar with that place than me. Yang Ming said vaguely and roughly explained the matter to his parents. It turned out to be like this. When she heard that it was about the success or failure of Yang Ming's mission, Mother Yang immediately stopped saying anything. After all, this was related to Yang Ming's safety in the future. She naturally wouldn't say anything more. Then, I really need to rely on Ling Ling. This meal was pleasant and harmonious. After the meal, although Yang Dehai and Mother Yang were reluctant to let Yang Ming and Lan Ling leave, they also knew that Yang Ming would embark on a journey tomorrow. Tonight, he would definitely have to spend more time with Chen Mingyan and the others. Yang Ming had already eaten dinner here, so they didn't ask him to stay. After sending Yang Ming and Lan Ling to the door, Yang Ming was also somewhat reluctant. After all, facing his parents, Yang Ming didn't know if this was the last time he would see them. Tomorrow's road would be difficult and unknown. Of course, Yang Ming's mood couldn't be said. He was afraid that his parents would be worried. Yang Ming could only try to make himself smile at the moment. Dad, Mom, I will go back with Ling Ling. I will leave directly tomorrow and won't come back. Wait for my triumphant return. Yang Ming waved to his parents and said solemnly. Good son, Mom and Dad will wait for the news of your victory. Yang Dehai also solemnly waved to his son. Although his mood was very heavy at the moment, he was very proud. He was proud of Yang Ming. What his son was going to do was an indomitable thing, so Yang Dehai was worried, but he was more gratified. From childhood, Yang Dehai's policy of teaching Yang Ming was to be a useful person. Now, Yang Ming did it. Yang Ming nodded. He held Lan Ling's hand and went downstairs. Yang Dehai waited for Yang Ming to go out of the door of the unit, then he returned to the balcony and continued to look at Yang Ming downstairs. Dad, you should go back. Yang Ming looked at the balcony. His father was already a little old with some gray hair. For a moment, he was filled with emotions. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was in junior high school and high school. Every morning when he went to school, his father would look at him from the balcony upstairs until he walked out of the door of the community, went to the bus station, or rode a bicycle in the direction of the school. At that time, Yang Ming didn't understand his father's feelings. He thought that his father was watching him from the balcony because he was afraid that he would skip class and not go to school. But now, Yang Ming understood his father's feelings. This was his father's care and love for him. He watched himself grow up step by step, and his father was aging little by little. This process lasted for 6 or 7 years until Yang Ming graduated from high school and was admitted to university. Looking back, Yang Ming remembered his father's eager eyes. At this moment, Yang Ming burst into tears. Memories always make people full of ups and downs. When he saw his father's eager eyes again, Yang Ming clenched his fists. This time I must come back safely. Not for anything else, but for my father's expectations of me. Yang Ming waved to his father. Dad, you go back. You get in the car. I will look again. Yang Dehai smiled and waved to his son. This scene had been repeated thousands of times. In the past, Yang Ming always impatiently urged his father to go back quickly, or pretended not to see and rode away in a fit of pique. But at this moment, Yang Ming felt very warm and happy. That was the person who really cared and loved him. Yang Ming sighed slightly. He took Lan Ling's hand, got in the car, and slowly drove out of the community. Yang Dehai on the balcony had a gratified smile on his face. Seeing that his son had finally become a useful person to society, he felt very happy. Old Yang, what are you looking at? Big Ming doesn't like you monitoring him on the balcony? Mother Yang was cleaning the floor. When she saw Yang Dehai standing on the balcony, she yelled at him. Hee hee. Yang Dehai smiled slightly. My son has grown up now. How can I not like it? In the blink of an eye, I finally don't have to worry about this kid. Yeah, Big Ming has really grown up. What I'm thinking now is, when can I hold my grandchildren? Mother Yang smiled longingly and said, everyone says that it's not good to have only one child. The child born now won't have any companions, not even cousins. But our family is different. When the time comes, we will have a bunch of grandchildren. With so many brothers and sisters, we can form a football team. Hee, that's great. I will open my own kindergarten. I will be the head of the kindergarten. I won't be this broken chairman anymore. I don't want to fall into the peach trap again. Yang Dehai said sincerely. I am the director. You are at most the deputy director. Mother Yang waved her hand and said. Haha, alright, I'm the deputy. Yang Dehai also laughed. On the road, Yang Ming drove with Lan Ling, but his heart was heavy. Yang Ming, what's wrong? Lan Ling also felt that something was wrong with Yang Ming, so she asked carefully. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm a little worried about my parents. I don't know when I will come back again. I don't know if I can come back. Yang Ming sighed and said. Lan Ling reached out and held Yang Ming's right hand that wasn't holding the steering wheel. She said, although Elder Yu is powerful, I believe that if we work together, we can defeat him. Hee, yeah, I should have confidence. Yang Ming nodded and said. At least, you still have parents to think about, but I. Lan Ling sighed. Yang Ming suddenly thought of Lan Ling's tragic life. Indeed, Lan Ling was more pitiful than him. She lost her mother when she was young. Although she had a father, it was as if she didn't have one. Her father sold her to a bathing center. She didn't need this kind of father. My parents will be your parents in the future. Yang Ming sighed and said. Yeah, that's what I think, so I'm very happy today. Not only do I have parents, but I also have godparents. Lan Ling said with a smile, so, I'm no longer lonely. Hee. Yang Ming also laughed. However, for this trip to Yunnan, Yang Ming was more confident. The car slowly drove into the Huashang district. This was Lan Ling's first time coming to Yang Ming's villa. Lan Ling was not very surprised about the mansion in front of her. After all, she knew that Yang Ming had magical abilities, so earning money was not a difficult thing for Yang Ming at all. However, Lan Ling was still a little nervous about meeting Chen Mingyan. The first time Lan Ling and Chen Mingyan met, it wasn't very pleasant. The two people only met once in school. They didn't even speak. After that, Lan Ling also left and went to Yunnan to study voodoo. After this unpleasant meeting, Lan Ling also thought about how to get along with Chen Mingyan in the future. However, she didn't expect that it was Chen Mingyan who took the initiative to contact Lan Ling and ask Lan Ling to come back. This made Lan Ling happy, but at the same time, she also had a very unreal feeling. Yang Ming parked the car at the door of the villa. He pulled Lan Ling's hand and got off the car. Then, he pressed the villa's doorbell. After a while, Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun came out together. When they saw the delicate, cute, and petite Lan Ling, Chen Mingyan and the other two people couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Mingyan quickly opened the door and reached out to pinch Lan Ling's face. Chen Mingyan's action shocked Lan Ling. She thought that she was going to slap her. Fortunately, she didn't. Wow, Sister Ling Ling, you are so cute. Chen Mingyan touched Lan Ling's beautiful face. She was somewhat envious. Why do you still look like a loli? I have become old, but you still look the same as before. Lan Ling breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Chen Mingyan is praising me. I am different from others. In the future, I will probably stay at this age for the rest of my life. As Lan Ling said this, she was somewhat distressed. How can I be a mother in the future? Ugh. Chen Mingyan was stunned. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia were also stunned. They looked at Lan Ling in disbelief. Why? Lan Ling will stay at this age forever? How is this possible? However, it seemed that Lan Ling couldn't possibly lie because this matter didn't need to lie. What happened? Even Yang Ming was stunned. He looked at Lan Ling strangely and asked. When the voodoo in my body takes effect, it will begin to suppress the continued growth of my body. Fortunately, I have fully developed. Otherwise, I won't be able to give birth in the future. That would be bad. Lan Ling said with a smile. Voodoo attack. Yang Ming frowned. You mean, from the first time we had sex, this voodoo started to take effect? And, that's it. Lan Ling nodded. Then you will always look 16 years old in the future? Chen Mingyan really wanted to strangle Lan Ling at this moment. If this continued, Yang Ming's interest would stay on Lan Ling in a few years. It should be. Yang Ming too. Said Lan Ling. Ah? Me too? Yang Ming pointed at himself and asked incredulously, really? I seem to have grown up a little, right? Have I become more mature? Oh, you are tanned. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming carefully and came to such a conclusion. Then, what should we do? Chen Mingyan was a little crazy. Lan Ling is too lucky, right? Moreover, Yang Ming is so young. After a few years, wouldn't I, Xianxia, and Sister Lin become Lan Ling and Yang Ming's sisters or even aunts? Hee hee. Lan Ling smiled and didn't say anything. Ah. I don't want to be old. Yang Ming, Ling Ling, quickly think of a way? Chen Mingyan thought about the future and felt scared. Voodoo is contagious. Lan Ling finally solved the mystery. Contagious? Chen Mingyan was stunned. How is it contagious? Through blood? Chen Mingyan couldn't be blamed for thinking so. In her understanding, voodoo and bacteria should be similar. It should be transmitted through blood. Sister Mingyan, you are already infected. Lan Ling said with a smile. Already infected? Chen Mingyan only hesitated a little and understood Lan Ling's meaning. Then, her face became red. She understood what Lan Ling meant. What she meant by being infected was how she was infected. Chen Mingyan hesitated and asked, then. Xianxia and Sister Lin are also infected? Hee hee, I don't know. Who knows if you have done that with Yang Ming? Lan Ling said with a smile. Lan Ling's bold words made Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejie blush. The three of them naturally had relations with Yang Ming, so they were naturally infected with the goo poison. Haha, Jiejie, fortunately, you and Yang Ming did it first, and you also let Sister Suya do it. Otherwise, when Yang Ming comes back, you will all be old women. Chen Mingyan said with a smile. Zhou Jiejie and Lin Jiyun suddenly blushed. They didn't dare to look at Yang Ming and Lan Ling. They all felt that this Lan Ling was really too bold. Then congratulations to all of you. It will be like this forever. Lan Ling said with a smile. That's great. But Sister Ling Ling, this heart voodoo won't have any side effects, right? Other than that, what else can it do? Chen Mingyan laughed. Suddenly, she thought, if this voodoo is so effective, wouldn't it be great if everyone is affected by it? Of course, there are other effects of the voodoo. Lan Ling said, after being affected by the voodoo, it can prolong a person's life, strengthen the body, and be immune to poison. Didn't you notice that even colds are rare? That's indeed the case. Chen Mingyan hadn't spoken yet, but Lin Jiyun spoke first. After going to university, I don't seem to have been sick. I used to be weak and always got sick. So this is the reason. Eh? That's not right. During the holiday before going to university, I had a bad cold. Before that, I had already been with Yang Ming. Sister Lin, when you and Yang Ming did it for the first time, Yang Ming hadn't met Sister Lan Ling yet. Naturally, there was no voodoo in your body. It should be until you reconciled with him that you were affected by the voodoo, right? Chen Mingyan thought of the key point of the matter and said. So it's like this. Lin Jiyun suddenly felt embarrassed. It seems to be like this. Hee hee, then this voodoo seems to be good. This is the good news that Sister Lan Ling brought to us sisters. Chen Mingyan really thanked Lan Ling from the bottom of her heart. Lan Ling is really a little lucky star. Now it seems that the little bit of jealousy she had for Lan Ling in her heart was gone. She would definitely be able to get along well with Lan Ling in the future. Sister Mingyan, don't laugh. In addition to these benefits, the voodoo also has a certain disadvantage. Lan Ling waved her hand and said, if it's not handled properly, it is easy to lose your life. Ah? Chen Mingyan was shocked. She stared at Lan Ling's sister Ling Ling. What did you say? If the voodoo is not handled properly, it can even lose your life? what is going on? It can't be so scary, right? It is so scary. Lan Ling nodded and said seriously, since the voodoo has its benefits, it naturally has its disadvantages. The so-called voodoo is naturally to restrain lovers from having a change of heart. This Yang Ming should have told you about me, right? Yes, he did. I also told Sister Lin and Jejia. Chen Mingyan nodded. Yang Ming had told her about the voodoo. Otherwise, Chen Mingyan wouldn't have accepted Lan Ling so easily. She had no choice but to accept the situation at that time. According to Yang Ming, if he didn't have Lan Ling in his heart, then he would die. Could it be? Chen Mingyan suddenly thought of something, so she quickly asked, Sister Lan Ling, I roughly guessed it. That is to say, the person who has the voodoo can't have a change of heart, right? Besides Yang Ming, I can't like anyone else, right? That's right. Lan Ling nodded. But, for a man, it is just like that. But for a woman, it is a kind of chastity voodoo. As the name suggests, you should understand the meaning, right? Sister Ling Ling, you mean? Chen Mingyan looked at Lan Ling and was a little embarrassed to say it. Yes, in your life, the only man can only be Yang Ming. Otherwise, you can only die. Lan Ling said solemnly, although I don't think you will betray Yang Ming, I still have to say this in advance to avoid any mistakes in the future. Chen Mingyan didn't feel that there was anything to be afraid of. Lan Ling was right. She couldn't betray Yang Ming. Even if Yang Ming said before that he was going to perform a mission and would take a long time, Chen Mingyan didn't think of letting go of Yang Ming. I think, my heart can only accommodate Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan nodded and said. Zhou Jejia and Lin Jiyun also nodded. They also had the same idea. Their hearts could only accommodate Yang Ming, so the side effects of this voodoo could be ignored. Well, I have already told you. Are you still not letting me in? Lan Ling blinked and asked. Yeah, I forgot. I talked for a long time at the door. I'm sorry. Chen Mingyan suddenly felt embarrassed and quickly let Lan Ling in. Sister Ling Ling, please come in. Please come in. Hee, your villa is so beautiful. I really hope that I can live here in the future. As soon as Lan Ling entered the door, she was attracted by the beauty of the villa. Of course, I welcome you with open arms. Chen Mingyan said with a smile, in fact, I have long regarded you as one of us. You can live here at any time. That's great. When Yang Ming and I come back, we will live here. Lan Ling said happily. We don't have to wait for you to come back. You can live here tonight. I have already prepared a room for you. You can use it as your own room in the future. Of course, you can also go to another room or sleep with us. Chen Mingyan said to Lan Ling. As the saying goes, every minute of a night is worth 1,000 gold. After Lan Ling entered the villa, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia didn't disturb her and Yang Ming's reunion. They had been with Yang Ming for a long time, but Lan Ling only had 1 day and 1 night. Now that the day had passed, there was only 1 night left, so Chen Mingyan would never take up Lan Ling's time. Looking at Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia who were still talking but disappeared in an instant, Yang Ming shrugged helplessly. Let's go upstairs? Lan Ling nodded. Yang Ming slept very late. He didn't fall asleep until 5 o'clock in the morning. After all, there weren't many opportunities to meet Lan Ling. Yang Ming didn't want to waste any time. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming received a call from Xia Bingbao. Yang Ming held the phone on silent mode, glanced at Lan Ling who was sleeping beside him, and sighed slightly. Goodbye Yaling, goodbye Mingyan, goodbye Jejia, Jiyun, Shaoqing, Sun Jia, Zhaoying, Wang Xiaoyan, Suya, Jing Xiaolu, Xinyushi, Lu Huamei. Goodbye Songjiang City. Goodbye parents. Goodbye friends. Yang Ming put the BMW key on the bedside table. Below it was a note left by Yang Ming. It was written to Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jejia, Lin Jiyun, and Lan Ling. After doing all this, Yang Ming opened the window and jumped down from the 2nd floor into his garden. When he looked up, he saw Wang Xiaoyan waving at him from the opposite villa. Yang Ming smiled and waved at her, making a goodbye gesture. He turned around and left. Yang Ming quickly ran out of the villa and out of the neighborhood before he picked up the phone. Hey, brother Xia. Yang Ming took a deep breath and said. Yang Ming? You woke up? Why didn't you answer the phone for so long? Xiao Bingbao's voice came from the phone. No, I answered the phone after I came out of the house. Yang Ming said with some sadness. Oh. Xiao Bingbao didn't continue this sad topic. The plane has been arranged. It will fly directly from Donghai to Yanjing at 10 o'clock in the morning to meet with our people. Where are you? Our people are already waiting at the entrance of your neighborhood. Okay, I'll be there soon. Yang Ming nodded. What car? What's the car number? The person who picked you up is your old acquaintance. I don't need to say the car number. I don't know. I didn't ask in detail. Xiao Bingbao laughed. Oh? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Acquaintance? Could it be him? At this moment, Yang Ming had already walked to the entrance of the neighborhood. As a result, he saw a familiar figure in the distance. It was indeed an acquaintance. Yang Ming. This person also saw Yang Ming, but his body was a little fat, so he couldn't run smoothly. Fatty. Yang Ming also ran over with a smile and gave the person a bear hug. Haha, I finally see you. I miss you so much. Fatty chattered as soon as they met. Get in the car. Yang Ming glanced at the direction Fatty pointed. It was a Buick GL8 business car. This was a more luxurious car in the business car. This Fatty's car was still good. Yang Ming nodded and got in the car, but the fat man sat in the driver's seat. It could be seen that he drove the car personally. You drive yourself? Don't you have a driver? Yang Ming was slightly stunned and asked. There is a driver, but I have to drive myself to pick up Yang Ming. Fatty smiled and said, I owe you a big favor. Hee, it was just a small effort. Besides, it was my duty to catch those people and get the information back. Yang Ming smiled faintly. Even so, if you didn't find the information in time to make up for your mistake, Li Dianqi's death would be enough to make me suffer. Not to mention that I was promoted and transferred back to the country, but I was also given a lucrative job. Maybe I was sent to a remote place and then demoted again. Fatty said, moreover, I can come back this time because of you. I know this very well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten this lucrative job. The person in charge of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in the province is not a small position. There are many people eyeing it. If Captain Xia didn't ask me to take care of your family and friends, how could I come here? If that's the case, then I will have to trouble you, Fatty. Please take care of my parents, relatives, and friends in the future. Yang Ming sighed, I won't talk to you about these empty words. I'm afraid I won't be able to return from this mission. I think you know this too. That's right. Fatty also showed a sad expression. Originally, when I came here, I wanted to drink with you, but I also knew that you would be leaving soon to meet with your family, so I didn't want to disturb you. Today, we will bid farewell here. However, I know that you are a good person. No matter how difficult it is, it won't be difficult for you. Brother will wait for your triumphant return. At that time, it won't be a problem for me to give you my position. I will be your assistant. I will personally talk to Captain Xia. When Yang Ming heard Fatty's words, he was suddenly moved. It could be seen that Fatty said this because he really thought so. He was a person with a true temperament. However, Yang Ming was not interested in this position. He was not a person who liked to be restrained. This was also the reason why he refused Xiao Bingbao when he looked for him. Fatty, you can stay here with peace of mind. Even if I come back, I can't hold any position. I still like to be free and easy. Anyway, I have your help here, so I don't have to worry about anything. Yang Ming said with a smile. Okay, anyway, that's what I mean. I just hope you can come back safely. Fatty laughed. Where are we going now? Yang Ming nodded and asked. Go to the police station and pick up Captain Xiao's sister, Xia Shui. Right, are you familiar with her? I haven't been in contact with her. I just took office. I only had contact with your father-in-law, but I guess he will be promoted soon. The fat man said, I only have photos of Xiaxue. I don't know if you can recognize her? That's good. When the fat man heard that Yang Ming knew Xiaxue, he was relieved. He smiled and said, I don't know if this young lady is easy to serve. She is Captain Xia's sister, the granddaughter of the boss in the bureau. Oh? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. What boss's granddaughter? The granddaughter of the bureau chief. You don't know? The fat man looked at Yang Ming strangely. I don't know. This is the first time I heard of it. Yang Ming shook his head. Xiaxue has such a background? It seems that this person is quite low-key. The fat man was relieved. Then I am relieved. I am afraid that she is not easy to get along with. It's okay. But since she has such a background, why did she participate in this mission? Yang Ming had some doubts about this. If Xiaxue had such a strong background, why did she have to take the risk to participate in such a dangerous mission? The bureau chief's style is like this. His children and grandchildren will be put in the most dangerous positions to gain experience. Only in this way can they grow as quickly as possible. The fat man said, Captain Xia has also carried out dangerous missions before, but it was not as serious as yours this time. Oh? You know what we are going to do? Yang Ming was stunned. He was surprised that the fat man knew the inside story. I am also the person in charge of a provincial agency. I can still access some secrets. Although it is not so specific, from the information I know so far, it is already quite dangerous, said the fat man. Yang Ming nodded. He had forgotten the fat man's identity. The car drove into the Songjiang City police station without any obstruction. It seemed that the fat man's car was already here. It was parked in the parking lot in front of the police station building. Yang Ming dialed Xiaxue's phone. Hello? Xiaxue was sitting in the office. When she saw Yang Ming's name on the phone, she had some resentment in her heart. This Yang Ming is really too much. If it wasn't for the departure, he probably wouldn't even call. Therefore, Xiaxue's voice wasn't so friendly. Xiaxue had always felt that her relationship with Yang Ming was between friends and lovers. They were closer than friends, but they weren't lovers. It was just like a song that sang, friends are more than enough, lovers are not yet satisfied, sweetheart is troubled, pleasure is chaotic. Xiaxue felt that the relationship between her and Yang Ming was like this. Occasionally, there would be some little ambiguity and sweetness, but they never went further. Not just anyone could be a long-term meal ticket. Therefore, after learning that she was going to perform a mission with Yang Ming, Xiaxue had been waiting for Yang Ming's call. Finally, she got a call from Yang Ming, but it was to catch the robber. If it was any other time, Xiaxue would be very grateful if Yang Ming gave her some credit. However, since the mission was imminent, Xiaxue didn't value these credits. What she wanted was for Yang Ming to get together with her and carry out the mission together. They had to cultivate a tacit understanding between them, right? Even if they couldn't develop into a couple, they should at least be super good friends. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous on the battlefield. However, other than this call, Yang Ming didn't call again. This made Xiaxue very unhappy. Therefore, after picking up the phone, Xiaxue's voice was a little resentful and indifferent. Xiaxue, I'm Yang Ming. I'm downstairs in your unit. Are you coming down? Yang Ming naturally heard the dissatisfaction in Xiaxue's voice, but Yang Ming didn't know that this was because of him. He thought that Xiaxue was in a bad mood because she was leaving Songjiang City. Oh, you wait. Xiaxue said faintly and hung up the phone. Ah? Yang Ming was stunned. He felt that Xiaxue's attitude was a bit bad. Could it be that what the fatty said was true? This lady's temper is rising again? The fatty looked at Yang Ming strangely. Yang Ming's phone wasn't soundproof. The fatty naturally heard Xiaxue's words clearly. You and her, are there conflicts? The fatty hesitated and asked carefully. Nope. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled. Who knows what wrong medicine she ate today? She actually has this kind of tone? After a while, Xiaxue came out of the office building. Today, Xiaxue didn't wear a police uniform. Perhaps it was because she was going to perform a mission. She only wore casual clothes, blue jeans, and a beige t-shirt. It was very different from the previous Xiaxue. Her whole person was full of an indescribable youthfulness. Xiaxue, here. Yang Ming opened the door and got out of the car. He walked to Xiaxue and couldn't help but tease, "You're very beautiful today?" "Really?" Xiaxue was slightly stunned, then she looked at Yang Ming and asked with some joy. Really?" Yang Ming looked at Xiaxue, who was originally cloudy, and suddenly became sunny. No matter how stupid he was, he understood the reason. "Xiaxue's temper today, was it directed at me?" "Humph, you have good taste." Xiaxue glared at Yang Ming and said as she walked, "I thought you fell into a spider cave these few days and couldn't come out." "Spider cave?" Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Xiaxue with some confusion. "What spider cave?" "Nothing. It's just a gentle village, a hero's mound," said Xiaxue. "What?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Gentle village, a hero's mound?" Yang Ming suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Xiaxue's words were referring to this. It seemed that Xiaxue was still holding a grudge about the matter of him walking with Suya on the beach. Yang Ming admitted that there was indeed some unclear relationship between him and Xiaxue. Although they hadn't seen each other for a while, some feelings couldn't be forgotten without seeing each other. It could be seen that Xiaxue also had some feelings for him, especially after the two of them went through the incident at the Wang family base together. It was just that at that time, the sudden incident of Zhou Jiejie prevented the relationship between Yang Ming and Xiaxue from continuing to develop. Otherwise, it would have been easy for the two of them to get together with the feelings they had accumulated in the Wang family base. The sudden incident of Zhou Jiejie made Yang Ming focus all his energy on Zhou Jiejie, and he ignored Xiaxue's feelings. However, although Yang Ming ignored Xiaxue, it didn't mean that the relationship between him and Xiaxue had faded. This time, when he left Songjiang City to perform the mission, if he didn't go with Xiaxue, then Yang Ming would probably look for Xiaxue in advance. However, because he was performing the mission together with Xiaxue, then Yang Ming didn't need to appease Xiaxue in advance. Therefore, Yang Ming waited until now to call Xiaxue. He didn't expect Xiaxue's temper to rise. Xiaxue didn't explain anything more, but directly got into the car. She didn't want outsiders to see the relationship between her and Yang Ming. However, after getting in the car, Xiaxue returned to her usual capable self. She extended her hand and politely shook the fat man's hand. "Hello, I am Xiaxue from the Songjiang City Criminal Police Team. Are you the fat man that Captain Xia mentioned?" Fat Man was the code name of the fat man. In the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, everyone called him that. "Hello, Comrade Xiaxue. I am the fat man." The fat man quickly shook hands with Xiaxue enthusiastically and said, "I am responsible for the next part of the journey. I will send you to Yanjing and then return." "Oh? You are going to Yanjing too?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned. "After you send us to the airport, we can go to Yanjing by ourselves, right? You don't have to go, right?" "Yang Ming, this is Captain Xia's order. I have to carry it out. You don't have to say this anymore." The fat man laughed. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. Since it was an order from above, Yang Ming didn't have to change it. The fat man waited for Yang Ming and Xiaxue to get in the car. After they sat down, he slowly started the car. "Fat man, this is my ID and a letter of recommendation for temporary transfer to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Can you check it?" Xiaxue handed a portfolio to the fat man. "No need. Since Yang Ming knows you, there is no need for this." The fat man waved his hand. Xiaxue nodded and put the portfolio aside. She didn't speak anymore. "Why? Were you angry before?" Yang Ming glanced at Xiaxue next to him and asked with a smile. "Hey." Xiaxue glared at Yang Ming and whispered, "What are you talking about? Is there someone in front?" "Hee, it doesn't matter. The fat man is one of us. We are old friends. Isn't that right, fat man?" Yang Ming waved his hand indifferently and smiled. "That's right, Yang Ming and I are old friends. It's fine. You guys can talk. Don't mind me." the fatty also noticed something unusual. Although Xiaxue's expression and tone were serious when they got on the bus, he clearly saw the situation between Xiaxue and Yang Ming before they got on the bus. At that time, the fatty guessed that there was some other relationship between Yang Ming and Xiaxue. Xiaxue blushed. She glared at Yang Ming and said, "Why didn't you call me? Don't you know that we're going on a mission together? The tacit understanding between team members is very important." What Xiaxue said is right. Usually, in our place, the other half is also an agent. There are more chances for couples to go on missions together. This can be considered as telepathy. Fatty interrupted with a smile. As a result, Xiaxue's face became even redder. Her original intention was as such, but when the fatty said it out loud, she naturally felt a little embarrassed. In Xiaxue's opinion, this mission was also extremely dangerous. It was unknown whether the two of them could come back alive, so the tacit cooperation between each other was even more important. However, Yang Ming didn't care at all. He was busy picking up girls all day long. You're going to die, and you're still picking up girls. If you die, what will your girls do? Become widows for you? Take advantage of this time. You should quickly cut off all ties with them so that you won't harm others when you die. If you are really afraid of not being able to touch a woman for a long time after performing a mission, then you can pick me up. Am I not going to die with you? Xiaxue was very conflicted. To be honest, she also considered the relationship with Yang Ming. Although she and Yang Ming were a little different in age, the difference wasn't much. Therefore, Xiaxue thought about it again and felt that she was more suitable with Yang Ming. After all, the two of them were about to perform a mission together. It was a very dangerous mission. After they went, to put it bluntly, they wouldn't be able to return. Therefore, Xiaxue felt that since the two of them were going to die together, it was better to take this opportunity to go further. However, Yang Ming didn't have this intention at all. Xiaxue was very angry. Really angry. If it weren't for Yang Ming, Xiaxue wouldn't have agreed to participate in this mission no matter what. Why would he want to perform a dangerous mission instead of being a good criminal police captain? Xiaxue, you also know the danger of our mission. Therefore, before I leave, I should cherish the remaining time and reunite with my women. Yang Ming said seriously, but you and I, along the way, have plenty of time to be together. The fatty decisively shut up. It seems that these two are really having an affair. You know that this mission is dangerous, yet you still want to harm so many women? Don't you know that you can't come back? Xiaxue was a little agitated. If you are rational, you should break up with them. I can't break up. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, I'm different from others. How are you different? You're not a Casanova. Xiaxue snorted. If you are with me, then you can't break up, said Yang Ming. Nonsense. Xiaxue naturally didn't believe Yang Ming's words. It's not nonsense. This is the truth. Yang Ming shrugged and said, you must have learned a lot about voodoo before performing this mission, right? So what if I did? Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming with some doubts. She didn't understand the purpose of Yang Ming suddenly mentioning voodoo. In fact, this is the case. I am also infected with a voodoo called heart voodoo. As Yang Ming spoke until here, he suddenly lowered his voice, leaned close to Xiaxue's ear, and whispered, actually, this is the case. Yang Ming carefully explained the characteristics and transmission method of the heart voodoo to Xiaxue. Really? Xiaxue suddenly blushed after listening to Yang Ming's words. She didn't know if it was true or not. After all, what Yang Ming said was really bizarre and outrageous, but Xiaxue didn't think that Yang Ming was lying to her. After all, this kind of weird thing couldn't be made up. If Yang Ming really made up this, then he could be a novelist. Of course, it's true. Yang Ming nodded. So, this is why I can't give up on them, and they can't choose another man. You are really harmful. After Xiaxue heard Yang Ming's words, she suddenly said with some dissatisfaction. Yeah, so I have been thinking about keeping a distance from you because I am afraid that I will harm you. Yang Ming said with some truth. In fact, Yang Ming just knew about the voodoo. It was just an excuse for Xiaxue. You are annoying. Xiaxue rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and didn't speak. Yang Ming's words gave Xiaxue a big shock. It was hard for Xiaxue to accept it for a while. She was now thinking about her future. If she and Yang Ming went further, would she also be infected with some voodoo? Then, would she be tied up by Yang Ming for the rest of her life? Of course, Xiaxue didn't reject being with Yang Ming, but there were too many women around Yang Ming. In addition to Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun whom she knew, there was also Suya whom she just met, and Lan Ling who put voodoo on Yang Ming. Other than that, Xiaxue didn't know if there was anyone else. In her bones, Xiaxue was a very independent woman. She didn't want to share love with other women. Even if she wanted to share, she couldn't share too much. Otherwise, she might not be able to see Yang Ming once a week in the future. She couldn't even get close to him once. Therefore, Xiaxue was hesitant. But fortunately, there was still time to choose. Anyway, it wasn't wrong to establish some tacit understanding with Yang Ming first. Maybe this time, both of them couldn't come back. What was the use of thinking so much? Thinking of this, Xiaxue sighed slightly and didn't say anything. Yang Ming looked at Xiaxue's hesitant look and didn't say anything more. He also became silent. Soon, the fat man drove on the highway to Donghai City. Yang Ming turned to look at Xiaxue and found that Xiaxue was still a little silent, so he decided to change the topic. Xiaxue, how much do you know about this mission? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know very much. It is said that after arriving at the Beijing headquarters, someone will explain the situation of the mission in detail to us, and we will have a special training before the mission, said Xiaxue. Special training? Yang Ming frowned. He didn't know about the special training before. If he knew that there would be special training, then Yang Ming would go a few days later. He didn't have enough time at home. Yeah, it is said that the instructor is hired from abroad to train us. I am still looking forward to this training. Xiaxue nodded and said. Instructor from abroad? Yang Ming didn't think it was a big deal. He just felt that this matter was a bit unreliable. Yang Ming felt that it was a waste of time. Yeah, it seems that you don't seem to have a cold? Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming and asked curiously. It's not that I don't have a cold, but I don't have a cold at all. I think the special training is a waste of time. Yang Ming shrugged. Why? Are you very powerful? You don't need special training? Xiaxue was a little unhappy with Yang Ming's attitude. It was as if he was very powerful. In fact, Xiaxue did feel that Yang Ming was very powerful. But even if he was powerful, he couldn't be so arrogant, right? No, I'm not saying that I'm very powerful. It's just that special training is of no use to our mission this time. Yang Ming waved his hand and explained, the opponent we are facing this time is unknown. The opponent can't be dealt with by simple martial arts, so I think the special training is a complete waste of time. Who came up with this brainless idea? He's my brother. Xiaxue glared at Yang Ming and said angrily, you think you're the best? What makes you say that it's useless? Hee, useless is useless. Forget it, I'll talk to Brother Xia about this. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, for this mission, I think you are also very clear. The person we are dealing with is a person who has cultivated sinister voodoo. We can't use common sense to infer it. I know this, but if we improve our martial arts, we should be able to protect ourselves, right? Xiaxue said with some doubts. After the initial stage of sinister voodoo, it's invulnerable. After it's completed, it's not even afraid of rocket launchers. What can our martial arts do to him? Yang Ming sighed and explained, Xiaxue, your idea is good, but the actual situation isn't optimistic. Ah? It can't be, right? Really? Xiaxue was stunned. It's not like you didn't know how terrible the sinister voodoo he cultivated was. He used the blood of a person who had just died. Chen Afu was his disciple. Yang Ming explained, didn't we solve the case together? Moreover, these things were learned from Chen Afu and Lan Ling. It can't be fake. If that's the case, then this operation is simply a one-way trip? Xiaxue asked in surprise. Previously, she understood that the danger was because the terrain was unfamiliar. There were also some wild beasts and poisonous insects in the jungle. They didn't have any advantage, so it was like this. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Instead, as Yang Ming said, Elder Yu's strength was very strong. It's not necessarily a one-way trip. I think, any martial arts can't be invincible, right? There must be some flaws, right? Yang Ming said, what we have to do is to carefully investigate Elder Yu's weaknesses and flaws, and then we find a way to break through. This is the ultimate goal. Oh? Xiaxue was stunned, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. It seems that Yang Ming is really not the captain for nothing. At that time, when Xiao Bingbao said that he would let Yang Ming be the captain, Xiaxue also raised doubts. She was afraid that Yang Ming was inexperienced and made some wrong decisions, leading the entire team to a dead end. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Yang Ming was a brave and resourceful person. Before he set off, he had already thought of countermeasures. Moreover, his understanding of Elder Yu was deeper than anyone else. With his girlfriend, Lan Ling, as an insider, he should be able to find Elder Yu's weakness and break through. No wonder Big Brother decisively let Yang Ming serve as the captain. It seemed that there was a reason. Thinking of this, Xiaxue breathed a sigh of relief and said, Yang Ming, are you sure you can find his weakness? 100% is definitely not, but everything has a direction. It's always better than a headless fly, right? Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. Now, my understanding of Elder Yu is actually very little. Everything has to be done according to the circumstances. That's right. My brother also said that this mission is very dangerous. He wants me to experience it before I can be entrusted with a heavy responsibility. But it is so dangerous. After I go, it is not certain whether I can come back. As long as I can come back alive, it doesn't matter whether I am entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Xiaxue said, anyway, if I die, I die. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as you maintain a good state of mind, but at least you don't have any worries. I still have a big family, so I still can't say that I die easily. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and sighed. Who asked you to owe emotional debts everywhere? Xiaxue glared at Yang Ming and said. Heh. Yang Ming saw Xiaxue glaring again and couldn't help but laugh. Along the way, with Xiaxue, this beautiful chick, accompanying him, he wouldn't be lonely. The fat man drove silently in front. He maintained good discipline and didn't comment on the words between Yang Ming and Xiaxue. They talked as if it had nothing to do with the fat man. The car was smooth all the way. Because there was a pass issued by a special organization, the fat man drove the car directly into the airport and then parked the car in a dedicated internal parking space. Yang Ming, Xiaxue, let's get out of the car. We can board the plane from the internal passage here. After the fat man parked the car, he spoke to Yang Ming and Xiaxue. Yang Ming and Xiaxue nodded. The two people got out of the car. The fat man didn't have any luggage. He was like Xiaxue, holding a portfolio in his hand. Obviously, it was some certification documents for going to the headquarters. Yang Ming had nothing. He was a peripheral staff member, so he didn't need any recommendation letters. However, this time, Yang Ming suddenly became a core member from a peripheral staff member. Xiao Bingbao directly let Yang Ming lead the team. It could be said that he put Yang Ming on the fire to roast. Yang Ming, Xiaxue, and the fat man entered the airport's internal waiting room together. Then, they boarded the plane directly from the first-class passage. All the procedures were done in advance. For the members of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, they didn't need to go through the normal security check. Fortunately, the fat man booked the first-class cabin, so it was very comfortable. It seemed that Xiao Bingbao didn't save that little bit of money. Everyone was going to risk their lives. It would be meaningless if they were to save that little bit of money. Brother, according to your instructions, I have already informed the airline. Moreover, there will only be 3 of us in the first-class cabin of this flight. There won't be anyone else. The fat man patted Yang Ming's shoulder and said meaningfully. Oh? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. There were only 3 of them in the first-class cabin, so there was no problem. After all, their identities were relatively special. Some secrets might be involved in conversations along the way, so it was normal that ordinary people couldn't enter the first-class cabin. However, the fat man said that he had informed Yang Ming according to his instructions. This made Yang Ming a little puzzled. When did I inform him to book the first-class cabin? If one didn't know, they would think that Yang Ming's trip was very grand. Although Yang Ming was now a big boss with a lot of money, he didn't have the habit of chartering a flight. As for Xianxia, she also looked at Yang Ming strangely. You let him book the entire first-class cabin? How wasteful is that? Me? Yang Ming pointed at himself, then looked at Fatty in confusion. It's Captain Xiao's idea to book the first-class cabin. Besides, it won't cost much. This is the convenience of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Fatty smiled and said, our department sometimes assists the airline company with some cases, so we have some internal connections. Then what did you mean when you said that you should greet them according to my wishes? When Yang Ming heard what Fatty said, he looked at Fatty even more suspiciously. Could it be that Fatty wasn't talking about this matter? Haha, you'll know soon. The Fatty said with a chuckle. Huang Lele received an inexplicable mission today. She was informed by her superiors that she would be serving the first class of the next flight. However, she was the only waiter in the first-class cabin of this flight. It wasn't strange for her to serve the first-class cabin, but the strange thing was that she was the only stewardess in the entire first-class cabin. This was a little strange. If there wasn't anything special, why would they ask her to go by name? Although Huang Lele's thoughts were a bit simple, she had also heard of some unspoken rules. Some bosses, when they took a fancy to a certain stewardess, would ask her to serve them by name. Huang Lele thought, could I have encountered something similar? However, it was reasonable to say that many people knew about Huang Lele's background in the company, especially the main managers. They knew about the power behind Huang Lele. With such power, how could they arrange for Huang Lele to serve? But this time, the higher-ups were very determined to inform her that she must serve. After that, Huang Lele found the leader in charge and asked for the reason. However, the leader in charge didn't know the real reason because he didn't know who wanted Huang Lele to serve. However, the organization that informed him to let Huang Lele serve was very mysterious and powerful. Of course, these things couldn't be revealed to Huang Lele. After all, it involved some confidential things. Huang Lele saw that she couldn't ask anything substantial, so she could only give up asking and get on the plane reluctantly. In her opinion, this person who asked her to come must have a strong background. The company didn't want to offend him. At least his background wasn't worse than her brother's. However, Huang Lele wasn't too worried. After all, the other party was on the plane. It was impossible to force her to do anything. There were also police officers on the plane. Huang Lele would rather have a falling out with those people and even be fired from the airline company. It was impossible for her to compromise. However, Huang Lele still came to the first-class cabin with some anxiety. After all, there must be something wrong. Huang Lele was alone, and she was still a little weak. Hello, distinguished passengers. I am Huang Lele, the first-class stewardess of this flight. I am very happy to serve you. As soon as Huang Lele entered the door of the first-class cabin, she stood at the door and spoke politely. Although Huang Lele had some resistance to this service, she was still a qualified stewardess. Naturally, she wouldn't do anything bad. Yang Ming didn't expect Huang Lele to appear here. However, when the association heard what the fat man said before, Yang Ming suddenly realized. It turned out that what the fat man said was to transfer Huang Lele to this flight. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that he did greet Xia Bingbao before and talked about this matter. However, Yang Ming just mentioned it casually. He didn't really expect it to succeed. But now that he saw Huang Lele, Yang Ming was undoubtedly still very excited. Little beauty, come and sit next to me. Yang Ming reached out, interrupted Huang Lele's words, and greeted her. Huang Lele listened to Yang Ming's vulgar words, and suddenly her face was a little unhappy. Yang Ming's words undoubtedly let Huang Lele confirm the plan in her heart. It seems that the first-class passenger of this flight does have some improper thoughts about me. Sorry, please respect yourself. Huang Lele said with some disgust. But, she felt that this voice seemed to be familiar. At this moment, Xiaxia also looked at Yang Ming with some disdain. What's wrong with this guy? He flirted with the stewardess as soon as he got on the plane. Does he have any morals? If Yang Ming wasn't her colleague and teammate now, Xiaxue really wanted to beat him up. Isn't it too shameful? However, after Yang Ming listened to Huang Leilei's words, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "What if I don't respect myself? Who made our Leilei so beautiful? When I see you, I can't help but say things that don't respect myself." Hearing this voice, Huang Leilei finally realized who the person in front of her was. Although Yang Ming was sitting with his back to Huang Leilei, there was no problem with this voice. Huang Leilei could be 100% sure that the owner of this voice was Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Huang Leilei couldn't help but be surprised. It turned out that the person who asked her to serve was actually Yang Ming. He made Huang Leilei worry for a long time. This Yang Ming is really good at harming people. Her manager didn't explain it clearly. If he had told her that it was Yang Ming's matter, she wouldn't have been so nervous. "Yang Ming, you scared me." Huang Leilei ran over to Yang Ming with some grievances. Xiaxue looked at the tall and exquisite Huang Leilei and couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this flight attendant also has a relationship with Yang Ming? Isn't Yang Ming too fickle in love? Even the journey isn't lonely? Thinking of this, Xiaxue suddenly became mad. Originally, she thought that when she was on the plane, she could communicate more with Yang Ming. No matter what, the two of them had to perform a mission together. Tacit understanding was very important, but Yang Ming made another confidant. How could Xiaxue endure this? But in front of Huang Leilei, Xiaxue couldn't lose her temper. It would seem that she was too stingy. If she could really return from Yunnan in the future, what would happen? Wouldn't her relationship with Huang Leilei fall to the freezing point? In any case, Xiaxue was angry, but she chose to be silent. She sat there without saying a word and didn't look at Yang Ming. She was like a big angry frog. "Hee, I didn't expect it. I just mentioned it before and hoped that you could come. In the end, they really arranged for you to come," Yang Ming said with a smile. "That's right. The person who arranged for me to come here only told me that I had to serve the first-class passengers alone. That gave me a huge fright. He didn't tell me who asked me to come. He only said that it was a very powerful department that they couldn't afford to offend." Huang Leilei sighed and sat directly next to Yang Ming. She held Yang Ming's hand. "Why didn't you tell them that you were looking for me? I didn't know that I really found you. I just talked to my superiors." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't expect this matter to scare Huang Leilei. "When they look for you, naturally, they won't mention my name, but they will say it in the name of our department." "Ah. Your superior?" Huang Leilei was stunned. She was somewhat inexplicable. She didn't know who Yang Ming's superior was. Wasn't Yang Ming himself the boss? Why is there a superior? In Huang Leilei's impression, Yang Ming wasn't a person who was easily recognized. It was also because of Yang Ming's overbearingness and arrogance in the Nanjing casino that Huang Leilei was deeply attracted. Now, why did Yang Ming turn to work for others? Yeah, it just so happens that I want to talk to you about this matter." Yang Ming's face was straight as he said to Huang Leilei, "This time, I went to Yanjing and asked you to come on the plane because of time constraints." "Time constraints? What do you mean?" Huang Leilei was stunned and somewhat inexplicable. "Actually." Yang Ming hesitated and decided to start from the beginning. "Leilei, in fact, I won't hide it from you. The 3 people in the first-class cabin are my colleagues. We all belong to the same agent department, specializing in performing some dangerous tasks." "Ah? You are an agent?" Huang Leilei widened her eyes and stared at Yang Ming incredulously. However, she did not doubt Yang Ming's words. After all, Huang Leilei had always believed in Yang Ming's words. Moreover, Huang Leilei's superior had also told her very clearly that a very powerful department had greeted them and let Huang Leilei serve in the first-class cabin of this flight. If it was not a very powerful department, then Huang Leilei's superior did not have to be so obedient. However, if the association heard Yang Ming say at this moment that he was an agent, then his department was strong and powerful enough. This was consistent with each other. "What agent? It's just an outsider," Xiaxue interjected with a hum. "Ah? Huang Lele couldn't help but turn her head and look at Xiaxue. She was slightly stunned. She didn't understand why this person interrupted. It seemed that she was full of resentment toward Yang Ming. Xiaxue was just excited and said it casually. However, when she saw Huang Lele turn to look at her, Xiaxue was a little embarrassed. She quickly lowered her head and pretended that these words were not said by her. Hee hee. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile. It's also an outsider. Because I don't usually go, I'm only sent out when it is more dangerous. Ah? They let you be cannon fodder? How can this be? Huang Lele was stunned, but she misunderstood Yang Ming's meaning. Let you, an outsider, go to dangerous things? Sweat. Yang Ming suddenly sweated. It's not that dangerous things let me, an outsider, go, but this is the most suitable for me to go. The outsider is not necessarily the weakest, but it can be the strongest. Humph. Xiaxue snorted after listening. What's strong about it? You said before that your life and death is uncertain. Huang Lele frowned. Although she was very simple, she was also a little unhappy with Xiaxue's sudden interruption. After all, she was chatting with Yang Ming. She didn't want outsiders to cause trouble. However, Xiaxue's life and death is uncertain made Huang Lele a little worried. Yang Ming, is what she said true? Life and death is uncertain? So dangerous? And, that's indeed the case. Yang Ming nodded, but he didn't hide it. So, this time I'm not sure if I can come back. That's why I asked you to come over and see you for the last time. Ah. Huang Lele was dumbfounded when she heard Yang Ming admit it. Her tears couldn't help but flow down. She was very nervous. Although Yang Ming said before that he was going to perform a dangerous mission, and Xiaxue also said that this mission was uncertain, but it was Xiaxue who said it after all. But at this moment, when she heard Yang Ming admit it personally, she was suddenly overwhelmed. Huang Lele's mind was simple. When she heard Yang Ming say that he wanted to see her one last time, it must be the last time. Thinking of this, Huang Lele suddenly cried. She leaned on Yang Ming's body, and tears flowed down like a river. Xiaxue saw that Huang Lele suddenly cried and opened her mouth. She was suddenly overwhelmed and guilty. She didn't expect Huang Lele to be so fragile. If she knew this, Xiaxue definitely wouldn't have interjected. Xiaxue's character was very strong, so she didn't think before speaking. But now that she thought about it carefully, wasn't she just as fragile in the past? Thinking of the time when she just entered the workplace from school and interned in the police force. Wasn't she also very fragile? At that time, if it weren't for Yang Ming's help and explanation, Xiaxue probably wouldn't have the current achievements. Thinking of this, Xiaxue felt a little embarrassed. Every girl had a fragile side, but Xiaxue was now hiding her fragile side. But Huang Lele was different. Huang Lele was still a normal girl. That. Lele, right? Don't cry. I'm just talking nonsense. Although our mission this time is dangerous, there is still a way to solve it. Xiaxue couldn't help but say. Hee hee, okay, Lele, don't cry. Yang Ming also smiled and said, although the mission is difficult, it is definitely not more difficult than the previous trip to Africa. In the previous trip to Africa, didn't I help your family solve the crisis smoothly? After listening to Yang Ming's words, Huang Lele also thought of the previous incident in Africa. Yes, it was so dangerous at that time. Yang Ming returned safely under the rain of bullets. The current mission, no matter how dangerous it couldn't be more dangerous than the one in Africa, right? Yang Ming was facing an entire private armed force alone at that time. That was simply not a heavyweight, but Yang Ming still completed the mission safely. Thinking of this, Huang Lele breathed a sigh of relief again. Then, are you scaring me? Huang Lele pouted and looked a little unhappy. Hee hee, it's not that I'm scaring you. It's just that this time the mission is relatively long. I may not see you for a while, so I asked you to come. Yang Ming nodded and said, fortunately, I have to train in Yanjing for a while. When the time comes, you can take a leave from the company and accompany me in Yanjing. Okay. Huang Lele nodded and was relieved. Then, when you perform the mission, you must be careful. Hee hee, I will. Yang Ming coaxed and lied to let Huang Lele relax, but her heart still couldn't calm down for a long time. The more it was like this, the heavier the burden on Yang Ming's shoulders became. The expectations of his parents, the longing of his lover, the concern of his friends, and the responsibility of Yang Ming towards his teammates were all intertwined together. Yang Ming had to return safely. When Xiaxue heard Yang Ming's words, she was a little angry. Of course, collective training was collective training. Since you're participating in the intensive training, why are you still going out to play? Were they going on a vacation or training? However, because she was afraid that Huang Lele would cry again, Xiaxue still didn't say anything. She just closed her mouth. The plane slowly took off. As expected, there were only Yang Ming and a few others in the first-class cabin. There were no other passengers, and no other stewardesses came to disturb them. Presumably, the staff on this flight had received the order before. However, although there were only a few people, it was impossible for Yang Ming to have anything to do with Huang Lele. After all, there were other people present. Yang Ming couldn't just ignore them. Therefore, Yang Ming just accompanied Huang Lele and asked about her recent situation and the situation of the Huang family. What Yang Ming didn't expect was that the Huang family was actually preparing to propose to build an airport on Island X. Of course, this airport was funded by the Huang family, but the rights were still owned by the current Kars regime on Island X. However, there was only one request, which was to let Huang Lele manage the newly established airport and airline company. Of course, this request was not a request at all. General Kars naturally knew the relationship between Huang Lele and Yang Ming. This airport and airline company belonged to Huang Lele, which was equivalent to Yang Ming's property. Why wouldn't Kars do it? So, he readily agreed to their proposal. Today, the Huang family's status was very high on Island X. This was also thanks to Huang Lele. As for the Huang family's approach, Yang Ming just smiled faintly. He naturally understood that the Huang family was actually doing this to please him. The purpose was also to win more support. On Island X, although General Kars was nominally in control of the entire island, the boss behind the scenes was Yang Ming. It could be said bluntly that if Yang Ming said that Kars was a general, then he was a general. If Yang Ming said that he was not, then he was immediately nothing. Because now all the armed forces on Island X were controlled by Li Chang and the Black Butterfly assassin group. Although Kars was nominally the highest officer on the island, in fact, if he betrayed Yang Ming, he would immediately become alone. In the minds of Li Chang and the Black Butterfly assassin group, Yang Ming was a godlike existence. They were absolutely loyal to Yang Ming. Of course, in addition to being loyal to Yang Ming, the Black Butterfly assassin group was also loyal to Wang Xiaoyan. However, Wang Xiaoyan was a smart woman. She was gradually fading out of the power center. She was also at ease to be Yang Ming's woman in the future and not manage the assassin group. Xiaxue didn't know that the person behind the scenes on Island X was actually Yang Ming. When she heard Huang Lele say that her family wanted to build an airport and set up an airline company on Island X, she suddenly felt that it was a bit unbelievable. What kind of place was Island X? Xiaxue was also clear about it. It used to be a very chaotic place. It was controlled by some private armed forces for a long time, and there were constant wars. However, not long ago, the leader of the private armed forces on the island, General Kars, got the support of Europe's largest family, the Buffon family. He suddenly settled all the armed forces on the other islands and established the Kars regime. Of course, Xiaxue was not surprised. It was like this abroad. Those families had unparalleled influence and connections. It was very normal to secretly support the regime of a small country. Moreover, with their support, X-Island's international status would naturally be confirmed. Originally, Xiaxue thought that the Island X regime was just a puppet of the Buffon family. The Buffon family was the entire behind-the-scenes controller, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Xiaxue was not stupid. Huang Lele and Yang Ming talked about the Huang family's investment on Island X, and Yang Ming smiled and nodded very calmly as if this matter was his final decision. I still welcome your family's normal investment on the island, but you don't have to do this deliberately in the future. I am not short of money. As long as they abide by their duties and are not as arrogant as the Li family at that time, I can still guarantee their wealth. After all, they are your family. My relationship with second brother Huang is also good. Yang Ming nodded and said. I don't understand this very much. If you say it is possible, then it is possible. Huang Lele nodded. In fact, the somewhat silly Huang Lele was not valued by the Huang family. She was just used as a bargaining chip for marriage, but now it seemed that Huang Lele was the Huang family's lucky star. The current Huang family could be said to be different from the past. In the upper class of Singapore, it had become a top family. Of course, all of this was thanks to Huang Lele. If it weren't for Huang Lele, how could they be so proud now? Although the casino in Las Vegas was also under Huang Lele's name, the Huang family did get some benefits. At least, with the help of this Nanchang casino, the Huang family's business expanded to Las Vegas. Other supporting entertainment and hotel industries could be opened smoothly, and it would not be too abrupt. Xiaxue was even more surprised when she heard Yang Ming's words. Listening to Yang Ming's words, it seemed that the final decision of Island X was in his hands. What the hell is going on? Isn't Island X owned by the Buffon family? How is it related to Yang Ming? Xiaxue was not a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau before. Naturally, she would not know these secrets. However, these things that Yang Ming did were not secrets in the eyes of the people in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. At least Xiao Bingbao knew it clearly, and the fatty knew a little about it too. His level could already access some confidential files. Although Yang Ming's file was confidential, Xiao Bingbao sent the fatty to Song Jiang to take care of Yang Ming's relatives and friends. Therefore, Yang Ming's file was naturally open to the fatty. In order to better complete the task, the fatty also read Yang Ming's information many times in detail, including Yang Ming's women, relatives, friends, and other social relationships. There were also some of Yang Ming's investments. Among them was Island X. Yang Ming did not intend to hide these things from Xiao Bingbao. Yang Ming's ultimate purpose was to retire from the underworld. It was impossible without Xiao Bingbao's support at that time. Xiao Bingbao obviously acquiesced to what Yang Ming did. He did not raise any objections because Yang Ming had agreed to this task. If Yang Ming really completed this task, it was equivalent to Xiao Bingbao owing Yang Ming a huge favor. To put it bluntly, Yang Ming's so-called identity in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was actually forced by Xiao Bingbao. Yang Ming had no obligation to do such a dangerous thing. However, Yang Ming did it in the end. This also showed that Yang Ming was a person who was affectionate, righteous, and responsible. He would finish what he started. Since Yang Ming was like this, he could not fail Yang Ming. If possible, Xiao Bingbao would give him some necessary support after Yang Ming's retirement. Xiao Bingbao, Xiao Bingbao, Xiao Bingbao, Xiao Bingbao, Xiao Bingbao, Xiao Bingbao. Xiaxue, Xiao Bingbao. She finally couldn't help but ask, Yang Ming, what does Island X have to do with you? Yang Ming hesitated a little and didn't intend to hide it from Xiaxue. After all, in the first-class cabin, it seemed that except for Xiaxue who didn't know about this matter, everyone else knew about this matter. Looking at the fatty's calm face, Yang Ming also felt that he must know these things. Then Yang Ming didn't need to hide it from Xiaxue, so he smiled and said to Xiaxue, Xiaxue, in fact, Island X is my private territory. It is internationally recognized. Ah? Island X is your private territory? Really? Xiaxue was shocked and looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. Yes, you didn't hear it wrong. Island X is mine. Yang Ming nodded and said seriously, at present, all the investments in Island X are under my instructions. Then, General Kars, he. Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming in surprise and asked. General Kars was supported by me. You should understand, right? Yang Ming said with a smile. Ah. Isn't he supported by the Buffon family? Then you and the Buffon family. Xiaxue listened to Yang Ming's words and looked at Yang Ming in surprise. Are you also working for the Buffon family? He, the current patriarch of the Buffon family, old Buffon, is my apprentice. He provided me with some help on Island X. Yang Ming explained with a smile. Ah. Xiaxue felt that she couldn't accept the facts in front of her. It's crazy, it's crazy. Yang Ming is actually old Buffon's master? Old Buffon is Yang Ming's apprentice? Yang Ming is actually so powerful? He has such a powerful apprentice? In fact, when the fat man first learned the news, he was also very surprised. It was just that after a long time, he was not so surprised. When the association recalled Yang Ming's powerful movements and skills in Las Vegas, the fat man was not surprised. In an unfamiliar place in Las Vegas, Yang Ming abruptly upgraded the fat man's contact station and stood firm. This energy was not something that ordinary people could have. Therefore, the fat man had nothing but admiration for Yang Ming. In his opinion, there was a certain reason why Xia Bingbao valued Yang Ming so much. Although the mission this time was dangerous, only Yang Ming could be competent. Yang Ming, you are actually the behind-the-scenes boss of Island X? Then, are you the king of Island X? Xiaxue was really a little crazy. She really couldn't imagine that Yang Ming was actually the master of Island X. A year ago, he was just an ordinary high school student. Because of Lin Jian's matter, he was almost facing prison. But now, a year had passed, and Yang Ming really stood at the peak of the world and became one of the most powerful people in the world. Of course, this power was hidden. But Xiaxue understood that this was definitely not an exaggeration. Just by virtue of Yang Ming's identity as old Buffon's master, it was enough to be proud of the upper class of Europe. Moreover, he was also the master of Island X. On the island, he had legal armed forces. This was definitely not to be underestimated. What did the Buffon family do? It was one of the largest arms dealers in Europe, and he was Yang Ming's apprentice. It could be foreseen how powerful the armed forces of Island X were, even stronger than those small countries. Moreover, with this relationship with old Buffon, even if Yang Ming didn't have such armed forces, no one dared to touch Yang Ming. After all, going against Yang Ming was going against the Buffon family. However, Xiaxue still didn't know about Yang Ming's other shocking identity. The other identity was Yang Ming's Real trump card. That was, the three most powerful assassin organizations in the world were all related to Yang Ming. Two of them were actually controlled by Yang Ming, and the other was controlled in the home of Yang Ming's woman, Wang Xiaoyan. Who dared to provoke such a powerful background? No one liked to provoke an assassin. This kind of person was more difficult to deal with than provoking an armed force. You can't have a master protecting you 24 hours a day, right? Moreover, even if you have a master around you, you may not be the opponent of an assassin. Of course, Yang Ming wouldn't easily tell Xiaxue about this identity. At least, even Chen Mingyan and the others didn't know about this identity. Hehe, so, I have so many girlfriends. Do you still think it's outrageous? Yang Ming asked with a smile. This time, Xiaxue finally shook her head. Yes, here, although the existence of 3 wives and 4 concubines is not allowed, there are many countries in the world that allow polygamy. Yang Ming can go to other countries to register his marriage. Moreover, Yang Ming was now the actual owner of Island X. Then, on Island X, Yang Ming was the absolute authority, even the existence of a behind-the-scenes king. With so many girlfriends, naturally, they were the same as the princess consort. There was no question of whether it was outrageous or not. Yang Ming, I really didn't expect. Xiaxue had a new understanding of Yang Ming today. Although Xiaxue generally knew that Yang Ming had an extraordinary change in this year, she didn't know that Yang Ming's change was so big. Even Yang Ming already had an island. No wonder so many women favored Yang Ming. Xiaxue admitted that she was really tempted. In the past, she was worried about the other women around Yang Ming. She always made up her mind to follow Yang Ming wholeheartedly because she didn't want to live with Yang Ming for a lifetime without a title. Although a title was illusory, for a woman, this illusory thing was extremely important. Xiaxue was the same as others, she cared about this thing very much. So, she didn't know what to do in the future after she really got together with Yang Ming. But now, this didn't exist at all. On Island X, Yang Ming would become the rule maker. There, Yang Ming would do whatever he said. Xiaxue fell into deep thought. After a while, she whispered, "It's not outrageous, but I didn't expect." Yang Ming, how did you do it? How did he do it? Xiaxue's question stunned Yang Ming. That's right, how did I do it? Until now, even Yang Ming was a little puzzled. How exactly did he do all this? Of course, there was his own hard work and effort, but there was also the existence of luck. If it wasn't for that pair of glasses that could see through things, see far, and see at night, Yang Ming wouldn't be where he was today. Of course, Feng Tian was also an important factor in Yang Ming's success. Without Feng Tian's favor, there wouldn't be today's king of assassins, Yang Ming. Even if Yang Ming could see through things, he was only a millionaire now. It was impossible for him to have such great achievements, and it was impossible for him to accept old Buffon as his disciple. It was even more impossible for him to interfere with the affairs of Island X. However, all of this could be attributed to good deeds being rewarded with good deeds. If Yang Ming didn't have compassion at the beginning and didn't help the old man who set up the stall, he wouldn't have gotten this pair of glasses that could see through things. Secondly, if Yang Ming didn't stand up for Feng Tian in the detention center and didn't run around for Feng Tian's affairs afterward, it was impossible for him to get Feng Tian's favor and accept him as his disciple. So, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that good deeds were rewarded with good deeds. After Yang Ming obtained these achievements, he had always been looking at people and things with a fair heart. He would still stand up for injustice. He was still the hot-blooded Yang Ming. When he saw injustice, he would take the initiative to stand up. Including this time's matter with Elder Yu, it was the same. Although he could stand outside of the matter, he didn't. He took the initiative to treat all of this as his own responsibility. Although Yang Ming had never regretted doing all of this, from the perspective of professional ethics, Yang Ming wasn't a qualified assassin. An assassin should be cold and ruthless. If it wasn't related to him, he couldn't do it. Forget it. After I accept an apprentice in the future, I will train him to be a qualified assassin. Yang Ming himself couldn't do it in this life. It's nothing. It was a strange combination of circumstances and coincidences. Yang Ming wasn't willing to say too much about his own success. After all, the chance was too great, and it couldn't be replicated. Xianxia nodded and didn't ask anything more. She was just lamenting. She didn't really want to know how Yang Ming did it. However, after knowing some of Yang Ming's things, Xianxia didn't have the previous jealousy toward Huang Lele. The nature of her profession had turned Xianxia from an impulsive chick into a rational policewoman. Now, it was impossible for her to fight with Yang Ming in the police station, and it was impossible for her to pull out a gun to scare Yang Ming on the street. Therefore, after Xianxia knew Yang Ming's ultimate goal, she began to think about her own matters. The current Xianxia was actually not very interested in promotion and meritorious service. As she became more mature, Xianxia was more and more like a girl. She began to think about her life. In fact, most girls' thoughts were very simple. Their career was not as important as their life. Xianxia was thinking about her future. If she really wanted to be with Yang Ming, then Xianxia had to give up everything now. In the future, she would live in seclusion with Yang Ming on Island X. What kind of comfortable feeling would that be? It was worth looking forward to just thinking about it. The journey has just begun. Tell me about the things between you and Lele. Xianxia looked at Huang Lele, who was snuggling in Yang Ming's arms, and said with some envy. She was really jealous of the women around Yang Ming. They were so lucky to find Yang Ming, a person who could transcend the rules of the secular world, and give them a reasonable identity. If it were someone else, it would seem like a joke to give all the lovers around them a legal identity. But Yang Ming was different. Yang Ming could be said to be a man of his word. Okay. In fact, the situation between Lele and me was more interesting. I was pushed in reverse. Yang Ming thought about it and found it funny. Huh? Xiaoxue's eyes widened. She was shocked by Yang Ming's words. Pushed in reverse? It can't be, right? Huang Lele is so bold. She can actually push in reverse Yang Ming? It doesn't look like it, right? Huang Lele seems to be a very simple and innocent girl. She doesn't look so fierce at all. Xiaoxue even thought that it was possible to push in reverse Yang Ming, but Huang Lele. This is a bit unbelievable. However, looking at Huang Lele's appearance, she only blushed but didn't make any refute. Could it be that what Yang Ming said was true? Was the situation at the beginning really like this? Why? Are you surprised? But the situation at the beginning was like this. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. It can't be, right? So powerful? Xiaxue was even more interested. Therefore, Yang Ming told Xiaxue about the matter with Huang Lele. Although it was for Xiaxue to hear, it was also his own memory of the beautiful past. Yang Ming was about to leave, so he began to become sentimental. When he thought of the past, he always had some emotions. The matter of going to Macau was still vivid in his mind. Here, he actually met the three girls in his life. Suya, Wang Xian, and Huang Lele. Yang Ming never thought that this trip would bring such a big harvest. Therefore, after Xiaxue asked, Yang Ming's thoughts were like a flood in his mind, and the chatterbox was opened. Of course, the matter of Suya and Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming wasn't going to tell Xiaxue. First, Xiaxue didn't know that the Suya he met at the beach was the famous celebrity Wang Xiaoyan. Second, the identity of Wang Xiaoyan was very sensitive. He couldn't simply tell Xiaxue. You and Lele actually know each other like this? I really didn't expect that, Yang Ming. You also know how to gamble. Why does it sound like the god of gamblers in the movie? Xiaxue was somewhat surprised that Yang Ming could actually help Huang Lele's family's casino, and he even won a big victory. If I didn't have this ability, your brother wouldn't let me be the captain. He only let you be my underling. Yang Ming smiled. You're still being arrogant. What is it? Isn't it just gambling? I can do it too. Xiaxue said. Do you want to bet? Yang Ming looked at Xiaxue with a smile and asked. So what if I want to? Do you want to gamble with me now? Xiaxue said, okay, who is afraid of who? Come on, what do you want to bet? Or, let's bet. As Yang Ming said this, he leaned in Xiaxue's ear and whispered, let's bet on the color of the underwear you wear today. Huh? Xiaxue's face suddenly turned red. She didn't expect Yang Ming to be so bold. He actually wanted to bet this thing. Xiaxue didn't know about Yang Ming's X-ray vision ability. Although she probably guessed that he had some special abilities, she didn't know that he had X-ray vision. How is it? Do you want to bet? Yang Ming asked with a smile. When Xiaxue heard Yang Ming say this, she thought that Yang Ming deliberately wanted to tease her. However, the more he acted like this, the more Xiaxue wanted to mess with Yang Ming. Didn't you want to guess? The color of my underwear? Didn't you want to tease me? Fine, I'll let you guess. But what if you don't get it right? Thinking of this, Xiaxue made up her mind and said with a smile, okay, since you proposed it, then we'll bet according to your idea. But since you're the one who proposed the bet, then shouldn't I be the one to decide the stakes? Alright, then you tell me. What is the stake? Yang Ming asked indifferently. The stake. Let's do this. If you guess wrong, then after you go to Yunnan, you have to promise me one thing. Xiaxue thought about it and said. What is it? Asked Yang Ming. I haven't thought about it yet. You have to promise me first, said Xiaxue. Okay, then I promise you. Yang Ming nodded and said. Okay, then let's start the bet. Xiaxue said with satisfaction, now you can guess. It's not right, right? Yang Ming shook his head and looked at Xiaxue. He didn't guess directly. What's not right? Asked Xiaxue. You only said that if I lose, I have to agree to one of your conditions. But what if I win and you lose? Why didn't you say that? Yang Ming asked with a smile. This? Xiaxue played a little trick before. She thought that Yang Ming wouldn't find out. In the end, Yang Ming suddenly exposed her little trick. Let's do it this way. For the sake of fairness, you have to promise me one thing, said Yang Ming. Okay, then it's settled. Xiaxue hesitated and nodded. But you have to tell me first. If I lose, what do you want me to promise you? You don't want to tell me. Why should I tell you? Asked Yang Ming. I'm a woman. You're a man, so you have to let me win, said Xiaxue. Student Xiaxue, I seem to have discussed this topic with you before. You do legal work. You know that men and women are equal. Why are you still saying such childish words? Asked Yang Ming. I don't care. Anyway, you have to let me win. Xiaxue began to act shamelessly. Okay, then I'll tell you now. Yang Ming's evil interest rose in his heart. He leaned in Xiaxue's ear and whispered, "What I want you to do is to be my woman. How about it? Do you agree?" Huh? Xiaxue was stunned. Her face suddenly blushed. The relationship between Xiaxue and Yang Ming could be said to be a little closer than friends, but a little farther than boyfriend and girlfriend. Yang Ming suddenly used such provocative words to break the relationship between the two. It made Xiaxue a little stunned. She couldn't accept it for a while. Why? You don't agree? Asked Yang Ming provocatively. Humph, if you agree, then you agree. What's wrong with that? But let's say it first. You have to guess all of them correctly. Underwear, and bra. You can't miss anything. Xiaxue also played a trick. Her underwear was a floral color. No matter what color Yang Ming guessed, as long as he didn't completely guess it, she could say that it was wrong. However, after Xiaxue finished speaking, she was a little worried. In her heart, Yang Ming's figure had already been imprinted in her heart. Even Xiaxue herself couldn't say clearly when Yang Ming's figure was imprinted in her heart. The two of them had experienced many things together. From the beginning, they were quarrelsome lovers. Now, they were extremely close friends. It could be said that the relationship between the two of them had changed gradually, step by step. It was not the kind of love at first sight that came out of nowhere. However, even so, Yang Ming suddenly made their relationship clear. It was still somewhat embarrassing. Moreover, Xiaxue couldn't tell whether Yang Ming wanted to use this to confess or was just joking. In order to avoid thinking too much, Xiaxue's tone was also a kind of playful and unconvinced. It made people unable to tell the truth. At this moment, if Xiaxue really affectionately took Yang Ming's words as a confession, then Yang Ming wouldn't be so comfortable. After all, Yang Ming just said it casually. It was just a bad taste in his heart. There was no other meaning. After all, Yang Ming felt that although the relationship between himself and Xiaxue was a little ambiguous, it was still a little short of a couple. So, Xiaxue's answer at this moment made Yang Ming very relaxed. Okay, you guessed all of them. Yang Ming was also happy to play with her. Anyway, the flight journey was boring. It was also very interesting to occasionally make a joke to change the mood. Then you guess. Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming with a smile. She didn't believe that Yang Ming could guess correctly. Let me think. Your underwear is pure white, right? Asked Yang Ming. This, you guessed right, but it's useless to guess one right. You continue. Xiaxue wasn't too surprised when she heard Yang Ming's guess. After all, guessing one right was more accidental. Most girls' underwear was pure white. This was a clean color. Many people preferred it. Therefore, Xiaxue didn't feel anything when Yang Ming said it. Instead, she said sarcastically, "Does your girlfriend like white underwear?" Hee, so, you like it too? Then you are quite qualified. It seems that my bed is still very good. Yang Ming said with a smile, "I will continue to guess. Then I guess that your bra is beige, right?" Ah? Xiaxue was stunned. Yang Ming could guess the color of the underwear. Xiaxue didn't have much doubt. After all, the color of the underwear was very common. It was white. This was a very popular color. However, the color of the bra was a bit rare. Yellow bras weren't liked by all girls. The popular colors were only white and black. Occasionally, there were pink and flesh-colored ones. However, beige was rare. Therefore, after Xiaxue was guessed correctly by Yang Ming, she was so surprised. Isn't this guy too powerful? It's fine if he guessed the color of the underwear, but he even guessed the color of the bra? Xiaxue frowned. This kid wouldn't go to my window to peep at me this morning, right? But it was impossible when she thought about it. Xiaxue lived on a very high floor. Moreover, she closed the curtains. It was impossible to say that Yang Ming could peek at her. Thinking of this, Xiaxue could only accept it. Yang Ming was so powerful. Then, let me guess the most difficult underwear. You guessed right. Then you continue to guess. Let's see if you can guess the next one. If you don't guess right, then the previous two are invalid even if you guessed right, said Xianxia. Well, since you asked, I naturally have to continue to guess. Let me think. Your underwear should be white, said Yang Ming. White. Xianxia heard Yang Ming say white. She was relieved and disappointed. After all, if Yang Ming simply guessed white, then she would definitely lose. Because Xiaoxue's underwear had a white base, but it was printed with a pink flower pattern, so Yang Ming guessed that it was white. He was afraid that it was wrong. But Yang Ming guessed wrong. Xiaoxue didn't know why, but she suddenly felt disappointed and lost. Between herself and Yang Ming, I'm afraid I've lost another opportunity to break the relationship. However, Yang Ming's next words made Xiaoxue slightly stunned because Yang Ming said white. Doesn't that mean that Yang Ming means that there are other colors on the underwear? Yes, white, but there should be a pattern on it, right? Yang Ming said with a smile. What pattern? Xiaoxue was shocked and asked. The pattern, how would I know? I just guessed the color, said Yang Ming. That won't work. I will only consider you correct if you guess the color and pattern, said Xiaoxue. Aren't you cheating? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I am cheating. So what? Asked Xiaoxue. Then what can I do? Yang Ming spread his hands helplessly and said, but, let me guess. Let's agree first. If I guess the pattern and color, then you have to fulfill your previous promise. Okay, it's a promise. Xiaoxue didn't believe that Yang Ming could guess the color and pattern of her underwear at the same time. Then I guessed that your underwear is white with a small pink flower on it. Is that right? Asked Yang Ming. Ah? Xiaoxue was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to guess correctly again. What does this mean? He guessed 3 times in a row. He even guessed the color and pattern of the last mix. Is this Yang Ming really the god of gamblers? Did I guess correctly? Yang Ming asked with a smile. So what if you guessed correctly? You just said that it was a flower. What kind of flower is it? Xiaoxue asked. Let me think. It should be rose petals, right? Yang Ming pretended to hesitate and asked. This? Xiaoxue didn't expect Yang Ming to guess this correctly. She was stunned on the spot. How is it? Did you guess correctly? Asked Yang Ming. No. Not a single one. Xiaoxue blushed. Thinking of their bet, Xiaoxue didn't want to admit it. No? That's not right, right? Why do I feel that it's all right? Why don't you take it off and let me check it? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Check? You wish. Why should I check it for you? Xiaoxue snorted. It's fine if you don't check it. You just have to admit that I guessed correctly. Otherwise, if you say that I guessed wrong, you have to show evidence, right? Without evidence, you can't talk nonsense. Yang Ming said with a smile. I guessed correctly. You guessed correctly, okay? Xiaoxue was helpless. She had to admit it in frustration. I really guessed correctly. Since you admitted it, then it's easy. Can our bet take effect? Yang Ming smiled and asked. What bet? I forgot. Xiaoxue shook her head and denied it. If I win, you will be my woman. Yang Ming said seriously. Your girlfriend is next to you. How dare you be so bold? Xiaoxue glared at Yang Ming and then said to Huang Lele, your boyfriend is looking for a woman behind your back. Oh. Huang Lele responded. What are you for? You just and that's it? Xiaoxue was dumbfounded by Huang Lele's attitude. What kind of attitude is this? Why does it seem like it has nothing to do with her? Yang Ming looking for a woman has nothing to do with her? Then what should I say? If he is looking for a woman, then so be it. What do you want me to say? Huang Lele asked. When she was with Yang Ming, she also knew that Yang Ming had a girlfriend. In Huang Lele's mind, there was no such thing as jealousy. She was her stewardess, and she didn't have any conflicts with those women. Everyone was busy with their own things. It was fine as long as nothing happened. Therefore, for Xiaxua's question, Huang Lele was somewhat inexplicable. Forget it. I can't talk to you. Xiaxua was a little depressed. What happened to Yang Ming's girlfriends? Why do they seem to be brainwashed? Suya, whom I met at the beach, was like this. This Huang Lele is also like this. The most amazing thing was that Chen Mengyao seemed to have no reaction at all. She let Yang Ming do whatever he wanted. Xiaxue was depressed. Is Yang Ming so good? So many women follow him, and he has no regrets? However, Xiaxue was also a little depressed. My vision is good, but isn't it a bit too good? She would share Yang Ming's love with so many women in the future. This made Xiaxue somewhat unable to adapt. It's not that it doesn't make sense. It's that you are too nosy. If you are willing to bet, just accept your loss. You still want to sow discord. Yang Ming smiled. Humph. Xiaxue turned her head and ignored Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming was also happy to be idle. The time on the plane was not much. There were opportunities to communicate with Xiaxue. He was not in a hurry. Now the main task was to accompany Huang Lele. After going to Beijing for special training, he might not have so much time to accompany Huang Lele. Although Yang Ming felt that the training in this case had no meaning, since it was held by Xia Bingbao, Yang Ming still had to give face and participate. At least he had to participate in the beginning. After taking a leave, he could do his own things. So along the way, Yang Ming and Huang Lele talked and left Xiaxue aside. Although Xiaxue also wanted to interrupt, because of the previous matter, she couldn't say anything. She could only sit aside and watch the clouds outside the plane. In Songjiang City, in an unremarkable old-fashioned residential building, the top floor of a house with 2 households was bought by the same owner. For safety, the owner set up an iron gate between the stairs. For such an old-fashioned building without any property management, such a situation was very common. After all, this was the top floor, and no one else would come up. It was understandable for him to lock it up, and the residents downstairs did not have any objections. Moreover, the owner of this house did not often come to live. He only came to live for a while occasionally, so it was normal for people to install an iron gate protection net for the safety of their home. The residents in this building did not know the owner of the top floor. They only knew that he was a disabled person in a wheelchair. Every time he came, there was another person who helped him push the electric wheelchair. In these 2 days, this disabled person lived in the top floor again. The photos that I asked you to send out, did you send them out? What happened? Why hasn't Chen Mengyan received them? Yet? A disabled person in a wheelchair angrily rebuked a young man with a buzz cut. I sent them out, said the young man with a buzz cut carefully. Sent them out. How did Yang Ming still get on the plane? According to our people's observation, Yang Ming's family is currently very harmonious. There are no signs of quarreling at all, let alone fighting fiercely and affecting Yang Ming's trip. The disabled person in the wheelchair was very angry. What the hell are you doing? As he said this, the young man with a buzz cut took out a courier list and handed it to the disabled person. He said carefully. The disabled person in the wheelchair was Huang Yukai, the military advisor of the Wang family. He was currently working for the behind-the-scenes boss. F***CK. What kind of courier did you send? Yuren Express? Don't you know that Yuren Express is very slow? You still sent him a courier? Did you make a mistake? What are you doing? Don't you know how to send a second-generation courier? The second-generation courier is much faster than this. Huang Yukai was so angry that he threw the list in front of him aside and said, "You check it for me." Where did this courier go? I checked. I just checked with my mobile phone this morning. The day before yesterday, it had been transferred to the transfer station in District XX. The courier is sending it, said the young man with a buzz cut carefully. What the hell? It was sent the day before yesterday? This courier is slow enough. Huang Yukai was even more angry when he heard it. Otherwise, why would this courier be called Ao Tai Long? It's really slow. said the young man with a buzz cut. Get out, you get out of here. What a guy who can't do anything right, what a good opportunity, you wasted it for me, you big bastard. Get out of here. Huang Yukai yelled. Yes, yes, Boss Huang, then I will get out first, said the young man with a bitter face. You wait for me. Let me ask you. Why didn't you send a second-generation courier? Why did you send it to Yuren Express? Asked Huang Yukai. Because Yuren Express is 5 yuan cheaper than the second-generation courier. I thought that I could save a little money, so I sent Yuren Express, said the young man weakly. Why don't you die? Huang Yukai finally got angry. He couldn't hold the anger in his heart. He took out a pistol from under the wheelchair and shot directly at the young man's chest. The young man with a buzz cut just struggled a little, then he fell to the ground and didn't move. For Huang Yukai, killing people was a normal thing, so he didn't care at all. Anyway, the behind-the-scenes boss was there. The behind-the-scenes boss could easily dispose of the body. Brother Huang, you are too impulsive. How can you get angry so easily and kill people? After the young man with a buzz cut died, a closed door opened. A person walked out from inside. It was the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon. It's just a small fry. If he dies, he dies. Why? Falcon, are you distressed? Huang Yukai said faintly, although these photos were collected and taken by your people, and the small fry that I killed was also your peripheral underling. These are all your people. Logically, I shouldn't be angry, but this idea was mine. In fact, you know that if it succeeds, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble to Yang Ming, which will affect Yang Ming's trip to Yunnan. Even if Yang Ming can go to Yunnan on time to perform the mission, his own backyard is on fire. He left for Yunnan without dealing with the situation clearly. Do you think he can go with peace of mind? At that time, he definitely won't be in the mood to perform the mission. If he has something in his heart, it will naturally be easy to make mistakes. This will also increase Elder Yu's chances. But now, the underling you found is quite good. He is quite clever, but isn't he too stingy? Because of a courier, in order to save some money, he delayed our important matter. Killing him is already a light punishment. Look at you, Brother Huang. Aren't you excited? I didn't say that what you did was wrong. I just said that it's not easy to deal with killing people in a residential area. It's a little troublesome. The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, smiled and said, this matter is indeed my negligence. The person I used is too bad. AI. Huang Yukai sighed. We have been planning this plan since the beginning. We have been working in secret. We have spent a lot of effort to take intimate photos of Yang Ming and his girlfriends. Now, we have collected a lot of photos. Aren't we just waiting for a suitable opportunity to send them all to Yang Ming's real girlfriend, Chen Mingyan? Huang Yaocai's plan was very good. If these photos fell into the hands of Yang Ming, she was bound to quarrel with Yang Ming and even break up with him. Although it seemed that Chen Mingyan had accepted Lin Zhiyun, Zhou Jejia, and others, it was impossible for Chen Mingyan to accept more people, especially Zhao Ying. Chen Mingyan was very wary of Zhao Ying. It was impossible for the two to coexist. After Chen Mingyan saw the photos, it was inevitable that she would be furious. However, this kind of photo could only cause Yang Ming some trouble. It was impossible to hurt Yang Ming's foundation. In other words, it couldn't cause any substantial harm to Yang Ming. Therefore, Huang Yukai had been letting the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, collect these photos instead of immediately sending them to Yang Ming. But now, these photos could be used. Before Yang Ming went to Yunnan, if these photos were released to Chen Mingyan, then Chen Mingyan was bound to quarrel with Zhao Ying and the women in the photos. As a result, Yang Ming's backyard would be on fire. In order to calm the anger of these women, Yang Ming's plan to go to Yunnan might be put on hold. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau would send another person to Yunnan to meet with Elder Yu. Even if Yang Ming didn't delay the trip, Yang Ming should have left Songjiang City in a very depressed situation. In this way, with these things in his heart, his mood when going to Yunnan would be seriously affected. At that time, it was possible that his mood would affect the entire plan because of his mood. That way, Elder Yu would have an opportunity to take advantage of. Although Elder Yu was not necessarily afraid of Yang Ming, Elder Yu was still somewhat wary of Yang Ming. After all, Yang Ming had ruined Elder Yu's good deeds several times, making Elder Yu somewhat afraid of Yang Ming. He was afraid that Yang Ming would ruin his good deeds again. If it was purely based on strength, Elder Yu was not afraid, but he was afraid that Yang Ming had other ways to affect him. Therefore, Elder Yu called and asked the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, to help snipe Yang Ming. It would be best if it affected Yang Ming's trip, so that the Supernatural Investigation Bureau would send someone else over. Or they could do something to affect Yang Ming's condition. It would be best if they didn't let Yang Ming maintain his best condition. Of course, as a reward, Elder Yu would give the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, some of the rarest voodoo. However, the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, also knew how powerful Yang Ming was. Naturally, he didn't dare to fight head-on with Yang Ming and keep him here. This was a fool's approach. It was very likely that not only would he not be able to keep Yang Ming here, but he would also lose his life there. Therefore, the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, found Huang Yukai for a discussion. Huang Yukai was still very good at playing tricks, so the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, felt that he should have some suitable method. Sure enough, after Huang Yukai only hesitated for a moment, he thought of a suitable method. This method was to collect the photos of Yang Ming with different women and mail them to Chen Mingyan. This move was really vicious. If this were any other time, it might not have caused any serious consequences. As long as Yang Ming was given some time, the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, and Huang Yukai felt that he could solve this problem very well. But now it was different. Yang Ming was about to leave home and go to Yunnan to perform a mission. There was no time to quell the conflicts and anger between Chen Mingyan and others. If he wanted to completely solve this matter, he had to spend a lot of time at home dealing with it. These things couldn't be solved with just a few words. It had to go through a very long cycle to completely solve this matter. He had to have enough patience. In this case, Yang Ming could either choose to perform the mission or choose to stay with Chen Mingyan. There were only two choices to solve this matter. If he stayed, it would inevitably affect the mission to Yunnan. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau had already arranged the time. It was impossible to make any changes because of Yang Ming alone, and it was impossible to change. So, the only choice was to send another person to replace Yang Ming, and Yang Ming would miss this mission. He would stay at home to comfort Chen Mingyan and calm the relationship between the women. If he didn't stay and continue the mission to Yunnan, then Yang Ming would definitely be unwilling to leave. Judging from Yang Ming's actions during this time, Yang Ming was trying his best to arrange his funeral. He was afraid that after he left, there would be trouble in the family. He wanted to leave without any worries. However, the more it was like this, the more Huang Yukai felt that there was an opportunity. So, he arranged the photo incident this time to disturb Yang Ming's mood. In this way, even if Yang Ming left, he would leave with depression and unwillingness. God knew how the women in the family would fight when he left. With such a quarrel, even his parents would be uneasy. Even if Yang Ming went to Yunnan, how could he be at ease? Once this happened, Yang Ming would definitely have a shadow in his heart. If he carried out the mission with worries, how could it be good? However, such a perfect plan was delayed because of a small fry in the periphery. How could this not make Huang Yukai furious? He thought that this plan was perfect, but now, it was finished. Negligence. The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, also smiled bitterly. He took out a small bottle from his pocket and poured it on the body of the young man with the buzz cut. Suddenly, the body of the young man with the buzz cut disappeared with a burst of bubbles and pungent yellow smoke. The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, used the corpse-dissolving powder, which was one of the voodoo poisons given by Elder Yu. I have tried my best. You explain to Elder Yu yourself. Huang Yukai shook his head and sighed that he had lost a good opportunity. I will naturally explain. But Brother Huang, you don't have to worry. I have sent a sniper to wait for Yang Ming in Yanjing. I won't let him have an easy time. The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, said fiercely. Oh? Sniper? Didn't you say that Yang Ming is the king of assassins? He is an assassin. What is the effect of a sniper on him? Don't let him not deal with Yang Ming, but be dealt with by Yang Ming. Wouldn't that be a waste of manpower? Huang Yukai was slightly stunned and asked. What I want to deal with is, of course, not Yang Ming, but other people. The behind-the-scenes boss Falcon smiled faintly and said, Yang Ming is the king of assassins. Wouldn't I be crazy to find someone to deal with him? However, I can still make a move on the people around him. People around him? You mean, you want to make a move on his friends? Huang Yukai agreed with this. Yes, I can't make a move on Yang Ming, but can't I make a move on his friends? As long as I kill or injure Yang Ming's friends, it will disturb Yang Ming's state of mind and achieve our goal, said the behind-the-scenes boss Falcon. Then, who do you choose to make a move on? Chen Mengyan or, asked Huang Yukai. Chen Mengyan? This is Yang Ming's base camp. Chen Mingyan's father is the boss of the police station. If I make a move on her here, wouldn't I be a fool? The behind-the-scenes boss Falcon shook his head. We can't make a move on the people of Songjiang City. Something big will happen if we make a move. Even the new head of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau is also Yang Ming's best friend. If there is a problem with Yang Ming's friends and relatives, they will probably investigate to the end. We will be passive. Moreover, Yang Ming may not contact his family after he leaves. This won't cause any trouble for him. Oh? Then you mean? Huang Yukai was stunned. Yang Ming is going to Yanjing this time with two beautiful women. The behind-the-scenes boss Falcon smiled. I let my people make a move in Yanjing. If someone dies around Yang Ming, do you think he will still have the heart to go to Yunnan? This is also. Huang Yaocai's smile was a little unnatural. Then, you mean to choose Xia Shui? No, it's Huang Lele. The behind-the-scenes boss Falcon smiled. It's funny. This chick is from the same family as you. Her surname is also Huang. 5,000 years ago, you might be from the same family. Now, there is no relationship. Huang Lele. Huang Yukai asked calmly, why didn't you choose Huang Lele? If she dies, it will serve as a warning to Yang Ming, right? Xia Shui still won't do. Firstly, her relationship with Yang Ming was not good enough. According to the investigation, she was only Yang Ming's confidant, not Yang Ming's woman. She did not have a substantial relationship with Yang Ming. If she was injured or dead, Yang Ming would not be affected too much. Secondly, her identity is rather special. If we kill her, we will be going against the entire Supernatural Investigation Bureau. How would we have the strength to contend against the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? Said the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon. I see. Huang Yukai nodded. That's true. Yeah, Huang Lele is different. She is Yang Ming's woman. If something happens to her, then Yang Ming is bound to be affected. After Huang Lele goes to Beijing, she will participate in closed training. There is no chance to do anything to her, but Huang Lele has a lot of opportunities, said the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon. Oh, in this case, it is better to injure Huang Lele. It is best not to kill her. If she is injured, she will definitely drag Yang Ming down. Let Yang Ming stay, so I suggest that it is better to injure her than to die, said Huang Yukai. I'm afraid this can't be guaranteed. Everything depends on the sniper. Whether she is injured or dead, it is controlled and decided by that side, said the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon. That's true. Huang Yaocai's eyes flashed with an imperceptible color. Yang Ming's plane slowly landed at Beijing Airport. Yang Ming and his first-class passengers did not get off the plane with the normal passengers, but left the airport through a special passage. The fat man sent the two people out of the airport's special passage. At this time, two people in black came over. Apparently, they knew the fat man. Comrade Fatty? We are the liaison of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in the Beijing area. We are here to welcome Comrade Yang Ming and Comrade Xia Shui under the order of Captain Xia. One of the men in black took the initiative to reach out to the fat man. Hello. However, the fat man was obviously a bit unfamiliar with these two people. Although he showed enough enthusiasm and respect, the fat man still said, "Please show me your ID." "This is my ID." As the fat man spoke, he took out his ID. Although not everyone could enter the airport's special passage, the fat man was a person who came back from the outside. He had a cautious attitude towards everything, so he was so cautious. The man in black was slightly stunned, but he said, "This is how it should be." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket. However, what he took out was not a ID, but a pistol. The muzzle of the pistol was now pointed at Huang Lele next to Yang Ming. The fat man was suddenly shocked. He subconsciously reached for his gun, but it was too late. The other party was obviously one step faster. If they wanted to kill someone, the fat man couldn't make any reaction. However, what surprised the fat man was that Yang Ming next to him didn't seem to care at all. It was as if the person who these people pointed their guns at wasn't Huang Lele, nor was it Yang Ming's woman. All of this seemed to have nothing to do with Yang Ming. Huang Lele was dumbfounded. Xianxia was also stunned. Her reaction was the same as the fat man's, but she had already handed in the police station's gun. Currently, she didn't have a pistol with her. In the future, she was only a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. She had nothing to do with the police station for the time being. Naturally, it was impossible for her to take the police station's gun. Xiaoxue's second reaction was to kick the man in front of her, but an incredible thing happened. The man in black holding the gun inexplicably fell down. The pistol he took out did not fire, and it fell to the ground with the man in black. What is going on? Not only was Xiaoxue stunned, but the fat man on the side was also stunned. Even the person who was with the man in black was stunned. However, at this moment, Yang Ming made a move. He directly caught the man in black, pinched his neck, and asked faintly, "Who sent you?" "Don't be excited. Please don't be excited. I was sent by Captain Xia." The man quickly defended his innocence. "Captain Xia? Which Captain Xia?" Xiaoxue frowned. "Xia Bingbao, Captain Xia." The man said, "Captain Xia asked me and Brother Wang to come to the airport to meet Comrade Yang Ming and Comrade Xiaoxue. As for why Brother Wang suddenly took out his gun, I don't know. Maybe he is Captain Xia's secret order, but I really don't know what happened." This person was also a little scared. He didn't know why the situation had changed so much. He was just a very ordinary liaison in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Today, he received an order to come to the airport to pick up 2 people. He thought it would be a very simple task as usual, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. As for why Brother Wang suddenly took out his gun, this person had no idea. Yang Ming saw this person's true thoughts. Naturally, he didn't doubt that this person was in cahoots with the previous person. It seemed that this person was really from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. He was also sent by Xia Bingbao. As for why Brother Wang suddenly took out his gun, Yang Ming could only wait until Brother Wang woke up. Previously, when Brother Wang reached out to take out his ID, Yang Ming subconsciously looked at what Brother Wang took out with his keen senses as an assassin. Brother Wang probably wouldn't have dreamt that Yang Ming had X-ray vision, so Brother Wang's action of taking out his gun was clearly seen by Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't care why he took out his gun. This guy took out a gun in front of him, so Yang Ming identified him as a dangerous person. Naturally, he wouldn't do nothing. So, Yang Ming immediately responded by throwing out the flying needle, making Brother Wang faint on the spot. This was also the reason why Yang Ming didn't take other countermeasures. Yang Ming had already made a move, so he wasn't afraid of anything. The reason why Brother Wang could take out his gun was just his body's habitual reaction. Yang Ming wasn't worried about this. So, Yang Ming let go of the person in his hand. The fat man held the pistol, but he looked at the person who was let go by Yang Ming with vigilance. He has no problem. He doesn't know. Yang Ming said faintly. Thank you, thank you." The man quickly thanked him. According to the current situation, it was normal for Yang Ming to misunderstand that he and Brother Wang were in cahoots. Even if he was beaten to death, it could only be said that he was wronged. Now that Yang Ming had opened his mouth to prove his innocence, it made this person a little happy. "Oh? He has no problem?" The fat man was stunned. "The problem is the person named Brother Wang on the ground. He didn't die. He just fainted." "Fat man, you immediately contact Brother Xia and let someone take him away for a surprise interrogation. See which side he is on." Yang Ming pointed to Brother Wang on the ground. Okay, I'll contact Captain Xiao right away. The fat man nodded solemnly. Yang Ming had some doubts about Brother Wang's sudden attack. If Brother Wang had directly pointed his gun at himself, Yang Ming would have felt that it was normal. The key problem was that he pointed his gun at Huang Lele. This made Yang Ming feel that it was somewhat inconceivable. Why is this person pointing at Huang Lele? Could it be Huang Lele's enemy? Or could it be that the enemy of the Huang family sent them to assassinate Huang Lele? The most important thing was Brother Wang's identity. Brother Wang was obviously a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Since this person was able to infiltrate the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, he was obviously not a simple person. Moreover, he would not be used unless it was a critical moment. This was also the reason why Yang Ming couldn't figure it out. Since this person wanted to assassinate Huang Lele, why did he have to do it here? Huang Lele was not an important figure. Usually, she was not protected. It was obviously not too difficult to assassinate Huang Lele. However, this Brother Wang, or the person behind Brother Wang, chose to assassinate Huang Lele in this situation. This would completely expose Brother Wang's identity as an undercover in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, and his years of hard work would be ruined. It was obviously not worth it to do so. Therefore, Yang Ming was very puzzled. Did this Brother Wang make a mistake? It's not worth it to sacrifice so casually. His role as a chess piece was too ordinary, wasn't it? Soon, a car once again drove into the entrance of the special passage and stopped next to Yang Ming and the others. The person who got out of the car was Xia Bingbao himself. Xia Bingbao's expression was a bit serious. After getting out of the car, he glanced at it and quickly walked over to Yang Ming. Yang Ming, I'm really sorry. It's my negligence in work. I didn't investigate the identity of this person and let this traitor infiltrate the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Xia Bingbao reviewed his mistakes as soon as he came up, which made Yang Ming less angry. Yang Ming had some complaints about Xia Bingbao in his heart. How did this person lead the team? In the headquarters of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, someone else's chess piece actually infiltrated. This is really ironic. However, since Xia Bingbao said so, Yang Ming couldn't say anything more. He just nodded. Find out the truth as soon as possible. Take these two people back. Xia Bingbao waved his hand and pointed to Brother Wang on the ground and another person with him. He ordered his men. The person who came with Brother Wang was suddenly a little dumbfounded. Captain Xia, I am innocent. I didn't know that Brother Wang was going to commit murder with a gun. I didn't know at all. Whether you are innocent or not, I will investigate it myself, said Xia Bingbao faintly. The man's face suddenly turned a little pale. He didn't expect that he would encounter such an unlucky thing. After graduating from university, he found a very good job in the envious eyes of others. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau was a very mysterious and privileged organization. Although he was only a liaison, he had power that others couldn't have. In particular, a liaison like him could show off his power. For example, he could enter the airport through a special passage. He usually had some preferential access and unimpeded access to other institutions. However, he didn't expect that he would fall into a passive situation at this moment. Today's matter could bring about a prison sentence for him. He didn't know what the final investigation result would be. Would Brother Wang bite him back? Just based on the fact that he had the best relationship with Brother Wang, he was afraid that he couldn't keep his job. Who asked him to be careless in making friends? He had some regrets, but it was useless to regret at this moment. There was no medicine for regret in the world. He could only bow his head helplessly now. Brother Xia, it has nothing to do with him. He doesn't know about this. Let him go. Yang Ming knew that this person was innocent because his thoughts couldn't lie. He couldn't have known that Yang Ming had the ability to see through other people's thoughts, and he couldn't have forced himself to think of those words in advance to confuse Yang Ming. People's thoughts may sometimes betray everything in a moment. It was uncontrollable. So, Yang Ming didn't believe that he was pretending. Yang Ming's ability could accurately determine whether a person was innocent or not, so Yang Ming was so sure to defend this person. This? Xia Bingbao was slightly stunned. He looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. He didn't expect that Yang Ming would take the initiative to defend this person. However, Xiao Bingbao didn't doubt Yang Ming's intentions. Xiao Bingbao was very clear about Yang Ming's character. He was the kind of person who was quick to avenge. If you hurt his relatives and friends, no matter what you did, he would make you pay with blood. But if this person was really innocent, Yang Ming would not touch him, and it was impossible for him to vent his anger on an innocent person. All of this is about Brother Wang on the ground. When he wakes up, just interrogate him. This person doesn't know anything. Yang Ming glanced at Xiao Bingbao and explained. Well, since you said so, then you don't have to take little Zheng away. Just take one cable on the ground. Xiao Bingbao nodded and said to his men. These men received the order and naturally let go of little Zheng. They stuffed one cable on the ground into the car. You go back and interrogate one cable first. I will be there later. Xiao Bingbao instructed his men. Yes. These men got in the car and quickly left. Xiao Bingbao turned to look at little Zheng. Little Zheng, where's your car? Let's go together. Over there, Captain Xia. Little Zheng said with some fear and trepidation. He looked at Yang Ming gratefully, but with Xiao Bingbao here, he couldn't thank him. Let's go. You lead the way. Xiao Bingbao said to little Zheng, and then said to the fatty, you come with us. Since you are here, don't rush to go back. No problem. For Xiao Bingbao's words, the fatty naturally had to listen. Along the way, Yang Ming seemed to be fine, but he was full of vigilance. He always paid attention to the surrounding movements and protected Huang Lele behind him. He formed a blind spot at any time and place, not giving others any opportunities to take advantage of. Although this was the airport, the security was very high. Only people with special identities like Brother Wang could come in with a gun, but there was no harm in being careful. After the previous incident, Yang Ming was also afraid that another person with special identity would come and wait for them with a gun somewhere. Since these people could infiltrate the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, it was more likely that they could infiltrate the airport. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way. Yang Ming smoothly entered the commercial vehicle, but even so, Yang Ming also let Huang Lele sit in the middle of the commercial vehicle. This was the sniper's blind spot. If he couldn't aim at the target, the armor-piercing bullets would be useless. Seeing Yang Ming's arrangement, Xiao Bingbao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Yang Ming's experience in protecting people was comparable to a professional. Even the professional bodyguards in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau were only SOSO. Yang Ming, this person, didn't seem to have learned anything systematically, but he seemed to be proficient in everything and knew everything. For example, Yang Ming's current situation. This was also an important reason why Xiao Bingbao was so optimistic about Yang Ming. Yang Ming, as a peripheral personnel, could actually learn without a teacher in this situation. This was a bit incredible, but Yang Ming did it. It seemed that just from the information he had learned, his understanding of Yang Ming was only a part. There was definitely a side behind Yang Ming that he didn't know. Just like the scene in Las Vegas, even Xiao Bingbao was shocked. The local tyrant was actually suppressed by Yang Ming. It was conceivable that Yang Ming's power had reached a terrifying level. According to Xiao Bingbao's long-term investigation, he only found that Yang Ming had a certain relationship with the Buffon family and the Douglas family, but he wasn't very clear about the specific relationship. After all, overseas was not the same as within the country. It was impossible for all the intelligence personnel there to be dispatched to investigate Yang Ming. Yang Ming, with this move of yours, you can become a professional security guard. Xiao Bingbao said in admiration. Brother Xia is joking. I have the Mingyang Security Company under me. It can be said that security work is my old profession. When the big star Miss Xia came to Songjiang City for a concert, it was also our Mingyang Security Company who came forward to protect her, said Yang Ming faintly. Hee, you don't have to hide it. This time when you go to Yunnan, use whatever skills you have. If you hold back, you may lose your life. I believe you know the importance of this without me saying it, said Xiao Bingbao. I naturally understand this. This is risking my life. Naturally, I won't hide anything easily. Yang Ming said with a smile, but according to this mission, I also have a few requests for you. I hope you can agree to them. You brat, didn't you already make a few requests before? I also followed your suggestions one by one. You brat are still not satisfied. What other requests do you have? Don't push your luck. We haven't gone to Yunnan yet, and you are already opening your mouth like a lion. Xiao Bingbao looked at Yang Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Brother Xia, my requests are based on the basis that I solve the problem and return safely, not the requests before I go. Yang Ming smiled slightly and explained, if I win, it is natural to make some requests, right? Oh? The conditions after the victory? Xiao Bingbao was slightly stunned, but then nodded and said, this is indeed the right thing to do. If that's the case, you can make a request. If I can agree, I will try my best to agree to it. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. After doing this, I am going to gradually retire from the underworld. I am going to settle on X Island. I believe that Brother Xia is very clear about the situation of X Island, right? And X Island has a close relationship with you. There is the support of the Buffon family behind the scenes. I am not surprised that you are living there in seclusion. This is your freedom. Xiao Bingbao smiled. But the meaning of your words is not just this, right? You want to tell me that after you retire from the underworld, you will no longer participate in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's matters, right? Brother Xia is smart. Yes, that's what I mean. Yang Ming nodded. I am going to retire from the underworld. Naturally, I don't want to care about other things. I can promise you half of this condition. Xiao Bingbao carefully pondered and said. Half? What do you mean? Yang Ming was stunned and asked. Half of the meaning is that you will semi-retire. If there is something that we can't solve, or something that is difficult to solve, I will invite you to participate as a private individual. Of course, it is just an invitation. The final decision is yours. What do you think? Asked Xiao Bingbao. Brother Xia, you have said so. Do I still have a reason to refuse? Yang Ming smiled slightly. He knew that Xiao Bingbao would not let him go completely. However, Xiao Bingbao's proposal was reasonable. It was not a forced invitation, but a private invitation. This was something that Yang Ming could accept. In this way, the choice was in Yang Ming's hands. It was not a command. Yang Ming was a person who valued friendship. Naturally, he would not stand idly by. If that's the case, then I will promise you. Xiao Bingbao said, are there any other conditions? Do you want to say them all? As for the rest, let's talk about it after my triumphant return. Yang Ming couldn't think of any conditions for a while, but in order not to waste this good opportunity, Yang Ming extended the time of the conditions to after he came back. It could be considered that Yang Ming played a little trick. All right. Xiao Bingbao smiled. Then, let's do it after I come back. The car slowly drove on the road, and an abrupt phone call suddenly rang. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. At this time, no one should be calling me, right? Before I left, I had already made it clear to my family and Chen Mengyan that after embarking on the journey, they should not contact me. Moreover, my phone number will definitely be changed when I arrive at Yanjing for training. It will be replaced with a satellite confidential phone that can be used in Yunnan. Yang Ming picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID. It was actually an unfamiliar number, which made Yang Ming slightly stunned. Yang Ming immediately picked up the phone. Hello, who are you looking for? Yang Ming? There was a hoarse voice on the other side of the phone. Apparently, it was obtained through a voice changer. It's me. Who are you? After Yang Ming heard this voice, he suddenly frowned. This voice made him a little uncomfortable. You don't need to know who I am. I just called to tell you one thing. Someone is targeting Huang Lele next to you. They want to kill her. It may be a sniper. You are on your own. After that, the phone was hung up, and there was no sound. Hello? Hello? Who are you? Yang Ming listened to the words on the other side of the phone and was suddenly stunned. Who is this person? Why is he informing me at this time? If it were before, Yang Ming might not believe it. But now, Huang Lele was almost shot at the airport. Yang Ming had to pay attention to this call. Which side is this caller from? Is it my friend who got the news in advance and wanted to inform me? Or was it someone from the enemy deliberately calling to confuse him for some purpose? Or perhaps, this person was an enemy and not a friend. He called just for some special purpose. He didn't want Huang Lele to be hurt in this situation? Who was this person? For a moment, Yang Ming had no clue at all. This made Yang Ming take a deep breath. He was at a loss. Brother Xia, help me check where the call came from. Yang Ming turned to look at Xia Bingbao, who was not far away. What's wrong, Yang Ming? Who called? Your face doesn't look right. Xia Bingbao also saw that something was wrong with Yang Ming. So he asked. Nothing. Yang Ming frowned and said, I received a phone call. The other party told me that someone is targeting Huang Lele and wants to kill her. It may be a sniper. Then, I should take care of myself. Ah. Huang Lele couldn't help but exclaim. She was also a little scared. Yang Ming, I don't seem to have offended anyone recently, right? Why does someone want to kill me? I don't know for the time being, but I will check it out as soon as possible and solve this problem. Yang Ming comforted Huang Lele. On Xiao Bingbao's side, he had quickly made a phone call and began to investigate Yang Ming's phone number. He believed that the results would come out soon. However, the results did come out quickly, but this result made Yang Ming very dissatisfied. The time of the phone call was too short. I couldn't find out the source of the call. The other party was transferred through overseas lines many times. Xiao Bingbao said with some regret. Forget it. This has nothing to do with you. Although Yang Ming was not satisfied, he also knew that this matter had nothing to do with Xiao Bingbao. It was not that Xiao Bingbao's ability was not good enough. Xiao Bingbao's technical power could not find the source of the phone call, which meant that there was no need to check again. There would be no results even if he checked again. Don't worry, Yang Ming. I will transfer the elites to protect Huang Lele 24 hours a day until the matter is resolved. Xiao Bingbao was afraid that Yang Ming would be worried and delay his trip to Yunnan, so he took the initiative to volunteer. Let me do it personally. Although I don't mean to target you, I am really worried about your people. Yang Ming shook his head. Xiao Bingbao was a little embarrassed. He naturally knew what Yang Ming was talking about. Since Brother Wang could sneak in and receive Yang Ming openly, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau might have other people's pawns. Yang Ming's worry was normal. Can't you tell which one is sent by the people outside? Do you want me to choose someone and you can take a look again? Asked Xiao Bingbao. I am not omnipotent. Before they have any ideas, I can't judge who has a problem. Yang Ming said faintly, there is no need to discuss this matter. I will personally protect Lele these 2 days. Alright, then let Lele live in our training base so that you don't have to worry about anything. On the one hand, you won't delay the training. On the other hand, you can take care of Lele smoothly. What do you think? Asked Xiao Bingbao. Training? Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. For Yang Ming, he didn't want to participate in any training. He felt that it was useless and would only delay time. Hiding in the training base and not coming out was not Yang Ming's character. Yang Ming wanted to find those who wanted to deal with Huang Lele and kill them one by one. This was what Yang Ming wanted to do. Yes, Xiaoshui told you, right? In order to improve everyone's coping ability, I specially organized a training, said Xiao Bingbao. The instructors were invited from abroad. They are masters of jungle survival. Brother Xia, I don't think this training is useful. I don't want to participate. As for whether others participate or not, I don't have any opinion, but I won't participate, said Yang Ming. Yang Ming, you can't say that. I know your ability, but it is also good to learn more things. Don't rush to refuse, okay? Xiao Bingbao persuaded Yang Ming, then lowered his voice and said, moreover, these 2 instructors are not ordinary people. Not ordinary people? Who are they? Are they special people? Asked Yang Ming with a smile. You are right. They are indeed special people. You will know when you go. Xiao Bingbao nodded and said seriously. Oh? Special people? Brother Xia, then tell me. What kind of special people are these? I am a little curious. Yang Ming looked up and asked, Brother Xia, if they are really special, can you tell me first? I will tell you first. It's fine, but don't be surprised. Xiao Bingbao's voice was very slow. There are no outsiders here, so I will be blunt. These two people are foreign assassins. What? Foreign assassins? Yang Ming was slightly stunned and said with some surprise. How is it? Is it very special? Are you tempted? Are you interested now? Xiao Bingbao asked with some pride. To be honest, no. Yang Ming said faintly, I don't know why you invited two assassins, but I have no interest in learning from them. Yang Ming, it seems that you don't understand the assassin profession. Indeed, in China, there are very few assassins. When people talk about assassins, they stop at the most superficial level of hiring someone to kill. That is, the most ordinary kind of gangster level, revenge company, etc. In fact, these are not real assassins. Xiao Bingbao said word by word. Oh. Mentioning assassins in front of Yang Ming was somewhat like showing off in front of an expert. When it came to assassins, if Yang Ming didn't know, then it was even more impossible for Xiao Bingbao to know. However, Xiao Bingbao didn't know Yang Ming's identity. Yang Ming couldn't say it, so he could only laugh it off. Yang Ming, what are you laughing at? Don't take it lightly. In fact, assassin is a very mysterious profession. I know you may be disdainful, but assassins have a long history in many countries. Xiao Bingbao said seriously, for example, the world's famous Butterfly Assassin Group and Black Butterfly Assassin Group. These are professional existences. Don't underestimate assassins. Each of these people is a first-class top master. In order to cope with a variety of tasks, these people not only have superb assassination skills, but also brilliant survival skills. In some bad environments, they can also survive. Hee. Yang Ming continued to laugh. He didn't expect Xiao Bingbao to know about the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. Not simple? If he only knew about the Butterfly Assassin Group, Yang Ming would not be surprised. The Black Butterfly Assassin Group had not been established for a long time, but Xiao Bingbao already knew about it. Obviously, he also knew about the world's assassin group rankings. From the fact that he could invite a foreign professional assassin as an instructor this time, it could be seen that Xiao Bingbao still had a lot of connections. However, even so, Yang Ming couldn't comment on Xiao Bingbao's words, and Yang Ming couldn't say anything. Yang Ming, why are you laughing again? You really underestimated these assassins. Xiao Bingbao. Kill. It can be said that assassins will do anything to achieve their goals. Although this is a bit unimportant, it is an example for people like you. It's because they are similar to you. After all, the purpose of your trip is to kill Elder You. As for the process and means, they are secondary. As long as you achieve the goal, it is good. I know this. This has always been my style, so I don't have to go to the training. Yang Ming said faintly. Seeing that Yang Ming was not interested in his words, Xiao Bingbao was also a little helpless. This Yang Ming is not easy to persuade. However, he still didn't intend to give up and continued, Yang Ming, I won't say more. You should understand that there is always someone better than you. There is always someone better than you. Although you have the ability and the capital to be proud, you should know that there are more powerful people. Yes, the two assassins should understand that there are more powerful people than them. They are just two assassins. They are not the king of assassins, and they are not invincible. Yang Ming said faintly. Forget it. I won't say anything more at this moment. Xiao Bingbao sighed helplessly, so, you promise me one thing. Don't rush to a conclusion now. Wait until you see it. If you think it is useless, then I won't say anything. If you think it is useful, then stay and learn. Is that okay? Of course. Yang Ming smiled slightly and did not refuse. After all, if he refused again, it would be a bit unreasonable. So, Yang Ming did not refuse strongly this time, but agreed. Anyway, he would go through the motions at that time. It was considered giving Xiao Bingbao face. Xia Shui, who was on the side, listened to the conversation between her brother and Yang Ming. She felt a little indignant. Isn't this Yang Ming a little too arrogant? Xia Shui still had a certain understanding of foreign assassins. She knew how terrifying they were. These people were not inferior to the existence of the special forces. They were even stronger. Once their goal was determined, they would kill by hook or by crook. If she could learn from these people, it would be a kind of improvement to her own ability. Thinking of this, Xia Shui persuaded Yang Ming, in fact, my brother is right. There is always someone better. Our own abilities are limited now. There is such a good opportunity to improve, so why not? I just feel that there is nothing to learn from these two assassins. Yang Ming really had a hard time. He couldn't tell Xia Shui and Xia Bingbao that he was the most powerful assassin and the king of assassins, right? Yang Ming couldn't reveal this secret. Yang Ming, I think you still have a prejudice against assassins. You haven't seen a real assassin. You don't know how powerful assassins are. You haven't seen a real assassin in China, so you have doubts about their ability. But what I want to say is that assassins are really powerful. Xia Shui said word by word, as a police officer, I also know some inside stories. So what I want to tell you is that you don't underestimate assassins. Xia Shui, I think you don't understand what I mean at all. I don't mean to underestimate assassins, and I didn't say that assassins aren't powerful. It's just your wishful thinking. Yang Ming retorted with a wry smile, in fact, I also think that assassins are very powerful. But what I want to say is that the two assassins that you told me are not very powerful. You haven't even seen them. How do you know that these two assassins are not powerful? Xia Bingbao frowned and asked. Yang Ming's attitude made him somewhat dissatisfied. It was good to be confident, but blind confidence was arrogance. I guessed. Yang Ming said faintly, I believe that the identity of the truly powerful assassins is confidential. They will not be easily exposed to the public. Even if it is a small-scale training, they will not participate. Therefore, the two assassins that you contacted, I am afraid that they can only be at the second-rate level at most, or even not at the second-rate level. Moreover, I don't think you can contact such powerful assassins with your channel. Guessed? Xia Bingbao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say about Yang Ming's reason. Guessed. Xia Bingbao said helplessly, you mean, you know more powerful assassins. If the more powerful assassins come forward to teach, you will participate? This is hard to say. It depends on how powerful they are. At least they are more powerful than me, said Yang Ming faintly. I know, Yang Ming. After all this time, you think that these two assassins are not as good as you, so you keep rejecting them, right? Xia Bingbao finally understood Yang Ming's meaning. It seemed that Yang Ming kept rejecting them for a reason. It was because Yang Ming felt that these two people were not as good as him, so he refused to participate in the training. In a sense, you can understand it this way. Yang Ming nodded and agreed faintly. Then let's do it this way. When the time comes, you still have to see it for yourself. After seeing their methods, you can judge for yourself. It is still up to you whether you want to learn or not, said Xia Bingbao. Alright, then it's settled. Yang Ming did not continue to discuss this issue. If he continued to discuss it, he was afraid that there would be no result along the way. After all, Yang Ming had already vetoed the content of this training in his heart. The car drove slowly on the road, neither too fast nor too slow. Although this car did not look special from the outside, in fact, it had been specially modified. It was not much worse than an armored vehicle. It was an advanced bulletproof car. The car turned left and right and finally drove to the suburbs. It was a road that seemed to be relatively sparsely populated. There were very few vehicles passing by here. Only occasionally, one could see a car passing by. The further they went, the fewer cars there were. After driving for a while, they could only see vehicles with military license plates on the road. In front of them was a military administrative area. Only Xia Bingbao's MPV had civilian license plates. The car stopped at the entrance of the military administrative area compound, but the person in charge of managing the gate just glanced at the car and let it go directly. Obviously, he knew Xia Bingbao's MPV. Our training base this time is in the military administrative area. It is hidden. Will not be disturbed by the outside world. Yang Ming nodded. Then if I travel on foot, do I need to apply for a pass? Yang Ming had made up his mind not to participate in any training, so it was impossible for him to stay at the training base with nothing to do. That was why he asked these questions. Xiao Bingbao obviously guessed Yang Ming's intentions, but he didn't say much. He also knew that this issue had been discussed for a long time before, and there was no result to discuss it again. So, he just explained to Yang Ming, you don't have to apply for a pass. You just have to show your Supernatural Investigation Bureau ID. As for bringing people, when you take Huang Lele out, make a registration record and declare that you are one of our people. When you come back, you can come in directly without registration. So, I got it. Yang Ming nodded and noted it down. The car passed through another checkpoint, but this checkpoint was set up by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. There was a clear sign at the door stating that vehicles and personnel not from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau were not allowed to enter. However, Xiao Bingbao's car was directly let in. After the car drove into the compound, it didn't go far before it finally stopped in front of a closed gymnasium-like building. Apart from this gymnasium, there were no other landmark buildings in this area. There were dense trees and jungles next to it, making it very hidden. Trees were also planted above the gymnasium. If one looked at the satellite image, this area was full of forests and trees, which were relatively hidden. Xiao Bingbao got off the car first, and Yang Ming, Xia Shui, Fatty, and Huang Lele also got off the car. Little Zheng, who was driving, also got off together and walked to the entrance of the gymnasium. At the entrance of the gymnasium, there were fully armed personnel guarding it. It was very heavily guarded, but Yang Ming and his group were led by Xiao Bingbao. Naturally, they were not carefully interrogated. Xiao Bingbao's position in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was very high. It was said that he was also a candidate for the next director, so the people he brought naturally had no problems. Yang Ming followed Xiao Bingbao smoothly into the gymnasium and came to a lounge. Xiao Bingbao said, Little Zheng, you get everyone some drinks. I will go out first. Yang Ming, your teammates are all here. I will call them over first. You all can get familiar with each other. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. He did not refuse Xiao Bingbao's proposal. He did not want to learn any skills from the assassin, but Yang Ming was willing to get in touch with his teammates in advance. After a while, Xiao Bingbao returned to the lounge, but behind him were 3 people. One of them was Lu Yezi. Behind him, there were 2 people he did not know, a man and a woman. The man looked very energetic, and the woman was very beautiful. Although Yang Ming was appointed as the captain by Xiao Bingbao, Yang Ming was still very enthusiastic about his own team members. After all, these people were people who had to fight together with Yang Ming. Yang Ming would definitely not give them any attitude. Lu Yezi was also his old friend. Death Squad members, gather. Xiao Bingbao ordered the people present. Yes. The 3 people behind Xiao Bingbao, as well as Xia Shui, all stood together in a straight line, facing Xiao Bingbao with their straight bodies. Xiao Bingbao's order made Yang Ming stunned. Death Squad? My team has become a death squad? And these team members seem to know about this earlier than me, the captain. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly and walked over. Brother Xia, what are you doing? Why didn't I know about it? You are the death squad captain. I didn't call you. I called the team members. Xiao Bingbao really couldn't be angry with Yang Ming, so in front of Yang Ming, Xiao Bingbao was still pleasant. Hee, are these the members of the suicide squad? Yang Ming smiled slightly and looked at the 4 people in front of Xiao Bingbao and asked. Yes, Yang Ming. You are the captain of the suicide squad. You have 4 members under you. From today onwards, these 4 members are all your subordinates. You are responsible for their safety. They will also listen to your orders, said Xiao Bingbao. Yang Ming nodded. Suddenly, he looked solemn and said to the 4 people, introduce yourself. Let's start with you. Yang Ming said and pointed to Xia Shui. Although Xia Shui was a little dissatisfied, her brother was next to her. Yang Ming was the captain appointed by her brother. Even if she was unhappy, she wouldn't say it in front of her brother and embarrass him. So Xiaxue said seriously, "Yes, Captain. My name is Xiaxue, the Deputy Bureau Chief of the Songjiang City Police Station and the Captain of the Criminal Investigation Team. I'm good at kickboxing and grappling techniques." Yang Ming nodded and glanced at the person next to Xiaxue. This person was Lu Yezi, Yang Ming's old acquaintance. However, Lu Yezi also admired Yang Ming very much. He had recognized Yang Ming as the boss before, so he was not dissatisfied with Yang Ming being the captain at this moment. On the contrary, he felt that only Yang Ming could be qualified for this position, so he immediately said respectfully, "My name is Lu Yezi, codename Yezi, the number 1 ace of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's field team. I'm good at firearms and investigation." Yang Ming nodded again and looked at the person next to Lu Yezi. Yang Ming didn't know this person, but he should be an elite if he could join the suicide squad. "My name is Feng Tianlong, codename Long Feng, the Deputy Captain of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's Special Task Force," said the man proudly. "Deputy Captain of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's Special Task Force? Isn't this Xia Bingbao's deputy?" "Xia Bingbao is the captain of the Special Task Force, then this Feng Tianlong." Yang Ming was a little surprised. This person was really an elite. Yang Ming didn't expect Xia Bingbao to even send his deputy. Since this person was able to become the vice captain of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's Special Task Force, it was obvious that he had some skills. There was no way that he was just a good-for-nothing. Yang Ming also saw an unruly expression on this person's face. It was obvious that this person had some thoughts about him, the captain. Logically speaking, the death squad was formed under Xia Bingbao. As Xia Bingbao's deputy, Feng Tianlong should be the captain. However, this captain fell on Yang Ming's head. If one were to say that Feng Tianlong had no thoughts, Yang Ming would not believe it. However, Yang Ming didn't care. In the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, strength was everything. If Yang Ming's strength was stronger than his, he would naturally be convinced and wouldn't say anything else. "Vice Captain of the Secret Service team? Not bad. You must be quite skilled." Yang Ming nodded faintly. He just gave a slight compliment and no longer looked at Feng Tianlong. Instead, he turned his gaze to the woman beside Feng Tianlong. "My name is Xiao Susu. I belong to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's Supernatural Investigation Division. I have a little research on voodoo," Xiao Susu said quietly. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Susu to be a technical talent. However, this trip to Yunnan was too dangerous. Yang Ming was a little worried about Xiao Susu's safety, so he turned to look at Xia Bingbao. "Brother Xia, Xiao Susu's kung fu shouldn't be very good. This trip to Yunnan is dangerous. I'm afraid that something will happen to her." Yang Ming had Lan Ling, so naturally, he wasn't afraid of voodoo. Lan Ling's research on voodoo could be said to be much better than Xiao Susu. After all, Lan Ling specialized in this thing. "Captain, don't look down on people. My kung fu is also good." Xiao Susu's face suddenly turned red when Yang Ming said this. "I will protect her." At this time, Feng Tianlong also spoke faintly. As he spoke, Feng Tianlong punched the coffee table in the lounge. The thick marble coffee table was suddenly smashed into powder. Yang Ming's heart trembled. This Feng Tianlong was indeed not a simple person to be able to become the vice captain of the Secret Service team. Just this move alone was enough to look down on the heroes. Yang Ming also knew that Feng Tianlong was showing off to him. Through this move, he was also expressing his dissatisfaction with him being the captain. With this kind of super strength, Yang Ming knew that even if he could do it, it would be very laborious. He definitely wouldn't be as relaxed as Feng Tianlong. However, sometimes, strength alone was useless. Yang Ming was good at assassination and had the butterfly micro-steps. He wasn't afraid of Feng Tianlong. Therefore, no sooner said than done, Yang Ming's body moved. With a ghostly speed, he floated behind Feng Tianlong and turned his palm into a knife, cutting the back of Feng Tianlong's neck. Of course, Yang Ming didn't use much strength. He didn't want to kill Feng Tianlong. He just wanted to give him a small warning. Feng Tianlong was shocked and subconsciously turned around, wanting to catch Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming floated back to his original position and looked at Feng Tianlong calmly. Your strength isn't bad, but your speed is a bit lacking. If this was a battlefield, you would already be dead. Remember, you are going to put your life on the line, not a street thug. What's the use of breaking a coffee table? Are you going to carry a coffee table to the battlefield and break it in front of your enemy to scare them? Feng Tianlong's face turned red. He really underestimated Yang Ming. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so strong. He killed him in an instant. If Yang Ming wanted to attack him, he would probably be dead already. At this moment, Feng Tianlong was completely convinced by Yang Ming. He didn't know how strong Yang Ming was, but Yang Ming was right. Strength alone wasn't enough. It had to be combined with some skills. Captain Yang, I've learned a lot. Thinking of this, Feng Tianlong sincerely bowed to Yang Ming and said, I've offended you before. Please forgive me and don't take it to heart. Hee, it's fine. Yang Ming waved his hand. If you're not convinced, then let's spar. Is there anyone else who wants to spar? Xia Bingbao glanced at Feng Tianlong and let out a sigh of relief. When he arranged for Yang Ming to be the captain of the team, he considered all aspects. Yang Ming's ability was unquestionable, but as his assistant, Feng Tianlong was also a rare expert. Xia Bingbao was afraid that he would be unhappy if he followed Yang Ming's lead. Sure enough, this kind of dissatisfaction erupted at the first meeting. But what Xia Bingbao didn't expect was that in just a moment, Yang Ming was able to suppress Feng Tianlong and gain the upper hand. Feng Tianlong was convinced to admit defeat. This kind of speed made Xia Bingbao a little stunned. It seemed that he had chosen the right person. At the same time, he was also happy for Yang Ming. In this way, Feng Tianlong would definitely not have any objections in the future. He would follow Yang Ming wholeheartedly. In a team, the most terrible thing was the discord between teammates. Now, Yang Ming's move naturally prevented this kind of thing from happening in the future. As Yang Ming spoke, his eyes swept to Lu Yezi and Xia Shui. As for Xiao Susu, he automatically ignored her. Lu Yezi naturally wouldn't provoke Yang Ming. He had already recognized Yang Ming as the boss. Naturally, he wouldn't spar with Yang Ming. Wasn't that courting death? He was very clear about Yang Ming's skills. He admired him, so why would he look for trouble? Therefore, Lu Yezi took the lead to smile at Yang Ming in a friendly manner, indicating that he gave up. Xia Shui was naturally a little dissatisfied. After all, she was a girl who was eager to outdo others. These days, she had been arguing with Yang Ming. They were a pair of quarrelsome lovers. However, although Xia Shui was dissatisfied in her heart, she also knew her own situation. She knew how much she was capable. When she fought with Yang Ming, she never had the upper hand. Therefore, Xia Shui was dissatisfied in her heart. She could only be dissatisfied in her heart, but she was still calm on the surface. Looking at Xia Shui lowering her head, Yang Ming smiled slightly and said, I have given you the opportunity to spar. It seems that no one has any objections. Since no one is dissatisfied, then you must absolutely obey my orders in the future. However, what surprised Yang Ming was that Xiao Susu, who had been ignored by Yang Ming, stood up at this moment. Captain Yang, I want to ask for your advice. Xiao Susu said slowly, this will prove my value. Oh? You? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Susu, go back. Feng Tianlong suddenly felt embarrassed. Although Yang Ming didn't know, Xia Bingbao and the rest of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau knew about his relationship with Xiao Susu. There was an ambiguous relationship between him and Xiao Susu, but Xiao Susu never agreed to his pursuit. Although Feng Tianlong didn't know why Xiao Susu rejected him, Feng Tianlong could feel Xiao Susu's feelings for him. Their relationship was closer than that of a close female friend. It was similar to the relationship between Yang Ming and Xia Shui. So now that Xiao Susu stood up for Feng Tianlong's face was a little lost. He was a 7-foot-tall man. If he lost, he lost. If he was not as good as the other party, then so be it. How could he ask his girlfriend to come out and take revenge? That's not what a gentleman would do. Sky Dragon, I want to spar with Captain Yang. It's my own idea. I hope you won't interfere with me. Xiao Susu said word by word. Although her voice was very soft, it revealed a kind of firmness. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He looked at this beautiful girl in a new light. Xiao Susu should be a very opinionated girl. She didn't necessarily want to help Feng Tianlong by sparring with him. Yang Ming wasn't stupid. He saw the expression between Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu and guessed their relationship. But Yang Ming felt that Xiao Susu wasn't the kind of girl who would be upset when her man lost a fight. Heh, of course. Yang Ming nodded with a smile. Comrade Xiao Susu, what do you want to spar with me? I'll sneak attack, you'll counter it, Xiao Susu said calmly. Okay. Yang Ming nodded, then let's start. You sneak attack me, I'll stand here and take your attacks. Okay. Xiao Susu was still as calm as ever. She looked like an otherworldly fairy. Xiao Susu waved her hand lightly and stood aside, quietly looking at Yang Ming. Why aren't you attacking? Yang Ming asked curiously. Captain Yang, I've already attacked, Xiao Susu said something shocking. You've already attacked? When? Yang Ming frowned and was slightly stunned. Just now, when I waved my hand. Xiao Susu said calmly, I've already poisoned you, but you didn't take any precautions. I'm very disappointed. You poisoned me with voodoo? Yang Ming frowned again. I've already told you before that I've done some research on voodoo. This is a bit of information disclosure. Xiao Susu said calmly, to me, voodoo is my forte, not other martial arts. However, you didn't pay attention to it, and instead underestimated me, causing you to overlook this point. As a result, I successfully completed the gu. Susu, what are you doing? Hurry up and remove the voodoo for Captain Yang. Feng Tianlong couldn't stand it anymore. Poisoned voodoo, not to mention Yang Ming, no one would be able to defend against it. How was this a competition? This was clearly a one-sided trap. It's not a serious poison, just diarrhea. After 5 minutes, Captain Yang will have abdominal pain, and the symptoms will disappear automatically after a day, Xiao Susu said. Hee, then if I don't have diarrhea, does this count as my win? Yang Ming suddenly smiled and asked. Of course, we've already agreed on the rules. I'll sneak attack, you'll neutralize it. If you neutralize my voodoo, then I'll lose, Xiao Susu said calmly. Okay, then let's wait for 5 minutes and see. Yang Ming smiled, although 2 to 3 minutes have passed, we'll start the countdown again. From now on, we'll decide the winner in 5 minutes. Xiao Susu was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to say this, and with such certainty. Was it because Yang Ming was already prepared, or did he not believe that she would use voodoo? Of course, voodoo was the Miao people's specialty. Xiao Susu only learned a little from ancient books and Xianxia. They were all simple voodoo techniques. But even simple voodoo techniques were effective. If one wasn't a Miao person, it would be difficult to neutralize it. She didn't believe that Yang Ming had the antidote on him. Moreover, Yang Ming had been standing here all this time and didn't use any antidote. There was no doubt about this. Thinking about this, Xiao Susu nodded, okay. Then we'll wait for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, if Captain Yang is safe and sound, then I'll lose this round. If I lose, then I'll take the initiative to withdraw from this mission. When she said this, Xiao Susu's face showed a hint of sadness. She wanted to go, and she had a reason to go, but she had to obey the order. This was what she had to follow as a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. You don't have to withdraw from the mission. You just have to obey the command. Yang Ming was a little impressed with Xiao Susu this time. Moreover, with her, a person who had studied voodoo, it could save some trouble. For Yang Ming, one more person was not much. After all, the purpose of this trip was very clear. It was to deal with Elder Yu. Even Yang Ming himself had no idea, let alone others. So, one more person was considered one more wisdom. Okay. Xiao Susu didn't insist and just nodded. Yang Ming was right. Since Yang Ming's bet was to obey the command, then he asked her to go to Yunnan. If she insisted on withdrawing, it would be a sign of not obeying the command. Xia Bingbao also looked at Yang Ming very strangely. At this moment, he couldn't see through Yang Ming. After Xiao Susu said voodoo, even Xiao Bingbao, who had always been optimistic about Yang Ming, thought that this time Yang Ming would definitely fail. After all, no matter how good Yang Ming's skills were, it was impossible to guard against this kind of voodoo. However, after Yang Ming listened to Xiao Susu's words, he still looked indifferent. This made Xiao Bingbao a little confused. What is Yang Ming relying on? How can he stand here without any pressure? Is Yang Ming ignorant, or is he confident? Although Xiao Bingbao had some doubts, he didn't speak at the moment. Instead, he quietly looked at Yang Ming and watched the follow-up development of the matter. In Xiao Bingbao's impression, although Yang Ming was strong, he was not a reckless person. In other words, he would not do things that he was not sure of. This time, is Yang Ming still confident? Xia Shui also looked at Yang Ming with some nervousness. She didn't accept Yang Ming, but it didn't mean that others could recklessly challenge Yang Ming. Xiao Susu was a woman like her, so Xia Shui's heart was naturally uncomfortable. If you want to provoke someone, it should be me, Xia Shui, right? Not you, Xiao Susu. Therefore, Xia Shui was also very nervous. As for Lu Yezi, he was not very relaxed. Since he had recognized Yang Ming as his boss, he was naturally Yang Ming's underling. If Yang Ming lost, then he would lose face as his underling, right? However, Lu Yezi and Xiao Susu were acquaintances. He also knew about Xiao Susu's situation. Naturally, he was worried that Yang Ming would fall into Xiao Susu's trap. Thinking of this, Lu Yezi was still a little worried. He looked at Yang Ming with some eagerness. He prayed in his heart that Yang Ming would not lose. On this side, Feng Tianlong's mood was not very good. After all, Xiao Susu could be considered as his girlfriend. He had already stood up for Xiao Susu before, but he was subdued by Yang Ming. Now, Xiao Susu stood up for him again. It was a bit like standing up for him. In this way, if Xiao Susu lost, it would be fine. If Xiao Susu won, then Feng Tianlong's face would not look good. He couldn't even do it. In the end, a woman was stronger than him. What's more, Feng Tianlong still admired Yang Ming, so he didn't want Yang Ming to lose. However, Huang Lele didn't care. In her opinion, Yang Ming was very powerful, and she didn't know anything else. She just felt that Yang Ming would definitely win. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed, but Yang Ming was still fine. Xiao Susu knew that she was probably going to lose. Because 2 or 3 minutes had passed before the timer, and now another 3 minutes had passed. Logically, 5 minutes should have passed, but Yang Ming didn't show any signs of abdominal pain. This more or less explained the situation. That was, Yang Ming was not poisoned, or rather, he was poisoned, but it was broken by Yang Ming. Finally, 5 minutes had passed, but Yang Ming was still fine. This explained some problems. Comrade Xiao Susu, does this count as my victory? Yang Ming looked at the time on his watch and asked with a smile. Yes, Captain, you won. Xiao Susu nodded, but I want to know, how did you break my voodoo? Speaking of which, I won unfairly because your voodoo has no effect on me. Yang Ming was honest and said the reason directly, not only your voodoo, but the general voodoo is ineffective on me. Unless it is a very powerful voodoo, I can't avoid that kind of voodoo. After Yang Ming was poisoned by Lan Ling's voodoo, his body became immune to poison, and those low-level voodoo were ineffective on Yang Ming. Unless it was a voodoo at the level of Elder Yu, it would have an effect on Yang Ming. Last time, Yun Guangdou and others poisoned Yang Ming with the high-level voodoo given by Elder Yu, so Yang Ming couldn't be spared and almost lost his life. However, Xiao Susu's voodoo was not difficult. It was completely an ordinary low-level voodoo. For Yang Ming, it was just like the usual flu. He was simply immune. Oh? A look of surprise flashed in Xiao Susu's eyes. I didn't expect that this voodoo is ineffective on you. It seems that my loss is not unjustified. That's why I said that I won unfairly. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. How is it an unfair win? It can be said that as long as you can win, the means are secondary. Xiao Susu did not complain. I used my advantage to cast the goo on you, and you also used your advantage to break it. This is strength. Hee hee, but your move also gave me a warning. I am not afraid of voodoo, but Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xia Shui are not. You being by their side is also a kind of compliment. Yang Ming nodded and said. Xiao Susu smiled slightly and said, Thank you, Captain Yang, for the compliment. I will do my duty. Xiao Susu's purpose had been achieved, so she didn't say anything more. She respectfully retreated to her team. Hee, now that it's like this, I am relieved. Yang Ming smiled slightly and said, In the future, we will all be comrades. I hope that everyone will work together for the same goal. Please rest assured, Captain Yang. Almost in unison, all the team members said so. Including Xia Shui, she was also shocked by Yang Ming. Ordinary voodoo is ineffective on him? This Yang Ming is strong enough. I will be the host tonight. I will treat everyone to a meal. Consider it my sincerity. Everyone can get to know each other. Yang Ming said. I agree. Feng Tianlong was the first to stand up and say. I agree too. Lu Yezi also expressed his support with a bitter face. As Yang Ming's underling, he should be the first to stand up and support Yang Ming. However, Feng Tianlong beat him to it. Naturally, he had some resentment. In other words, Lu Yezi was still a little upset. His father was a super awesome person. According to the definition of some online novels, he could be the protagonist. If he wrote a novel such as My Father is a Reborn Person or My Father is a Reborn Person, it would definitely be super popular. However, Lu Yezi's own qualifications were limited, so he was willing to be a green leaf. However, this green leaf was at least the number one green leaf, right? Now that the number one green leaf was snatched by Feng Tianlong, he was naturally a little depressed. For Lu Yezi's affairs and life experience, see Fishman's other complete novel, very pure and very ambiguous prequel. For the story of Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu, see Fishman's serial novel, The School Bell's Personal Expert. Xiao Susu and Xia Shui naturally would not object. Only Xiao Bingbao spread his hands helplessly. It seems that I am excluded. But it's okay, fatty. Let's get together tonight. Haha, okay. The fatty quickly agreed. He had no part in the previous matter, so the fatty also maintained his usual style. He didn't say what he shouldn't say, and he didn't ask what he shouldn't ask. He kept silent until Xiao Bingbao spoke to him. Only then did he respond with a smile. That's it. At 7 o'clock in the evening, we will go out for dinner. Now, everyone is busy. We will contact again at 7 o'clock. I will tell everyone my cell phone number. As Yang Ming was about to tell everyone his cell phone number, Xiao Bingbao waved his hand and stopped him. Yang Ming, from now on, our mission has begun. It must be absolutely confidential to the outside world. Your cell phone should be replaced. Xiao Bingbao said, From now on, please give your cell phone to me for safekeeping. I will give you a new internal confidential cell phone. Only our internal network can call. It can only be called out to the outside world but not in. It will show an empty number to the outside world. No problem. Yang Ming did not hesitate to take out his cell phone and was ready to hand it to Xiao Bingbao because Yang Ming also knew that from now on, he had to obey the command. He did not represent himself, but the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. The matters at home had been arranged properly, and Yang Ming didn't need to make any more calls. After hesitating, Yang Ming sent a text message to his friends, lovers, and family to report his safety. Then, he hurriedly turned off the phone and handed it to Xiao Bingbao. Brother Xia, here you are. Have you really thought about it? From this moment on, there is no turning back for you. Xiao Bingbao took Yang Ming's mobile phone, sighed, and finally asked. After all, Yang Ming was different from other personnel. Everyone else was an official member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, but Yang Ming was not. Yang Ming was a non-staff member who was forcibly pulled into the team. Therefore, this mission was somewhat unfair to Yang Ming. At this moment, Xiao Bingbao also wanted to ask Yang Ming what he really thought. He did not like to be forced. For such a dangerous person, only Yang Ming who was willing to carry it out could achieve results. I have thought about it. Yang Ming smiled faintly. There is no turning back the arrow that has been shot. Since I have come here, I naturally have to do it. That's right. There is no turning back the arrow that has been shot. Xia Bingbao nodded. I am very happy that you can think so. There are many things in life that you have to do even if you can't do them. There are also many things in life that you want to avoid, but you can't avoid them. Yang Ming sighed. This is a matter of responsibility. Since I have this ability, I have to contribute. Good. It seems that I have a good eye for people. I will keep your mobile phone for you. It will be returned to you after your mission. Xia Bingbao nodded and put away Yang Ming's mobile phone. He also signaled Xiaoxing to get another mobile phone. Yang Ming's confidential mobile phone was already prepared. Xiaoxing ran out quickly and ran back quickly with a brand new mobile phone in his hand. Captain Yang, this is for you. Xiaoxing respectfully handed the mobile phone to Yang Ming. Yang Ming's previous moves also shocked Xiaoxing. No wonder Brother Wang was tricked by Yang Ming as soon as he made a move. He is really powerful. Yang Ming smiled slightly and took the mobile phone handed over by Xiaoxing. This mobile phone didn't look special from the outside, but it should be the latest technological product of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It gathered all the high-tech functions. This mobile phone is charged using solar energy. It has a very long standby feature, but it still uses the GSM network, not the satellite network. That is to say, you can only make a call in a place with a signal. Although it is an internet, it also borrows other people's base stations. Xia Bingbao introduced, the satellite phone is relatively large because of the battery. I will also equip you with it before you leave, but you can use this phone at ordinary times. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and fiddled with the mobile phone in his hand. Although it looked simple, it was also inconspicuous. It was like an ordinary counterfeit phone that would not attract any attention. In that case, I won't say much. The special training will begin tomorrow morning. Today's time is everyone's. You can do whatever you want, said Xia Bingbao. After Xia Bingbao finished speaking, he left with Fatty Fong and Xiaoxing. Only a few members of the suicide squad, Yang Ming and Huang Lele, were left in the lounge. You can do whatever you want. Everyone, you are free to move around. Call me at 7 o'clock. We will decide where to eat. Here, you are the landlord, so you decide where to eat. Once you have decided, tell me. I am here to pay the bill. Yang Ming smiled. No problem, bro. Feng Tianlong had adapted to Yang Ming's identity. He was convinced that Yang Ming was stronger than him. Even though he was the vice captain of the Secret Service team, he was only a member of Yang Ming's team here. Bro, where are you going later? You are not familiar with Yanjing. Do you want me to accompany you? Lu Yezi asked. Alright, I want to walk around with Lele. You lead the way. Yang Ming nodded. Cough cough. Xiaxue coughed twice at this time. What does Yang Ming mean? If you go out with Huang Lele and Lu Yezi, then what am I going to do? Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu are obviously a couple. I can't join in the fun with them. Wouldn't I be a third wheel? And she doesn't want me to go out. How boring is that? So Xiaxue coughed twice, which was a signal to Yang Ming. Xiaxue, come with us. Yang Ming smiled and said, you are now my woman. It is the same as Lele. You naturally have to go shopping later. Yang Ming was talking about the bet on the plane. At this time, it avoided the awkwardness between them. After all, Yang Ming did forget about Xiaxue before. This was also because Xiaxue had not really become Yang Ming's woman, so she was ignored by Yang Ming. Humph, who is your woman? Xiaxue couldn't help but frown. She snorted and then said, then let's go together. I have nothing to do anyway. That's great. Yang Ming smiled slightly and did not explain much. Xiaxue's sentence seemed to be saying that Yang Ming wanted to invite her, and she reluctantly went. However, Xiaxue was a girl, so Yang Ming naturally did not mind. Even Huang Lele was amused by Xiaxue's words. She couldn't help but laugh. The four people went out of the stadium together. In the stadium's underground parking lot, there was Lu Yezi's car. It seemed that Lu Yezi's car was still very high-end. Yang Ming did not expect that Lu Yezi's level also had such a good car. Lu Yezi's car was a modified Land Rover. It was armed to the teeth from the inside out, and all of it was bulletproof. "Bro, sisters-in-law, please get in the car." Lu Yezi opened the door with a smile and said. Huang Lele happily got in the car, but Xiaxue's face was red. She was a little embarrassed. She wanted to explain, but she thought that it was useless to explain, so she did not explain. Huang Lele and Xiaxue sat in the back row, while Yang Ming sat in the front passenger seat. Lu Yezi got in the car and drove out of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's administrative area and the military administrative area. They came to the road. With Lu Yezi's car, there was no need to register for Huang Lele. Obviously, Lu Yezi's car was also registered here. Although it was a civilian car, there were various passes inserted in the car, and the license plate was also special. The people at the door could recognize it at a glance. They did not hesitate to let it go. Otherwise, not only would the entering vehicle be checked, but the leaving vehicle would also be checked. Who knew if you were a spy who took away some confidential things? The car turned a corner, went on the road, and drove quickly. "Boss, are we going to the mall or to the tourist attractions?" Lu Yezi asked. "What do you two think?" Yang Ming turned his head and looked at Xiaxue and Huang Lele. "I don't mind. It's not the first time I've come to Yanjing." Huang Lele shook her head. As a flight attendant, she had plenty of opportunities to fly around. She was no stranger to places. Moreover, Yanjing was a transit point for many flights. Huang Lele was no stranger to it. Xiaxue was the same. "My hometown was originally here. I come back every year. Sometimes, I have to come here to investigate a case, so I don't mind." Yang Ming smiled slightly. He felt that the words of the two were a little funny, so he turned his head and said to Lu Yezi, "Then you can do whatever you want. Just find a place. It doesn't have to be too good. It just has to be unique." "Alright, boss, there is a night market nearby. It's very popular. In addition to the small soldiers and military families nearby, there are also a few colleges not far away. Students are also frequent customers of the night market. Moreover, there is also an industrial area over there. The workers also often visit the night market. Therefore, the night market here is very comprehensive. It is basically more comprehensive than a supermarket. You can buy everything you want." Lu Yezi introduced. "Oh? Such a good place? Then take us to have a look." Yang Ming was also interested when he heard Lu Yezi say this. As girls, Xiaxue and Huang Lele were naturally interested in shopping. When they heard that there was a night market, they naturally would not refuse. They both agreed and wanted to go to the night market. "It's not the first time I've been here, but I don't know that there is a night market here." Xiaxue was a little surprised. "Lu Yezi, you are not simple. You can even find a night market." "Sister Xia, what are you talking about? You coming here to visit Captain Xia and I living here. How can it be the same concept?" Lu Yezi said. "Helplessly, I live here, so I have to consider the purchase of some daily necessities. Although the team also distributes them, I still have to buy some of my own things, right? You don't need to buy these things when you come to visit, so it is normal that you don't know about the night market." "What you said makes sense." Xiaxue nodded and did not pester him. "Then let's go." "What are you waiting for?" "I can't wait." When Xiaxue was in the police station, there were very few days off. Even if there were, it was because she took the initiative to work overtime or attend work, so there was no chance to go shopping. Moreover, Xiaxue wore the police uniform every day. She had no chance to wear some other beautiful clothes. Over time, she did not go shopping. However, not going shopping and not wearing these beautiful clothes did not mean that Xiaxue did not like them. Everyone has a heart of beauty, let alone a beauty like Xiaxue. For example, Xiaxue was also wearing a bright summer dress today. It was very refreshing and beautiful, but Xiaxue did not have the chance to wear it before. Today was the day when Xiaxue officially ended her work in the police station. She was about to embark on a journey, but before embarking on the journey, Xiaxue still wanted to relax. She wanted to go to the night market and enjoy the rights of an ordinary girl. It was also a reward before the mission. Therefore, Xiaxue seemed to be a little impatient. Xiaxue's expression naturally fell into Yang Ming's eyes. At the same time, he also guessed Xiaxue's thoughts. In retrospect, he had known Xiaxue for more than a year. Xiaxue went from a little girl who just joined the police force to the current deputy bureau chief and criminal investigation team captain. Although she had her background and Yang Ming's help, this was also inseparable from Xiaxue's own efforts. Xiaxue's entire energy was almost devoted to her work. With Xiaxue's identity and background, she could easily muddle along. He believed that with Xiao Bingbao's help, no one would find trouble with Xiaxue. Xiaxue could also go to a leisurely department and sit in the office every day. She did not have to worry about anything. She could go shopping after work and go to parties with friends on weekends. However, Xiaxue did not. She chose an unusual path. She was a strong girl. From the beginning of her work, she had set a goal for herself. If she wanted to do something, she would do her best. This was also the reason why she confided to Yang Ming after she first met Yang Ming. Yang Ming was also moved by Xiaxue's attitude. He took the initiative to help Xiaxue solve several big cases in a row and put all the credit on Xiaxue's head. However, Xiaxue's ability was still good. Yang Ming was also tempted after the joke on the plane. If Xiaxue became his woman, then she would have to resign from all her jobs in Songjiang City. When he retired, Xiaxue must also go to X Island with him. However, at that time, Yang Ming could arrange another position for Xiaxue. X Island also needed a security management department. General Kars currently implemented military control, but with the construction and development of X Island, the army was only a weapon to maintain the peace of the island. The daily security still needed to be managed by another department. Xiaxue could be the person in charge of this department. This was Yang Ming's plan. Everyone had their own role. Arranging them in a reasonable position was Yang Ming's ultimate goal. On the top floor of the residential building in Songjiang City, Huang Yukai and the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, were staying. After the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, received a phone call, his face became extremely gloomy. "What's wrong?" "Falcon, what happened?" asked Huang Yukai. "I really didn't expect that Yang Ming was alert enough. He discovered the spy I arranged. Before he could shoot, he was dealt with by Yang Ming." The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon's face was very ugly. So many years of hard work were destroyed in this moment. They were actually removed when they were just used. "What happened?" "Falcon, what are you talking about?" Huang Yukai didn't understand Falcon's words. "I planted a spy in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, but this spy was removed by Yang Ming." The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon explained, this time, the person Xiao Bingbao arranged to meet Yang Ming at the airport was an undercover agent I planted in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. The reason why I knew so much about Yang Ming going to Yunnan to perform a mission, in addition to the contact with Elder Yu, was mostly from the undercover agent inside the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. "Oh? This undercover agent was discovered by Yang Ming?" Huang Yukai was a little surprised by Yang Ming's power. He was also surprised by the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon's ability. He could actually plant a spy in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. This was not something that ordinary people could do. "That's right. He was discovered by Yang Ming." The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, sighed and said, "Originally, I thought this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The people of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau could enter the venue with guns. I was going to let this person shoot Huang Lele when they went to meet Yang Ming after he got off the plane." "Oh? Did he shoot her?" Huang Yukai asked calmly. Although he already knew that Huang Lele was fine, he still cooperated. Asked. "No. In such an emergency situation, in such a situation, Yang Ming may not be able to save her in this situation," said the behind-the-scenes boss, said, "but in the end it failed. It seems that this Yang Ming is still very powerful." Huang Yukai nodded and sighed. "Yeah. Originally, I thought that this person would not shoot Yang Ming directly because I was afraid that Yang Ming would be able to defend in the shortest time possible. So, I still chose Huang Lele because Huang Lele is not Yang Ming himself. But, it still failed. The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, said helplessly, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have used the spy. This way, I could have grasped more information about Yang Ming. But now, I am in the dark. In fact, Yang Ming had thought that the person behind the scenes who wanted to deal with Huang Lele would be a bit stupid to use Brother Wang at this time. However, Yang Ming had overlooked an important point. That was, this spy was absolutely impossible for Yang Ming, but what about for a person who couldn't see through things? If Yang Ming didn't have the special ability to see through things and just happened to see the moment Brother Wang pulled out the gun, then when this person successfully pulled out the gun, wouldn't it be too late for Yang Ming to take countermeasures? Although Yang Ming had the confidence to avoid the gunshot, what about Huang Lele? At that time, Yang Ming probably couldn't even take care of himself, so he didn't have the energy to protect Huang Lele. If he insisted on protecting her, Yang Ming was bound to be injured. Therefore, this was also the reason why the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, used the spy at this time. However, he didn't expect that Yang Ming could see through things and saw Brother Wang's action of pulling out the gun in advance. Who could be blamed for this? It could only be blamed on Brother Wang's bad luck to encounter a monster like Yang Ming. If it were another opponent, he might have already succeeded. After he succeeded, it didn't matter even if he died because his role was to injure or kill Huang Lele. This was also the reason why the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, used the spy. In his opinion, the possibility of winning by using the spy this time was very high, but he ignored the accident of Yang Ming. Then what should we do next? Huang Yukai said faintly, you know Yang Ming's skill. I don't think those snipers can do anything. This time, the airport had such good conditions, but they didn't succeed. I don't expect anything else. All of this is your stupid subordinate's fault. He actually used something called Yurin Express. Until now, the goods have not arrived. That Ao-san is still sending the goods. Does he send one for a year? Don't mention the past again. This is not my intention. Things have already happened. It is meaningless to complain again. The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, said, what we can do now is to find ways to remedy it instead of blaming someone's mistake. That being said, I'm not optimistic about your follow-up sniper plan at all. Tell me, what are you going to do next? Huang Yukai snorted and asked faintly. I'm going to send another sniper to test it out. If it still doesn't work, then I have no other choice. I can only apologize to Elder Yu. I have a limited number of people on hand. I can't waste them endlessly, said the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon. That is also true. We still have to leave some of our own strength. Huang Yukai said, let's test it. If it doesn't work, then forget it. And I will make a call to arrange it. After the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, finished speaking, he turned and went into his room. He took out his phone and dialed a phone number. Huang Yukai watched the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, enter the room and lock the door. He also pushed his wheelchair back to his room, picked up his phone, and quickly dialed a number. However, there was a beep that the phone was turned off. Huang Yukai frowned and hung up the phone. He dialed again, but the phone was still turned off. Huang Yukai hung up the phone helplessly and sighed slightly. On the other side, the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, dialed the phone of his sister, Alice. Brother. Alice picked up the phone immediately, and her voice was a little nervous. Brother, how is your matter going over there? The nail in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was removed by Yang Ming. Unfortunately, he didn't hurt Yang Ming's woman. If I had known, I wouldn't have used him. He could be considered as an informant. The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, sighed and said. AI. Alice sighed. This person entered the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and spent a lot of my resources and connections. It was ruined just like that. I'm sorry, little sister. The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, also sighed. This is also what I don't want to see. Brother, why are you apologizing to me? Aren't my resources all yours? Alice shook her head. But, brother, I still have to advise you to stop. Don't go against Yang Ming. If you continue to go against him, I'm really worried about you. Are you worried about me, or are you worried about that Yang Ming? The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, snorted. How can I stop? If it weren't for Yang Ming, my plan would have succeeded. It's just that his appearance hindered my steps. Your plan? Isn't it Dr. Benjamin's plan? Why do you still work for him? Brother, when will it end? I don't want to live like this anymore. I'm also an ordinary girl. Although my current life is enviable, I'm not myself. I'm very unhappy. Alice's voice sounded very agitated. How good would it be for us to retire together? Little sister, you don't understand. You don't understand how powerful Central is. If we leave Central, will Central let us go? No. The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, smiled bitterly. You don't know how powerful Dr. Benjamin is. The non-human steel men he studied are invincible and invincible. As far as I know, several of his iron men were killed, right? Since they can be killed, it proves that the Central is not a monolithic unit. There are still people who are more powerful than them. Alice said. Little sister, you're right. The center is indeed not the most powerful. There are indeed more powerful existences. A few of the steel men in the center have been killed, but can those more powerful people protect us? He's not afraid of Dr. Benjamin's man of steel, but we can't, said the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon. Forget it, I won't say much. Brother, why did you call? Alice knew that she couldn't win against her brother, but she also knew that her brother was telling the truth. At the very least, before they had absolute confidence in resisting the revenge of the Central, Alice and her brother couldn't easily leave the Central. That was undoubtedly equivalent to courting death. Do you have a sniper in Beijing? Arrange one for me to snipe the women around Yang Ming, said the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon. Huang Lele? Alice asked. Yes, said the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon. Well, I'll help you again, but if it doesn't succeed, I won't help you anymore. Brother, you know that my forces are in Europe. There are very few in China, said Alice. I understand. The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, nodded. Someone will contact you in a while, but I'm not optimistic because Yang Ming's skill and vigilance are not something you can underestimate. I've been in contact with him, so I know, said Alice. Alice, are you in love with Yang Ming? The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, suddenly asked. Why do you say that? Alice was slightly surprised, but she didn't show it on her face as she asked. If not, why do you want to boost the morale of others and destroy your own? Asked the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon. I'm telling the truth. Alice said, the removal of the nail in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau also proves this point. Well, little sister, you remember, as a member of the organization, you can't have feelings, otherwise, it will delay the important matters. The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, reminded her. I know. After Alice finished speaking, she hung up the phone. The behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, looked at the hung-up phone in his hand and sighed slightly. However, he still shook his head and waited for the sniper to contact him. Lu Yezi's car drove to the night market. There was an open-air open space near the night market, which was a temporary parking lot. Many people who came to the night market to sell and buy things had cars, but they could not drive in the night market. They could only park their cars in the open space nearby. Although it was a night market, the stalls here started at noon and would not wait until night. The so-called night market was called because this market would be open until the second half of the night, so it was called a night market. Let's get out of the car. Lu Yezi parked the car and said to Yang Ming in the front passenger seat. Anne, let's get out of the car. Yang Ming nodded and got out of the car with Huang Lele and Xia Shui. It's so lively here. Xia Shui was a little surprised. She didn't expect a night market to be so lively and large-scale. At a glance from the entrance of the night market, it was simply endless. She didn't know how long this market was. Now it seemed that it was possible to sell everything because this night market was really too big. Yeah, it's so lively. It's my first time seeing such a big night market. Huang Lele also nodded. Lu Yezi led the way in front, and Yang Ming, Xia Shui, and Huang Lele followed him into the night market. Bro, are you hungry? There is a wonton noodle shop not far from here. It's very delicious. I often come here to eat. Generally, when I go to the night market, I will eat a bowl first. That way, I will have the strength to continue walking. Lu Yezi pointed to a place not far away and introduced. Fortunately, I'm not very hungry. How about you? Yang Ming turned to look at Huang Lele and Xia Shui. We will be eating in a while. Do you still want to eat now? Yang Ming, why aren't you hungry? I haven't eaten anything all day. Except for a little fast food on the plane, Lele, and I have been hungry until now. You are not hungry, but we are. Xia Shui complained, just because you are not hungry doesn't mean that we are not hungry. Besides, we will eat at 7 o'clock in a while. It is only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There are still 4 hours. I am starving. Hee, that's good. Let's eat something together first. Yang Ming was a person who had undergone strict training, so he didn't seem to be hungry at this time. He could reasonably control his physical strength to maintain a peak state, but Xia Shui and Huang Lele couldn't. They had been on the plane for so long. They must be very hungry, so Yang Ming nodded and agreed to Xia Shui's proposal. End of chapter 2020. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.